No
Welcome
worries.
back, Riftbounders. We are here for the final day, day two, top 64 cut of the final regional Spirit Forge stop out of the Chinese circuit they've been doing this month. And this month has been a heck of a roller coaster. Two Dravens taking it at Kaiser, and then we find out who's going to be our fourth champion tonight a little bit later on. Today with me, you guys saw him yesterday, is going to be NA45. He was telling me he was feeling good, but I'll let you introduce yourself to the people in chat. How are you feeling indeed, NA?
I'm doing great. I'm excited. Today is like, I guess, kind of officially the first day of Spiritforged pre-releases, though I know some shops were doing them yesterday. But yeah, no, it's exciting. We're finally getting some new product, and now we get to cast some games in Spiritforge as well. So I love Spiritforge. Really looking forward to actually playing these cards. So this will be, I think, the last Chinese regional before we have ours, right?
Exactly. This is going to be the last regional until the English regionals. And real quick, it looks like they're showing the top 64. I'm seeing a couple familiar names, chat. I'm seeing the Pit
Mega
Crew
Zero.
Ezreal player, AIAEDG. And we all know Omega Zero did indeed make it. So the national champion has moved on in. I don't know if I recognize anyone else, but I'll try to hide the cameras for a little bit to see if you guys notice everyone.
Saw another
Oh,
AI player.
22%. Or 20. Wait. 56 per. Wait, why is this giving us percent instead of numbers?
um, I wait.
This is
These
yesterday's
numbers are
numbers.
confusing.
113 Draven. That's yesterday's numbers. Yeah,
Wait,
that's
so
still yesterday's
113.
numbers, chat. I don't think that's gonna be
Okay,
top
okay.
eight. I don't think that's top eight,
There
unless
we
the
go.
bottom there is top eight.
There we
Guys,
go.
clip it and ship it. We have the top eight representation. Kaiser, for the first time in the season two circuit, has overtaken Aurelia. That is impressive. I see a little shift in the sands, if you will.
Yeah, I'm not super surprised. I've kind of alluded to this a few times, but I feel like Aurelia is a bit of a fraud deck. It feels like it kind of falls apart to a lot of stuff that people are playing, and you're very reliant on drawing the specific counter spells to save your Aurelia. And if you don't see them, you just lose the game because you lose your unit, and then your deck doesn't play a lot of units. And Aurelia is really the only one that's forcing herself through like these really difficult battlefields. So yeah, not super surprised. I think the Aurelia deck will continue the decline, to be honest.
Yeah, or the Kaiser deck. I know exactly what you mean. So yeah, we've seen. I mean, Omega Zero did indeed bring in Kaiser. That last matchup. I don't know if you got to see it today because it was super early in the morning slash late in the night, depending on where you're at. It was a Kaiser versus Draven, and they played it like we've never seen it before. They didn't give Draven a single draw until the very end. Or actually, they pretty much never gave him a draw, but it was 7 points Draven, a single point Kaiser. And can you believe
Wow.
that Kaiser actually came back from that point?
Wow. I mean, I can see it. If you're preventing him from getting any draws, you're kind of so there's a strategy in One Piece. If anybody in the chat is familiar, it's called starving your opponent. And how this works is you have life cards, and every time you take a damage, you get a life card. And when you run out of life cards and you take a damage, you lose. So there's strategies versus certain decks where you just say, I'm never going to give you cards off of your life. I'm not going to give you any extra cards, and eventually you're going to run out of cards. I'm going to control the board and I'm going to win. So that sounds like kind of a similar
Similar,
strategy here,
very,
is
very
where,
similar. Um,
yeah.
and real quick, I saw a couple comments early on. IDK, shoot me a message if you really want to use. I really appreciate you buying those two mats. If you really want, shoot me a message. I could try to figure out how to refund you the little percent off. And Huvian saying, I love the streams. I love you being here. Hopefully, we get into this very first round as I am speaking right now. It looks like we haven't seen these players before, but NA, if you are ready, is the very first round of day two. And this guy looks like the Lorcana World Champion, funny enough. He's known as DKP for those that know,
Hmm.
but I guess he
Ooh.
is control. And Ezreal to start us off. That's exciting. We didn't see any yesterday.
You know what's exciting to me is someone else has the jacket tech. I always wear jackets to events because it's so comfy.
It is comfy, and I guess it's a little bit
Ooh.
cold out there, perhaps, but a matchup
Mhm,
we haven't seen, I don't think, ever before in the Spiritforged Regional Circuit. Ezreal versus Azir, one of the few that actually progress into day two. We'll try to grab those top 64 numbers for you guys in between the breaks. But how are we feeling about this matchup? Because I'm definitely not too familiar with it. Are you, Ane?
I'm not super familiar with it either. This is a matchup I have actually never tested. Let me think. So, what do you think? Who do you think is favored in this? Because, like you said, like this is not a very common matchup.
Yeah, definitely a bit of uncharted territory, but just trying to take it out on paper. Azir
Mhm,
is a go wide deck, right? Very similar to Victor's strategy in Origins. You want to develop your board with equipment and then spam out those sand soldiers. And Ezreal has
mhm.
some good removal options, very similar to Kaiser, right? So they definitely run things like we mentioned yesterday, Singularity. That should be pretty impactful. I think the key spell, though, for Ezreal that I'm slightly going to be giving him the edge is Bellows Breath. Bellows Breath repeated at that. That's literally 2 exact damage for those Sand Soldiers. And if you add things like Watcher into the equation or Frigid Touch into the equation, things might get a little bit easier for that Ezreal. So we'll see. That's where I'm leaning so far. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I actually wasn't valuing Bella's breath a lot, specifically because Azir tends to immediately give equipment to the sand soldiers, right, with the leader ability,
Right.
which means that they're generally a little bit out of Bellows range. That being said, you made a good point, like the Watcher Bellows combo could just clear everything. And then I can't imagine it would be super easy for Azir to come back from something like that. Ezreal does have access, though I don't think most of the lists are playing it, but they do have access to like the Rocket Barrage to clear gear. Um, okay, so we can see the hands. I was too caught up in looking at matchup stuff. So I think I saw a Tide Turner, a Hard Bargain, and I
Yeah,
missed the
we'll
other
see a
card.
couple great cards in hand. We didn't get to see anything of what Azir had in hand, but we will be finding out shortly as we begin day two, top 64, very first round of the top 64. Let's see who's going to be starting on the player course. Because I'm leaning Ezreal, but I would love to see Azir go so wide where it's just out of the control of Ezreal's realm. So I can see it both ways. I see a salvage at the very minimum for Azir's hand. So I
Mhm.
don't know how that's going to work. Unless this is a pit crew strategy, knocking out the coal might be a big crucial moment in this game.
This is like optimal Azir start is starting with I. Yeah, it's very good because then you get the soldier and equip, and then it's going to develop units already on your second turn. So very, very powerful start for Azir. Pretty much exactly what you want.
Yeah, picture perfect opening for Azir. I totally agree. Let's see if this is going to be indeed something like the pit crew strategy or something we haven't seen. And I see the coal and a this will be the rat coming out to play today. Unless there's some other way to use the coal, but I'm 99.9% sure this is going to be that pit crew strategy.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I really haven't seen a lot of success out of other Ezreal versions, like even the Miracle one. It just feels like the Pit Crew version is kind of the Rat Ezreal has taken over, and
Mm-hmm.
there's no other way to play it, which is interesting because I thought Ezreal might be one of the better like Miracle style decks. So that they have not really opted to play that at all, or at least it hasn't been successful. We don't know how the main event has been going, right? Because there could be a bunch of people entering with it and they don't do well.
Exactly. I think there's a variety
Mhm,
of levels, a skill level in these events because of the lottery system. So we sometimes don't get to
mhm.
see the absolute best players in the room because they just didn't get lucky and receive that lottery entry into these regionals, of course. But I do agree. I would like to see a different variation of Ezreal. However, I do think this pit crew strategy is probably the most prominent one currently because of the Draven dilemma, right? You go in and you go out, saving those draws or neglecting those
Mhm.
draws, I should say, from Draven, which is probably why it's so popular right now. But I think in terms of power level, I think that the more standard miracle-ish type deck might be a little bit better.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Miracle deck, as I yapped about a little bit yesterday. So a little bit disappointed not to see it. That being said, Red Ezreal is pretty interesting too. Definitely not. disappointed by that. Playing out a BF sword, that's got to feel pretty good.
Oh yeah.
As he,
Oh, and he does have that signature spell in hand. Arise. Give a Sand Soldier for every single
Mhm.
equipment you have on the board. So far, that's only going to be 2, and you do ready 2 Sand Soldiers. So at the minimum, you get 2, and 2 go on the attack as soon as it comes down. But I think he's going to be preserving that. And I almost thought that Azir had like a line down the middle. Do you see that card in it? It almost looks like half and half a bit.
It's because he has the Altar Order rune, and then he's got he's got some normal ones too. So mixing it up a bit.
Right.
Once we get the Spirit Forged Nexus Night packs, you can have even more different runes.
Yeah, it's gonna drive everyone crazy. TCGs are notorious for a lot of people with OCD, so people are gonna go crazy. Like, why are your runes so scattered? But some people might like it. 2 of each, one from Nexus Night Set 1, Nexus Night Set 2, alternate, and the normal ones. I don't
Mhm.
know. How do you like to play your games? Do you like them all to be the same, or do you like to mix and match?
I think it's like for me, it's either I have all of them different or all of them the same, and it's such a minor thing, but there is a tiny bit of competitive advantage to having them uniform in either way, because it does give your opponent information on how many you're playing. Like for instance, let's say you're playing, I don't know, 5 and 1, 5 of the fancy art and 1 of the normal art of the green, and let's say you hit all 5 of the normal arts, and then you recycled 1 of them, and then later in the turn you hit the alternate art. Well, they know you're playing 6 then, right? So it's like a
Oh, I
very minor
see.
thing,
Mm-hmm.
but it is something to be aware of. So,
Yeah, very little, or minute, I should say, but it does come into
mhm.
play. But Azir off to a fantastic start, already up 2 points, has battlefield control, and I believe Ezreal's a little bit lacking in terms of units that he wants to actually use. He doesn't want to necessarily use that Ezreal. They prioritize preserving it in the base, getting that repeat value as often as they can. So this whole pit crew strategy hasn't really come online as he passes it back. Things are not looking too good. Control, definitely in control of this game number 1, up to 4, I believe, unless that was a defensive. Yeah, that was a defensive stack deck on
Yeah.
that showdown there. So only up to 3 actually.
Yep. Yep. So opting to use it on his opponent's turn, maybe hoping to find, I don't know, another stack deck or something, as there is still 1 rune up. It's pretty unfortunate that the Ezreal deck has had to play this so slowly, and the Azir deck has been hidden. I mean, 3 equipment
Everything.
already. I mean, it's pretty much exactly what you want to see.
I totally agree. You play an equipment, you tap for your Sand Soldiers. He's done that every single turn, which is why his board keeps getting wider and wider. And this is one fantastic way of getting rid of the backline Ezreal charm. You don't get to see it in these aggressive decks. They're more used to being seen in the control-y type decks like the Aurelias, like the Master Yi's. But that is a perfect way of getting rid of the best unit in the Ezreal deck. Azir, I said it before, but control is in confirmed control of this match so far.
Oh yeah, and pulling everything back to base here. So this is pretty difficult for the Ezreal to deal with. I mean, you can't. It's too early in the game to go like Watcher Bellows, and yeah, even opting to now play out the yellow Azir. I want to say it is the Sovereign Azir, I think. So similar, cost the Kaisa, 4 energy, 0 power, has accelerate, and then when it moves to a battlefield, you can move tokens with it. So
Yeah, super powerful. I think it's the more selected chosen champion. The green one we
mhm.
often see in like just green decks, maybe like Ornn, but the one that's usually played alongside Azir will be the Order one, as we just saw him played out on the board. That's the altar, of course. Matter wait, I might as well pull up the art. Let me find it.
Yes, that is the alt art. It's the I don't know the name of this skin. It's like Elderwood or something, I want to say. I don't know.
Potentially. Let's see if anyone in chat knows the name of the skin. But the name of the card, yeah, Azir Sovereign, and passes it back without pushing any kind of board state.
Oh my
Complete
god.
runes available to him. I mean, Azir has some defensive spells like Frigid Touch, Stupefy. But I don't know of any kill spells, perhaps Wages of Pain, but that's just a single
Mhm.
target spell. I'm confused because Azir is getting just out of control, especially when we take into account there's the signature spell Arise. If he plays it earlier, I'm trying to remember how much it costs, but if you play around a hard bargain, there is nothing Ezreal can do about it. This is looking tough for Easy, but you don't pass with a full set of runes for no reason. You have to have some kind of method to this madness. What can he possibly have? Do you think it's just like wages?
I mean, we know he has Ezreal in hand, and he opted not to play Ezreal. My guess would be it's like wages, but I don't really think wages accomplishes anything here,
Mm-hmm.
as you're most likely just trading with a small token, and he could control could even choose to play around like the wages and push up like the BF sword unit, right, which is going to be out of range of wages, but instead opting to push up. I can't tell. Is that the BF sword one? I
That's the
think it
eye,
is.
because you got the recruit right there.
Is that the eye? Okay. So yeah, definitely did play in the wages. I kind of actually expected to just see a single one of the uh like one might recruit tokens get pushed up,
Right.
but
Oh.
okay.
Simply for a
Is your
draw one, because they didn't even target the one in the current showdown. Target the one in the
Mhm.
back line. What does he have in mind? I'm very curious because we saw a rebuke, but investing a rebuke on the little token doesn't feel the best. And it looks like it will be the wages of pain to do 3 damage onto the Sand Soldier that currently only has 2 might because Eye of the Herald has 0 might increase. So
Mhm.
does. Oh, wait. No, no. Okay. The Stupefy was to use Ezreal's legend ability of targeting twice.
Yeah, just cycling cards because it seems like he has pretty much nothing in hand. Though I certainly hope you can play cards now. You're gone
I
quite a
would
bit.
only imagine there's only one way to try to clear this board. I mean, of course, there's a couple ways when we're talking about Ezreal and the spell capabilities, but you want to try to start putting points on the board sooner than later. You are about halfway there for Azir, and you're sitting at 0 points currently. Things are not looking too hot for you, but we talked about it earlier in this game. Bellows Breath might be a crucial piece to try to take down Azir, but in this circumstance right now, it looks like he's repeating it, hard casting the repeat, or is that just one?
That was just one, because he's gonna clear out both the one might tokens and the soldier equipped to the eye, because it has the stupefy, right?
Oh yeah, true, true, true. Stupefy. So that's what he had in mind, and the not so fast coming down. It does target your friendly unit, so it does get negated in that moment, and that was big because the Bellows Breath was absolutely necessary to try to minimize the board state right now for Azir. And now he's
Hmm.
just sitting. He's feeling good. He kept his board for the most part, and still has a couple rooms to keep on establishing even more. I mean, what more can he really do? Do you just keep on packing more Sand Soldiers on this board?
I guess I think he's trying to play around Bellows here by kind of spreading his units a little bit, but how necessary it is, it feels a little bit doomed for Ezreal if you try and do like a Bellows here. Assuming there even is another Bellows, you're gonna have to then at least recycle a rune, and then at that point you're like playing maybe one unit. It just feels like a very hard game state for Ezreal here. That
It
being
really
said,
does.
infinite cards in hand, right? So certainly you can do something.
Yeah, he has the cards because he hasn't necessarily played out too many cards. So let's take a look. And
Mhm.
what was that shiny card? Did you get to catch it? I don't remember the foiling. I mean, they are the Chinese cards, but he scanned them so fast I didn't get to see it. Did you?
I believe there's a card sharp in there. I saw it was like a wages. Sorry, not a wages. A hard bargain, a card sharp, a watcher. I want to say an Ezreal, a rebuke,
So a
a lot
lot
of
of
cards.
combat tricks, not too much to put onto the board, and even worse to push up against his board because look at where Azir's position is currently at. He's at 5 with both battlefields under his control, and a watcher non-accelerated is not what you want to be. Control is going to be going up to 7 points on this next turn. Things are not looking too good. I mean, from this position, wouldn't you just try to hang everything back, or are you scared of a double Bellows Breath? I mean, he just used his Watcher. Perhaps you don't have to be too scared of it.
um, I mean, it is pretty hard for Ezreal. So, Ezreal doesn't have a pit crew, right? Or you would have already played it. And there really aren't a ton of options in the way of accelerate other than like the pit crew plus the watchers in his deck, as far as I'm aware. I'm probably missing something silly, but I honestly don't hate leaving a unit on both battlefield and just saying, okay, out both of these, because he has the watcher and then he needs like a pit crew, which again he would have played last turn, so you have to find one.
The more I think about it, the more I agree with you. I believe in this position because you already have such an abundance of units. Just go ahead and split some might across. You don't invest everything into both battlefields, though. Leave some in the back line. But I like what you're saying. Just leave 2 units, force them to find that secondary accelerated unit, whether it be a pit crew or a watcher, I guess would be the other out. But I don't think pit crew might be enough because Cole only increases the might by 1. Pit crew's base is 3. You're swinging for 4, but it looks like he's just going to be trying to hold a single one. I think for me, he's just going for the double conquer next turn. But the more I think about it, like I said, I think I like the double hold a little bit more safer play because it forces your opponent to have the answers.
Yeah, and it doesn't even need to be a big commitment. You could literally just leave one might, like 2 1 might tokens, or even just 1 1 might token on like the forge, right? Like there's not a huge downside, is there? As it's committing a single token. I guess he might play stratagem. I could see it if you're making boards like this.
I believe
But
so.
it feels like there's very little downside for like a lot of reward because you just win the game if it goes through. But we will see. This is the turn. Can Ezreal find? I guess it's literally double bellows, right? Like,
Yeah, I think you got to go dig in another TCG. Something like a dark hole is the only way of clearing all of these units because I'm just not seeing it. You're going to have to need basically 4 bellows breath, if not even more from this position. The watcher pushes up. Let's see if our game plan or our play lines, as we discussed before, would have kind of turned out okay because we said leave them both, leave 2 little tokens on both battlefields. So one of the tokens would have died here and he would have passed and you would have won. Of course, in hindsight being 2020, he probably would have played it a little bit different, but this is still, there's no way you don't get through. Oh man, is there a world? Because what if it seems straightforward, right? To just send everything and then or just send 1 recruit token to the forge and see if it goes through and then kind of test the waters from there.
yeah, I mean, he's playing a yellow deck too, so there's a hidden blade off the top. Okay, that makes this very easy.
Ridiculously easy. Who cares about getting more draws? You just need one of those recruits to stick, whether he has Wages of Pain 3 times over, whether he has any other kill spells. You can't Singularity on your opponent's turn. You can Bellows Breath, but if you could play around it by sending things one at a time. But I think one of those has the BF sword, so going up to, I believe, 5. And then the other one, I can't see the thing. I was trying to see on the graphic. Oh, the Doran's shield. So +1.
So it's what +4. So what BF makes it 5. So this is 5
8, I
plus
believe.
6, 7. Okay. All right, and here comes a rebuke.
Not too bad. That does essentially kill one of these units as they don't get to be in the back line. But because both of them had access to the equipment, it's very simple for Azir. The equipment goes back to base. You just reattach it to one of your recruit tokens and send it in one more time. But this does hurt a bit, I will say, because now you're kind of effectively losing both of those units and you're running out of units to push up with. Maybe it is a bit trickier position than we made it out to see.
I think it should be pretty free because remember he also has the Azir signature in hand. So that's like that's making infinite tokens here as well. 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess it's only making 4. I thought it was making more, but
it's still a lot. It really is.
Yeah.
But as you mentioned before, we still have to keep in mind there is a hidden blade. What's stopping them from going hidden blade right now? All the counter capabilities from AZ is going to be something like a hard bargain. Look how many runes you have to pay, even a repeated hard bargain. Doesn't it make sense to just let go of the hidden blade right now?
Yeah, so I guess opting to hold it and wait for him to commit the cards, but I feel like the game is a lot simpler if you just go before we go the battle phase to a battle to a showdown, just throw a hidden blade at it and say, "Do you have anything? If you don't, I'm sending up tokens one by one by one."
Mm-hmm.
Right? He let that go through.
He let that go through. Wait a minute. What kind of madness is going on? Because all you had to do, all you had to do was pay two, and it was absolutely almost 100% guaranteed to be GG. I am thoroughly confused about that play there.
It's pretty unlosable for him regardless, but it is very strange that it was played this way.
Yeah, it's almost like he just wants to flex a little bit. You know what? He's like, I won't win the easy way. I want to show off how strong my sand soldiers can get with all this equipment. I'm going to stack it up on one of these sand soldiers, send it all in, and rinse and repeat over and over again. Even if you just did it one by one, as long as you had the might to send it with BF sword plus the 2's 5, plus the 1 is 6, plus the another one. Oh, no, that's Eye of the Herald. So I still think it's 8, but you're sending it on top of the 2 recruit tokens. So that's going to be 10, but you're slightly not playing around Bellows Breath, because then it would be, I believe, oh no, I think it's still 8 to 7. Oh, that is different. NA, the arcane shift coming down. -3 might on every single one of his ears tokens. Is he throwing? Is he throwing a little bit by not resolving that hidden blade?
Well, doesn't he have to replay the unit and then he can't play it to the battlefield?
Yeah, what's going on? Because you ban it, you send it to the banish zone, and then you have to play it. I don't believe you could play it in a battlefield you no longer control. Or chat, let us know the ruling, because I was right there with you. I believe that's how it worked. But then that wouldn't make sense to do because you lose the conquer anyways.
So yeah, now you can just shove up like one token. Why is it still on the battle? is the banish optional? Maybe. Let me see.
Let's read it.
All right, I'm gonna
Banish a
read
friendly
that.
unit. So it doesn't say you may banish a friendly unit. Then the owner plays it, ignoring its cost. So no, I don't think what was going on. You can replay it in the same battlefield. Thank you, Jordan Garcia. Okay, so that does
You
make
can.
sense if
Okay.
that is the ruling. But he kind of did a whole runaround instead of going for the straightforward play, because he could have won that a couple minutes ago.
Okay. Okay. Makes sense. I wasn't really sure because there was that at least back in Origins when this card saw a tiny bit of play, the Cruel Patron. Like, can you use Cruel Patron to kill a token at a battlefield to play it to the same battlefield? And then the answer there was like you can't because you lost control of it for like that split second. But
That one's
I
weird.
definitely believe
Is
you
it still
guys.
ruled that way? Because it makes sense
I
that
don't
you
know.
could play it on that battlefield and then you lose the recruit token. But I see what chat's saying. Why Arcane Shift makes sense is because it's happening at action speed. The showdown is still resolving.
Mhm.
During that showdown, you still retain control of the battlefield because they haven't conquered it yet. So I see exactly what chat's saying. In your situation though, for Cruel Patron, I don't see why that
Mhm.
wouldn't work that way.
I don't know. And maybe it even did get corrected, the ruling, because the only time it ever mattered was on the pre-release, because that was the only time I was ever playing that card, is for the Origins
Right.
pre-release.
Um, And Horny
But,
saying in chat, any situation was outside of showdown, so you lose control right away.
okay.
Okay, but Horny, and man, you gotta change your name or something. And I kid. But Horny, if you play the patron onto the battlefield and then you trigger the kill the recruit, I mean it happens at the same time, right? You play it and on the play it triggers the ability. I don't know. To me, it
Well,
just seems
awesome
logical
play.
that you could play patron on a battlefield that you're gonna sacrifice the recruit. But what do I know? A cool patron is the cost to play. So before it comes down
Mhm.
onto the battlefield,
Yep.
similar to how deflect goes, you can't resolve the playing of cool patron without the cost. Thank you, chat. Thank you.
Yes. But regardless, is able to take that one out, thankfully. It was definitely did not make it easy for himself. I feel like a lot could have been avoided by just going Hidden Blade. Anyways, that's game. But I guess his thought is trying to make a little bit of sense of it. Is he doesn't want to have his opponents to have a chance to draw multiple Bellows Breaths, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Perhaps,
Um,
perhaps, but I don't know. It was an interesting decision, but either
Yeah.
way, he got the victory. Like I said, I think a little ego in him wanted just to flex a bit more cards. Did he end up using the rise? I don't even think he got to that point. Did he?
He did not. He did
Okay.
not.
That's what he really wanted. That's what he had in mind. He's like, you know what? I want to win with my signature spell. But as you mentioned, a bit of a disappointing performance from Ezreal. When we're not used to saying that. Usually Ezreal's competing in the top 4 position, doing some incredible stuff. But it could be a bit of a result of when you don't see the pit crew. What else do you have to push forward with these battlefields? Because correct me if I'm wrong, Nate, did Ezreal score a single point? Or maybe he did with the Watcher, right?
One.
But was that the only
Watcher.
point he scored?
Yeah, the Watcher was the only point, and it's like you said, if you don't see that pit crew, things can get a little bit dicey. It is your main combo piece. You can like play a little bit with, I believe it's Card Sharp, but there's not a whole lot there. Like not a whole lot at all. And as you kind of saw, the Azir just had free reign of the battlefield, built up a giant board, and then the game was over. Like the Ezreal didn't even really play.
Yeah, to be honest, Azir from the very beginning was pedal to the metal, all gas, no brakes whatsoever, just sand soldier after sand soldier. On top of that,
Mhm.
the Eye of the Herald, when you don't have to get contested by Ezreal's units, how many recruit tokens was he able to incur right there? One on the push, one on the push back, one on the other units for the other side of the battlefield. There was at least 4 recruit tokens from those Eye of the Heralds. So it's kind of really strong equipment when you're not contested, because the only thing that has a bit of a downside for that is that you're not giving your sand soldiers any bit of a might increase, right? So it's a little bit more manageable to take down. Even the Ezreal chosen champion can swing in if he chooses to do so. So yeah, that's the
Mhm.
only thing I could see, but he used it to perfection. And in the world without any units like we saw in game 1, it really got a bit out of hand.
Yeah, it definitely got out of hand. And honestly, I don't. It feels to me like Azir might have a bit of an advantage here because you do have the counter spells for the Bellows, and you do go fast, which the Ezreal deck, it can go fast if you're like perfectly on curve with like the pick crew plus the calls. But it seems to take its time a little bit more often. And also, Yellow has like again some of the best gear removal in the game, like with the salvage. Was it? Did you
Hmm.
even see one? I think
I
you
saw
said there
one
was
in
one in the
hand. He definitely has one.
yeah. So even seeing main decking salvages, which is kind of crazy, but
I
card is
like
good.
it. I like it. Dravens are everywhere. Spinning axes are everywhere. Aurelias are everywhere. Guardian angels are everywhere. I think it's a good meta pick. The only one that doesn't seem to run a lot of units or any equipment, I should say, is Kai'Sa, and she happens to be the second most represented. To Weedle's point, what were the units that made top 64? You might have to try to rewind the VOD slightly towards the beginning because they showed it. They showed it so fast I couldn't get a screenshot. If anyone caught that, hopefully we get it posted here really soon on Billy's site. But it was 22% Draven, or not 22%, 22 Dravens, period. And then the second one was 12 Kaisas. And then it was about 10 Aurelias. And that is all my memory remembers.
I actually did take a screenshot, so I can take a look for you real quick. So
Yeah,
it
if you
is
send it, we can maybe pull it up.
sure. Here, I will shoot this to you then on Discord. There you go. All right, sent it to you on Discord.
Thank you. I'll pull it up.
Of
But I
course.
will save it. Let's pull it up after this game, because when I full screen the, or maybe I just don't full screen it, because we're gonna miss the game if I do full screen it. Because right now I don't have any volume on it. I just have the little background battle music. But let's take a peek while these casters are still chatting it out. And oh, Victor chat. I really thought it was gonna be something like Fiora, but it's gonna be Victor as number 4, coming in at 4 represented. And Annie, everyone was sleeping on Annie. Out of the 5 Annies that came to play yesterday, what is that percentage conversion rate? 3 out of 5? That's impressive.
That is an insane conversion rate, and it's like a 60% conversion rate. So,
Wow.
I mean, I wonder if it's actually just a group of people who all tested it together and are bringing like the same list. Because when you have a conversion rate that high, it really makes you think that the players on it are like a group of high caliber players. But anyways, jump in. It looks like we're about to be into game 2.
That's right. Game 2 of the very first round of top 64 for this day 2 top cut. Can Azir continue on this train and kind of just 2-0 Azir, or not, yeah, Ezreal, but now Ezreal had access to some sideboard pieces. I'm trying to think back, what does purple and blue have for something like this matchup? Because they already seem to have the removal in the main board. Is there perhaps any other removal we're not considering? Can you think of any?
Yeah, so there are some cards that purple decks were playing. Like there's acceptable losses, which is a gear. There's the Rocket Barrage, which you just saw. I mentioned that last game, but I would say the one that I would expect here is like you could also see Factory Recall. Some decks were playing that, though I really would not like that versus Azir, as it is a very efficient removal card in that it wins a combat, but they do get the gear back. And against the Azir deck, them getting the gear to back also means they get another unit, right? With the Azir Legend when they replay it. So definitely don't want to see any factory recalls, but the Rocket Barrage should be pretty high impact.
I definitely agree. I think that card could be a key piece to try to slow down the game plan coming out from Ezreal. And something to keep in mind as we're looking at the battlefields real quick, Valmon's Lair, this Azir came prepared to take down a lot of the meta. Things like Draven and the Reaver's Row, they like preserving their units, trying to recall them back after saving them from Overzealous Fan. Valmon's Lair really puts a bit of a hindrance on that game plan and actually ends up being decently good against the Kaisers right now as well. And even Irelia, I think Valmon's Lair could be slightly underrated and could be a reason we're seeing Azir do so well in today's tournament.
Yeah, for sure. I like the card a lot. And it, ironically though, it is kind of nice for Ezreal with the boost of swiftness, as he doesn't get super punished by like shoving up the pit crew there, as you can just go, okay, push it up, move it over, pull it back. No issues there. But I would agree. I think it seems pretty good into the rest of the meta. Like you do make Draven think twice about putting units there. And there are a lot of decks right now that are in a similar position. But it is on Azir here, choosing to go up into Valmos. That's interesting. I don't know.
For
Ezreal
Azir, is not
Mhm,
that big of an impact to him, right? He has
mhm,
Sand Soldiers. He, in theory, has infinite amount of Sand Soldiers if you have enough
mhm.
equipment to recycle or replay in general. And if your Sand Soldiers die, you get your equipment back. So it really doesn't make too much of an impact for him losing those Sand Soldiers, as he could continue to use the equipment later down the road and build some more Sand Soldiers at that as well. So it seems more of a downside for your opponent rather than you, which is why I think he's bringing it here in this game too.
Yeah, my thought is that I want to put my small sand soldiers on the void um, battlefield, and put the bigger one onto the Valmont, so I can trap a bigger unit of Ezreal's, and the bigger ones are no longer in range of like wages and stuff. But wow, it looks like another missed pit crew.
Doesn't feel good to be the Ezreal player. This whole strategy revolves around that pit crew call, boots of swiftness strategy, and having to play down a card sharp. I mean, decent card. You get a gold. You could have got two of your opponent wanted a gold as well. But as you mentioned, this is just not where you want to be as the Ezreal player. To be fair, though, he has a bit more breathing room. It looks like Azir isn't going extremely crazy as he was the previous turn, but looks like he's going for the Conqueror, and it almost seems to me he's trying to play Call of the Week, but that is an easy, no pun intended, sacrifice for Card Sharp. So maybe he's thinking of something else. That's just the card I saw at the forefront of his hand.
Yeah, there's also looks like a Soul Scissors. Thinking about it.
Yeah, remind me what that equipment does.
Yeah, sorry, Sacred Shears is the actual name, and it is when it gives the unit death knell, draw one. So very simple.
Yeah, we don't get to see it, but of course, if there's any any legend that runs a whole lot of those equipments is going to be Azir, of course, but I haven't seen
Mhm.
it too often. I'm used to seeing things like Brutalizer that works really fantastically in Azir decks. Things like we saw in the previous game, the Herald, the BF Sword. But yeah, the what was it called again?
The sacred shears.
Shears. Okay, the Sacred Shears. I got it
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, definitely not an insane card, but one thing the Azir deck does not have a lot of, if it is leaning heavy into equipment, is draw. So getting access to more draw is good. So
Yeah, that does make sense. And that's a draw one every time your Sand Soldiers die. You can just go ahead and re-equip it since your Sand Soldiers does have Weapon Master. Because it doesn't say Death Nail on the gear, right? It's Death Nail on the unit attached, right?
yes, it
Of
grants Death
course.
Knell, draw one. So when the unit attached to dies, you get a draw. So the first one is free, and then it's just one power every time you want to get that draw.
Mm-hmm. Does make sense. As you mentioned, Azir, I don't think he does have too much access to card draw, with the only exception I could think of at the very moment being things like hidden blading your own Sand Soldiers, which is a good value play sometimes in certain situations. But Control so far doing well. Similar story as we saw in game number 1, going up 3 points to Ezreal, 0 points at the very moment. Luckily, Card Sharp could try to conquer one, but even better, the Mind Splitter coming down. The low card economy of Azir gonna be messed with. That's a Desert Call, a Call of the Week, and a Discipline. What is the likely target? I'm leaning towards that Desert Call. Okay.
Thinking so as well. I kind of want to cut Azir off of units here. Either that or the discipline, to be honest, because I don't think we're doing much with the card sharp. But seeing as he just made the play where he's trading it, that makes more sense. As obviously he is just now would lose the Ezreal or the Mind Splitter. So with that in mind, play makes sense.
It does make a little bit more sense trying to protect both of his units in the back line. He doesn't want to necessarily give up the Mind Splitter. He definitely doesn't want to be giving up the Azir, of course. I keep calling the Ezreal Azir. The Ezreal in the back line. So it does make total sense. I do tend to agree that Discipline did seem a bit juicy because he's already on low hand, right? He has only 3 cards in hand. Discipline is his only way of essentially drawing in this predicament. So I don't necessarily hate taking out that card, but I could totally understand the call of the week as well. Let's see what he hit off the top though, because I didn't get to see what that pickup was on the draw.
I think I saw a Guardian Angel. I could be wrong though.
It looks like it. You're totally right.
I think yeah, Guardian Angel. So probably go up to 5 here. Play GA. Grab a token. Yep.
Yeah, pretty
And
straightforward. Doesn't have too much intricate lines, as you said. Just play an equipment, pay one for that Sand Soldier. You at the very least have a Desert Call if you want to be a bit more potent in establishing a board presence right now. But the GA on the Azir Sovereign, it looks like he doesn't necessarily need it. Perhaps protecting it from any backline spells like Singularity does make sense to
mhm.
do, because you can't target the same unit twice like you can in Falling Stars. So Azir's at least safe from something like one Singularity.
Yep, for sure. So this should be the big turn for Ezreal where you actually do start playing the game. He has full knowledge of everything. He knows the discipline and the soldiers in the hand. Ideally, this is where the game begins. So if Ezreal has a shot to win this, it will be on this turn. So we'll see what he
Yeah, I
does.
mean, sooner than later. You're totally right. 5-0. You have to try to progress your plan sometime soon. I mean, we saw it in the last round of Swiss, as I was telling NA earlier in today's tournament. There's a world, but that's against Draven. This is a totally different predicament right now. So yeah, you're trying to push at least his Mind Splitter to one of these battlefields at the minimum. But I'm more curious to see what is he going to be establishing on this turn, because as you mentioned, you have to do something. Where are the pit crews? We saw the call. We haven't necessarily seen the boost of swiftness. Is there a world he doesn't run pit crew, NA? Are we going crazy?
I would be very surprised, but it is possible. I mean, you know what we haven't seen either yet is we haven't seen a called shot either, which is unfortunate. As the Ezreal deck, I mean, I'm sure you play 3 of them. You have the Ezreal champion, you have the all of the gold. You have the gear. But ooh, rocket barrage. It looks like killing both.
Okay, I mean, not exactly what we had in mind, but it is a good play nonetheless because Azir, as we said before, is lacking in card economy in hand currently, and taking rid of the Death Nail trigger does neglect them a couple critical draws, potentially game-winning draws. So I like this play. If you keep them on low hand size, maybe there could be a bit of wiggle room to try to climb your way back into this race, because right now it's going to be 1-5. But I'm not absolutely hating the position from Ezreal, because what is Azir necessarily going to do? If you could try to defend with a 7 might unit, it seems decently good if you have something like the minimum like a Stupefy. But the more I talk about it, the least likely it seems, because it's just a single rune to defend.
It seems like this is like a pretty easy line from Azir, right? You hold the 6. And then you could, I think you even just clear the 7 drop, right? Because it's Azir is attacking what for 5, 7 with Guardian Angel. So just go like, I guess that does lose to a Stupefy. You're right, which would be pretty likely. Pretty likely. It is a possibility, as there is a 1 rune up. The other card you would need to think about is if there's like a Bellows, but that really wouldn't change anything here. I would not hate just going. Actually, you could go Azir, push up Azir onto Vile Maw, pull over the Sand Soldier from the other battlefield. That is something you could do.
Okay.
And that does guarantee beat over with the discipline. And then at that point, you put Ezreal on attack with Ezreal. That being said, you do lose 2 units for that if he does have the Stupefy, so maybe that's a bit too much of a commitment. You also could just go like retreat the other Sand Soldier. Oh, he can't because there's a hidden card. I just remember there's a hidden card. Kind of hidden.
Oh, I see. It is actually hidden to our vision as
Yeah.
well because of the black UI with the black sleeves. A little bit tricky, but discipline just to see one more option for this turn before committing to anything. And I was just going to get at that cannon barrage or the rocket barrage paying dividends slightly more than he originally anticipated because of the Arise getting picked off the top this turn. That would have been an unprecedented 1, 2, 3, 4, make that 5, unless that was the one he just drew right now. Sand Soldiers coming down. So the rocket barrage doing some work before he even knew there was a rise in hand.
Yeah, definitely not bad. I have to see if he does try to go to odd points here. I would not hate, again, doing a similar thing to last game where you could go try and push up on both battlefields and say, out one of these. That being said, he does actually have the Ezreal unit this time. So I think it is far more plausible that he can at least clear both of the battlefields, if not take both of them. And a lot of cards in hand yet again. Excuse me. So
it's definitely tricky, of course, but I do think the push, but I think we're counting the might on Azir's side not completely right, because that champion only has 4 might. Their Guardian Angel is going to be going up to 5. But then your Sand Soldiers, maybe we did count it right, but he's going in and then he brings in as much tokens as he would like. So even if they're exhausted, he's bringing them into the battlefield. And slight little lag, apologies for those at home. I don't think it's on my side, or maybe it is on my side. I do apologize either way. But coming in with a whole lot of units, can he take down this Mind Splitter? It seems likely from this position.
yeah, this is a big push. A little bit surprised that it's this many units being sent up, but it does guarantee that the combat will go through. Can't think of anything that saves the Mind Splitter for 1.
Yeah, I don't believe so, because what's the total might? I mean, you could only imagine it is enough, right? The Azir champion being at 5, the token 6, the other one 6, 3 more, so that'll bring it up to 9. And then the other one, I think, is just a flat 1 or flat 2, so that would be 11 total might versus the 7. As you mentioned, even a Stupefy wouldn't do it from this position. So he should be able to get the Conquer. More importantly, though, I will say that's a big unit getting disposed of, and you're leaving Ezreal behind with a single unit on board. Yes, he could have access to an Accelerated Watcher, And actually, the more I think about it, that could be a decent play, but it's tough. We are talking about 7-1. If Azir could try to just control a little bit longer, he should be able to win this game out.
Yep, and you were right. There was a stupefying hand, so going to take out more units does bring the Sand Soldier down to 1. So what that'll be 10 might, you said, which makes
I
sense.
believe so. Either we could count again, but I think it was either 10 or 11 might on
Yep.
the right side.
So it should be a pretty clear resolution here. Yep, gonna draw his card. Ooh, there's a Bellows. That could be good on the following turn.
Yeah, that could be really good. The only thing, I mean, there is a whole lot of units on a single location being on that Valmon's lair, but he does get to pick off a good amount, everything that equals up to 7. So it looks like he's choosing the Sand Soldiers and the Recruit, leaving the champion alone. Not too bad. Bellows Breath, I mean, that kind of diminished a good amount of Azir's tokens. There a whole diminished a whole lot of his battlefield slash board presence in general, leaving behind just 2 units. Doesn't feel the best, but let's see. It looks like the Desert Call is the perfect card to try to rejuvenate a bit of that board state. So 2 Sand Soldiers coming down, and he just needs to conquer or hold both of these battlefields. Is there a world he just holds it here?
I mean, Watcher plus Bellows goes really hard here because you get to bring the Azir down to 1 might if you exclude the gear, because the gear is going to die to the push up, and then you get to Bellows the whole base because they're all 1. So that Watcher Bellows does clear everything.
Yeah, Watcher Bellows repeated at that, I believe, should be clearing everything as you said. The only problem is I didn't see the 1-2 punch. I see the Bellows breath, but I didn't necessarily see the Watcher in hand. We're seeing the Bellows actually, and I think I'm seeing 2 Bellows breath. Wait a minute, this might be exactly what Ezreal needs. Talk about the comeback if he makes it. It's 1-7 points. This is a huge mountain to climb back from. Can he get it done in this game 2 and bring us most likely into that game number 3? I would honestly love to see it, because if these rounds end a little bit earlier, we're stuck on a bigger break than we would like.
Yeah, just a repeat of last time I was on. That would be unfortunate.
Not
But
the, a little longer than the first time we were on together for this day 2. So already not
yep,
as crazy as last week. So a little bit better. So I don't mind necessarily these times from the very
sure.
beginning of the round of top 64. They're on time. If you guys pay attention, the clock at the middle of the screen is counting up. And for the first time in this best of 3 series, Pit Crew hitting the board. Funny enough, in this situation, what is he going to be able to do? If you play out a gear, it does get readied. It looks like he, at the very minimum, able to take down the Void Gate. But if he has a Boots of Swiftness, perhaps there's a way of kind of rendezvous your way over to Valmons. If you have something like a Frigid Touch, I mean, let's see what he has in mind. It looks like he has a game plan.
Ooh, Boots of Swiftness. Like you said, that is the first piece. Still 4 up.
So he does send
No
it into
call here,
Void's
though.
Gate. Oh, and I believe it's Guard. Guard coming in. I totally forget what this card does. Let me go ahead and pull it up. Do you remember, Ane?
Yeah, so I believe it just drops the sand token on the. See, I do not play this.
A sand token, and every sand soldier has weapon master, so you're able to equip a weapon from the back line, or you're even able to equip the GA, but it wouldn't be too smart to do so since your Azir champion probably a bit more valuable. But is that in the back line? Iron the Herald, so it doesn't make sense because I don't believe you'll get the +1 recruit, so it doesn't make a difference. But in a situation where he did have a good equipment, guards, you could see the value of playing it from a hidden location like this moment here. But I think this changes the map just slightly because there's just going to be 5-3. What does Ezreal have to try to make sure this Pit Crew survives? Is Bellows Breath with the Void Gate exactly the way he gets out of this?
Yeah, I think you're kind of forced to play the Bellows here, which is maybe a little bit earlier than you wanted to play it. Yeah, it looks like he is holding it. See another seal, so there's at least one gear. Um,
Yeah, Bellows Breath repeated at that thanks to the Ezreal on the current base right now. So that's going to be an impressive 4 damage. Make that 5 damage. Actually, wait a minute. Every instance of 1 gets +1 from Void Gate. So would that be 2, 2? Yeah, 2, 2, just 4, no?
Yep, it should be 4 damage, which... what equipment is under that Sand Soldier, did you say?
It looks to be a Doran shield.
Okay, so definitely wiping them all out then. It looks like they are making sure that his runes are correct, as he did accidentally drop some stuff on the floor there.
Pick up a card he
Making
needs.
sure.
Oh, this is the watcher I needed. There it is. It was sitting under the table. Thank you. Okay, but no, it was just a rune. Nothing going on there. Nothing too quite literally up his sleeve, but just making sure all the runes are correctly paid for. That's what the judges are for. And his runes are a mess, and a trying to keep it organized for his opponent, and more importantly for yourself. But it looks like that's just what he used to. But I don't see too many players that just bunch together their tap cards.
Well, you can see his hands were shaking a little bit, maybe a little bit nervous to be on the big stage.
Right.
I mean, it is kind of the make it moment here, right? Like you have to clear this turn or you're out. So he has a lot on him right here to try and actually clear everything.
I think that could be what's going on, but what is going on the current play? Because he Bellows Breath repeated. Why hasn't Azir done anything? This is a completely tapped out Azir on this turn currently. You can't really not so facet. So was he just picking targets? I guess he never really chose the targets. So everything should get cleared thanks to the Void Gate. Even without the Void Gate, I think it would have gone cleared either. Actually, no. It would have just been 2. So the Void Gate does come in a bit clutch there.
Yeah, and it's a bit unfortunate that it did have to get ooh, okay. Is that third Bell's Breath? I think I saw a red card. Maybe I'm misreading.
I think you're right. That might have been the Bellows Breath, but here we go. As we anticipated, the pit crew coming in, attaching the Boots of Swiftness on top of that. So now he's going to be swinging in for 5, matching the champion down on Valmon's layer. So he could trade 1 for 1. It wouldn't be an efficient trade as Guardian Angel does protect it, but I could only assume there is something in mind for... He's offering up the trade. Oh, this is the Bellows Breath, but wait a second. How is he going to bring the champion down to size? Is it going to be something like a Frigid Touch that brings it down to 2, and then Bellows Breath repeated clears the entire back line? Wait. Is there enough runes for that?
I don't think so.
You -1 energy from Bellows Breath from Ezreal. There might actually be, because you just have to pay power. You're forced to pay the power, but you pay 1 energy Bellows Breath, 1 energy, 1 power, right? Then repeated, you minus the energy, pay 1 power. Unless I'm going crazy. Is there something I'm missing? Let's see.
Well, he gets to choose if he wants to pay the reduced might or energy, and it looked like he chose to pay the reduced power there, which... All right,
The
so
double Bellows Breath, forget the Frigid Touch. You don't really necessarily need it. Could have been slightly more efficient because you save 1, but perhaps I'm doing the math wrong, honestly, because I would have to reread that card exactly how repeat works, but it seemed to me there could have been, but forget about it. When you draw 3 Bellows Breath, that is the one way of clearing everything, and little by little, Ezreal making his climb up this mountain, as we said before, going up to 3 points and firmly in control with a single unit. Funny enough, is what separated distance, because right now, if he doesn't have any unit slash equipment, oh, an Horizon, a Discipline, that is not where you want to be for Azir.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't believe... Well, wait, so you play a Rise that plays 2 tokens, and then the tokens can attack in for what? 2, 3... No, that does do it, right? Well, that clears the Ezreal if he want. That does not win the game, though, does it?
I don't think so, because
3.
Ezreal's right now sitting pretty at 5 total might. The Doran
Yeah.
Shield brings it up to 3. The Herald brings in a recruit token, so you're swinging in for 4. So you do need to, you do, as you mentioned, have to double swing here. Unless the discipline, wait a second, we're not counting the discipline in hand. Doran Shield is 3. Wait, he might have just done it, and then depending on, wait, this
Yep.
Ezreal's
That'll do it.
completely tapped out. Doran Shield goes on to the Sand Soldier, and there was the discipline. You know what? I take everything back. I
2,
kind of
3,
was
4,
clowning
5,
a bit.
6. Yeah.
Yeah, we
There
said
we
what?
go.
I was just gonna say, I said those 2 card combinations. He can't do anything with that. Those are the perfect card combinations to close
Yeah.
out this game.
And that was nicely played, opting to not use the Weapon Master on the second token so that he can double equip to the first token and swing over the Ezreal. So well played by the Azir. A bit unfortunate. The Arise is kind of the only card there that gets him out of it, but sometimes your opponent just has it, right?
Yeah, he
Not much
definitely
you can
didn't
do about
top deck it. He's had it for a little
that.
bit, and the discipline making it a whole lot sweeter. So the perfect card combination to close things out. And there could have been a world where Ezreal could have fought back, but the simple fact that it was 7-3, right? He was just letting Azir score a bit too frequently every single turn. If it was slightly less, like if that was his 5th point going up to 6 perhaps, maybe there was a bit more breathing room. But GG, it looks like Azir could be a strong counter, because it almost seemed like an unfavorable matchup for Ezreal. What do you think, Nate? Did it seem like slightly unfavorable? Because to me, it didn't look like he was able to do too much.
It definitely didn't feel great. I will say the Ezreal did not see Pit Crew plus like Cull in either of the games, which is unfortunate. That is the kind of combo you want to see to put out the early pressure. So the Azir tokens just sat on the battlefields and got free points until like 3 turns in, which is unfortunate. I'm of the opinion it seems like a bit of a low roll for Ezreal. That being
Right.
said, I could definitely see that could see Azir having a good matchup there.
It felt that way. And real quick, Lodi Dodi, GG, man. Welcome on in. Still an exciting game, GG Azir. Yeah, that's right, Kai. It was still a great game. There was still some great decision making in that game. It just felt like the power level, at least for that matchup, favored Azir. It could just be that, as NA pointed out, a bit of a low roll from Ezreal's side and a medium to high roll on Azir's side, because he just had pretty much everything he needed each turn. The equipment and the Sand Soldiers coming online. I think he did that every turn he had in both game 1 and game 2, if I remember right. It was like an equipment to tap the Sand Soldier, right? I'm pretty sure he did that, if not every turn, pretty much every turn.
I think he whiffed like 1 turn in the second game, but other than that, yeah, it was pretty straightforward. Drop equipment, play token. I mean, he didn't. Most of the Azir decks play at least the ones I've seen, play very few units. So you are kind of just replacing the units in a normal deck with the equipment. So it ends up being like a similar amount of units, but it does feel bad on the opposing side when your opponent goes 2-drop, 4-drop, whatever on curve. So definitely not a
Yeah.
great feeling
And
for the Ezreal.
this dude, welcome on in too. Good to see you. This dude saying suboptimal player from Ezreal. I don't know if he's too not optimal of a player. He did find his way into day 2, but it felt like he was missing something, right? Like he was missing some kind of sauce in the deck. So I can agree slightly there. But for those wondering, what were the decks that made it into top 64? It is right here on the screen. Shout out to NA for giving me this image, because I never I never not take a screenshot. I've tried to screenshot, but because I screenshot and I have 3 screens, the max file is too big for Discord. So it never saves it because I don't have Discord Nitro or whatever it's called. So I have to rely on sweet people like NA to help us out. But 22 Draven, so he's still the majority of the field. A slight decrease, if I remember correctly. Actually, it might have been the exact number. It might have been 22-23 last week as well.
Yeah, that sounds right. I didn't get to catch the last one as I was at a tournament, but I do believe you there. And look, we get the... I'm really most excited to see more Kai'Sa. I think this Kai'Sa deck has been pretty slept on, and it coming back up and creeping up I mean,
Yeah, it's creeping up. As we said before, when I showed this data, it's for the first time ever in the Spirit Forge out of 4 stops. This is the first time Aurelia gets overtaken by another legend, and that legend being the winner, the champion of Dalian in Kaiza. Perhaps, we do have Omega Zero in the mix. He's bringing the Kaiza into the mix. Is there a 2-time back-to-back champion? I could see. I mean, Kaza was looking strong yesterday, and every round that we saw her, she was just looking good. She had almost what seemed like infinite options in terms of removing the board. She had good battlefield. Of course, Watcher's a heck of a card. And then sometimes you get free value with those Pondering Poros. What other cards was I impressed with Kaza? I mean, Kaza is just the tried and true, as we said before, right? She was the set 1 queen and looking to get her crown back from this Devil Draven.
yeah. I mean, I would not be surprised to see Kaisa take it. I think Kaisa's really strong. You know, the one most interesting to me, though, is the Lux.
There
What
we go.
Lux sauce do we have?
Yeah, guys, we do have a single Lux. And Dizzy, I know you know Dizzy, and he said he played you in Houston. Do you remember him?
Yes, yes, yes. Well, I don't remember everyone's names, but
You've seen him. You definitely seen him online. He's played in our events too. I know him. I met him in Houston as well. But Dizzy, thank you
mhm.
so much for the sub, by the way. But yeah, I think if you seen his face, you'll be like, oh yeah, I did play him.
Okay, okay, okay. Oh, okay. So this is gonna sound really awful. I don't remember because I 2-0'd every I played the game.
Oh,
I'm sorry. No, it was
the
like I think,
disrespect is he? Any kids, he kids, but I think I
bro,
watch
I'm
if
so
you
sorry.
type in online on X NA, if you just type in Dizzy, you would be like, oh yeah, I
Okay.
know Dizzy, I know Dizzy.
Oh, were you the Annie who like super low rolled game 3 and like their only unit you played was Annie? Because that one I felt so bad if that's the case. Like I was like, there's no way. So he played and he goes first, he passes, and then like 3 turns in, he plays like hard plays Annie, and I think that was the only unit played the entire game.
Oh man, Dizzy, that does not sound
Yeah,
good. But one thing that does surprise me from these results
yeah.
that we don't necessarily see too often is Victor being the 4th best, not conversion, but the 4th best deck to make it
Mhm.
into day 2. Usually it just sits good. It sits around like 2 Victors making in. So 4 Victors could be a bit of an impressive feat. Another one that really stands out to me, NA, is Set. Where in the world does Set come from? Because if we remember right, I think it was around 8 sets that came into the regional. So that's a pretty good conversion rate. Let me find for exacties how many sets came in, because I remember Set was on the 2nd page. You couldn't even see him on the 1st page.
I mean, I've been saying I think Set is slept on a little bit here in the Spirit Forge meta. He still has a very powerful leader ability, and I mean, he's got some good new tools with like the Fade Dragon. So
Yeah,
I'm
look at that,
kind of
chat. I was completely right. It was 8 sets out of the whole 508 players that came to the party. 3 of them ended up converting. That is a really good conversion rate. And the same could be said about Annie. Funny enough, speaking of the devil, Annie at 8 and then converted at 3. Was it 3-3 as well? There's something going on with these set 1 legends. Let's take a look. Yeah, 8 players. 3 out of those 8 players, Annie and Set coming in, taking out the meta favorites, if you will. Fiora and Ezreal, that's been the talk of the town ever since we saw them on these Spiritforged regionals. And these set 1s kind of overtaking, surprising enough. I did not expect that coming into this last regional.
yeah, for sure, for sure. I'm really excited. I really, really, really hope that Lux wins round. I want to see Lux.
You
I
know,
want to see Lux.
I don't think since you were at the 25K last weekend with
Yeah.
Dizzy, Lux was on the feature match in the round of top 64. It was
Mhm.
Lux versus, oh chat, help me out for those that were here last weekend or checked out some of the YouTube videos. It was Lux versus Aurelia. That's what it was. Lux versus
Mhm.
Aurelia. And you think Aurelia would give Lux some time because Lux was on the aspirant climb game plan. She was trying to go a little bit into the late
Mhm.
game. You would think Aurelia would give her some of that breathing room to get to the late game. It was a sneaky deckhand Aurelia.
Oh,
so
wow.
so it was tough. Lux got too old in that moment, so not too good showing. Everyone in chat was like, wait a minute, how did Lux make it into day two? But perhaps it's not a fluke, guys. Perhaps there's something to Lux's game plan, because this is going to be the
Mhm.
second time 2 regionals in a row that Lux makes it. So I'm there with you, and I would love to see if Lux can make a bit better showing this time.
Yeah, it would be cool. And again, I don't know how last week went, but the last Chinese regional I casted with you, it felt like every one of these like little one of leaders all team killed each other
Right.
going into the top 64 round. So I would really hope that they all played against Draven and they all beat Draven. So we get to see the top 32 be like 11 Dravens and then all these one ofs. That would be really cool.
That would
But
be awesome. You know, that this should be a ruling. This guy's vaping in the convention center, stressed out in there. But anyways, I don't know why that threw me off, but um and real quick for IDK saying, where can we find the deck list? They're usually posted, they're released on the WeChat over there on the Riftbound social media website. But because that's harder to find, there's also great tools on this side of the world that release it. The best one being, I believe, is called Riftdex. Riftdex.com. Big old shout out to them. They're actually coming in from the Lurkana scene. If anyone plays Lurkana, I know this dude, if he's sticking around, they were Inkdex. Inkdex.com. Or was it Inkdex? I haven't played Lurkana in so long. It's something along the lines of Inkdex. But yeah, Riftdex has them, and we'll most likely post them as soon as the event the event is over. But we will post it on our Discord and on Twitter as well. But we usually only post the top 8 and then all the best of legends. We don't post every 508 deck list.
yeah, that'd be a lot of tweets.
Yeah, that's a lot of tweets. So we just post top 8 on our Twitter and on our Discord. And then I put a link to the best of legends. I don't know what I would do with 508. I mean, if people really wanted to see that data, you know, I will say something for those that watch our videos online. Every feature match, I have the deck list of those. So if you guys are watching the game on YouTube and you're like, oh, I want to see the deck list the guy's playing, check out the pinned comment or the video description. I put the deck list of both of the decks that are being played on both of those parts. So a little extra thing. And Kai saying Silent Knight releases deck list video. There we go, Kai. That's another great person. Shout out to Silent Knight. He's usually helping us cast as well.
Yes, usually on here. Great guy.
Super awesome guy. All right, chat. Who got the best pool in chat from the pre-release events? Let us know. Let us know, because I've been seeing the pool section in our Discord. Some of these pools have been great. I'm seeing a couple overnumber, Spirit Blossom, whatever. A lot of great cards. I haven't opened up any packs, but I want to know what you guys have opened up. Who has the rarest card so far? Okay, I got a Alt Art Renata. There we go, Kali. Incognito saying he got an overnumber Rumble non-signature. Okay, I think that one's taking the cake right now. This dude with the overnumber Yasuo. This dude, is that the Spirit Blossom overnumber Yasuo? Because that one looks really cool.
That one does look nice. I wish the purple Yasuo was a little bit more playable, because that card is very cool.
Really
I've seen
cool.
a few Aurelia lists experiment with it, but it seems like they've all kind of replaced it with the Draven. The purple Draven.
Right,
What's
right.
his name again?
Which one?
Audacious
The purple Draven?
I'm looking at it. I was like, which one is it? And then I just looked at the pile of cards I have on my desk.
Nice.
Like,
Yeah, Draven Audacious. Of course. That is a beautiful card. And oh, someone got the overnumber Yone. That is actually a killer card. That one might be taking the cake right now on chat. Who's trying to take it? I got an overnumber Rumble too. Oh, but the guy next to me, you know, Long, it's always the guy next to us, isn't it? Oh Lord. Wife pulled a signature Aurelia. That is a lucky wife. I got a purple Ezreal. You know, Equilibrium. That's probably the best one. But in terms of competitive playing, but I think the one winning is so far the Yone and the Aurelia one. Got an overnumber Yone as well. That one's probably the coolest card. That one's probably one of my chase ones. But I also want the overnumber Aurelia myself. I don't know why. She just looks super cool to me.
She's a nice one.
Oh, you
She's
got
one of my
it, NA. You did
favorite.
say you did. That's
Yeah.
exactly what I want. I mean,
Yep,
if we
yep.
get the signature, even sweeter. But I'll take the other one. So yeah, the signature over, or not the signature, but the over number Yone, and then that one is kind of the ones I'm trying to seek. Of course, everyone would love that over number Ari. I'm surprised no one in chat said they got the over number Ari. Chat, is there no one with that over number Ari? The crazy anime looking girl, or not girl, but looking art.
That one's gonna be I think that's the most expensive one because
I
it's
think
like the
so. It looks like just in
anime
the
looking
pure
girl.
artwork, it would be the most expensive one.
Yeah.
Like they paid the
Yeah.
artist the most to do that one.
I like the whole set of champion units that with the Spirit Blossom art. They all look pretty nice. It's a shame some of them are not super playable. Like at least right now, the Karma is not great. The Bard's not really great. The Vayne is like I guess you could play it in like the Darius deck or like maybe Kaisa, but you don't play it. So it's a shame because these cards they have such nice art, but maybe they'll have a deck that's playable in the future.
Yeah, the team of strategy is not the best as well. So yeah, maybe they'll get a little bit of shine later on. But it goes to show that from set to set, there's going to be definitely a theme. So the over numbers coming out in Unleash should have their own kind of theme as well. So it's going to be cool to see exactly what Riot cooks up with every release. Same with the Nexus Night packs, right? I wasn't expecting the a signature kind of design for every one of the runes. So it's almost like we're gonna have infinite runes, like 10 sets in. We could have like a single a design for every single color we have.
Yeah, I do like the Spirit Blossom or Spirit Forge, I guess, but Spirit Blossom themed Nexus Knight runes. I think I mentioned that yesterday, but I like them a lot. They got like little pink petals on them, which looks nice.
It
So we'll
does. I
definitely
like
be trying
those.
to pick those up.
I think I had a little thing in here. Let me see if I click the right button. Does this one bring the petals out? There it goes, guys. It's raining Spirit Fortune here. I don't think Nick can
Oh.
see it unless he's watching the stream. But yeah, little cherry blossoms here. But
That's
we'll go on
cool.
in. It looks like Milo coming in plus. Are you asking me a question or just saying plus plus? And Nicholas in chat saying he's been to 3 pre-releases and he's seen 7 over numbers. Wait, Nicholas. You've opened 7 over numbers? Cause what is that success rate? That's you're a lucky dude. Unless you're saying the people around you have gotten 7 over numbers, cause that's like a over number every pack. It feels like.
That would be incredible. I haven't actually seen anybody pull any of the overnumbered seals yet. Those cards look really nice too.
It does. Yeah, no one actually a couple people in chat did say that. No, 7 over numbers open in general. Nicholas, I see what you're saying. In the shop. At the LGS there were 7. That makes a lot more sense. Cause I was gonna say you might as well play the lottery. Cause you have some insane luck.
Or maybe not play the lottery because you've used all your
True,
luck.
true. But I am excited, chat. Like I said to some of you guys yesterday, I haven't played in any just yet. I have my first one coming on Monday. I'm a little nervous. Before I head over to the shop, I'm going to call to make sure my spot's still saved because I signed up on the event locator. But I've been hearing that they want people to buy the pre-release kit before. So I'm signed up online, but if I show up at the gate, or not the gate, but if I show up at the LGS and they don't have any left, they should hold a spot. And if the person that signed up online didn't show up, then you pass it on. I feel like they should
Mhm.
do that, but they want people just to buy it in advance.
Yeah, I've been a bit annoyed is a strong word. It's like slightly irked by how a lot of stores like have their events on the cards. Was it Cards.io or whatever? And then you
Yeah.
go to sign up there, and then you get signed up, and you're like, nice. And then you show up, and it's like, oh no, we're not actually respecting that. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Like you had to register through the store thing, and I understand why, but it does feel a little hard to keep track of sometimes because there are a lot of stores, at least here in Austin.
Yeah, I could imagine there's a lot of stores. I'm in the Tampa area, so there's decent amount of LGS, but I haven't heard of a pre-release being like massive, because yesterday one of our co-casters, funny enough, Mr. Plus, you guys have been calling him my dad. I don't know who started that meme, but I'll run with it if you guys want. But yeah, my father, Mr. Plus, he said there was a 80 person pre-release event yesterday, or
Wow.
maybe, yeah, I guess it was just yesterday. So 80 people in a single shop. I don't even think my logos can host 80 people, or maybe they can, but it's gonna be packed to the brim.
Yeah, that's kind of insane. That's like a crazy number of people for a pre-release. I don't think we even have a shop that can host 80 people.
Right, right.
Yeah.
And Pika, you're from over there, 86. Jesus. Okay, that seems fun. That, I mean, imagine a community with 86 players hyped about Riftbound. That's kind of where you go and travel. Oh, incognito, or am I saying your name right? I'll call you incognito. Oh no, it is incognito. Oh, I see what you did there. But Tampa just did 64 yesterday. You know, I'm going to the cool stuff games in Tampa on Tuesday. Is there any world where I don't get my pre-riff kit, or you think I'm gonna be okay? Because I'm gonna be out there on Tuesday, chat. I signed up. I say chat, but there's probably not too many from Tampa. There's one from Tampa, but I'm gonna be out there, and I hope to get it. Maybe I got to contact one. You know, incognito. You wanna save my spot. I'll send you some money if you wanna save my spot. I'm actually Kel from Discord. Shoot me a message. Oh, I recognize you. Yes, I think we talked on that chat, not on the chat, on the Discord. Maybe I'll go. Disney, you want to make the drive down? They had one yesterday, or they had one today, because I keep forgetting. For me, it's like yesterday because I sleep through the day doing these Chinese regional streams. But it was today you guys had it, right? Because today is indeed Saturday. Right, right, right. Man, I'm so excited to get back to a normal schedule, NA. This has been driving me crazy all month.
Yeah, well, this is the last one for China for the format, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll you know what's crazy to me is knowing that we are not that far away from set 3 reveals. It's
Yeah,
like
that's what's crazy to me as well, because once we finish Vegas, what are we? Maybe like 2 to 3 weeks away from starting reveal season? Maybe even less than
yeah.
that. That is
Yeah, and it's
crazy, because I was talking to Turn 'em Sideways, and they wanted to try to do something together in terms of like an event series
mhm,
or an event. And we're like, okay, let's
mhm.
wait till after the regionals. But it almost seems to me maybe we end up doing something for set 3, or just how we did for when we started hosting set 2 events online. It
Mhm.
was a good, I think we started December, actually, as soon as it came out in China. I think we started literally that same weekend, December 15th.
Yeah, that makes sense, and that's like, what, almost 3 months ago at this point? So, yeah, we're getting close, aren't we?
Yeah, I believe March 15th is the set 2 release date. Wait, wait, wait. Chat, correct me
Oh,
if
2
I'm wrong.
months,
Is it March 15th, NA?
2 months. I'm not sure on the actual date, but yeah, it's definitely coming up, and I am really looking forward to it. So, and we actually did get that. Oh, come on, cat, get down. Sorry, we did get the the Riot message, where the Riot blog posts where they were teasing some of the cool stuff that we have to look forward to, and I believe they mentioned some cool stuff coming in set 3. So I'm really excited.
I mean, if you only think about how different of a game we have because it's set 2, like I would never have thought. Or actually, it was a bit of a thought on people's mind. Equipment was most likely coming to the game, but the way they implement it, I was pleasantly surprised with how they made it actually realized into the game. So equipment was real cool. All the abilities like gold mechanics, the weapon master, the repeat, those are really fun additions to the game. So if it's anything like that for set 3, oh, we're gonna have a blast. The game's gonna be completely different. Do we think though at one point there's gonna be like less additions to the game? Cause like you can't add new mechanics every single set. I would imagine like the first 5 sets really like flesh out the game, and then like little new things come out here and there. How has it been done in previous TCGs in your experience, NA?
I mean, that's kind of what I expect as well, is you kind of have the fire hose at the beginning where you get all these new things every single set, as not to overload and like really front load the mechanics. Like you are adding these new types of cards and you add the new stuff really early, and then you can actually start diving into the mechanics as you in the subsequent sets. So you can get stuff like this is an archetype that revolves around gears that like have negative effects or something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you can actually start doing kind of unique stuff within all of the stuff that they've released. So I'm really looking forward to what we're going to get in set 3 because was it set 3 that had the picture of Baron Nashor that they teased us with, or was it a
Yeah.
set 4? I forget.
No, I think it was. I think it was. Was it the
Okay.
dragon looking card or the sea dragon looking card?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely
Yeah.
set 3.
So, some context for you, since you said you don't play League. Baron is the big objective in League. It's like the big, okay, we're going to end the game. So we go take the big objective at the end of the game, and there might be a giant fight over it, and then the game ends. So I've had some speculation that it might end up being something like a neutral objectives or something in as like a new mechanic in
Mm.
set 3, which could be cool. Like, so you have the two battlefields and like a
And then like
neutral
a middle
objective or
thing that
something.
would change the
Yeah.
entire game. But I don't know that I would
Mhm.
love that, but it could be interesting. It
Yeah. I mean,
could
I
be
agree.
cool.
I don't know how I feel about it, but I they did a really good job with equipment, and I was scared with equipment at the beginning that it would ruin the game. So
I could
I
see
am.
it being more
Mhm.
so if you guys are familiar with like MTG, like Planeswalker, they're kind of in between a location and a unit. They kind of like to sit back in the base and they get good value by like having ability to say like exhaust me and then it gets an ability. I could see perhaps him doing something like a bit more powerful than a traditional unit. But then again, I can't really tell what the difference between like a planeswalker and a unit in this game would necessarily be because they're all in the base regardless. So I don't know, but I can see something around the lines there.
Mhm.
And real quick,
It's a lot of
welcome in New Roth. Why are you guys calling me father, chat? I only have one child in this world, but fair enough. If you guys want to know me as whatever you want, I'll take it. I'll take it.
Okay. I got a question for you. So we have hit the scheduled starting time for round 2. How long do you expect it to take from here till round
Honestly,
2
we were
starts?
right about what the 50-minute mark. We've been chatting for
Mhm.
about I want to say 15 to 20 minutes. If I'm
Mhm.
being super realistic, I think the most amount of time we have left is probably another 20 minutes. I don't think it's going to be that crazy.
Okay.
Are you saying you're scared it's
So
going to be longer than that?
no, I was just curious. What do you think the over under is on the
Yeah,
because they
guys,
do
place
like
your
things
bets. Place
slow.
your bets in chat. I got it about 20 minutes from now. Let's put it to the test.
Okay.
So it's 11 p.m. my time. So we'll look about 11:20 or so. And real quick, and then let
Okay.
me know if you do need to take a mini break or anything. I could shut off the camera for a bit.
Yeah, I'll let you know. I'll let you know. But I am good for now.
Okay,
I got my drink next to me and I got my cat on my desk annoying me as I am trying to pay attention. So
not too bad. Yeah, we're just hanging out, chat, as we wait for this next round. You know, funny enough, guys, there's only 6 rounds in top 64, right? There's the 64, 32, 16, 8, semis, and finals, right? But 6 rounds, believe it or not,
Mhm.
takes so much longer than what you would expect. As the previous 2 regionals have told us, it's been 13 hours of events. My little heart is literally pumping so hard by the end. It's like, you need to get some rest. You need to go to sleep. But funny enough, because it's finals, I get all that excitement. So I don't sound too sleepy, but on the inside, I'm like, oh man, this is crazy. But I should be okay. We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, once it gets near the end, you're exhausted, but at the same time, it's so exciting that you can kind of push through at the end. So
Yeah, and
I
the
definitely
one
feel
thing
that. And
kind
you're,
of holding it down too is this is the last one, chat. It's like bittersweet, but I would be lying if I said I wasn't excited to get back to a normal schedule. Because to be fair, like doing the 2 days overnight streams is cool, but I don't recover till like the middle of the week. I miss so many messages. I don't get back to people the way I should. It's weird to catch up. And honestly, family time is not as great when you have to sleep through all the day. Gonna bring a sleep
Mhm.
back to Vancouver. Oh, Fire Charger, you're saying for the regional in Vancouver? And yeah, I don't think I asked you yesterday. What other or did we talk about that? Maybe we
Mhm.
did talk about it. But what other regionals are you thinking about going to?
I mean, with the way they've been doing it, I'm going to put my name in for literally everyone because it seems like it's like a bit of a toss up if you can actually get in or not. So I'm going to do the fire hose method of trying to get into as many as possible, and hopefully I get into one or two. So
If you get
I
into the
guess we will
Europe
see.
ones, would
But
you try to find your way over there?
oh, absolutely. I have in my testing group, it's about no, not quite half, but we have like a third people from Europe. So I
Okay.
hopefully would be able to actually meet some of them, which is
That would be
nice.
awesome, yeah. And Chimmy in chat saying, if I
Mhm.
go to Bologna, I will play Kaiser. Chimmy, it doesn't look like it's a bad bet. We're seeing Kaiser making a creep back into the limelight. So I like it. I like your odds with Kaiser. It could be like people start getting prepared for her like they did in set one. But how do you necessarily prepare for Draven and Kai'Sa and then still have a decent matchup against Aurelia? You're going to have to take some trade-offs, right? I don't think there's going to be a single deck, which could be really cool about Spiritforge. I don't think there's going to be like a single deck that just has a great matchup. With the exception being is probably Draven. Draven across the board probably has the most 50-50 matchup against anything, which is probably why he's so successful.
Yeah, it's always funny when you have these kind of circle metas. And albeit, I will say Draven is probably still the best deck. Well, it is the best deck, but you do have this kind of like little circle of where maybe you have Draven that might take like a slightly losing matchup into stuff like Kai'Sa. I'm not going to say it's like it loses, but Kai'Sa might have a little bit of an edge, which is why it's having a bit of a resurgence. And then you have conversely, like Kai'Sa might lose to like the old one was like some of the Yi decks, right? Or the Aurora decks or whatever. And then you kind of create this circle where, okay, then of course Draven is going to destroy these. So you got to kind of pick what you think is going to be most represented and tech for it, which is
Right.
a good way to demonstrate a knowledge of the meta, a knowledge of what people are playing, and then build your deck appropriately. And deck building is one of the coolest skills that you can really show off as a player because you get to show these are all these cool new techs and stuff. So I'm a big
It
fan.
really is. Man, you're making me even more excited to check out Bologna and Vegas, guys. We will most likely be doing a bit of a watch party slash co-commentary stream for those. I won't definitely be in Bologna. And I already shot an email to get a refund, unfortunately. Did I tell you about that, NA, already, that I won't be in Vegas?
You did not.
Yeah, I decided maybe literally just last week that I won't be going.
Mhm.
So I probably will do a little bit of a watch party for that one as well. And yeah, Disney, boo. I know. But just to go back, I'll say it again. The biggest reason I would say, I said it before, I said I wish I could say is because I wasn't a super big fan of the Draven meta. But that's not really a good excuse. I would have played either way, would have had fun either way.
Mhm.
The biggest reason is because I mean, how can I put it? It's just I have been feeling like I've been a bad dad. You know, I have a 1 year old. Maybe she's like 16 months now. And with this whole month of streams, I'm sleeping through the day. I usually only see her on the weekends, and this is what I'm doing on the weekend. So I'm gonna be going
Mhm.
away for another 5 days after doing the month, and then Spirit Forge is next week. We have the 1K next week as well. So I'm committing so much of my time and investment into Riftbound. I think I need a bit more balance. So just for that simple fact, I think I need to kind of value family time a bit more. And of course, it is a bit expensive to get out there, but more so, I'm prioritizing a bit of family time. I'll
That
get
makes
out to
sense.
some other
And
regionals for sure. There's so much later on, and I'm in here as I said before for the long run. So hopefully, Riftbound can stick around, and I'll be in Atlanta. Hopefully, I'll be hopefully one day in the EU region. Maybe I'll go to the Singapore regional. Who knows? Guys, like the videos on YouTube or something to help me get out there. I get it, man. No sweat. I'm sure we do fun stuff in there. Exactly, this dude. I definitely will be around for future regionals.
yeah, I really do want to go to Singapore one. That one would be very cool. Never been there. I've heard it's a cool place to visit. So.
Yeah, I hear the same thing, so that could be cool. And I was just gonna bring up the fact that last time when we talked, what do we expect to see on the next round? You were 100% right on both legends. So I will ask you the same question, NA. What are you predicting we're gonna be watching for the round of top 32?
Well, I want to watch Lux.
Okay, true. You said it
So
before.
give me the Lux. Give me
Lux
the
would be
Lux,
cool.
surely.
I kind of keen on seeing a little bit more Jax, but I think chat said it too. I want to see what Set is working with right now, because what is Set doing that out of 8 sets, 3 of them progressed into day 2? We also didn't see any Lucian yesterday. We also didn't see any Victor as well. So I want to see Lux, Set, Victor or Lucian. Those are my pick, chat. What about you? And they said Lux, but chat, what do you want to see? But let's manifest it right now. I think, I mean, Lux would be cool, but just because I saw the matchup last weekend, I still have a bad taste in my mouth from her. She just didn't perform at all. So maybe we get the other blue order. Victor could be okay. Default, we just saw Azir. Default definitely just joined the stream. Welcome on in. But Default, just rewind the match and you'll get your Azir.
No, that man wants to cheer on and follow our Azir Overlord all the way to the finals, I guess.
Yeah, Devol, you definitely want to check it out. He is the only single Azir. Can he make his push? Can he progress on forward? Top 16, top 8. Can we get the first ever top 8 Azir? Could be nice. And yeah, guys, I would imagine a lot of people are still out in the pre-riff event. It looks like KKD just won his pre-riff event. What did you get for winning? Aurelia Legend, Jax Champion. I really want to stick to Yasuo for Spiritforged, but Aurelia makes it really hard to justify that. Yeah, KKDJ. Aurelia is just the new wave of green purple. I almost wanted. I know NA really was trying to make Yasuo work, but it's kind of clear, at least in the Chinese meta, and it's kind of clear what a lot of high-level players are saying. Aurelia is just really good. She has a lot of different play lines, and you could kind of, be a little adaptive. And just a simple fact that you're able to push and defend with all the combat tricks is good. It's similar to Yasuo, but slightly more efficient.
Yeah, it's really a bit of a shame, in my opinion, that they made the Aurelia and Yasuo leaders so similar. Like they are different, don't get me wrong, but they effectively do a very very similar thing, which I think is a pretty big shame because of the overlap and the fact that they have the same colors. It just makes it hard to justify playing one or the worst of the two,
Right.
which is almost certainly Yasuo, which is I think it's a little bit more interesting when the legends have different design space, which could mean the same color with different abilities, or a similar ability across different colors, something to differentiate the two. But instead, in this case, you kind of have the decks that do very similar things, with one being better than the other. So
I think another one that kind of brings Aurelia slightly above Yasuo is similar how Ezreal gets a lot of value of having the guaranteed champion Ezreal every time on turn 3. Aurelia Fairvent is probably the best green card that came out of Spiritforge. I literally can't think of a better green card. I mean, maybe let me think of her 5 more seconds.
okay.
Yeah, that's the best green card coming out of Spiritforge. So yeah, the fact that you have a guaranteed Aurelia Fairvent every time when you need it, that's probably what kind of inches out Aurelia as well over Yasuo. Because I've seen Yasuo play good before, and they run 3 Fairvents in the main board, but having it in that chosen zone is a little bit better.
Well, don't forget, I think Not So Fast is pretty good too.
I think overall that one could be a bit more probably more, overall the best, but as a unit, I guess you could separate. The best green spell would be Not So Fast. Bro, it's Fairvent. It's not Start This Again. Did it, guys? Fervent? Am I saying it right? So not Fairvent, but Fervent. So first I went from saying, what was I saying before, chat? I was saying Vaunt instead of Vent. So it's Fervent. Riznix. Riznix. Yes, Fervent. Okay. Fervent it is. Why was I saying Fairvent? Yeah, it's not yeah, fervent. Fervent. Wait. Now you guys want me to say vent? Wait. I'm going with vent. Fervent. Wait, chat. NA, do you know how to probably say it? I'm gonna go. That's the right way. So fervent. You guys want me to say Aurelia Fervent on the commentary?
Excuse me. Oh my. That was a big yawn. I've been saying fervent, so
okay.
hopefully I'm not wrong.
Fervent. All
Yeah.
right. Yeah, bro, you're saying it right now. Okay, he really is American. I'm actually not American, chat. Fervent it is, chat. I'll try to remember during the cast. If I say it 100 times in my head, it should be all right. You know, there was a one point in my little commentary career that I was saying severe, and chat was going crazy saying severe, not the severe sivers. So I got that under control. I'm now saying severe instead of severe. So I'll get fervent. We'll get fervent rolling for this next one. And you know,
Mhm.
funny enough, watch us get an Aurelia matchup to get a little practice with fervent.
True, true, true. Oh, I had another green card. So, do you think the Aurelia unit is better than Stellar Corn? Because that
Oh,
card's
that's
pretty crazy
true.
too.
It is cheaper. It does get a
Yeah,
bit more value. You know, it's tougher because in a world with combat tricks, Fervent is just so good. But Stellarcorn
that's
is
true.
just so good too, right? They might be equal. Maybe Stellarcorn
Mhm.
kind of gets her a bit, right? Because she's more versatile.
Yeah. I will say the ability to put Aurelia champion into your champion zone is like a big plus, right? Because you always
Right.
have it. So that is a big selling point for your statements about her being the best. So
Yeah, maybe she's just hard to defend because we're seeing someone in chat saying 4 main at 3 is kind of slow. So much tempo in the meta, you get punished sometimes. I could see that, DJ. I could kind of see that. I mean, we are
mhm,
forgetting that Fervent has deflect as well, so that's kind of a bit thing.
that's
Maybe
true.
Fervent is actually better as an overall card.
Yeah,
But
the
yeah,
card is pretty high quality. It definitely puts the Yasuo champion to shame.
right.
6-2 is so expensive.
It really is. What's
Gosh.
going on with that? Hopefully they get an errata on that might. But chat, do we get sometime soon on the over number? I got only 4 minutes left. Do we get around sometime soon? um, I know NA is itching to do it. Luckily, it's just one more round, right? We'll do the first 2 rounds, and then we'll let you
Yeah.
go, relax for the rest of the evening, or go to sleep. But what time do you normally go to sleep on the weekends?
Well, I definitely want to go to sleep this time because I like being able to get up at a reasonable time on Sunday. I
Mm-hmm.
have this problem. I like the read. I don't know any readers in the chat. No, no,
Do
I
we
like
have
to
readers? I'm
read
sure there's
novels a
a
lot.
good amount of readers.
So I find myself just like if I get caught up in a book, I just read and read and read and I can't get myself to sleep. It's like, you know how some people will sit there and like get stuck watching episodes and then it makes their brain race and they can't stop. Well, that's me for reading. And
Yeah.
I if I force myself to go to bed earlier, it's nice. So I would not complain about going to bed before 12.
Nice,
Um,
nice. And
yeah.
maybe some people in chat would know, but what are you currently on right now? What are you reading?
So I am reading the second book in the Hierarchy trilogy. I believe it's a trilogy. But it is called the first book was The Will of the Many, and the second book is The Strength of the Few. I don't know if it's a trilogy actually, but yeah, really good. Highly recommend if you like fantasy. I will say I like the first book a little bit more, I think, but second book's still pretty good.
There we go. To be fair, I'm not the biggest reader. Kind of like Dian saying, we all read. We read TCG card text, but I know reading's a big thing. Funny enough, my girlfriend, she's a big reader, so she's kind of like you.
Mhm.
I remember she was telling me, I don't know how old she was, but she was taking down. She was trying to set a record for the most books she was ever reading in a single year. I think she read like 40. I don't know how many books in a year, but I couldn't. I mean, I've
Impressive.
tried reading. It's just not a thing, not for everyone. I mean, maybe I watch it one too many YouTube videos, and that's my form of like ingesting content. But reading is very special. I want to say. I feel like the people keeping that alive as not a hobby, but as a really cool thing. It's a different way of like ingesting kind of information, right? Because it's special. It's similar to watching a movie. Some people will even say it's better than watching a movie. So it's pretty cool. And God, I didn't mean it as a flex, but that's the closest person to me that enjoys reading. I don't think that's too much of a flex.
That's so funny.
And do
but
you know the book
no, there's
Project Hail Mary? I thought that was a movie, isn't it? I just saw an ad for that. I thought that was a movie.
yeah, I believe it's a novel. I haven't read it. Actually, have I read this? Let me see. Let me look this up. I read a lot, a lot, a lot, so I kind of forget stuff. Let me see.
Yeah, I could
No, I
imagine.
have read this.
And
Okay, yeah, sci-fi
slumpers,
book.
we
Yeah,
don't
not bad.
know. We don't know because the matches are untimed. Because if you see above my head, that's the schedule. That's Chinese time. So you have to Google 12 a.m. or 12 p.m. to my time. But to my time is 20 minutes ago. And 20 minutes ago is actually not too bad, but I think I'm losing the bet, NA. I said in 20 minutes time we're gonna be starting, and it looks like it's 20 minutes time. I don't think the movie will do it justice. Okay, Riznik, so the book is really, really good. That's usually the case, right? Is there any movie that actually does a book justice? Do you remember any? Is there any movies like, oh, that was actually
Yes.
perhaps a little bit better than the book?
Have you have you watched The Prestige by Christopher Nolan?
Yeah, I have.
That was that was based off of a book. Yeah,
Okay,
and I think he did better than the book personally. So,
nice.
um,
Yeah, the best movies I
definitely some others
remember
too.
that
Oh,
were books were
mhm.
Twilight. And guys, I'm totally joking, but I don't know why that came to mind because that was one that I remember it was like everyone hating on those movies. Um, but yeah, maybe there's some Twilight fans in chat. That was more of a meme. But funny enough, I remember I actually did go to the movie screening for one of those movies, maybe the first one. I don't know what was up. Maybe a friend wanted to go, and I'm like, there we go. I would check out Twilight, but not the best. Not the best. It's almost like a meme these days.
Yeah, what else is there? I think the personally, this is might get some people angry in the chat if there are any people who like sci-fi, but I liked the first Dune movie. I liked better than the book, as I really did not like the book very much. It's very dry, but
Okay.
the first movie was really good.
I saw the first one. I haven't seen the second movie. Aren't they already working on a third Dune?
Probably, I what did I liked the first one more than the second one. Yeah, I'm just looking at my IMDb and I rated the second one a 6. So above average, but not insane. Um,
Maybe I did see the second one. No, no, no. I think I did only see the first one. Two movies are so cracked, so freaking
yeah.
good. Disney, they were good. I remember the one I just watched. Not just watched, but the first one was good. I got to check out the second one, the latest movie or the movies
Mhm.
before. And Defoe, are you talking about? Oh, right. There's two sets of Dunes. There was like the original ones in the
That's true.
1970s, or when did they come out? I know they were like older movies, and then the new age ones. So I think the NA is talking about the newer age ones.
See, someone in chat is mad. I, I'm not saying the books are bad. I'm not big into like the political, very political. What's the word for it? Like political drama or whatever. Which is there really isn't much sci-fi action or even adventure in the books. It's very much like politics and stuff, which is not really what I read on my own free time. I like the more like adventure, action, thriller, that kind of stuff. So just not quite for me,
I gotcha. The closest thing I remember of
but
like
it's not bad.
like politics like that is there's one show on Apple Music, not on Apple Music, on Apple TV. Maybe some of you guys in chat seen it. It's pretty good. It reminds me of like Dune, kinda. Oh, what's it called, chat? Let me know if anyone knows. It's Apple TV exclusive. It's about like space, but they find themselves in like a desert planet. And hey, do you know anything close to what I'm talking about? No, Problem is on Netflix. Charlie, that's another good one. But there's this one specific to Apple TV, Foundation. Yeah, D-Ray, thank you, thank you. It's called The Foundation, and I've been meaning to catch up on season two, but season one was actually decently good. Um, the Expanse, no, The Expanse is another show, but they have the Foundation was actually pretty good. I don't know if you've seen the end name.
I haven't. I did try watching the Three Body Problem as I read the first book and wasn't a huge fan. Was curious if because I believe that's a trilogy. I don't remember, but I remember I read the Three Body Problem and I was like, it was fine. Not a huge fan. Again, a bit slow for me. and I was curious, wanted to watch the movie. No, I didn't finish the book. I think I got halfway and I stopped. So I tried to watch the show, and I have this really big problem with shows is I read really quickly. So I get bored when I'm watching shows, especially
Right.
slow shows, and I watch them at two times speed. So
Wow.
I was I was watching it with subtitles at 2 times speed, and I was still bored, so I gave up about halfway through. I
Okay,
think I watched
I
the first
remember Three
episode.
Body Problem. It wasn't that bad, but I think the pacing or something of it, because I thought it was
Yeah.
decent. I think I watched the
Mhm,
first season. I don't even think the second season's even out, but I thought it was okay. I thought from what I
mhm.
remember of it, wasn't people having a set time limit to live? What was the premise of the show? I can't. It was like is aliens, right? Is an alien coming to the planet? But there was already a alien at the planet watching over everyone, something like that.
I don't remember. It like I said, I didn't even finish the book now, and I watched, like, the first episode of the not even, I think I watched, like, 3/4 of it before I gave up.
Okay, so maybe not your
But
kind of thing. But
yeah.
since we're trying to kill time, because chat, give us the next round of top 32. Where are you? There's no way these guys are playing a 2 hour match. Like, come on. Chinese judges, get it together. These guys shouldn't be taking this long. But either way, I'll digress a little bit. Since we're on the topic, chat, what is our favorite movie of all time? Can we come to a consensus, or do we have too many opinions in chat? I'll let you start us off, and what is your favorite movie of all time?
Oh.
That's a hard one,
I
honestly.
It is a hard one. Okay, I'm gonna give you a few ones and then say what I and then after that kind of decide. So my favorite movies are like I like The Prestige a lot. I like District 9. I really like District 9.
That was good.
Um I I liked Inception a lot.
That one was good.
So
That one might be up there
Nolan.
for me.
And this one's gonna be like I'm sure people would disagree, but I really liked the first Avatar movie.
Okay,
And
the classic,
and
right? That one was a
second
super
one,
big classic.
yeah, I think the second one, The Way of the Water, I think I liked a little bit more than the first one, but I guess probably Inception. I think
Okay.
Inception was really, really cool.
You can't go wrong with
So
that
what
one. That
about you?
one's like classic. But I'm seeing a couple good
Mhm.
picks. New Ruff with the Wolf of Wall Street, a couple Interstellar votes. So maybe that was gonna be a consensus. I watch a little bit, but shame on me. I never finished Interstellar. I need to go back and watch it because everyone thinks it's good, so it has to be good. Life is Beautiful. I'm trying to remember back what movie that was. Life is Beautiful. Was that with Leonardo too? There was one. Is that the one with with the math? He was like a physics professor.
I have absolutely no idea. It doesn't sound like something I've watched.
And it
So
brings us to the perfect segment. It looks like Corey Millhouse saying, I told them to start the next match. Thank you so much, Corey. I appreciate you intervening in the Chinese production and bringing us this next round. Because, guys, every time they put the casters, it means we are moments away. So I'll give it to Interstellar, chat. For me, my favorite one was the Barbie movie 2001. I kid, but here we go, chat. We'll get back on topic. It is time. The top 32. NA wants to see Lux. I want to see a set. I know chat wants to see an Aurelia. So let's see what we're actually going to be dealing with in today's top 32. I would imagine perhaps is one Draven just based off the likelihood of seeing it. But they should show us the stats before the match starts. So let's see if the stats are somewhat soon.
yeah, here is praying that we did not lose. Draven didn't sweep. Please no Draven sweep. There we go. I cannot speak apparently, but let our little guys stay in. We know Azir won, so at least one of them isn't totally out.
Right.
But
I
there's
guess it would
also
be a
what?
bet. Do
There's a
we have
Lucian.
11 Draven or less than 11 Draven? I'm willing to bet there's at least 11 Draven.
Yeah. Our one ofs were Sivir, Yi, Jax, Lux, Azir, and Lucian. So we know one of them won.
Yeah, we know one of
So
the
at
one
least
ups
one of the one
won.
ofs is still in it.
I think perhaps
Hmm.
one set, one Annie, at least out of the three, 33% converting into top 32. They did so well in the day one. So I would imagine, and here we go, chat. Here are the stats. Wow, less than 50% of the Dravens progress on forward. Kaiser still
That's
steamrolling through.
crazy. Okay.
Fiora and Ezreal eliminated. Set and Annie,
Wow.
66% of them moved on forward. Wow, this is a very diversified top 32. I am loving what I'm seeing. What about you, Ane? Anything standing out?
I mean, super exciting. Unfortunately, my Lux did lose, so we don't get to see the Lux. But
Unlucky.
I mean, two out of the three Annies won. So these Annies, I'm really looking forward to see what they're on if they aren't on stream then afterwards, because I mean they're doing quite well, and that is a legend that we just kind of saw drop off the face of the earth. So what sort of spice have they cooked up for Annie in set two?
Yeah, those are my picks. Either Annie, but it was also two sets as well. So I think set. Someone in
Mhm.
chat or DN saying, give me illusion. But yeah, I have a funny feeling they have to show us what those set one legends are working right now because they are doing really well. I'm leaning towards that set as I keep reiterating, but I wouldn't be too upset to see how successful or what exactly is bringing the success of these victors. Because, we almost watched Lux. Might as well
Mhm.
see a bit of the cousin, if you will, in the same color pairing. I don't know the lore in actual League of Legends. I don't think they're any bit close to related. But let's see. And Johnny, we watched Azir already. But we can't watch back-to-back Azirs unless we're following his run. That could be decently fun too.
Yeah, that would be cool, though. I would like to see something new. Show us one of these little legends. Like, I would not complain about Lucian.
Right.
As long as Sivir isn't Aurora, I wouldn't complain about it. But if it's Aurora, I'm not super interested.
We can't support
Uh,
it, but it wouldn't be too bad. At least it's something a bit different than we're used to seeing. But my money's on Set. My money's on Lucian. Anything else could be decent. Maybe let's save the Dravens for a
mhm.
bit down the line. I'm already pleased that it's 50% of them didn't move. That's 10. 10 most likely going down to 5 in top 16, and maybe there's only going to be a 1 or a 2 in top 8. That's kind of what we saw last week in the top 8 remaining in Dalian. There was only 2 Dravens in the entire top 8. It looks like it's trending that way as it currently stands, but of course, let's see what kind of just ends up going down. I'm more surprised that both Fiora, that was a 2-time finalist, and Ezreal, that was a 2-time top 4, are nowhere to be seen. Do you think it's a matter of players, high level players not playing them? Or are they just kind of falling short of what the other legends are able to do?
I mean, I'm a bit of a Fiora hater. I think the deck is a bit overrated. I think that I'm not going to say the players got lucky because clearly they did not. You do not win a tournament by getting lucky. Absolutely not. I will say a good player that does have a good run can win a tournament where their deck is not the best. That okay. As I say that, we're getting into the round. Woohoo!
Oh
So
yeah,
let's see what we got.
woohoo! We've been
What?
waiting. Not the most break. I'm actually surprised it didn't take as much. I was only off by about 10 minutes or so, but I know
Mhm.
NA is excited. One more round deeper into this top cut. Let's see what legends we have. It is going to be a Victor. A couple of people in chat did indeed want to watch a Victor. Who was going to be his challenger is the question, though.
Victor has a good matchup versus Draven. So, ooh, there we go. Set.
We honestly couldn't ask for anything better. We were hoping for anything non-Draven, and we have been answered with some great legend choices here. Set one of the best set one legends, and didn't make too much of an impressive appearance as of yet. But with the whopping conversion rate, as we just saw in this Nanjing Regional, perhaps he's just being completely slept on. Victor versus Set. This one's tricky. Just thinking about Set 1, how did that matchup usually feel? Didn't it feel decent for Set, or am I remembering it wrong?
Can't say I've played this matchup too much. I think what's interesting to me is if this is the spell Victor, which you gotta kind of guess it is um, by the blue victor, I would imagine that Set is probably decent into it, right? Because the blue victor wants to clear the board and make like a simplified game state, but the Set can just keep saving his units, right? So
Right.
you do, maybe your removal doesn't get as much value. But that being said, it is a veiled temple for the victor, which is interesting, right? Like that's not a battlefield I've seen Victor use.
I was just about to point that out. Veiled Temple on Victor. We have never seen that. In theory, it makes somewhat sense when you actually know. I'm thinking of the one that readies a unit or readies the leader. This is different. This is when you conquer here, you may
Mhm.
ready a friendly gear. If it's an equipment, attach it. So Victor prioritizing equipments within the deck. You're totally right. We've never really seen that before. I am even more interested to see what this Victor is working with because there's no way that's the Set's battlefield. Yeah, there's just no way that's Victor's.
Yeah, we see the monastery, so definitely not the Set's battlefield. But so there is the Fey Dragon there in the hand, the card that we did mention before. So pretty powerful new excuse me, powerful new card for Set. Gives a bunch of buffs, gives you gold tokens when you do play the buffs out, and it is pretty cool in particular with the Set because once you play the Fey Dragon, you kind of don't have to deramp anymore, right?
Yeah.
As you do get all the gold tokens. But we also get a peek of the Victor's hand, and there is a fair bit of removal there. We see a Yordle, Singularity, Wages, and the Decree. And that Decree is such a powerful card. It was interesting because during Origins, we saw more of a focus on the stratagem in the Victor decks, but in set 2, Decree's kind of totally taken over, right? Like we don't
Really
really see
has.
stratagem that much anymore.
Mm-hmm. It seems to be the more go-to option as it kind of favors it in turn. Oh, you put back one decree, you pick back the other one. But what I was getting at is actually it goes hand in hand with the newer spells, things like Bellows Breath getting a bit more value. But here we go, guys. It is time. The round of top 32, Victor versus Set. Who's gonna get the job done and progress on forward into the top 16? It looks like Set will be on the play. Does he have something like those Set 1 champs used to have, like a pit rookie, but it looks like he's going to be passing it on? But I don't think these guys are necessarily going to be playing too aggressive either way. Victor more known for recently of a control type card, but a Yodel pretty good nonetheless to start things off for him.
Yeah, double Singularity in hand is going to put in a lot of work versus the Set deck. As the singularities can be really annoying because they do tend to trade with pretty much everything that the Set deck is going to put out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like unless it is the yellow set, which we can see it is not the yellow set. So anything that is being played is probably getting removed by the Singularity. So that is going to be a pretty high value card here.
I agree. So he has to be very careful because Set could save it, but you could only save it if you're buff. And of course, saving it is going to dwindle that rune economy down just slightly little bit. But the vanilla action just getting played out, you need to put some kind of board presence sooner than later. Hopefully he can buff it up with something like a pit rookie to send it into the monastery, but it doesn't look like there's any units for Victor. Luckily though, Victor's legend ability, one of the very unique legend abilities, allowing him to create units out of nowhere, just tap a energy, and it looks like he's gonna be doing just that, tapping energy, getting recruit token, and perhaps just leaving the remaining of his runes available on his opponent's turn, because all I'm seeing is spells, wages, coals, stupefies, and the singularities you mentioned. I don't think he could play anything else, funny enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of fine. You don't really care that much. You have the Singularities are going to put in a lot of work. So as long as you aren't using your runes too aggressively, or I mean, yeah, this is totally fine. So just removing units from the set before set gets to play. No buffs on the board, so obviously you cannot save it. And only on 6 runes, so we still can't even play that Fey Dragon. I will say Victor is going to 6 runes as well next turn, so even if you try and go a little bit wider here and play like double unit, I mean, you still are getting Singularity for your whole board, unless you can manage to stick a buff on one of the two, which is going to be a little bit rough.
Yeah, I do think so. But you know, the more I sit back and think about this matchup, just thinking about the simple fact of just how much raw removal Victor really has. And Set can save his units, but as we said before, the big little caveat being that they have to be buffed. I do think Victor might just have one too many removals, or perhaps it is just the fact that there is that double singularity. You get to take down the Set Brawler when they come down. And speaking of, Set Brawler does get established as soon as this turn and then passes it over. But it almost seems like a worthwhile investment, even though you're just taking down a single unit. Are you singularitying that, trying to force them to set legend, or are you trying to save for the 2-unit play?
Um, it depends what he draws. I mean, if you look at the hand right now, he doesn't really have a play besides singularity, I believe. And honestly, I'm kind of fine playing it slower with this Victor deck. I might just play like, I don't see what he drew. Did he draw for turn yet? I think he did. Double singularity.
It might have been another call,
Wages,
but
unknown
he
card.
I saw him do the, oh no, here it is. I was about
Mhm.
to say, wait, he didn't draw for turn. He channeled his runes, but here he goes. There's gonna be a Bellows Breath off the top. So continuing
Yeah.
on the whole lot of combat kill spell potential, relying on those recruit tokens for the time being. At the minimum, you do have your blue Victor as well to consider.
I think I'm fine not going for singularity this turn, and it does give you a little bit of time to ramp up your runes as Victor. You could even, if you really wanted to, play blue Victor, but I probably wouldn't even do that. I would probably just like play token, pass, maybe like even retreat your Yordle.
Yeah, and we're seeing just that. He did get 2 points for that
So yeah,
Yordle, so the
Yordle gets
value has been
retreated.
there.
And then we're playing our token, and we'll see if he does opt to pass here. I would imagine he does. Unless there's a card in his hand that I'm missing. I don't know what the second card is. Do you know?
We'll see. And getting slightly distracted by chat. You know,
Mhm.
I realize I probably need mods over on the YouTube side. I'll deal with it after the match chat. I didn't, you know, all regional series long, we never had any bad apples in chat, but I'll deal with them after this game. We'll keep the attention on the board at state, but pass it over as he doesn't really have anything worthwhile. He doesn't want to invest. He doesn't even have the runes to invest in a singularity. So just sitting back, doing what he can do for the moment. But this is actually a bit better for the Set. He needed some kind of window to just go on the offensive and establish some things, because we saw a double challenge. Set Brawler is probably the best card to get challenged and destroy the backline. I mean, they're not the best value units, but just trying to dwindle his presence and kind of let him score even less going forward. But first things first, let's see the entire hand right now.
Yeah, it's probably either rip one of the singularities or the decree. Yeah, there's the decree. So that does go to the bottom of the deck. See if he does remember to do that. I guess that you could say to cut, rip the blade as well, but it looks like opting to rip the decree. So I'm going to take his notes now.
I think it
Sure
does
he
make
remembers the
sense,
whole
right?
thing.
Because you have that 1-2 powerful combo, the Bellows Breath into Imperial Decree, or the other way around, I should say, Imperial Decree into Bellows Breath, that's able to take down 3 entire units if they're in the same location. So slightly more powerful than the Singularity, and effectively cost the exact same, being 6 total energy, one being 1 more. Actually, no, Singularity is actually 2 power as well. So essentially the same thing, just
Yeah.
1 in blue, 1 in yellow.
Yeah, I mean, not a bad turn. I think it's a yeah, and getting the draw here. Okay, not that bad. Hopefully he can try and establish another unit here without actually paying any power. That would be quite nice. I don't quite see his hand if he does have anything he can play without paying power, because ideally you'd be able to play like the Fey Dragon or something on your next turn. Okay, yeah, there's the auction.
It
And the
might be the pick,
Warmogs.
because you
Okay.
play out a unit first. Action does have Weapon Master, enabling you to get that get the equipment as soon as it comes down. I don't hate it, but it looks like he's prioritizing of taking down the back line of Victor. So playing a challenge, so going after the Yordle. I don't think there's very much you can do about that. even though it doesn't feel the best kind of target, it is a target nonetheless. You know,
Mhm.
there is an Imperial, or there was an Imperial decree, so he could be picking one up off the top, and it makes it a little difficult to keep your units around with cards like that. But let's see what Victor has in store now. There's still just a single unit. You can still Singularity, but Set, I feel like he's in a position where he can afford giving up a single rune or so. So it wouldn't be the complete end of the world, but it looks like he's tapping 4, 5, 6. Is he going straight for the armory? It looks like.
Yeah, I mean, that is probably one of the best top decks he has there. Pretty unfortunate that the sabotage was played last turn, and he rips that off the top because this changes the game plan a lot for Set, as now you do have to deal with the constant pressure of units, and it is not, you aren't able to play as slow, right? Before, when it is just removal spells, you can play pretty slow. You can just say, I'm going to make it so your removal spells are trading negatively into my leader ability, and I'm going to slowly chip away. But now that the armory is down, you are kind of on a time limit, right? Because there's only so much you can do when there are infinite tokens being generated.
Yeah, you know, there is a great card in the Hannah set. We saw it earlier get played out. It looks like it's a second
Oh,
option.
true.
There is a action in hand. Imagine stealing the armory for your own. That's going to be 3 recruit tokens every single time you exhaust. Now, how does action read? Do you get to ready it or use the armory as soon as you steal it, or does it read come in exhausted? I'm trying to think back.
I'm I'm fairly sure it comes in exhausted, but this isn't really as good as it looks because the auction is in singularity range, and I am fairly sure that once the auction leaves the field, like you lose the stolen thing.
You
So it
do.
would just
You
go right
definitely
back
do.
there when it's singularities. So you have to also put the auction a buff on the auction so you can save it. And then also you need to make sure that your set is out of singularity range so you're not just losing your whole boards. So it might be possible. You just got to make sure that you put yourself in a position that the auction isn't dying.
Yeah, and a whole lot easier said than done, of course, because there is the action we are talking about, but he would have to perhaps save it with attaching the Warmogs, pushing into the battlefield, and getting a buff that way. But there is indeed a hidden card, most likely going to be the Hidden Blade. Unless it's the Wages of Pain we saw earlier, as Victor's hand kind of has been coming down since then, as he hasn't really prioritized any kind of card advantage, nor even has too many cards to recur those cards, of course. But let's see what the set player has in mind. It looks like he's tapping a bit more than just a 4. And there was the Fade, but Fade targets 3 things, and it looks like it will be the Action because he's recycling 2 order, or 2 body, I should say, and he's trying to steal the armory. If it comes in ready, he will be able to use it as soon as right now, but as you said, it does come in exhausted, so not able to get the full use of that recruit tokens. But the question is, how are you going to keep your action alive? Because you already saw the hand. There wasn't just a single singularity, there was a double singularity. So he knows both of these are in the exact point, or the exact might amount to get taken out by that spell. How is he going to be protecting those units, as you said, is a big, big question.
Yeah, it's interesting here because you have to be able to protect the auction here, and even with, I believe there is a showstopper in his hand, it makes it a little bit weird because you'd have to like showstopper shove up auction onto the monastery, right? Or does it just ready it? I am
It
drawing
does
a blank
ready.
right here. Show. Okay, so it just readies it. So you could just, no, it says move it to a battlefield. So
Really? For
my
some
my
reason, are
thought
we
is
are
you
we
can't.
confusing it with Ride the Wind?
Yeah.
I swear there was an instance of reading it, but it looks like the Hidden Blade just to get that card advantage we were saying that Victor was missing out on. And is that the 3rd singularity getting picked off the top? A showstopper coming down. He's like, wait a second, I haven't seen this card in quite some time, but I think it's going on the action to not only give it the buff, but just to conquer on your own turn, going up to 3, trying to equalize things a bit. And that is how you ready the armory, NA, the Veil Temple. When you conquer, you can ready a gear, coming in incredibly clutch, getting 3 recruit tokens. This was a brilliant play from Set this turn.
That's really funny. That that's very funny that actually happened. I will say, I want to say this board does lose to the singularity still, which is a little bit weird, but maybe you just didn't have other options. Because you can just go like shove up your stack of tokens, kill the auction. Or sorry, he'll recall the auction and then you singularity it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I guess it's just like the tempo thing is you get the tokens now. It gives you some time.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. I feel like Victor is still in a great position. He's had one too many recruit tokens on the board. He still has his chosen champion. He still has so many kill spells, can even double up on kill spells. Because currently, let's look at the U at 2, 4, 6, 8 total runes. So could even go for a singularity, follow that up with a bellows breath to get rid of virtually everything. Because, I mean, singularity takes the big guys, and then you use set ability. And no, Bellows Breath can't get rid of all the big guys, but at the minimum, you're able to get rid of the 2 tokens on the Veiled Temple. So this is going to be an interesting turn. I do think it's a turn for Singularity, though. What about you?
Yeah, I think my play here, and this is assuming I'm not missing something obvious because that happened a couple times uh, a couple weeks ago, but it would just be shove up your stack. Well, what might is the auction at? So it's at 4 plus 1 plus 1, so 6, right?
Yeah.
And plus 7, 8 is I would just send up 6 tokens. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6 tokens, crash with the auction. Do you want to save it? If you save it, then I singularity your set auction. If you don't save it, awesome. I get my armory back. I think that's probably my play. But
I love what you're saying because you're trying to bait out the set legend ability before you try to take down the bigger value target in set brawler. Let's see if that's exactly what this Victor has in mind.
oh
So
wow.
singularity does come out, but going directly for both those units, saying, you know what, you're gonna have to use your set legend ability, but oh, brawler. No, he's actually prioritizing saving Akshan because he values the armory hold. This is
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, that's weird because if you do the token play, so thing with the other play, and this is again, assuming I'm not missing something, is you shove up, you trade with the auction, so 6 into 6, you lose 6 tokens. And if he does not save the auction, sorry, if he saves the auction, obviously you can go and singularity the auction plus the set. And if he doesn't save the auction for some reason, then you can just bellows away the 2 tokens on the temple, conquer with your remaining token, and then ready the armory, right? So I don't know,
I
interesting
agree.
turn.
I think
Again,
he's putting
assuming
a
I'm not
one
missing
too much
something.
value on that baseline recruits right now because those recruits are pretty dispensable, right? You could send them, as you said. I know 6
Mhm.
is a good amount of them. I believe it's all but one of them, but it still seemed like
Yeah.
the proper play because you wanted to try to bait out. It's like a win-win situation. You're putting your opponent in those tricky moments, and it looks like the singularity straight up was a bit. It could have got more value, I will say, for sure. But let's see if he kind of has a game plan.
Mhm.
Nonetheless, he does go up to 4 monasteries, sends in 3 recruits to take care of the remaining ones. So one will stick
Yeah.
around on the Veil. But now, as it stands, you're not getting back your armory, allowing Set to get 3 more recruit tokens on his turn. That doesn't feel too good, but perhaps you do leave 2 up for at the minimum something like a hidden blade for Action. I can't tell if he has it or not because it doesn't look like he does actually.
I'm surprised he doesn't. Okay, so it's not quite as straightforward as it does look because you do need to successfully conquer here with the Akshan to get a buff on it and save it. Uh, and there is the hidden blade that he knows about in hand that can just say kill the Akshan when it pushes up and then get back the armory. So you do need to make sure that you are using your armory first. So use the armory, get your tokens, and then depending on what he has in hand, obviously it'd be nice if he has something that just puts a buff onto the auction immediately, and then you don't have to think about it too much. But I mean, this is like kind of the problem that Set does have, where you just kind of run out of cards or run out of runes. but does have the monk, so now we do have the buff on the Akshan, and we can safely push it up if we do choose to.
Yeah, that had to be one of the better cards to pick up right there. I think he did already have the Kinku Monk from before, though, so does get the buff, as you mentioned, feeling a bit safer about this Conqueror. Does indeed get him up to 4 and does leave him a bit able to defend him with the set legend ability, but we did see there's a couple ways around dealing with this. So he pushes up with the recruit first to make sure you conquer, so he's going for the double conquer this turn, but the blood money coming down, I think that's just gonna be doing not 2 damage, but you kill a unit with 2 might or less, and then you
Yeah,
get a
and you
gold
get a
token
token.
on top of that, so not too bad.
Oh, someone in chat made a good point. He did actually use the hidden blade to draw. I forgot about that. Too much talking on that last turn. But this does mean that the victor is tapped out, so you can safely go push up auction onto the monastery, and then I believe the Warmog says when you conquer you get a buff, so you can just go do the little set thing where you get the draw and you conquer, and then you get a buff back on him.
That seems ideal, but thinking about going for the Veil Temple to ready the Veil Armory, or not the Veil Armory, the Armory one more time. Does he want to
Yep,
double
fair enough.
dip on that ability? Because don't you get it on the Conquer? So he readies the Vanguard
Yep.
Armory and getting an impressive 6 recruit tokens in a single turn. We
That's
have
pretty good
never
too.
seen an Armory in the hands of Set, let alone getting so much value from his Armory. This is hilarious to see.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely good too. I guess at this point, having more board for set is maybe better than having the extra card in hand, as he is only going to be on 5 runes, potentially 4 runes once he does have to use his leader ability again to save the Akshan. Um, is Victor up to 10 yet? He is not. Okay, so he does have the ability. I forget the name of that card, but it is just kill a unit at a battlefield, the hand one.
The Drag
So
Under,
once
yep,
he
it's such a good card for Victor.
Mhm. So he does potentially, if he does get up there in runes, has like a 2-card combo to guarantee remove the auction. Let's see. What is he going to do though? Uh, at 8 runes, 1 gold.
You know, going back to what we mentioned in the beginning, where we're like, oh, is this an equipment centric Victor where he has some equipments to play? No, the Veil Temple is strictly to use exactly how Set has been utilizing this game one, is to ready the
Yep.
armory and to play it one more time in that turn. And it looks like the game plan going on the other side of the table, funny enough, but we see the vision. We see exactly why he's choosing to run this battlefield as the game one. But now he has a couple things to think about, because Drag Under, is that a 4 cost?
I can't quite see.
I have to look it up. It's either 3 or 4, because I'm trying to do the math if he could drag Under into another spell, but it looks like he's
Mhm.
trying to pay for another Singularity using the gold and then recycling your mine. So Singularity number 2 coming down. The Akshan and the Kinku Monks will be the selection, but if I remember right, I think Drag Under is only units at the battlefield, but either or, he couldn't play
Correct.
both in the same turn as he only has 2 runes remaining.
Yep. And all right. So does protect the auction again. Only going to be at 4 runes next turn, but oh, and the bellows does just clear all the tokens. So this is actually pretty bad then for Set, right? Because now Victor can try and go for a hold here, as he only does have 1 unit.
Yeah, talk about removal. That Bellows Breath doing so much work. And you know, Bellows Breath has almost been the card of the regional. We saw it do so much, or get so much value yesterday in day one, and is looking to do about the same in this top cut, taking care of the entirety of the base 4 set. As NA said, there's only a single card for the moment though, because Vanguard Armory is still able to play out 3 recruit tokens. But doing what you have to do, you can't let them hold both of these battlefields. Is there a world you could hop on over to the Veil Temple? Is there something like a showstopper is maybe the only out? A pit crew or pit? No, I'm trying to think of like a first mate shenanigans, something along those lines. You just don't have enough runes to get it all done. He does have a pit rookie. Oh, that's how you do it. At the very minimum, you do have a challenge.
Well, the challenge Yeah, you're right, I guess. That does work. So you could go challenge, and that does feel pretty bad, but you know what? If it gets you there, it gets you there. What is going to be rough, though, is we can't get a buff now. Oh, we can. Never mind. There's a pit rookie. Okay, so it can be done. It can be done. So you go pit rookie, play that, challenge, kill the unit on the battlefield, and then you can Vanguard Armory, get your tokens for the next turn, and say, all right, out the action again.
This is so funny. The set just holding on for dear life. And who would imagine that Vanguard Armory sticking around for 3 entire turns, getting value 3 times, developing 3, or I should say 9 recruit tokens, playing 1 on the base. I actually didn't think about that. You could split the difference there, putting 1 on the base and 2 in the back line just to protect slightly better from something like a second Bellows Breath. But at the minimum, it looks like Victor will have the drag under for action. But as you mentioned, the pit rookie doing so much work here. And I don't think he has something to do drag under on top of another spell. So the action could live to see another day. Things are looking mighty close for both of these players. But Victor, did he start losing a bit of the control, it feels like? Because that play right there, the simple fact that you're able to protect your action from getting buffed, that could be the exact play he needed to try to control this matchup in this late game.
Yeah, that one turn with the potential miss sequence with the singularity, I mean, really coming back to bite him. I think the game was just over if you do that. But
Right.
the set being able to use this Vanguard Armory, what, 4 times now because of the Veiled Temple? That's like, that's 12 tokens for free. Or sorry,
It's
not, is it
ridiculous
12?
is what it
Oh,
is.
yeah.
Absolutely. So I 100% agree. If there was a world where you could get rid of the action sooner than later, which I believe your sequencing did result in that, it would be a completely different game. But TXG, thinking very carefully about his plays, conquers the Veiled Temple. Unfortunately for him, there is nothing already, and picks up a very curved Stupefy. You can see the Pringleness coming all the way from this angle, funny enough. But on all serious
Mhm.
note, what can he go ahead and try to play to take down the Monastery Harana? Because he has 2 recruit tokens, making it rather straightforward to conquer that right-hand side. And now you're having to force each and every turn to conquer both battlefields. And Victor's not really the legend known for having a whole lot of accelerated pressure. In the past, they used to run things like Sprite Mother, Sprite Call, but we haven't seen any of that in the Spiritforged meta. So I think conquering 2 in the same turn might seem a bit difficult for him. But of course, he just has so much removal. Perhaps he doesn't need to conquer if he could just hold and remove the rest. But there seems to be quite a good amount of units on Victor's or on Set's board so far.
Yeah, I would say probably Victor's best bet to win this here is try and hold on Veiled here. And it's not going to be easy. And I don't remember what was in Victor's hand if he, or the set's hand if he does have an answer to this, but like just say I'm going to kill your tokens. You only have 2 tokens. So you do need something else to actually go take that Veiled Temple, right? Like you
Mm-hmm.
would only be able to double trade, but you do have removal spells in your hand. So you could just go removal on the tokens. Because other than that, I just don't see a way he's able to do this. So I think I'm just like shoving up my token and then using Victor Leader. If I guess I would have to double check the rune count if you can even do that, and still have the ability to play the spells from your hand. But yeah, just try and hold on Veiled here for the win because otherwise it's looking pretty cooked.
Yeah, I mean, he does have at least, I mean, we see on the UI there 2, 4, 6, 7 runes. So he's able to play out the Victor Legend for at least the 4 and have 3 remaining. Something for like a Stupefy and a repeated Bellows Breath, or at just altogether the 3 with the Wages of Pain. And I think he's taking your advice, NA. He's going to be going on the Hold, the Veil, Temple game plan. 3 recruit tokens, not that formidable, but it could be the exact thing he needs to try to find a win condition in this game number 1. So let's see, is it going to pay well off? Because I think if the set player has something like a first mate, that perhaps could be the exact card he's looking for. Oh, that is a juicy card getting picked off the top for Victor. A Hidden Blade, not too shabby. It does make it a whole lot difficult for something like a Showstopper unit coming straight for you, because I don't think there's any counter playability from Set.
This is actually pretty hard for set here. With you have to push through a Hidden Blade and the Drag Under, I believe it is. which is 2 just kills on the battlefield. And you only have 5 runes, right?
Yeah, now
5
currently as
runes and
Victor,
2
you only have
tokens.
5, so it's one or the other. I don't think you could play both. And funny enough, they both end up having 5 runes as Victor, or as Set was just on 3, picks up the Sea Monkey. This is a terrible set of cards, a Fey Dragons, 2 Sea Monkeys, and a Call to Glory. There's nothing to try to accelerate out a big unit, nothing to move one unit from one battlefield to the other. You needed a Hillock sweep or sweep hill. What was the battlefield? The one that you could gank over. Because there is just no
Yeah.
outs I'm seeing for Set.
Yeah.
Actually,
So I think the victor does actually take this, right?
yeah, because I like
Oh,
what
I
he's
guess
thinking.
you could get the draw off of the hidden blade if he does use it. I think you should use the drag under though and give him no chance to draw. But let's see.
Well, he's investing one Call to Glory on one of these recruits, so it seems rather straightforward. Just go ahead and Hidden Blade or drag under the one with the Call to Glory, because if you take down the buff unit, there is quite literally nothing Set can do. 2 Sea Monkeys and a Fey Dragon. There's no world that the Pit Rookie Action and the one recruit token on the left side can make their way over to Veil Temple, but forget about that. The Wages of Pain doing 3 damage, but that's effectively not going to be killing one of the recruits that it currently has 4 might. Wait a minute, NA,
That's
what are we missing? Is he going to follow that up with the blood money to take care of the other one? But you still lose your board. I think you needed a hold, no?
And it looks like the set player did scoop it up. That was a weird sequence. I thought it was like a pretty straightforward, just kill spell, but maybe I was missing something. It's very possible I'm missing something. It is late. It was but
We'll see.
I
Let's head back to the little
yeah.
scene. And chat, what ended up happening there? Because me and Nanny are confused. There was a Wages of Pain, so there was a Call to Glory, right? Call to Glory went +3
Yeah.
might on one of the recruits, so the recruit had 4 might, and then the other recruit had 1. So he's swinging in for 5 might. Wages of Pain killed, either directly killed the one recruit or did 3 damage, as we saw the 3 dice. So he still had 4 damage, 5 damage. Wages in response to Call. Oh, Wages in response to Call. Is Wages a reaction? Let me double check.
No. I mean, he could have. I don't believe there's a stupefying hand, and I think hiding the hidden blade is, I would say, is better than hiding the wages, right? Like you're hitting more stuff, like then you do hit. If he does have like a first mate, you still have answer.
Yeah,
Have
it's curious.
answers.
I wonder why he directly conceded. Just he probably said, "I have a hidden blade. Hidden blade does the job too." I think he was kind of working around trying to use a couple more cards than he needed to. Maybe he thought, damage, it is hidden. Taku, the hidden blade, the hidden card wasn't wages. He played the wages from hand. There was still a hidden blade when the wages came out, unless I completely missaw. Maybe he did play it from the hidden zone. I don't think he did though, because I think the hidden card was still there.
Yeah, I think the hidden was the what do you call it? The
Hidden
hidden
blade.
was the hidden blade. Yeah.
Yeah, I
But
think so as well. I think he didn't scoop. I think there was a verbal agreement. He said, I have the hidden blade. I mean, think about that, chat. If he has the hidden blade, what was the set going to do? You take down the Call to Glory recruit, or even better yet, you could have responded to the Call to Glory once he picked the target with Hidden Blade, and then there's no +3 might regardless. I mean, either way would have resulted in just a single might versus a 3, aka Victor would have won the game regardless. So well done. It looks like Victor, with
mm,
so much removal, got the upper hand as Set. What can Set do? Do you think something like more sabotage can work well in this matchup, or is this looking rough?
um, I mean, it's definitely rough. The Victor deck drawing double singularity, I think, really was the killer there, as it does mean that you get put in the spot where you can't really go wide and trade with the 1-for-1s on the battlefields because you're just going to get 2-for-1 if you do. And it really should have ended multiple turns earlier with the Vanguard Armory. interaction that we talked about with the auction. So maybe
Right.
you are just supposed to like load in sabotages and try and hit the armories before they can get played. Because I think
Mm-hmm.
the armory is like the most scary part, is because otherwise you can try and play slow, just like stick a single unit, keep protecting it over and over. But if the armory gets played, then you don't have that luxury of playing slow because there's just infinite tokens coming out. So that would be my guess.
Yeah, I agree. I think more sabotages, if you have any more in the back line, could be nice. You know, a card that we don't get to see too often, which seems to be decently good against Victor. Maybe the camel, baby. Maybe the camel has to come in. The ruin runner. You can't target it with singularity. You can't target it with any spell. The only exception being Call of the Week. But if you're sometimes able to play around it, perhaps ruin runner could be the exact card to try to hold these battlefields, because I guess Imperial Decree still gets around it. Maybe the camel isn't as good as I'm making it out to see, but it almost seems realistic as a decently good card to try to hold off a lot of those kill spells.
Yep, for sure. I do like that card. It hasn't seen a ton of play from what I've seen, but that's mostly hopefully he does have the tech for it though, because that does seem like that would be pretty good. Most of these Victor cards are targeting, like you said,
Mm-hmm.
and then you can just keep buffing it up with like the Warmogs and saving it over and over, even if they do have like the decree. So,
Yeah.
well, actually no, because they would just repeat the bellows, right? But no, because they can't target with bellows. So yeah,
Yeah, they
no,
can't
you're right.
target.
You're right.
Yeah, there's a couple cards that Riznik's in chat saying. So like Cole of the Week gets it, which you could play
Yep.
around with Cole. Uncheck, you could
Yep.
try to make sure you somehow play around that. But Victor is most likely not going to be playing unchecked power. But the big card there, the big key card to take down Set is going to be that Imperial Decree. Of course, you send in a little recruit token, and just easy as that gets rid of the camel. But man, I mean, he already mainboarded more than one action, so at the minimum, he has two in the main board. Does he bring in the third to make sure he always takes down the armory? Because that seems to be like a pivotal card of Victor's game plan, as he's invested a
Mhm.
whole battlefield for just that one gear card. So we'll see. I think, as we mentioned before,
Mhm.
sabotages will be critical. More action should be good. Camel could be okay, perhaps a bit slow in this matchup, but I can't think of any other card. As I say that, salvage anyone? Is salvage a decently? Actually, no. I'm just thinking for the armory. I mean, it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, and it doesn't feel super good on that if they are playing it with like the Jace combo, because you're deramping yourself and the armory's already gotten value because you already played through 3 tokens from it. I wouldn't hate it though, and as we said before, salvage is one of the better gear removal spells, so
Mm-hmm.
definitely possible.
You
We'll have
know,
to, I'm curious. Yeah. So
yeah, it will be. I'm
yeah, go
curious
ahead.
as well. But someone in chat
Yeah,
was
yeah.
saying unyielding spirit. That would be okay, but a lot of Victor's cards just straight up kill the unit. So unyielding spirit stops damage on unit. It doesn't actually stop the units from dying. So Drag Under gets over it. Call the Weak gets over it. What other card would get over it? Hidden Blade gets over it. So there's just too much kill direct spells in order. So we'll see.
Yeah. Yep, yep. That definitely could be something. In fact, that is probably something I still would put in because it makes the singularities in particular a lot less valuable.
I like
And
it.
we did see a couple of them. And there probably are cards that are just not super hot in this matchup as well, right? Like, uh, it is a rather atypical matchup. You're building for stuff like Draven and then Victor that plays very few units, and most of them aren't very valuable units. So,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, funny
but
enough, we didn't even see the Victor chosen champion come out to play, of course. Maybe in this game too he will, but let's see who's going to be moving on forward. Victor has one game over the Set, but now it's Set's turn to be on the play. Or actually, he was on the play, but he just didn't play like he was on the play because he didn't have an early
Mhm.
play, of course. But things are different. We are talking about a sideboarded game. Did he add more sabotages as we were speculating? Or does he just kind of understand what he needs to get done in this game? I'm kind of really curious how game 2 is going to play out, because it did seem not completely one-sided, but slightly Victor favor in that game 1.
Yeah, it definitely felt like, oh, and he has, oh, wow, okay. So there is a it's Captain Vanguard, correct, in the hand, and That is not what I expected after the first game with the blue
You know
victor.
what's better than the Vanguard recruit tokens? Even more recruit tokens with the Vanguard captain coming out. But you know, where there's the captain, did he sideboard in something like a matron as well, or are we just getting out of hand here?
I am not sure, but okay, Set does not miss a 2-drop this time. Pretty good. It does mean that he is able to attempt to push up pretty quickly, but I mean, there is the wages in the victor hand, so you do need to be aware of that. I might even choose to just kind of develop and pass, but is that blood money as well, I think?
I believe so.
I think
That's
I
the
see
card at the
both.
very top. It is blood money.
Yeah, so a couple removal for these small units. See what Victor decides to do here.
Yeah, at the very minimum, we have seen him start things off with that recruit legend ability and just leave 2 up. I don't think he's going to be willing to play the seal out yet. Just save that. Actually, you could seal into Captain Vanguard. That could be a really good combination of cards. You do get the legend online because you play the seal and you float one, allowing to have 3 energy play. It seems like a bit of an ambitious type play. It's almost like unnecessary, but it's not a bad place. So it looks like he's going for it now. He's going to be developing out the seal, floating a mana, and then tapping all 3 for the Captain Vanguard, coming online, getting 2 recruit tokens. So slightly bit better than just the one the Victor Legend ability could have done. And now he's able to push forward with 2 at the same time. So you're most likely able to conquer both battlefields, but you do have to get over the Sea Monkey first. But I guess that's what Blood Money in the hand is going to be for.
Yeah, that isn't what I would have expected at all if I was the Set player after game 1. We'll see if he is prepared for this, because pushing up onto a battlefield now feels pretty bad.
Right. You know, that Vanguard captain is 3 might, so that's 1 more over the Sea Monkey, making it quite straightforward. But if Set has anything to do about it, there's a way of buffing things up. But the Noxian, we haven't seen the Noxian drummer in quite some time. We're used to see it in the old school Victor list, or Darius decks, I should say, and Showstopper coming down, getting a +1 recruit token on the push. You're not going to be able to get anything from the Sunken Temple, of course, but it looks like Set, realizing he was a bit too slow to the punch in game 1, he's definitely playing a bit more speedier in terms of trying to conquer where he can. Will it pay off, though? Because right now, you're not really saving a lot of your units on defense, are you?
Yeah, I think he loses most of his board here, and if you do opt to save a unit with the Set legend, it's obviously not going to feel super good because you're saving like a little baby unit instead of something bigger like your Set brawler. Or so I'm curious what route he decides to go here. I wouldn't hate playing like the wages or the blood money and just saying I'm clearing one of these off and then I'm double conquering.
Keeping it straightforward for now, the Vanguard into the Sea Monkey Valmon's Temple. There's nowhere to go, even if you had runes to play. So nice, easy conquer so far. Now the trickier play is trying to conquer the Sunken Temple. You have great cards like Blood Money, you have a Hidden Blade, and you even have, it looks like, a Wages of Pain. Just the wages for 3. You're not going to be able to play the Blood Money on top of that, but you do have 2 recruit tokens. So I don't actually know. There's a buff on that drummer, actually, so it's at 4 might
Yeah.
currently.
Yep, and here comes the wages, which I guess you do need to be a bit aware of the Call to Glory here, but don't think that is coming down.
I like this play, just offering up the trade, because Set was trying to prioritize scoring as soon as he could, as often as he can, and now slowing down the pace is exactly what Victor has in mind. He's trying to eliminate the entire board state for Set. There is the Set legend ability, but look at the rune economy going down for Set. It looks like he's going out to 2 runes, but you know, that's not really uncharted territory for Set. Most Sets are prepared and willing to play at a low rune count, aren't they?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's just kind of how Set works, right? Is you deramp yourself so much that you just kind of build your deck around it. You accept I'm never going above like 7. Though I will
Pretty
say
much.
this is not my favorite position for Set, as like no cards in hand, you've lost the monastery draws, right? Like you're not getting the monastery draws. You will hopefully start to get draws off of the off of your battlefield this game, but you don't have like units that do that yet. You need the bigger units for that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, think about what Set had to do so far. He had to use the Set Legend ability to save the Noxian Drummer. Not really the biggest high value card to do. You would much rather use it on something like a Set Brawler, but sometimes you have to prioritize the tempo because without the Noxian, there was no counter. There's no kind of follow up play. And right now, you could push up Noxian, you could get a recruit token, and on paper, you have 1-for-1 trade without taking into account the hidden card on that zone,
Mhm.
though. But goes for the Warmog is a bit of a risky play, but he's kind of baiting out the hidden card, in my opinion.
If I'm Victor here, I'm probably just saying, okay, I'm just gonna kill my own unit with the blade, get the draws, and start reaping in the card advantage. I want to say that as long as the Victor player is ahead in cards and actually has cards to play with, he should be fine. So I would like to see a draw, the hidden blade on your own unit here. Um,
Yeah,
okay, no,
I
opting
like that
to
play, but instead going for the hidden blade.
okay.
But wait a second, why didn't he get a recruit? Doesn't
Hmm?
the attack go on the chain regardless? Or can you react to the activation of the recruit? I still thought the recruit goes on the chain.
Yes. Yeah, well, it is a reaction. Remember, the hidden blade is a reaction when the when it is a hidden. So you can just chain it to the drummer,
Okay.
and then at that point, the drummer's not here anymore.
Yeah, fair enough. So when you push here, or when you push to a battlefield, or when you move, actually, I forget because we haven't seen Drummer in so long. Is it just pushing, or when you move like the new cards? Yeah, only move to
Oh,
a battlefield. That's right.
yeah, yeah, exactly. So now, is that a Lucian? Okay, red Lucian. Interesting.
Yeah, that's a card we definitely aren't used to seeing in those set decks. So let's see how impactful it can be in this matchup. But as you said, as you pointed out in the previous turn, Victor running rather low on hand size, which is why you were leaning more towards hidden blading your own unit so that you're able to kind of bring back that card advantage that you had in that game
Mhm.
one. But nonetheless, he has some decently good cards, the Vanguard, the Decree, and then a Blood Money at that. But still not the best cards. It really depends. It looks like a much slower game we're facing ourselves with than we saw in game number one. These guys don't look like they're going to be scoring fast, scoring anytime soon. But you at least have the Vanguard Armory that you can't even play out this turn, though, because it's 7, isn't it?
Yeah, you're probably fine just playing a Victor token and passing, to be honest. I think this position's pretty fine for Victor with the armory in hand. The only thing that is a bit rough is you don't actually have removal for the auction this time around because we're drawing all the tempo stuff. So the armory is not guaranteed. You don't get it back guaranteed. So you might not even be able to play it now that I'm thinking about it a little bit more. You might just say like, I can't play this until I have a removal for the auction. Because if you have no way to see more cards, which he doesn't right now, you could just find yourself in a spot with like no cards and your opponent just has an armory getting value every turn. So we'll have to see. I'm kind of curious to see how he plays this out.
Yeah,
But
so am I. Let's see what he does with the remaining cards. I mean, he couldn't really do too much. We see there's only 3 cards, so has to do what he has to do, and that is just develop a simple recruit tokens. There goes a key piece we mentioned in the sideboarding of the set, the sabotage coming down. What is he going to be able to pick off the hand? It looks like some great options. The Vanguard Armory looking to be the more prime target, but I can't help but resist taking out the Imperial Decree as well, and that looks to be the selection for the set. But it's tricky. I mean, armory is armory and it's coming down next
mhm.
turn. You have to have a game plan for that as well.
Yeah, I didn't see if he had removal in his hand. He might, like an auction or something. And there is, again, what I said, you do need to be careful and make sure that you are playing around your opponent is playing around like the auction. Like if you don't have any options, then you don't have any options and you just play it anyway. But with the hand right now, if you play the armor, you just like lose on the spot to auction.
Oh yeah, you definitely do because you can't blood money the back line, but pit crew, or I keep saying pit crew because of the Ezreals we've been seeing lately, the pit rookie coming down, allowing Lucian to get right over this board. And does he conquer? The only thing that's the Valmon's temple, so you can't do the 1-2 play that Lucians are known for. You ready it when you conquer, but usually you're able to keep it back. But you just keep it ready for now. Yeah, I mean he's stuck there
Yeah.
pretty much.
Yeah, I mean I'm kind of interested why we pushed it up there, right? Like, could you not have gone, and maybe I'm missing this, but could you not have gone
Sunk in
push
and
it
got
up,
the
get the
draw.
draw? Yeah, and then you could go take that the other turn because I don't think you're in like any pressure, right? Like there's no.
You're right. He's kind of valuing more keeping your opponent off the points rather than kind of scoring points and getting at a better advantageous position than what he did there. So I guess he just really values keeping Victor off points because this would be Victor going up to 4 instead of 3. So I guess that's a bit different because Victor, we saw in game 1 he got a little bit too ahead. So I like Set's position a bit better in this game too. It just comes down to it. Does he want to invest something like a hidden blade on his own recruit to see 2 more cards? Because he's just so low on cards and just so low on resources in general to make actual plays on his turn. You know, he has so much rooms to work with. But here it goes, and the Vanguard Armory. We don't think there's an action in hand. If there is, this could be all but over for the Victor. But taking the risk and just playing out their Armory, getting the 3 recruit tokens at that, feeling good whenever you drop the Armory. But man, if there's a big punish, that could be a game-breaking type punish from Set.
Yeah, I really don't like this play. But that being said, we know, or at least I believe the Set's hand was like Fiora plus something, so.
Like a Fade Dragon or something of the like.
Yeah. So it doesn't look like there is a direct punish in the hand. And because he chose to not draw off of the sunken temple there on the last turn, now you are kind of stuck without any way to see new cards. I don't
You're
know.
so right. That could have been one way of digging a little bit deeper, but hides everything he can, aka being that hidden blade on the sunken temple. Does he pay? And the judges are always so keen. They're like, wait a second. Are you making sure you hide something with the hidden keyword? Of course, these players know they're in the top cut situation, but fair play to the judges trying to do as clean play as possible. And it is an action in the
Did he
punish
just
of the
rip it?
century is about to come down. It's still tricky because you can't get rid of every single one of those recruits, but it is a big punish nonetheless.
Wow. Yeah, that's a really, really important card to draw there. Because you can just go auction, take armory, and then say, well, it's again not actually is it's kind of annoying because you need to put a buff on it, so you're playing around like a ripped singularity. So it's probably like auction and then showstopper up the auction onto the, yeah, because he's tapped out. But then now you do lose to a hidden blade plus a singularity, right? Because
Oh, this
I
is the
don't
play
think
though.
that,
You showstopper in, so now you're able
yeah.
to get the 4 recruit tokens taken out because you're complete tap out. On top of that, you're giving a buff to Action,
Mhm.
effectively protecting it from those skill spells that we were scared of off the top of the deck. I think Set is almost solidifying a bit of a path to victory in this game number 2. I definitely see it for Set.
Yeah. And I think this is another moment where you just have to hidden blade your own token, as bad as it feels, because you need to see cards. If you don't see cards, you're losing this game. Um,
It almost goes back to that moment where he had the option of hidden blading his own card and chose to hidden blade the Set's incoming card, kind of biting him to say the least. But hidden blade on the Action, saved
okay.
by the Set. Wait a second. He needed cards, but let's see if he has another game plan in mind because he's going to get the +2 to Set, which was also low on hand economy as well.
Yep. I mean, this does say that if he rips a singularity, he wins the game pretty much. So that is like one thing that you're saying here. Um, so let's see what he draws.
Yeah,
And
the heart of the cards to try to win back this game. You kill the Action, you get the Vanguard Armory, and no cigar is going to be the wages of pain out the top. All you have is a blood money and the wages. That's not going to be able to do it. I don't like this Victor's position. I think I like what you were saying. You were almost having to force the hidden blade because all you got from this, you saved a couple recruit tokens and then you got 1 point for the hold. But other than that, it doesn't really seem to progress your long-term game state any bit better. So I think the two cards in hand slightly more valuable in this position than a hold point. But maybe he was just praying for a top deck. Who knows?
I mean, maybe he made the read and said that I am not winning this game if I don't deck a singularity anyways. And if hidden blade my own unit, it's hard for me to find card combos to kill the Akshan. Maybe that was his decision. And in the moment, like sometimes we make decisions that, I mean, maybe he does have the right play. He knows what his deck is better than me. He knows
Absolutely.
how many outs he has in his deck, and I think he like made the best play according to that. So
You know, to your point, I totally agree. I mean, to be fair, we haven't seen a single singularity in game number 2, so there was bound to be a singularity off the top eventually. But for the first
mhm.
time in this best of 3, the Victor chosen champ hitting the board every time you use a spell on your opponent's turn, get a recruit token. So if we thought he had one too many recruit tokens now, if he's able to get off of wages of pain and a blood money, that could be 2 more recruit tokens, but then you're completely exhausted out on cards. Man, Victor feeling decently good on board, but his hand is quite lackluster.
Yeah, has the board though this time at least. You he does have to get a buff onto the Akshan. So actually, I'm thinking about this now, and I don't even think you need to get the buff onto the Akshan because now he opens himself. I guess he doesn't really. Okay,
It
this
was
is
free,
probably
right? With the
fine.
Warmogs getting the buff just from the Simple
Um,
Conquer on top of the Sunken Temple. So Set is looking in a great position on top of being able to play out Vanguard Armory just this turn. He has 3 more runes to work with. What does he do with the 3 runes? If he has like a first mate to just protect the action that much more, I wouldn't be opposed to it. But I don't think I'm seeing one, or he's just not even running first mates in that set list, believe it or not, because we haven't seen any of these series.
well, I was so my thought is if there's a way to give the Akshan a buff while keeping him off of the battlefield, because he is a lot more at risk on the battlefields because
Mm-hmm.
then you have like the kill spells, plus like the back row removal. But when he's in the back row, it's pretty safe generally. Like it's only like
Right.
decree with a bellows or like singularity plus yeah, it's literally like decree bellows, like or double singularity while he's at 12 runes, or maybe there's something I'm missing, but it's pretty hard. But when he's at the battlefield, now you can just like shove up stuff, trade with him, and then go ahead and like singularity the back line, which I guess he does have to draw it, right? Like that's like the kickers. You do have to actually draw the singularity, which he failed last turn. So
Yeah, let's see if he gets lucky. He didn't get lucky the first time. Does he get lucky this next time? I do like trying to back up the Action just a slightly bit more. I believe Action's defending for 6 total might, adding 2 more on top of that. So defending that temple for 8. That makes it a little bit over the hill, and that is a perfect pickup for
oh my
Victor.
god,
We were hoping for the
it's
singularity, but
nice.
Victor, an Imperial Decree, and has plenty of recruits to maximize the use of Imperial Decree. What a heck of a top deck. He knew he was bound to draw something good, and that might just be the perfect card he needed to bounce back in this game. But Action still stays alive, doesn't he, from Set Legend?
Yeah, so it's actually you probably don't even how you do have to use it because you have to clear both battlefields. This does feel pretty bad. I'm not going to call it checkmate, but it's pretty close to it. at least with what we see on the board, because now you are forced to decree because you need to clear the battlefields. And you
Mm-hmm.
can go 3 tokens to clear the temple, and then 1 token to clear the Vile Maw. And then you need to push up on both as well. So you have blue victor plus 2 tokens left. And blue victor plus token gets run over by Akshan. And yeah, so this is probably game. He does have runes up, so the blood money and the wages of pain can be used to potentially protect the second battlefield.
Right. He does have exactly enough, or one more than enough. But I'm agreeing with you. I believe it almost seems all but over because of the amount of units that Set is going to be able to push in with. Even if he's able to clear this entire board, there's at least 2 Warmog armories, or no, I'm calling them armories, but 2 Warmogs, allowing those recruit tokens to be just a slightly bit taller, as well as the pit rookie to be a little taller as well. But sends in a single recruit token, most likely going to be targeting the Akshan here. Let's see if there anything. No, I mean, there's no counterplay. Imperial Decree is Imperial Decree. You can't get enough might increases to get over it. As soon as there's a single drop of damage, you're going to be going down. So I don't know why Set is prolonging this. Is he thinking about not using the Set legend?
That would be crazy to me.
Right.
So, yeah, definitely save it here. All
Does
right,
go down. To just 3 runes, going up to 5 on his turn. Should be more than enough, because look at the back line. That's a drummer, a Akshan, and a pit crew, or a pit rookie with a Warmog most likely going to be attached to one of those units. And there wasn't a recruit. It almost looked like a buff token behind that Akshan.
Mm-hmm. All right, so he's thinking what he wants to do here. I mean, it should be pretty straightforward. Shove up all 3 of your tokens, or at least 2 of the tokens.
Yeah, 2 or 3 is going to result on the same thing. Just one single recruit conquering the temple, going up to 6. And now he's just forced to either push on a bit more aggressively with the Victor champion. I would have to recommend it, because if you're just going to have 2 recruit tokens trying to do the heavy lifting when your opponent's at 6, going up to that pivotal 8th point, I don't like my odds against that. Even with a couple counterplay, Wages of Pain is only 3. Blood money can only do 2 or a 2 might or less.
All right, so choosing to play the token out onto Vile Maws. And Victor. Onto Vile Maws as well. Oh, nope, he's thinking.
He's reading. He's reading. He's like, wait a second. Should I do this?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's checking if Blue Victor can play units to the a battlefield you control.
I see what he's doing, right?
Yeah, but you can't do that, unfortunately. It only
says
plays
the base, doesn't it?
So.
All right, let's see what this set has. Does he bring us into a game 2 or game 3? It looks like it was a 60-minute for game 2 to take down, but you know, there's probably still a little bit more. Do we see a game 3? Do we see Victor maybe holding it down? It does depend on these cards in hand. The Fade Dragon just out of the realm of getting enough enough runes to do so. So starting things off, it looks like it's gonna be a pit rookie. He tapped 2. But he hasn't played. Wait, is he floating 2? Why did he tap 2 and then not do anything?
I did miss it. I'm not sure. I mean, Okay, what are we playing around? So you could be playing around like wages, I guess. Or you're playing around. No, you'd hide a hidden blade, so you don't need to worry about the hidden blade.
Yeah, it looks like action speed, wages of pain. So you still get the recruit there. So drummer goes down. A recruit's able to trade for 1. So minimizing the presence on that battlefield down to just 4. Not that bad. Action with the Warmogs is exactly 5.
So what card would you be afraid of here? Like, I think it's literally Hidden Blade, but if it's Hidden Blade, I'm pretty sure I'm just hiding it. So
And there goes the 2 energy he used from before, just doing a bit of a roundabout way. He tapped 2 and then went onto the attack, but the action coming down, receiving the buff from the pit crew, pit rookie, and this should be enough to take down the Valmont Slayer. And then he has a pit rookie still readied and a Warmogs to attach on top of a recruit token to take down the final thing. Blood Money only able to take down the recruit token because the Warmog will enable the pit rookie to get over that 2-mite threshold, of course. So we said it before, this looks all but over. Even before when NA was saying was checkmate, I think it really was, and this is just closing things out, just having to kind of execute the actual lines to do so.
Yep. So looking at that Blood Money and saying, does this save me? And no, it does not. So, yep. And that will die. Gets the Conquer, and now it should be pretty straightforward. You have 3 units or 2 units, and he has, yep, there you go.
Yeah, seems rather simple. You can't Blood Money that. Even though that was a hidden blade, I still like this play because the Warmogs comes back. You attach the Warmogs on the recruit token, and then you push it up. Set, sequence this as best as he could. The Blood Money going nowhere, and that is going to be bringing us to a game number 3. Who's going to be the decisive winner and move forward into top 16? We're going to be finding out rather shortly. I say shortly, but who knows if it's going to be another 15 to 20 minute game, because these guys are taking their sweet time in these untimed rounds.
Yeah, for sure. I will say I was not expecting Set to be able to close it out after how the first game went, but the more tempo-oriented Victor looks like it might have had a little bit more of a difficult time playing that Vanguard Armory, using those hidden blades on the Set's units. There were a few things that might have changed the game. So
definitely.
And then obviously top decking the action is crazy.
It is crazy. He might have had it in hand. We were confusing the Fade Dragon for that action. But real quick, SK8, thank you for the love, mate. Come, welcome on in. And then, yeah, 62-minute round, or 62-minute for 2 games is crazy, because that's what the Swiss rounds were, right? 60-minute game is all you had for a best of 3. So technically these guys would be in the drawing realm. But that's just is how Top Cut over in China's done. I think it will be changed because, as we all know, there's only top 8 now. Bologna is going to be only top 8, which I believe top 8 should be untimed. And then Vegas will be untimed. So all the English regionals, or I even think every single regional that got announced this week, they're just going to be top 8. So they're going to do more Swiss just under the whole format, 60-minute 3 turns and having to win by 2. And then the untimed and top 8, hopefully by the time the Spiritforged National Open comes around for China, they kind of get that together. I wouldn't mind just having untimed strictly for top 8, actually.
Yeah. Me and my friend Aaron talked about this in the podcast and in my podcast. And our thoughts on this were that untimed is like a whole different game. So it is a little bit, I'm not going to say weird, but when you do so many rounds of untimed, it just becomes a different game.
It really does.
I think a big skill of the play as a player is being able to make decisions with a reasonable pace. And when you have untimed, you don't have to do that. You can just sit there and tank. And I really think that if they do want to give more time for the players, I think that instead of going untimed, it should be like plus 10 minutes, plus 20 minutes.
I like
Give
that.
them more time to think, but not untimed.
Yeah, untimed. I mean, I hope none of these rounds are going for 2 hours. Sometimes with the crazy breaks, it seems like some of these players are going for a whopping 2 hours. But no, Lauren, I literally mean just top 8. Bologna and Vegas are strictly only they have a day 2. But everyone that's X2 at the end of day 1, they are qualified into day 2. And in day 2, there's going to be 5 more rounds of Swiss and then cut to top 8. So I literally mean they're only doing top 8. There's no top 64. If you mean about the China, AM Mike Benson saying, yes, top 64 cut to top 8. I think you guys are confusing me, but we all know what we're talking about. They're doing more than top 8 untimed as silly. Yeah, exactly, Kitsune, exactly. But yeah, Lauren, if you didn't know, that's how Vegas and that's how Bologna is gonna be done. It was in the new, I believe, tournament rules, was it? Or maybe it was in another article. But all right, NA, the last round we're going to be casting together for today. Let's try to end it out in a bang. Can Set take down Victor, or is not going to be Victor on the plate? Because, you know, Set did get the Sea Monkey, trying to get a bit of the tempo early on. And it seemed to be that Victor had a bit of a slower start. Can we see a bit of a speedier start from Victor? Now, we were talking so much about the sideboard pieces for Set. What is something Victor could perhaps do in this game 3?
That's a good question. I mean, the cards you traditionally would put in versus Set, at least in the decks that I've played, are stuff like Smokescreen, stuff that like what lets you win these combats when they're stacked. But Blue Victor is not going to be playing those cards. Absolutely not.
Mm-hmm.
You could maybe see like an unchecked, maybe, but it does appear that he is playing more of these token cards, which I would not expect to see unchecked with. So I don't know. He might even just be playing with the vanilla main deck, because the main deck seems pretty good.
I agree. I was just about to say that. I think he might just have all the cards he needs. It's just a matter of fact of drawing them, which goes back to everything we were saying in that game too. If he was able to dig that much deeper into the deck with that first hidden blade that we said could probably go on his own recruit, and then there was a secondary hidden blade that we're like, maybe more card draw is better. But it would be tricky because it changes the entire course of how things played out. So perhaps the 2 draw would have been more valuable, but I guess we'll never find out. But we will be finding out how things will pan out in this game number 3. A singularity in your opening hand does feel pretty good, though, I will say.
Yeah, singularity, as we saw in game 1, very powerful. It lets you set up situations where you can double kill the Akshan if you do have your Vanguard Armory stolen. So yeah, I mean, that's a good one to open with.
Yeah, and we'll find out how well it pays off later down the road as we are entering that game number 3. One of these players is going to be going home. The other player is going to continue on that run into top 16. A lot of people rooting for Victor. A lot of people rooting for Set. Let's see who's going to be taking, though, because I do like Raven's Blue Conservatory on Victor. There's nothing but spells in the deck. That's essentially a draw every single turn, and you're going to be the first to conquer that battlefield at that too. But the Lucian, not too bad of a card itself, curving out nicely.
Yep, hopefully we'll have a gear or some sort of buff next turn, because Lucian at the 3 might range is prey to the wages, unfortunately. But Hidden Blade off the top, also pretty good card versus the Set deck. We'll see if his strategy changes up a little bit this time, choosing to maybe kill his own units instead of killing the Set units. I don't hate tempo Hidden Blades, but that last game, I mean, that was a 4-card swing.
It could have been, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, the more you talk about it, the more I'm liking both of these battlefields for Victor. We saw things like Stupefy. You could do those nice little cheeky plays. Stupefy your recruit token, draw 2. On top of that, you could do even a Hidden Blade on Dreaming Tree, draw an impressive 3 cards on that battlefield. If he didn't select his units last turn and lost, he's probably going to be learning his lesson and choosing his own units when he needs to do so, especially when we're talking about draw 3. You can never go wrong with draw 3. Just from these battlefields alone, I'm giving the slight edge to Victor, but of course it's just so early on. We still have so much Riftbound to play. So let's see how things do end up developing, as these turns are just quite literally getting started with Victor on his second one.
Yep, so pushing up onto the Dreaming Tree, like you said, playing the unit in base. I would not hate just passing on this. Oh.
Unless he's going for the very early Hidden Blade draw 3, as we were talking about before. It looks like he's paying a power to hide something. Perhaps saying, you know what, I was so low on hand size throughout the entire game too. Let me bring out these cards as early as I can before any kind of counterplay shenanigans. Even if Set had options of that, might as well get a draw 3 while you can, because this seems pretty straightforward for Victor.
Ooh, and the buff does mean that no longer are dying to the wages, which is good. Probably push up onto the Dreaming Tree here. Yep. And Hidden Blade, yep, there we go. Draw 3.
Yeah, learning his lesson from game one or game two, I should say. So let's see what's off the top of Vanguard Captain, a Stupefy, and a Wages. This hand is looking pretty healthy, I will say. This is looking good for Victor.
Yeah, this is quite good for Victor. Lucian probably is going to get pulled off the battlefield here, but that is definitely fine.
I agree. I do think the Lucian should be retreated, even though he doesn't feel too threatened. But because there's a lot of spells that target units on the battlefield, it looks to be the correct move.
Yeah, so it does pull him back, and we got a drummer in play too. So got quite a few cards, though. Only 3 cards in hand versus what, 8?
Yeah, they should have a UI for the cards in hand, because we could count from 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 cards. I'm actually counting, but paying 1 for the recruit token. And then does he just want to hold up the remaining? Because there's not too many units. Token doesn't count for the Legion ability, so just plays the recruit and passes. Interesting enough, perhaps he's going on something like a Wages of Pain into Stupefy to get rid of the Lucian.
Yeah, I would like that. I mean, it's 4 runes, perfect amount. It does clear the Lucian. See what we're. Oh, looks like we are.
Oh, that's gonna be putting a wrench into things. So if you had a game plan, now it's gonna be revealed to Set, and he's looking at the cards, and I can just only imagine what he has in mind. He's like, wait a minute, look at this incredible cards. 3 Wages of Pain, a Singularity, a Manufacturer, a Bellows Breath. You just can't go right in this selection. Like, what are you actually taking apart?
Yeah, look at that. Triple Wages, 2 Stupefy. The Victor is never running out of cards this game.
Never, especially when we're talking about that Dreaming Tree on top of everything.
Yeah. This is a hard choice, not going to lie. Well, hard choice. It is, personally, I think it's probably either the Bellows or the Singularity. But, I mean, it's a demoralizing hand to look at, I think, is more the...
Right, a slight early picture being painted just from that hand alone. But as you guys said, the Riftbound Faker having to make tough decisions. But let's see if he now knows what to expect. The question is, can you actually play around it? A whole lot easier said than done, as I'm always tend to saying. But it looks like the choice will be Bellows Breath from Set. So I can respect that. As you mentioned, I think for me it was either Singularity, Bellows Breath. But because Bellows Breath could kind of get the value on 3 units, but we haven't seen any kind of Watcher shenanigans, right, from Victor? So why is Bellows better than Singularity?
Just because he's going to see so many cards, and it does set up the Decree Bellows, right?
Right. I don't know why I forgot about the of course, just the 1-2 combo for Victor.
Yep, exactly. So... All right, so here comes another Pit Rookie, and now gonna swing it. So this does put it out of the Wages alone range, but you can go...
And imagine having so many spells in your deck, but hitting the seal from the Conservatory, not a feels good moment. But that recruit token should be going down. Of course, he does have the counterplay or the combat tricks, as we mentioned before. Combat or Wages of Pain into something like a simple Stupefy should be able to do the job on every single one of these units. As the Stupefy goes down on Noxian, Call of the Week, not too bad, but I think you have to play the Wages of Pain. You have 3 at that, so you clear the Noxian, and then the Recruits token is going to be trading evenly. So you don't get the hold, but you kind of neglect the Set Conqueror as well, keeping them at 1. I say that, but there's still the Lucian and Pick Rookie in the back line.
Yeah, so it is going to trade now, which I think you're totally fine with. And then you can just push up your Pit Rookie if you do want to go to odd, which I think you do. I mean, the set deck has some spells too, right? So you might randomly get a draw, though it's pretty unlikely you actually defend. It's probably just going to get removed with with one of the infinite blood monies, or there's the cult. Like, they're infinite removal cards in the hand. So
It really feels that way. Victor has picked up quite the impressive hand and looking to pick up even more cards from the top of the deck with that Dreaming Tree and Conservatory being the battlefield so far. So let's see Lucian have to make some decisions. He's most likely not going to be sticking around on either of these battlefields. So taking either pick as they're going to be recalling back to base. Does he want to conquer with the Pit Rookie is the question. Does he value keeping a unit on board? Nope, it looks like he values the point, which makes sense to me because one of those could very well be like a call to glory off the top of the deck, something of the like. So it does make sense. You have another Pit Rookie in the back line, and let's see if he's going to make use of those final 4 runes because he only has 2 cards to work with. It looks like we almost flipped the script. It looks like now it's Set struggling for card advantage.
yeah, this is one of the issues with the Set deck. Runs out of cards, and okay, yeah, playing our 1 card in hand. Not a good feeling, but you know what? I mean, Victor doesn't really have enough runes to clear literally everything. I mean, you can go what, like, oh wow, consult the past as well. This is like infinite cards no jutsu or something.
Yeah, he's like, I will never live that nightmare that I went through in game 2. Having 1 to 2 cards from mid game to late game is not a position I want to ever be again. So let me, if that's a sideboard piece, more respect to him. But I think in this position, he's going to be so much better. This game 3 heavily favoring him. I say that with the slight caveat being there's a whole lot of units on Set's side. 2 pit crews or pit rookies, the drummer, the first mate, and the Lucian, right? So things are not looking super ideal. Let's see if we could try to start clearing things out. There's not a card to do so. A call that we can try to pick off one of those pit rookies, but that's the most you can do as you don't target. And whoa, did the Chinese stream just go down for everybody? Was that just me, NA, or
Nope.
did something happen on your end?
Yeah, it's just you. It's just you.
Oh, that's weird.
I think if I am Victor, I think I might just be fine to. Oh wow. Okay. Okay, I wasn't. That's an interesting play. So my thought as Victor is I would go push up on Ravenbloom, and actually he could have just gone push up on Dreaming Tree, stupefy on his dude, and drawn 2 if his plan was to use the stupefy here.
Yeah, true. I think unless he has something to try to
Tree.
deal with the back line, that was a weird play because he, as you mentioned, he could have drawn 2 instead of 1 and then hidden the card on the other side of the battlefield. You would only make this play in the back line if you ended up picking up something like a Bellows Breath repeated, allowing you to take down 3 units in the back line. But if he was just looking for draw, he kind of missed out on one more draw there.
I guess his thought is maybe he can potentially defend multiple times on the conservatory. Say like I'm going to get multiple triggers and draw multiple cards off of the conservatory, but it seems pretty unlikely that Set would let you do that. We will see. I mean, not a lot of cards, not a ton of options.
Yeah, and it does say the first time you defend, I believe. It's not every time, right? Because that would be a little bit busted.
Okay. Good to know. Good to know.
I'm pretty sure. I could be totally wrong, but I kind of remember reading something around those lines. Yeah, we'll find out. I'll look it up if we really need to. But throwing it back over to Set's side has only 2 cards to work with. What can he make use? He's going to be starting off with the simple Conquer. Actually, not so simple. This could be rather complicated with the hidden card. So goes off with the Drummer. It does get the +1 recruit unless he reacts to it as we saw from before. And the Consult the Past is going to be drawing 2 more cards on top of that. Hidden Blade and a Salvage, not too shabby. So much kill spells, not too much units, of course. That's what we've known from Victor so far. Actually, the majority of Victors in Spiritforge.
So Conservatory actually is not once per turn. So you can, if you do defend multiple times. But what is really funny is the salvage. So if if an auction steals the a recruit or the Vanguard Armory, you can just salvage it. So maybe that's a side card.
Yeah,
Would be very funny.
essentially salvaging your own Vanguard army because it goes to trash regardless. So not a feels good, but at least as you're saying, you don't get value to set, which you have to do, what you have to do sometimes. But now just trying to think about what can I do to try to defend this board to try to get double dip value from the conservatory. Is there a world where a single recruit token survives the onslaught coming in? The Wage of the Pain trying to take down the drummer. But how are you taking three more
Hmm.
units? I almost want to just let this recruit token go. It feels like it's one too many cards invested from my hand.
Well, I think you just have so many cards in hand that you're just fine throwing cards at these because you're slowly chipping away at the board, and Set, like we said, has almost nothing in hand. So if you just slowly start chip away at the board without having to invest a ton, you eventually will get to a spot where Set just doesn't have units, right? So I actually like this. I think this is good. And while you still do lose the combat, I mean, you remove 2 units, and 2 cards from your hand is a better trade for Set than has two cards in his hand. Um, so, but Set does go up to 5. You are on a bit of a clock here. You do actually need to start removing more stuff. So the singularity needs to come down next turn. I mean, if you have a bellows, that would be nice too. Ooh,
There
you
we
called it.
go. We were wondering where the camel was going to come out to play Ruin Runner, and I typed in camel on the gallery. What have I done to myself? The Ruin Runner coming down. It doesn't look like it's going to be the most impactful card, but it might be the crucial card he needs to try to close out the game. If he could add some equipments on top of it. Of course, we did see something like a salvage. But I totally agree. There's starting to be a bit of a clock as Set comes up to 5 points. You have 0 units on the battlefield or on the board, I should say, and you're only at 3. So you're going to have to give Set at least going up to 6 as you're most likely. Actually, I take that back. Actually, Set can go up to 7 because you're only able to take care of the battlefields and you can't take care of Ruin Runner unless you could Singularity into a Call of the Week, but then that leaves behind one of those units.
Well, I believe he has another blood money. So a way to do this, and he doesn't have enough runes for this, mind you, so this doesn't work, is you would go blood money on the pit rookie and then singularity Lucian plus uh, uh, the dude in the base, and then at that point the problem is that there's a buff on the Lucian, so the Set saves it and it doesn't set up the Call of the Week, right? But
Right.
that would be like the route you would go. So I was saying that Victor is looking in a good spot, but without seeing like a Decree Bellows or some way to clear this Rune Runner, I think that Rune Runner makes things really tough now.
Oh yeah, the camel making all the difference. And it kind of goes back to that one key moment in this match where Sabotage came down. We're saying what's going to be the most important card to get rid of your opponent's hand, and he chose Bellows Breath. And that's actually, as you're mentioning, as you're bringing up to everyone's attention, might just be the card he actually needed. He doesn't have Imperial, but it looks like the Singularity time. It is time to come down, and who is going to be likely targets? Most likely the only ones that are legal targets, the Lucian and the first mate. Of course, Set ability coming online, saving Lucian for the time being, and that is a completely exhausted out Victor, aka Set's going to be going up to 7 points. And how are you taking rid of the camel? If you play one more unit, you feel okay. You feel okay from a Call to Glory or a
Yep.
Call of the Week. Is this a GG win as the camel holds?
Yeah, I mean, it's looking really, really good. If he doesn't have it out for the camel, the game just ends, right? Like,
I think so. He can't drag under. That is a target spell.
yeah.
Unbelievable. I can't believe out of the impressive hand, perhaps card advantage doesn't paint the full picture in these games. As we've seen from other cards games like another matchups like Timo. Timo sometimes has so much cards in hand, but just not able to do too much when things really come to really matter, of course. So he goes to the 6 point. I could only imagine he's going to be holding with the Ruin Runner as well. I mean, might as well. I don't see any downside. The only downside being a Call
Hmm.
to Weak. But if you have a unit, you play it. If you don't have a unit, you keep the Lucian in the base to try to keep it as protected as possible.
Yep. Yep. So I think this comes, if Set has a unit here, it's very straightforward. You just play your units and then actually, I think you're probably just. Are you just retreating everything no matter what? Like, because a lot of the victor removal is on the battlefields. Um,
Yeah, I mean, I think it goes either way. I mean, yeah, I think it's a safer play to retreat Lucian regardless, but you have to hold with the Ruin Runner. You have to push up. You
yeah.
have to get to 7 and just leave it all onto the heart of the cards for Victor. Can he get over? He would need to top deck something like a double call of the week or a Watcher, which we haven't seen any bit of, but the Set Brawler gonna make it that much more difficult to accomplish that. PKM on the cuffs of moving on forward into top 16. Can he get it done? That's going to be a set out of 8 total sets coming into this regional. Only 3 of them progress into top cut, 2 of them into top 32, and at least one of them is going to be moving on forward to top 16. If this hold stays, of course, I could be getting ahead of myself. It just
Yep.
looks likely.
Yep. I mean, there's still the card off the top. We could see. I'm having a hard time thinking what it could be, but there could be a card off the top. Maybe like singularity off the top, and then go singularity. But even that doesn't work because you can just save the. You can save the. Oh,
Set.
and as another unit. Okay. Yep. That makes it really, really
It's
hard.
over. You need something like repeated call of the week, which does not exist in the game, of course. So the call, Hidden Blade is actually a great card, but what good is a card when you can't target the Ruin Runner? We said what will be the most critical card or essential card for this set to really take down Victor, and it looks like the Camel doing all the heavy lifting, but it was just at the end game. I mean, he played very well to get to this position where he's enabling the Camel to close things out. No matter what goes down, I'm not seeing it. Drag Under can't do it. Call of the Week, you knock out a Lucian. Singularity, you can't target it. Hidden Blade, you can't target it. Everything just thrown out the window for Victor, and Victor is slowly realizing it and shedding a couple tears on the inside, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's rough. I mean, he has seen probably half his deck and hasn't seen Decrees, hasn't seen the Bellows. Like, I mean, you did see one Bellows, but that card's long gone. I mean, it's bad. I mean, I think they're double culls, but that's not going to do it. Yeah, it's rough. I mean, the camel came out at the perfect time. It was
It
I
really
was like,
did.
the
It
victor's
like
got
came
it.
out of nowhere where everyone least expected it and putting on a quite the show. So well done. I don't see a world as we keep going back to where Victor tries to climb out of this hole. Double call of the week doesn't get there. Salvage, there's nothing to salvage. Drag under, you can't target. We can say it each and every other way, but it's gonna all result in the exact same thing. Set gonna be the victor of this best of 3 series in this round of 32, but at least trying to dwindle down some units at the minimum
Mhm.
to give him some kind of hope. I'm just conceding here, but perhaps he just wants to kill more units to feel a bit better before going home.
Because you go, what? Like, then there's another call. And then
He
now
even saved
you.
it. Wait, no, did he save it? Because it didn't get recalled
Yeah,
back to
you have to
base.
save it. You have to save it here, right? Well, actually, yeah, I don't know. It was, if you were gonna go for this, I don't think you could go in this order, but because you have to like bluff what single. No, he doesn't have enough rooms. Yeah, it is looking cooked.
I don't
Unfortunately.
understand is why the Chinese players do this when they know there's no outs, unless they're like trying to calculate an out as they play their cards. But there is just
Hmm.
one big problem, and it is the Ruin Runner staring right in the face. Why are we dragging that? And this is no disrespect, of course. It just, we've seen it more than once. You look at that, the fist bump coming out. And thank you, the set player. He's saying, come on, bro. That this is all but over. We have done a 90-minute best of 3. Let's call it a game, and that is
Wow.
it. Set will be moving forward. Well played to both players, though. That was an impressive game of top 32.
I mean, I thought Victor was gonna win the game until the Runner came down. That was something that I definitely missed when we were talking about sidecards because the Rune Runner must absolutely destroy this Victor deck, right? It's
Yeah, I think
half of its
Ruin
players.
Runner is actually poised pretty good in the current meta, especially with
Mhm.
the rise of Kai'Sa. Perhaps that's the reason we see a slight rise in set as well, because Ruin Runner does work against those heavy removal focused decks like Victor, like Kai'Sa. Perhaps even does decent against the likes of Ezreal as well. So that was a fun matchup to close out that round. And 90 minutes is no joke. How are you feeling after that round, NA?
I mean, I'm tired, but I guess it's only 12. You're gonna be up for another what? Like, oh
Don't
my
say it. Don't
gosh,
say it. I don't even want to hear it.
I
I do
can't
not
complain
want to
too
hear
much.
it, NA. But yeah, we're about 3 and 40 minutes in. If things are like any other previous regionals, we could be sitting here for another 9 to 10 hours. But let's not think about that before I go crazy. But NA, if it is getting a little bit late, we did commit to 2 rounds. So I don't want to hold you up any longer. But it was a pleasure, as always, to have you on the commentary, as we tend to do. I'll probably reach out to you if you want to do the 1K next weekend, but we could
Sure.
go from there.
Yeah,
We'll see,
of course. Yeah, just shoot me a message, of course.
of course. But hope we had a good time on the regional. Are you doing your podcast tomorrow?
Yes. So I'm gonna be recording it tomorrow, and it'll either go out tomorrow afternoon or Monday. Depends on when I have the time to do the editing. So,
Yeah, if you want to let
but
chat know a little bit about the podcast, I think now's a good time.
yeah, of
Or,
course. So, yep.
no, I was gonna
Yep.
say this is a perfect time. I just why is the YouTube chat, guys? If anyone's on both streams, copy what I just put on Twitch over to YouTube. I don't know why I can't type on YouTube right now.
But yeah, so I run a podcast called Seal of Insight. It is a podcast focused on competitive Riftbound. If you're interested in it, come check it out. It's at Seal of Insight. And we right now are doing bi-weekly episodes, so every other week. That being said, once we get Spirit Forged, probably move to weekly episodes as there's more stuff to cover, right? Because right now we're just it's a bit of a downtime, end of Origin. So, yep, come check us out. Give us a chance if you like it. Otherwise, you can follow me on Twitter _NA45 _, and I will hopefully see you guys in the future. So, thank you
Absolutely.
so much for
Hopefully,
having me.
NA will join us for more casts. But guys, for those on YouTube, you're already on YouTube. Might as well show some love and throw them a sub on that channel. And thank you, Log. You're gonna be sharing the Seal of Insight. I mean, if you simply type Seal of Insight on YouTube, since you guys are already on that platform, it should pop up. But of course, if you got a link there, Lucky, I'll in this break, I'll pull up the YouTube chat. That way, I can chat with you guys as well. I usually do. But again, thank you so very much, NA. As always, we'll keep in touch for any future commentary, and you guys will probably see NA very soon in the near future.
All right, thank you so much for having me. It was nice being with you guys. So, see you
All right,
later.
guys, say peace out to NA. We'll catch him around. See ya, NA. All right, chat. Just gonna be you and me for a little bit. We do have our next caster, Leroy, gonna be joining us very shortly, but he doesn't have to join just yet if he wants a little bit more downtime, because these rounds tend to go long. But we just got done with a 90-minute round, so maybe with the next round isn't gonna be too long. Let me take a slight little water/bathroom break, and I'll be right back. Okay,
Hello, plus.
Leroy, you here? Awesome.
Yeah, do you want me to entertain the chat while you take your break?
Yeah, you could do that. Leroy, do you have the camera already? You do. Let me pull it up for you. And how are you doing today, Leroy? Not too tired?
I'm doing fine. I might have some red eyes. I was super tired when I woke up, but now I'm doing good after seeing some good rebound.
Yeah, that last game was pretty good. We never really get to see a set, and that was a pretty good set.
Yeah.
All right, there he is, guys. Leroy waking up. It's a little bit earlier than we're used to seeing him, but I really do appreciate Leroy coming on. He's going to be taking over for the next 2 rounds. And real quick before I head out, and I say head out, but I'm going to be gone for like 2 minutes. But I did see some awesome people in chat. Red Moon, I saw you hit me with the sub. Thank you so much for the love. And Turkey Master, I remember you from back in the day. Welcome on in. I'm doing pretty good. I'll be right back in a second. And I'm Fat Phobic. What are the decks left? Leroy, do you happen to have a screenshot of the 32, or did you not take it yet?
I have the 32. I saw it from Riftbound report, and I copied it, and I can send it to you right now. Give me just a second.
Yeah, that way I'll
and
pull
I'll
it
be
up.
there.
And W King saying, do we jump in chat? Oh, it looks like it's coming up soon. But W King, if you're listening on the stream, is one more round because the stream is behind. Unless you want to hop in. No. I had you for round 4. We're currently in round 3. I'll type to you in a second. Let me just pull up. And I'm talking to you even if you're not here. If you're not here, I'll type to you in a second. So I'm not gonna full screen it, guys, because it looks like we might be getting to the next round very soon. Because that was very good odds that could have been the very last match. And Lyra, there's a question for you in chat on YouTube.
Okay, I'm going to go there quickly.
Or I can read it for you too. It says, Leroy, are you
YouTube.
French? You have the same accent as me.
Am I French? Yeah, I am totally French. And I'm sorry if my accent is showing up right now. Usually I
No,
try
I
to
think
hide
everyone
it as
loves it,
best as
honestly.
possible. But yeah, I am. Usually my accent is not that strong, but waking up at 5:30 does not help, honestly.
Yeah, it's a little bit too early. But all right, chat. I will be right back. Guys, entertain Leroy for a second. Ask him some questions. It looks like he's more on the Twitch side, but he might have just pulled up the YouTube
No,
chat
I
as well,
just opened
guys.
YouTube. Yeah,
Okay, he has
YouTube
both
with
chat. If
you
you guys want to ask him any questions, what he's preparing, he will be out in Bologna. If you guys are going to be heading out there yourselves for the regional coming out in 2 weeks, maybe pick his brain what he's bringing, what you guys can go back and forth on what you guys decide, or just get ready to say hello to Leroy as you guys can maybe see him out there. But I'll be right back, chat.
All right, Son of Thanatos, let's not dwell in this. And yeah, hi everyone. I will ask Plus to pull up something for you because the numbers we have for this tournament are nothing usual. So for those that I don't know, I made some analysis of all the numbers, some statistic for the meta, and let's just say that this time Set and Annie literally broke my Google Sheet because I will explain, but yeah, the numbers that are here are just unreal. All right, who would you go to Bologna? I will go to Bologna. I will be in Bologna. Bringing my deck, bringing my non-smiley face, and trying to get some good stuff around here. It's my first DCG. I know nothing of these events, and yeah, it will be fun. What is the best deck in the format and where is it looks? It's not Lux because it's MF. Yeah, everybody's right. Exactly. What's your plan on Riftbound coming in French? By the way, are you willing to buy some? I don't know. I will buy whatever is cheaper. I don't have that much money, so I don't collect arts and so on, and I take all those cheapest cards, and I don't even mind it. You know, when I played League for like 13 years and I never bought a skin, I don't mind. I think I'm all about stats and tryhard and so on. So yeah, best deck from Z2. I mean, the easy answer is Draven. But I think overall, the actual best deck is just the Miracle package, and people have shown that you could run it in different legends. We saw Randy running it with Severe, and for those who missed those games, it was amazing. I think Delian was the best Riftbound official tournament that we ever had, the best major. So for those who haven't seen it, check the VODs there. Amazing. And then there is the Ezreal package that Alan tweeted about. A serious question though: should the Israel scrap FC start a deck culture package? So that's the miracle version that I'm talking about right now. No, it should not. The thing is, and they both explained it, it's really hard to play. Okay, it's not for everyone. Why? Because it takes every turn takes so much time. So you have to be super prepared and to know exactly what to do in every single situation. And this is why we have not seen any miracle Israel going high in there right now, because people do not have the experience to play it, and that's why instead we are saying Pit Crew is real, because it's simpler. It's a really good deck, but it's simpler and easier to pick up. And so you should run this package if you're the Israel scrum up fees. You should run that only if you're confident enough that you will be able to close out the round in time, because else every single run will go to draw, and you won't be able to make it to the top 64 even.
All right, Chad, I'm back as well. I don't think, like I said before the break, this is going to be too long because we had a 90-minute game. I don't really see a world where any of the other matches took somewhere around the same time length or even longer. Maybe one game going up to 100 minutes. It's just crazy, but I'm pretty sure everyone's done. They're just doing the pairings. And I actually pulled up the data, or I didn't pull up your data, Leroy, but I did up the one you copy paste. We had 10 Dravens. That was less than 50% moving on from top 64. Do we see the same trend, and do we get 5 or less moving forward to top 16? What's your prediction, Leroy? Do you think less than 5 Dravens or exactly 5, or maybe even more?
We are not there, which were usually good, but we see a lot of cases. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go with 4 Draven.
4 Draven, there we go. Chad, what are you predicting? I want to see the Annie matchup. Online games, okay. Annie could be one to check out because Annie hasn't really been too strong. I mean, she got 5th place, chat. She got literally 5th place in the first one in Fuzhou. But ever since then, she's barely made top cut. Needs to see those set deck lists. Yeah, Edwin, or Eddie, I gotcha. I will be posting the top 8. But you could check out the full list, I believe, on riftdex.com, maybe 24 hours after the event ends. But I'll be posting it on Twitter and our Discord, at least the top 8. And then whichever set wins the best of metal card, I'll post all the metal card winners there too.
And plus, if you want, I sent you something in the chat. This is the numbers that I started to make, and I was just saying chat that Annie and Seth, they broke my Google Sheet because the numbers basically the idea was that my the cells were programmed to have the green color, the max green color.
Yeah, Set and Annie converted too well, right? From 8 to 3, yeah, and basically then 3 to
it 2. It was up to 2.5, and so the Google Sheet did not know what to do because it was too high, basically.
Right.
So guys, there are some numbers here that we've never seen in a tournament. I think it's really fun, and I think despite everyone saying like, oh, Draven is too strong and so on, this set 2 is bringing us so much good things.
I think so. I think now that it's starting to settle things out, more people are playing a lot of more variety of legends, and people understand how to play against Draven. The perfect example was yesterday when me and Leroy casted the last game. That was a perfect example of how to play around Draven, perhaps toe to toe. You can't keep up with Draven when you play into his game. But as we saw, I know Leroy remembers it just like it was literally yesterday. It was 1-7, and surprising enough, the player at 1 still ended up winning that game. Craziest thing we ever seen.
0-7? Wasn't it even 0-7?
No, I think 1-7. It was 0-7. Even if it was 0-7, they probably still won the way they were playing.
Yeah.
But what is the biggest takeaway here, Leroy? Because I know your numbers are the ones highlighted. The higher it is, the more impressive it is of a performance this tournament.
Yeah. every time I post this, guys checks mostly a feed conversion. This is the most important number.
Okay.
Um, and right now 1.55 for Draven. He keeps going down tournament after tournament. I think it's higher than the Lion, but it's not that high compared to the two first one. I really had a drop and basically switch with Kesa. Usually, like
Right.
you would see Kesa being just above one, and what right now 1.8, and Aurelia kind of the opposite.
The numbers that kind of stand out
Victories.
to me as the ones decreasing are Fiora big. Usually we see a little bit better from Fiora, no?
Um, a little bit, but not exactly because usually it's more that less Fiora enter the tournament, but you always see only one or two making it out.
Okay.
So I think the numbers were about 0.65 last week, if I remember correctly. So it was about the same. And it's just that every time there's this one Fiora that goes so far in the tournament, so you get this 1.67 and then 2.222.
Yeah, right. That's probably what's going on. Okay. And I'm seeing in chat, has Orn fallen off? You know, Puffin,
No,
I don't think Orn ever really came up, if you will. I don't think he was
yeah,
ever at the top to fall off from. But if you mean
I
can
made
Orn
yeah.
compete, he's decent, but I don't think he's up there with like the higher tier legends. He's somewhere like in the middle. He's fun. He has the protect the king strategy. But other than that, he's a little bit slow. He's actually pretty slow. And Kitsune is saying he's always sucked. I don't know about sucked. There's been some
Uh,
players that really believed in him, but he's a bit slow, I will say. When you don't hit the cards you need, it almost feels like your opponent has an easy way.
I made a tier list based on the numbers from this tournament. Um, so it's not my tier list. It's not my opinion. It's just like a tier list based on math. And On is the only one in a tier that I call the fraud tier.
The
People are
fraud
picking
tier.
On, and it's just bad. I could pull up the tier list for you guys if you want, but I'm saying is the Excel sheet public? I Yeah, kind of. I take some screenshots and I post it on my Twitter. You can check it there.
Yes, Twitter is right under his name, or I can even type it in chat, but at Leroy Stinson on Twitter, he posts all those Excel sheets. So I don't think the sheet sheets is public, but you could just kind of
Yeah.
copy paste the data and go from there. And Zinzar, welcome on in. What do you mean? Wait, what deck was it? Was that for someone else? And Wolfman, when is top 16 starting? It looks like it's starting very soon, funny enough, as we are getting back to the casting booth.
Called it.
So we're about 5 or so minutes away. More importantly, guys, get your screenshots ready. We're going to be finding out what is the remaining 16 legends for the final regional open. Is it going to be 50% Draven, or is it going to be 4 Draven like Leroy speculating? We're going to be finding out right now. Actually, we get the players. So Control is still in it. The Azir is still in it. Omega Zero is still in it. The Ezreal player from before, AI
My
EDG.
boy Omega Zero.
Yeah, our boy Omega Zero, AI EDG. If you guys remember him, I'm pretty sure that was the Ezreal player. And take a look. That is exactly 50% of the Dravens moving on in. So 5 Draven, 4 Kai'Sa, 3 Aurelia, and not just one Set. That is 100% conversion from 32 to 16. Set is cooking this tournament. And then 1 Annie and 1 Azir to close us out. That is a great top 16. I love it.
Yeah. I took the bad screenshot because I was not on the Bilibili at this point. But,
Hopefully it's okay.
yeah, we can still see everything that we need.
Yeah, we'll save it for in between. But guys, it looks to be rather the same. The big standout star was Set. Set is doing good things. Some Set stonks are going up, guys. If you didn't get your Set brawlers already, it is time to step those up. But on top of the Set runner, maybe Ruin Runner with Kai'Sa coming up. I said it before at the end of the round 32. Ruin Runner might be the key piece missing for Set. So it's going to be cool. Top 16 was Set. It might not even get metal card. You know, Arvo, that's tricky, right? Because there's 2 of them battling out for the metal card. Whoever makes it a top 8 most likely will get that medal card.
Yeah. Let's see, because uh, both victors were eliminated. Severe was taken down also. Azir is still in the tournament, and I think right now it's the best Azir performance. And
I
sadly
think
enough,
so.
I wish it would have been Ayadibile with the Azir, because
Yeah. He would
amazing
have top
player.
8 at least.
Yeah, and we saw him 2 times. Still one Annie. I don't remember the Annie's name, and I would love to see if it's the same Annie from last time. I mean, from the first or second tournament. Uh, it was Chengdu. No,
He
it
was
was
EDG
Suzhou.
as well, right? He was the EDG Annie.
He
So
was an
maybe I'm
ADG, yeah.
confusing the EDG players because wait, there's AI. EDG is the sponsor. AI is the team name. So I'm
Yeah,
pretty
and we
sure
don't
that's
have
the
any Ezreal.
Ezreal.
We don't have any Ezreal.
I
There's no
know, no,
Ezreal.
I know he's not on Ezreal. I'm
Okay.
saying that was the pit
Oh.
crew Ezreal from the previous
Oh.
tournaments because I strictly remember AI EDG and
Oh,
that
you
was
think he
him, the
switched?
guy with the messy hair, if you remember him.
Yeah, I totally remember who he is, but I'm curious now.
I think he's just on Kaiser today. You know, they play very similar to Ezreal, so perhaps trying to pivot the strategy. I would love to see him, but I'm pretty sure we're probably gonna get one of the ladies here, either Aurelia or Kaiser, for this top 16 match. Let's head off over
Yeah.
to the feature table and get this top 16 started. And we don't recognize any of these players. So let's see what they're bringing to this round of top 16. Is it going to be a Draven? I have a feeling it's at least one of the Aurelia, and there she is. I had a funny feeling that's going to be legend number 1. Let's see, of course, who's going to be that legend number 2 for today.
Yeah. Really curious to see who's she facing and what she can bring, because we saw. Oh, you called it best.
Guys,
So,
I work
we
at
saw.
production. I work at the production booth. They told me, which do you want to see? I said, Aurelia Kaiser could be nice, and look at that, calling it picture perfect. That's kind of weird that that happened, but we haven't really seen this matchup too often. On paper, there's a slight buff, or I should say, I guess a slight buff for Aurelia because of the recent erratas, which we know this tournament is currently playing with, right? So Falling Star, not as impactful as it was in the past. A Cathian Rain, not as crucial as it was in the past. So does that favor slightly Aurelia? Or can anything go down in this matchup, Leroy?
No, it's just, no. I heard several people who know how to play saying this matchup is impossible for Kai'Sa. You've got all these deflects, and you've got all the like all the not so fast and the defy and so on, and apparently it's just hell for Kai'Sa. So this player will have to play out of his mind if he wants to win this.
Okay.
And
It
and
makes
have a middle.
sense.
Yeah.
It does make sense as you put it. The fervent, guys, I think I'm saying it right. Fervent, because everyone was getting on me. It's not fervent. The fervent champion, such a potent card. It does have deflect, and that's what Kaiser. That's probably the biggest nemesis to the Kaiser strategy. So on top of that, is it just the fervent that has deflect, or is there anything else in Kaiser or in Aurelia? It might
No,
just
I
be
mean,
all you need, right?
yeah. Let's see. It's just not so fast, and just the Lacan is pretty exposed. So I think, yeah, I was like, I think he's going to mulligan it, and yeah, already done. This is the one unit that you cannot protect, and I think you're fine. Just
Oh, and it's a sneaky deckhand Aurelia. We've been seeing that variant find a lot of success recently in this Chinese regionals. Before then, I wasn't really considering a great option in sneaky deckhand for Aurelia decks, but it does make a bit of sense because you start off early. You get the point conquer, and then more often than not, you also get the hold, and 2 points is all you need to try to inch that way closer to victory, of course. But there is a whole lot of removal, like a Hex Tech Ray, so maybe Sneaky Deckhand won't really stick around too much longer. But here we are finally in the top 16 round. Aurelia going against the Kaiser. Is there gonna be a huge upset? As Leroy said, this matchup tends to favor Aurelia, but perhaps this Kaiser is coming in prepared and tries to approach it differently than most Kaisers that we know.
Yeah, and we saw that Sneaky Deckhand, because I think it was the fast pace of the meta and some aggro deck making it impossible to deal with. Now he had the next tech ray in hand, I think, and it shows to not. Oh no, okay. He's playing on the draw, and I was messing up everything because there is the obelisk of power.
Yeah, he
Okay,
didn't
fine.
literally have any runes
Yeah.
to play anything, as that was the
Yeah.
opening turn. So perhaps Sneaky Deckhand feels great when you're the one running Obelisk of Power, as well as Draven's running a lot of Obelisk of Power as well. But we said a key piece to the game plan for
And he's
Aurelia will be the Fervent
playing
with that
it
deflect.
naked. He's playing naked the Aurelia. If there's a falling star, she's dead. And he's like, I dare ya. I double dare ya to use 3 of your runes just to kill her. And he's gonna say, oh yeah, you dare me? See what I do now.
Yeah, and see what he did. It looks like he still paid the cost, but it accomplished a good feat. I mean, taking down the Fervent as
didn't pay
early as
the
it comes
deflect.
down, was that a
He
little
didn't pay
bit
the
too
deflect.
ambitious?
Did he pay the deflect?
Yeah, I saw him pay the deflect. He paid one for
Oh yeah,
Kaiser.
with the yeah. Okay, I forgot the Kaiser for a moment. My bad. Great shot.
But unbelievable, is that the throw of the century? Because Fervent is such an important card. As we mentioned, is one card that if it's able to stick around because of that pesky deflect cost, it gives a whole world of problems on this Kaiser. But I guess if there's another card that could try to bring things back in your favor, Draven Audacious could be
But
that
he's
card.
playing it naked again. This guy plays without fear.
No fear in the man's heart. He's like, you know what? If you take out my units, so be it. But I have to do what I have to do to try to progress my game state. But, you know, that was one singularity. Falling Star here wouldn't be that bad. You only lose one of your Fury runes, and that, I mean, you do have to be a bit careful of a might increase, but a progress day just to simply draw 4 is saying, forget the Draven Audacious. I don't care about you going up to 3 points. I'm going to prepare my game plan for the next couple of turns, because 4 cards can never go wrong picking that up the top.
Yeah, I mean, Falling Star would be 3 runes because Draven also has deflect.
No, there's no way. Does he really?
Yeah, I think he has deflect too. No?
wait, no. That's news to me. Let me look it up. Oh, it does have deflex. So absolutely right.
Yeah.
Wow, Draven Audacious even better than I originally thought. I just couldn't believe you, Leroy. I was like, wait a second. Are you serious? It has that great of ability and deflect and 6 might. Audacious is a powerhouse of a card. But Guardian Angel, he said he's been playing these cards naked. This is a bit of a safety net for these cards.
Yeah, and I think he's playing those cards. He was playing these cards naked because he was like, if I don't have this fast tempo, anyway, I'm gonna lose. So I have to make some risky plays. But I don't think so, because the matchup is supposed to be good for Aurelia. So yeah, I'm not sure I completely understand. He's not going. He's not going to not equip the GA.
Yeah, he had to.
Okay. Yeah, I was scared.
The only thing I'm thinking, why didn't the Draven go into the Sentry there? Or what am I? Oh, no. He just recalled the Sentry. There was nothing on the battlefield, of course. So he had the option to go into the Obelisk or the Void Gate. Avoid the Void Gate in the world of Kaiser so you don't get an easier pick off. But so far, looking decently good for Kaiser. 3 points up to 2, and not too much battlefield presence on the side of Kaiser. Let's see if she could change that, though, because one singularity could make a world of difference. You do have to pay one of the deflect costs, though. Is there a not so fast in hand? I'm only seeing a Defy, a On Guard, or Fight or Flight, and I think a Stellacorn Herder. Oh no, a Charm, it looks like.
Yeah, but Draven is at 7 right now. No?
True.
Yeah, with the GA is at 7. So you would have to go with the Singularity and then go with the Sentry to trade, which would not even kill it. And I think there's a Fight or Flight, so you could just heal your Draven from the Fight or Flight,
Yeah,
which would
even though
require
on
then
reaction speed, you're totally right.
require a Stupefy, which would be another rune that would be gone from the deflect. That's why, guys, this matchup is so sketchy for
I think
Asa.
so too, because even if they wanted to go a bit risky and play that Stupefy, there's a Defy waiting in the hand of Aurelia, of course, so that game plan wouldn't have actually played out the way he anticipated it, but the Piercing Light does come off the top, so this Kaiser looks to have every single ounce of removal, the Piercing Lights, the Singularities, most likely the Falling Star, because what Kaiser doesn't run Falling Star? Every single one of them usually having all three in the deck. So he's thinking carefully. He's saying, why is deflect a key word? The Stupefy allowing the Sentry to trade 1 for 1 if he chooses to do so, because there is an on guard on the side of Aurelia.
Yeah, I mean, I think Aurelia was one of the reasons why Kaisa was not performing that well. And the fact that we saw less Aurelia this tournament, if I'm correct, is why we have so many Kaisa in top cut. But now that they're facing this top Aurelia that know at least a little bit how to play their deck, because else they would not be there, they're starting to struggle a lot.
Yeah, they're starting to run up into their worst matchups per se. But let's see. It looks like Aurelia did decide to invest with the on guard, so bringing up the sneaky deckhand up to 3 currently. So as it stands, you need a little bit more. At the minimum, you will be getting a draw 1 for that push-up and getting taken out. What does he draw? Okay, we knew the Falling Star was somewhere around the corner. It doesn't seem too fruitful to let it go right now because that is a 2 deflect cost. But the Piercing Light should at the minimum clean things up at you still have to play the deflect cost unless you're going to be targeting your Yordle, because it strictly reads another unit, doesn't it?
No, because it's 1 unit on the battlefield and then 1 unit in base if you want, if I remember correctly.
No,
This being
I'm
said,
pretty sure it's just another unit, so you can be 1 on the battlefield and another 1 on the battlefield.
not that I know. To me, it was like 1 on the battlefield and then 1 in base that's optional.
Oh, the other one is optional, so foregoing the selection onto Draven. That does make sense because it says deal 2 damage or... Oh no, it doesn't say. It says deal 2 damage, deal 2 to the unit, then deal 2 to up to 1 other, or up to 1 other, so you can say 0.
Yeah.
Okay, I see what's going on. And of course...
So yeah, managed to kill the sneaky, which is good, but doesn't accomplish that much when you're 4-2 playing against Irelia, who's just going to conquer everything. And yeah,
looks like he's asking how much runes he has available. He's like, okay, you do have enough runes for something big next turn. Something like a time warp. If it's a little too early to do so, a 2, 4, 6, 8 does go up to 10 runes the following turn. Trying to consider, do I want to retreat my Draven Audacious to keep it safe? Or is he truly never safe wherever he is on the battlefield? Do I want to perhaps do something like a ride the wind to try to just keep putting points on the board? A couple options. I think the bigger option he's considering, does he want to simply charm, or does he want to wait for something like the Kaiser Survivor, the better value target to bring in and charm? I'm realizing how fantastic of a card it is when you have an Audacious, right? You force the combat, you not only take out a unit, but you get 2 points, or you get 1 point for the Audacious trigger.
yeah, and this open pass is it shows that he's still scared of the Kesa. And I just realized it doesn't want, because usually with Irelia you just fly from one battlefield to the other, but right now it doesn't want to do this because if he goes on the Void Gate, he's exposed to all these 6 damages spell that will go up to 7 and that can now kill it with the even with the GA.
Yeah, and he does indeed have that singularity, but that's going to be the second progress day. An impressive 8 cards drawn from 2 cards. Usually you never see a double main board progress day, but this is a greedy Kaiser, and sometimes it looks like we're in the meta. The more card draw, the better, especially when all the card draw is going to be removal, and Aurelia doesn't have that many units to remove, so each and every one of those spells pays a little bit and goes that much further in this matchup. So has to consider, got the 4 cards. Now, what are you going to be doing with the book you have in hand? Because Leroy, how much cards does he have? It looks like half his deck, doesn't it?
He's got so many. Like, I would be fumbling everything and making some cards for like I can't handle that many cards in my hand.
I think it's like 12 cards in here. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. I couldn't even count. So more than 10 cards for sure.
Yeah. Now the question is, what is he fishing for? And I think the most likely answer is a Watcher. I don't know why he's not scoring though.
At least one, right?
This is-
But perhaps really thinking about going on the even tempo game plan.
Oh no! It's of course he's not scoring because he doesn't want to give a
Draven,
3
right?
point to Draven.
That
Yeah,
makes sense.
my bad, chat.
No matter in
Um,
any deck, you just don't want to be exposed to any kind of Dravens, whether it be the Draven Legend or the Draven Champion. So having to play around them basically the exact same way we've seen before.
that's too open path. He doesn't care at all. It's like I'm just going to sit there until the end, and you cannot do anything about it.
Did he get his point for the hold though? Because he passed it back over to Kaiser, but I didn't see the points go up. Wasn't he already at 5?
Yeah. No, he was at 4. He was at 4.
Okay. Oh, the Rocket Barrage going to be double targeting. Actually going for the GA. Does he want to go into something like a Rocket Barrage into Singularity? But the game plan stops right there right now. Defy coming down, sending that Rocket Barrage nowhere to be found. And now he had something in mind and has to pivot to another strategy. There's so many runes, Leroy. Look at what Aurelia has. You know, that's striking a bit of fear in Kaiser's heart, I feel like.
Yeah, that's exactly the words you could use there.
Mm-hmm.
What is he going to do? Like develop some? Oh, it's a time warp. He's got time warp. So he can have a big turn. But he needs to at least remove the GA first.
Yeah, that's what he was expecting. Look at him rubbing his eyes or rubbing his head. He's like, wait a second. I really needed that GA off because sending in some damage, paying the deflect cost, it could be worth it. But the simple fact that he's going to be sticking around after the fact and trying to conquer up to 2 points on the push, 1 for the conquer, 1 for the ability, it doesn't feel too good because that's going to be going up to 7. And GA, or not GA, but Audacious does allow him to get from 7 to 8, which is a single battlefield conquer. So this is a very tricky predicament, very similar to how we saw Victor in the previous round of top 32, had all the answers in hand, but just couldn't do too much when it really mattered on the board.
Yeah, but you can't go from 6 to 8 with Draven though, because the Draven procs before the 8th point. So
Right.
like you can do it only if you conquer the other battlefield that turn.
Right, but you can go from 7 to 8, I believe, with the
Definitely,
ability.
Yeah.
All right, he holds up to 6. If he's able to find himself on the other battlefield and then he does something like a charm, isn't that a auto win? Because you conquered a 7,
maybe.
you scored both points, and then you gained a point from Audacious. I think he has the line. He could fight or flight or even use Aurelia's ability. Wait a second. He charms in, gets the point, and then finds his way with the Aurelia. Oh, the retreat, though. That is huge. The charm was actually going to be super crucial in that moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's still alive, but the position is, I mean, the situation is still terrible. Guys, you're watching now how bad this matchup is. The Irelia player did not have to do anything. he just sat there and watched everything crumble to the ground.
You know, and he went off to a bad start. The Fervent getting eliminated as soon as it came down, and the Draven Audacious somehow sticking around from being played out the following turn from that Fervent going down a course. But man, he saw the win. He was so close to closing his game number 1 as early as the 15-minute mark, but instead having to pivot and trying to go on, develop the board a bit further. So Stellacore and Herder are going to be hitting the board, allowing just 4 runes available. The boost of swiftness is nice, but he doesn't necessarily need the Conquer at the moment. So just going to be paying it now as he
Oh, but
doesn't really need
yeah,
any defensive. I feel like you
yeah,
can
but he's
retreat
going
your
to
Draven
Conquer.
here. What do you think about that?
You could, but like by putting the pressure of having the 2 battlefields conquered, it's like there's no way you can win. And you also have to deal with the pressure of my Draven. If you miss one thing and I win one combat, you're dead. So there are so many things that are putting insane pressure on Kaysar right now.
And that's that deck
This
a
being
nice
said,
pickup.
he's almost tapped out, but he's got a Sonya. It's so doomed. It's so doomed.
Yeah, the double hide might be the play. We're looking at the fight or flight on the Stellacorn side just to get the additional draw, keep it safe in the base, and then the Zonya's Hourglass to keep everything safe on top of it. Yeah, it looks to be a really tough matchup for Kaiser. You know, he drew so much. He drew the majority of his deck, I want to say, at least 50% of his deck, it felt like, but somehow just doesn't have the outs necessary to close this game out. Still super behind. Even if he did, we're talking about 2 points. It gives a whole lot of breathing room for the Aurelia to try to establish one more time and try to push up when it matters. But it looks like where it matters is right here, right now, as all she needs to do is hold with a single unit. And with 2 hidden cards, it's very likely that there's going to be at least the Audacious surviving with the GA. And as we said before, you are able to go up from 7 to 8. So he doesn't really care about keeping both. He just needs to keep the Draven.
Yeah, and I think he's dead inside right now.
Oh yeah. He was scratching his head. He was like, what did I get myself into? I had such a fantastic run in Swiss. I ran into no Aurelias, and now in top 16, you're giving me the hardest time of the tournament. I am not loving it, but I'm not giving up so easily. Let's try to play patiently and try to find any potential out if he sees it, because you have a lot of cards to look through. I'm just not seeing it, Leroy. We'll see though.
Yeah, and I'm starting to think the Irelia who gets the metal card is the one that's dodging the most. The Kaysar that's getting the metal card is the one that's dodging the most Irelias.
Mm-hmm. Most
How
likely,
long can
because
you
Aurelia looks
escape
strong
them?
in this matchup, like we said.
Yeah.
And you know, we gotta respect it. They play pretty rapidly throughout this whole series, so you could slow down towards the end because this is it. This is the final turn of game number 1.
Yeah.
You either do anything to clear the board, or you quite literally lost. So you can't blame him for taking his time, as he played pretty fast the previous turn. So if there's any time to slow your pace of play, it will be right now. And oh, I did not expect this, Leroy, sending in the house Yordle, Poro, and a Sentry. A lot of units, but not a lot of might. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 total mites on the swing.
Yeah, which is still more than Draven, and your opponent is tapped out. So it's just like, you know what, I'm not going to use any spell. And with this, he can... yeah, the Zonia dies, but not the GA, which is such an issue because then you cannot kill the Draven with Falling Star. But you have Stupefy and Falling Star, but then how do you win the next combat and still remove the Stellar Corn?
Oh, this is different. Get excited in the Kaiser build. What did he discard? Because the camera angle doesn't even show us what he discarded to equal the same power level, but I would only imagine he discarded something like the Time Warp, won't be too essential to the game plan right now, but discarding it, doing 10 damage could be exactly what he needed. So get excited. I wish we got to see the exact target for get excited, but my guess would
It
have to
was
be
the
time warp.
Stelacon.
What
It
was
was the
it?
Stelac. Okay, okay. No, sorry. I thought you meant which unit. Um, I know. I don't know if it was the time warp.
Yeah, we
If
all
he
don't know
target
because of the camera right now. But
the
he's playing it on the
Stelacon,
showdown before the Draven resolves. So get excited with Voidgate even doing one more. And I see what he's doing. He's trying to set up the Zonya's Hourglass to proc, and then the GA procs. And then he goes for something like a Singularity, take out both units. So this is what he was digging deep to find a line. And it looks like he found some kind of line that could lead him and clear a path towards a potential comeback here.
yeah, but the get excited works only on the battlefield, right? And this is why with the fight or flight, he avoids uh, the get excited, and so the Zonia is not going to proc.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes it a whole lot tougher because now Draven Audacious, we saw what he was going for, but the fight or flight foiling everything he had in mind, and that's kind of been the name of the game. Kaiser has a certain plan in mind. He has a certain sequence of cards in mind, and the counter capabilities coming out from Aurelia, turning it upside down and keeping him having to switch around what he had in mind, of course. So I see why Aurelia definitely gives Kaiser a run for her money, but they still have to conclude the showdown. What is he thinking about? What does he want to
Yeah,
do? Because right now, Draven's going just back to base with no GA.
and maybe what you could have done is try to use an X-Tech Ray on the Stellacon to done 4 damages, then go on the Draven battlefield, and then use the get excited. And when there's the fight or flight, you use the stupefy and the Stellacon to kill the Zonia. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
It's
You know,
um
someone's saying that he still hasn't even discarded for Get Excited. That would be extraordinarily slow play. There's no way he hasn't decided on the Get Excited. You don't have to
you have
discard
to,
until the target until it has resolved. So if he was waiting on a Defy, no, it just didn't resolve. Okay, there was no valid target with the fight or flight. Actually, he didn't even have to discard because the fight or flight goes on before there's the resolution, I want to say.
yeah, and now you're doomed.
Yeah, you are doomed. Draven Audacious could come back in, swing for 7, and that is easy as that, 7 to 8. But of course, there's just so much cards in hand. Singularity into a falling star. Does that do it? You lose your whole room pool, but it might be exactly what you need. 2, 4, 6, and then falling star. I mean,
No, that's
no,
still
that doesn't even do it, right? Because Draven's at 7, Stellacorn's at 5.
yeah, no, no. What Singularity into Stupefy into
Piercing light or
Falling
something.
Star into Falling Star. How much is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You use all of your rune pools, but if you have those 3 cards, you can actually remove everything.
What were the 3 cards? Singularity, Falling Star, and which one else?
Stupefy.
Okay.
So you use Singularity and Stupefy to kill Draven and Stellacorn once, proc the GA, because that's 7 on Draven and 1 on the Stellacorn.
Mm-hmm.
And then you use Falling Star, and you pray that it doesn't have... Okay, so... Yeah, I mean, you can do it the other way around. That doesn't change much.
So it looks like he's targeting Draven as there's going to be an additional deflect cost being played. But okay, Falling Star splitting the difference. Interesting. So 3 damage on both. But when they die, they regain back to their initial might. So this is going to be interesting. I mean, then he goes Singularity. Both of them die, but GA saves the Audacious. So here goes a Singularity. And then you have to play one more deflect cause. So each of them go down, but as we expected, Draven's gonna be sticking around. How are you doing the remaining? Is there a second falling star? Because that would do it, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that would. There's also the option of using yeah, no, because he would still be able to move with the Swifties. Because I was thinking if you use
There it is,
Ripple.
Leroy. We
Oh,
were
okay.
wondering what is the potential out. It looks like you went from 11 runes down to 2
Oh,
runes.
and God. Do you still have something?
Oh, he buffed it. He buffed the Draven
Yeah,
with the
yeah,
on
you got the
guard.
Draven. Yeah. It's oh, this matchup is so dope. It's
Unbelievable. We thought there was an out for the Kaiser. She did so much work, but all that amounts to nothing as Aurelia still ends up winning it. Well played. And this might be a bit of a speedier game as this one might be going 2-0. But let's try to think carefully. What can these sideboards for Kaiser be? I mean, the most straightforward one would be something like Thermo Beam to get rid of the GAs, the Boots of Swiftness. But what else can you think, Leroy? Is there any way of trying to deal with these deflected units? And by the way, Lionheart, welcome on in. I saw you say good morning. Good morning, good morning.
the I remember the mech, the 7-8 mech.
True.
That could be an idea. Mundo.
Wait, the
Got Mundo.
7-8 mech? Wait, which one
Yeah,
is that one?
the I think it
Oh,
was
yeah. Wow, I haven't heard that one in a long time. Chat, what was his
yeah.
name? Everyone used to love him. Oh, what was his
Mega
name?
Mech? Wasn't it
Mega
just
Mech.
Mega Mech?
Yeah, Mega Mech
Yeah.
was the name.
So Mega Mech could be an option. Mundo, you know, those cards that were basically used against the Dead Bloom. Um, that's the out that I see, because Mundo, if you get him up to like 12, even only 12, 13 might, it starts to be a problem for Irelia. So
Yeah, I could see
there
that.
are
The one
possibilities.
thing though, Aurelia can get pretty tall with the fervent, so we'll see. I mean, perhaps in game 2, that was a game without this chosen champion really doing much, right? If they get that chosen champion able to stick around any bit longer, maybe it's even more of a one-sided matchup than what we saw there. But Kaiser did good. I think that she worked through all the steps. She did all the kind of maps she needed. She found some answers, but she just didn't take into account the final combat trick coming out from Aurelia, because that would have been pretty close. If they got rid of both units, I don't think
Yeah.
there was any more units for Aurelia. That would have been it. And then Kaiser could have held, conquer, held. Maybe
This
would
being
have
said,
won that.
I think like he thought about the combat trick, but he was like, "Ah, you have to send it anyway," and that's why it took so much time to think. He was like, if he has the Engard, I'm dead, but I don't have any other choice than playing into it.
There we go. And real quick, Dreamscape, my man, thank you so much for that. As I said before, all those mats, a portion of those are going to be directly going to the community initiatives we do. So things like the rank ladder rewards, things like when we do the invitationals and we provide money/rewards, all that is, it comes out of my pocket currently. So it helps provide for those kind of things. So I appreciate Dreamscape. I hope you use the promo code though. We have a promo code for 10% off. Since this is the regional Nanjing, promo code Nanjing. It expires tomorrow. So yeah, and I think no, that's another one. Stream Elements is popping up. But thank you, Dreamscape. But let's see. I mean, this is gonna be tricky for sure for Kaiser. I like the units you said, but it just doesn't seem like it's gonna be able to do too much. So we'll see. I think the best bet would be like a thermo beam, but not so fast says units and spells, not gears, right? So you can't not so
Yeah.
fast thermo beam.
So yeah, you can. Which is why I'm thinking like just some units with a lot of might, some cleave maybe.
Okay.
Things that will not be affected by the playing on the might more than on the damage aspect.
Okay. We'll see, because on paper, it almost seems like she has adequate removal to deal with these units. I think the one thing, as you mentioned before, as we both mentioned 100 times by now, the key thing that's really hindering Kaiser's whole strategy of taking down units is deflect, deflect, deflect. I know there's a really strong, prominent player who's actually been out to the Chinese regions. You guys know him as the champion of the third. I think it was Shang-Chi. Was it? When did George win, Leroy? Do you remember?
It was the third one, yeah.
The third one, guys, I think that was Chong-Chi, but George G, as he's known online, he said deflect is one of the key words that should have never been printed. I'll have to read back because I don't want to say anything on his behalf, but I think he basically along the lines that deflect is one of the keywords that is highly overtuned. It gets too much value for a simple keyword. So we'll see. We'll see if that's actually going to be a problem as Riftbound progresses forward in many sets, or has Riftbound or Riot themselves have figured out that deflect, yes, is strong, but perhaps with other cards coming into play, maybe there's going to be a card that kind of says blank your opponent's card. So no keywords, no deflects. Do you pay for a
Yeah.
deflect to blank the deflect?
This
I
being
think you
said,
do.
defect was the only thing kind of uh, holding up against Kesa in set one. So this set one would have been just Kesa winning everything if it wasn't for deflect. So
Right.
I'm thinking um, maybe not. Maybe it's on too many units that I don't know, but I still think you need the deflect and the paper tree for Irelia. It's I was
Definitely a
thinking we
little
don't
bit
see it
untraditional, but I
all
can
the time.
respect it because Aurelia
Yeah,
uses a whole lot of units with her Aurelia Legend
exactly.
ability, and she kind of wants to have a lot of units to play like the Fervent and some equipments on top of that. So I can see where Paper Tree can be okay, but it kind of helps out both of these guys because Kaiser does have access to things like Time Warp. The earlier you get Time Warp online, the more kind of play potential you can do, especially if you're somewhere in the realm of like 4 to 5 points. You hold up to 7 and then kind of swing in on a watcher play the next turn. So this is going to be cool. Let's see if Kaiser could really be the underdog story and turn things around. And isn't that funny to say, Leroy, the underdog being Kaiser, the queen of set one?
Yeah, I mean she was not underdog last week, but in this matchup she is definitely. We saw it once, and we'll maybe see it twice.
Yeah, we'll see if the
This
same
being
thing that
said,
happened in game one might just come to play in this game too, though. But so far, so good getting the Poro Gold from the very start. We said resource. This is a very resource intensive game, so gold will be a way of minimizing those deflect costs. You can't pay the deflect costs from the Kaiser Legend. You can pay the deflect costs with your gold. So the Pondering Poro is feeling like a fantastic card to start things off for Kaiser. This is optimal turns, I want to say.
yeah, and this time Aurelia did not have any sneaky to um, make it to have some pressure already really early, which changes a lot of things. And right now, the amount of tempo gained by Kesa is already really good. And if Aurelia comes out, you will not have to pay that much thanks to your gold, and you will be in a much better spot. And see how the things have changed. Kesa was desperate last time, and now Aurelia is saying, I don't have the cards I want. I want to play Aurelia, but it's gonna get Falling Star or
Oh yeah.
whatever instantly.
The mannerisms has definitely changed a little bit, but is a teeny bit too early to call as that was just his second turn. However, though, we saw the Singularity / Falling Star come out to take down the Fervent as early as it came down. Is he going to be doing it one more time? Because he has the 2 blue off the top of the rune deck. He has enough for Singularity. And did he have it in hand? I think at the minimum he did
has
have Falling Star.
Yeah, which would cost more and which would not be on curve. So maybe he's just going to. I think he's thinking about Progress Day and not Falling Star. But, do you want to give this Aurelia the chance to get a GA, get equipment, and so on?
I think
Yeah,
he
no,
plays it
exactly.
naked because he values the deduction of all those runes, because that's going to be 2 for the Falling Star, 1 gold, and then another one for the Kaiser ability. Wait. Yeah, that's correct. So effectively setting him back an entire turn, but luckily he has enough runes to set up that chosen champion, so it doesn't feel terrible because he is going to be able to get back another gold. And then the paper tree, interesting enough, doesn't look to be the likely conquer target. Does he want to keep Aurelia off 7? Because wait a second, 5, 6, and then 7, 8. Because is paper tree on the hold or conquer? Actually, I think it's actually on the hold.
No, it's hold. It's hold.
Yeah,
No,
it is
the
on the
only
hold.
question is right now is scared of Draven into Angard, which is why he was considering like not playing it. I think because Aurelia will be on 7 runes and that's just enough for that. Um, but if it does this, then he's completely exposed. So he cannot play Draven and Guard, which is why he maybe considered that. And then he was like, if he does this, I kill this Draven and I win the game. So yeah, I need to get that paper tree right now. And since Aurelia is already on many runes and he had to use some, then he's just really happy with this paper tree effect right now.
Yeah, he does feel good about that. You know, this seems like so much deja vu going on. The Fervent gets played naked on that opening turn, or the second turn gets taken down. The Audacious gets played rather exposed as well. But if I remember right, in game 1, there was already a Guardian Angel established on board. He didn't attach it, but it was still on board nonetheless. We did see a card come into play in that game number 1, something like an On Guard to bring that Draven Audacious up to 8 might, getting out of the range of something like a Falling Star. Does he do something like that again? But a Progress Day is allowing Audacious to stick around. Most likely going to be retreating his units because you don't want to give him the double value. But at
Oh,
least
and the thermal
Aurelia's
beam
feeling
that you
okay.
talked about.
What was that?
So the thermal beam that you talked about.
Okay.
So now it has option against GAs, Zonias, and so on. Um, is he considering getting that battlefield?
There is a
Tough
Reaver's Row,
call.
but Draven's going to be working the same way the Draven ability works. But you know what? He does have retreats. But funny enough, as I say that, he's completely tapped out. So retreats, not necessarily going to be doing anything, but does think about the draw. If we know anything about this Kaiser, they love to draw from the top of the deck. So Kaiser Survival going to be allowing him to do one more time. So a total of 5 cards drawn that turn, and does get a point. And speaking of 5, it is going to be 5 points to 0. Aurelia running out of
Yeah.
time, but has some good cards to try to close the distance, because we've seen it before. Our Audacious can go from 0 to 2, from 2 to 4, from 4 to 6, so on and so forth. It is a one-man army sometimes.
Yeah. And so, of course, he's going to score 2 points. But just like you said, you are 5 points ahead. So you can accept that if you get 1 more point through the Kaisa and a conquer and a draw. And you're going to save your Kaisa anyway. So yeah, you're quite in a good position right now.
Yeah, I think you're feeling pretty good as the Kaiser player. Let's see what they play out on top of the Stellar Corn Herder. You have 2 not so fastest just in case. And whoa, what's going on there? This is why you have different colors of the main deck and the rune deck, because you know all those kind of plays would have came down in Riftbound. But hiding a card most likely going to be a fight or flight. As I say that, it doesn't make too much sense because it's Reaver's Row. So is that going to be something like a Zonia's Hourglass perhaps in Reaver's Row?
Yeah, most likely. I don't see much other option except to play around to get excited.
Yeah, that could be very well it, because we
Good
saw
idea.
Gate inside in game 1, and looks to be a really similar story so far, where Kaiser has so much abundance of cards in hand, has so much available things to do. But you have to figure out the line, because sometimes when you have so much cards, it can be overwhelming for any player. Of course, the highest level players, it's kind of what separate. They're kind of able to compartmentalize in their head and be like, okay, this is what I need to do on this regard, and this is what I need to do here. Let's see what's the first step for Kaza. So first things first is going to be the conquer on the paper tree, just to try to get a goal before trying to commit to anything further.
Yeah. And he has that thermal beam again. If any GA, any Zonias arrive, I don't remember if thermal beam has action speed, but that could change a lot in this game.
Yeah, it could very well see. I mean, right now we haven't seen any units, but you know when they come down, that thermal beam is waiting. He's hoping to see those GAs. He's hoping to see those boots. And it looks like Kaiza at that crucial 6 point, feeling happy about that because we saw the Watcher in hand. If he just uses the remaining of the runes to put out a couple more units and sets up for the Watcher ending play, I think that's going to be all she wrote. Imagine a world you can retreat the Watcher. No, it doesn't make sense. You can't play 14 total. You know,
No,
I was going to say double Watcher.
He's most likely going to retreat this Poro right now to avoid giving him another point for free, since you have to retreat anyway. This is my thought. Now let's see if he does this, because you don't have any other play right now. So the retreat on the Poro to not give another point to Draven seems pretty good.
It does.
Let's see.
On top of that, you're going to be able to channel a rune exhausted for the follow-up turn. As we said, that's going to be the turn you try to close things out and bring us into that game number 3. He passes though, Leroy. He leaves the Poro on the board. What is the reasoning for that? Because he's most likely going to retreat anyways, unless he really doesn't. He doesn't mind Aurelia going up to potentially 6 points in this game.
I know he doesn't care because he can react off Aurelia's effect anyway. Can react off anything actually,
and he can react to the activation of Boots of Swiftness as well, right?
He can react. Yeah, he can react to so many things, and so he does not. He can wait until the last moment to see if he actually needs to recall the Poro or not.
Right.
Because if he doesn't have to, that makes things much easier for him.
Yeah, I see exactly what you're saying. It's a little bit of a bait saying, look at what I have on this battlefield. Do you want to try to game plan to make your way over to this? But on the activation of the swiftness, the retreat coming down, is it going to be facing something like a Defy? Because that is the only thing that will be online, because the not so fast is only for your friendly spells or units, as we all know. So, you know, kind of giving them something to think about. And, you know, I've seen the question in chat real quick. That is the Lunar New Year Aurelia Legend. It's going to be online, available February 17th in the Riot merch store. Of course, it doesn't ship till late May, so keep that in mind. But it's normally a Chinese exclusive for their New Year's out in China. So if you guys never seen that, just type in Lunar New Year. You can find them on eBay for $70, but the gift box itself is just going to be sold for, I think, $39.99 or even a little bit over that. So you can wait and get it cheaper, or if you want to pick up now, I've seen people buy it on eBay.
Yeah, and Aurelia right now, thinking I'm gonna lose this unlosable matchup. Wait, Kaisa is at 3, 4, 5, 7, 10. Which is, she will be at 12 next turn, and 12 is the exact number to play an accelerated Watcher into Thermo Beam, which would literally make things really tough for Aurelia, honestly.
You know, does he necessarily even need the Thermo Beam? What if he just tries to conquer one battlefield and then Time Warp? Wouldn't that be enough? Because all you need to do is get up to 7. Time Warp is going to be doing the rest of it. But
does he have Time Warp? Does he have Time Warp?
I don't know. If he did, it would be a fantastic play, of course. But he does have the GA, so I'm kind of loving your play a bit more if he doesn't have a Time Warp. So this is it, chat. Do we get to see the Kaiser push that we all so used to seeing from before? The Watcher most likely could be coming down. Watcher Thermal Beam, as Leroy alluded to, or will it be as straightforward and
Oh, the Brinier!
oh,
The Brinier! You use... Wait.
Brinier
You
into
use
Watcher
Brinier
should
right
do it.
now.
That's 5 and
Yeah,
7.
because you can totally... No, Brinier is at 6, right? Brinier costs 6.
Is it?
Yeah,
Yeah, it
it's
is at
5 might,
6.
but
It
I'm
is at
pretty
6.
sure it's
Wait,
6.
it's
Yeah.
5 might 6 energy. You're totally right. So you
Yeah,
can't bring
yeah.
your Watcher, but he
Yeah,
does
but you
play
can
the
do...
Brinier
You can
regardless.
Brinier into Thermal Beam, though.
You definitely can.
And now it's just like, I'm gonna see you, and if it doesn't, it's like, you have to use all of your cards right now, and I'm just going to see you waste all of your resources, and you're not at 6, so I can wait one more turn. I don't care. Now use everything. Go ahead. I dare ya.
Yeah, I double dare you, like you always say, and it looks like he does have action, a reaction ability. So fight or flight, just to keep the Stellacorn safe, I guess, even before Reaver's Row, just to get the
No, that's
draw
to
one
draw.
before
Yeah, that's to
Brinier
use the draw to
resolves.
see if he can react something. And did he pick Defendants? Because that's the card you're kind of looking for, but
I think he
that's the
might
card
have
you also
3.
want to keep it. Yeah, I
No,
think it
2,
drew the
2.
third one. Oh no, it drew, so it drew Swifties. It didn't have 2 Swifties, right? I don't know, but he's such in a bad position right now.
Yeah,
He has to
Kaiser
use
inches
everything.
away from closing things out. He's trying to do the math here, saying, what is the Defiant Dance target? Because I have 2 Defiant Dances. Those are my only reaction speed cards. So there goes Defiant Dance number 1. Who's going to be the target? Looks like Kaiser would be minusing 2, and Draven going to be up 2. So now defending for a total of 8, 9, 10, 11 total might. Make that 13 total might with the secondary Defiant Dance coming down. Is 13 enough, Leroy? Because there's not a lot of backline might.
Oh, it is enough, but you're still happy that your opponent had to use 2 Defendants for almost nothing, because now you just have to not go into it. And since you're not pressured by the points, yeah, Brinier was here to waste all of Aurelia resources.
You know, and I said 13, but we're completely forgetting about the big bad wolf in hand. The thermal beam coming down. That's going to be minusing 3, so 10 total might is all Draven's going to be defending. Kaiser goes for 2. Noxus Hopefuls goes up to 4. Poro 6. The Sentries goes up to 8. Oh, he's a little bit shy. Thermal beam is 2, 4, 5. A Stupefy brings it down to 9. Not even with a
Does he have like...
Stupefy.
No, wait. X-Tech Ray. If he has X-Tech Ray, he wins.
Yeah, that's the only out. You're totally right, because that's 3 damage. That's exactly what he needs. And then Sentry, he just sends in everything except a single Sentry, and that should be enough to close things out.
No, because he can conquer both. He can conquer both battlefields. And can he? Wait, it's 2, 4, 6. Oh, they get excited.
Yeah, you know, he doesn't need a clear. He takes down the Watcher, doing 7 damage, way better than a Hextech Ray. But now he's out of the realm of Thermal Beam, but he just needs to conquer both battlefields in this very moment. So all it is math, and this guy has made it to the top 16 for a reason. GG. Kaiser fighting her worst matchup in a very productive way. Well done, and it looks like we will be getting that decisive game 3. I am excited because that was well played. Cyborg looking to do a little bit of work. What was the card? What really made the difference there, Leroy? I'm trying to think back. There was one play that I was like, okay, that's giving the Kaiser edge there.
This is Brinier. I forgot about Brinier, but Brinier made all the difference.
Okay, true.
This card is...
Thermal Beam in hand is a big difference, but I think you're absolutely right. The Brinier Thunder Song, I might have came out the sideboard, so that made all the difference.
Yeah. And get excited finishing the job. Chat actually just pointed it out.
Yeah, Tyrone
So
saying
yeah,
excited is OP. I mean, chat, paying 2 energy and a power to deal 7 damage. I know you don't mean like OP, but it was strong. It definitely put in a whole lot of work. Exactly what he needed to take down the Draven, keeping 2 units in the back and then splitting the difference, going for one way, going for the other. Exciting Progress Day is an excellent deck building. Lionheart, are you a fan of Progress Day? It seems crazy to pay so much to draw 4. But it also seems like crazy value to see the to see the next 4 cards of your deck, of course. So I don't know. How do you feel about
and
Progress Day, Leroy? Do you feel like is it in a good spot currently?
yeah, because we see most of the Kesa going far in the tournament playing this Progress Day, and I'm a math guy, so if a deck that uses a card always win, I mean, if a card is always in a deck that wins, then the card is good. That's just yeah, that's just how I see things. Maybe I'm wrong,
No,
but
I
I'm
think
not
you.
good enough to make the actual call.
Yeah, I think let's see what Lionheart says. Progress Day ruins your tempo, but get it back with stupid good. Get excited. Yeah, exactly, Lionheart. You know, in a world where that makes it even sweeter. You're totally right. In a world where you have to get targets for things like get excited, you don't mind drawing your late game cards a bit earlier because you could just pitch them with get excited. So I think in this kind of style and this kind of deck, it works perfectly. But sometimes I know you do lose that tempo, and sometimes the game could go a little bit quick, of course. So it's tricky, but I think in this particular get excited build, it works beautifully. So I think it's good. It might even make a difference as game number 3. But now it's a
Yeah,
rally you're gonna be going on the
and
play.
I see people saying that he could have conquered um, a one battlefield and then killed the Draven, but the Draven, you need to actually kill him, no? Because if he has the GA, does it count as being killed? Do you get the Draven point if Draven gets saved
No, it
by the
doesn't
GA?
die. It says when it dies in combat, it doesn't die, so you don't get the extra point.
Because I know that the GA actually replaced the death, so maybe it is counted as death in terms of Draven effect. And guys, I'm curious if
I'm pretty
chat you
sure.
can
Let
help
me
me
let me
on that
read
one.
GA real quick. I'm pretty sure Zonia's. Or let me see. Let me see. From my understanding, I
Actually,
remember it's been ruled that you don't lose. If I would die, kill Guardian Angel instead. Heal me and exhaust me and get. So Draven never dies. GA is the only one that dies, which is why you don't get the point for
yeah.
killing it.
And does it work with Zonia then? Do you
It's the same.
is
It
it
reads the same way, Leroy.
yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
Zonia's would be the exact same thing as Guardian.
Yeah, so chat, I don't think he could have actually just conquered River's Row and then killed the Draven because he would not have picked up the Draven point.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for pointing that out, though, because you help me remind me of the actual rules.
Right. Chad always helping us, and we kind of keep each other on check. Progress Days order GG. Lionheart, guys, it looks like if he's going to Bologna, you might have to see him with the hands of Kaiser coming down, because I think that's the only deck you're going to be running Progress Day. Lionheart, are you a big Kaiser player? And Loki's saying, indeed, it does not die. Yeah, exactly right. We talked about it. But if you thermal beam instead of get excited, you get the same result. Okay, Loki, I guess so. I guess. Are you sure? Because I think the get excited was pretty good, but I
Yeah,
think if you thermal beam,
wait,
you only
if you
have one
thermal
unit in the
beam,
back.
wait. The Draven was at 10, and there was 4. Wasn't there exactly 10 might? So I thought there was exactly 10 might on Kesai's side. So if you use 1 to go to the reverse road and you don't have 10 might to kill the Draven, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure.
That's
We
what I
would
was
need
thinking,
to
because I thought
rewatch
we
that
talked
play.
about the thermal beam play, and I believe it left us with just a single unit. But of course, guys, rewind the VOD. You guys are at home. We're over here live. I'll have to rewind after the stream, of course. But if you guys really want to figure it out, just rewind a little bit and see if the math was there. I'll be able to see after the stream. But this isn't too bad for Aurelia. We see her with the hands, or we've seen her with the capabilities of having something like a sneaky deckhand, and we did see an Obelisk of Power. Kaiser most likely off the win, of course, going to be having to force to go second Unless Aurelia. Actually, no, no, this is perfect because you do start with 3. If you draw into a
Yeah,
sneaky deckhand, you're feeling really good about this game.
yeah. Um, this being said, right now he did not have the sneaky deckhand, which is probably why he had mulligan, even the stacked hand. But Kaisa picking up like a book a page from Draven's book with the Obelisk of Power into Kaisa turn one. I know that he was sometimes played last set, but clearly not as much as uh, what we see this set. And you're still happy playing the Swifties turn one, but I feel like the Sneaky Deckhand is better because we saw that Aurelia uh, was the fact that she was so far behind in terms of point last game made it really hard for her to catch back.
Mm-hmm. It was
Now
rather difficult. If anything repeats itself, it will be the Fervent. But what do I know? The stack deck coming out instead. It looks like it's gonna be a stack deck into a Stella Horn, Stella Corn Herder.
Like further. You got it.
Words
You
are
got it.
crazy around this time, but you do have exactly 4 runes available. It's a little bit ambitious if you wanted to waste a whole lot of resources to attach and then Aurelia ability to push forward for the draw and then just to die at the hands of survivors. So I just think she's going to play out the Stelicorn, but it's just such an obvious falling stars, it feels like. Dude, just risk it anyways. It looks like the answer is yes and just passes over. This could be a world where Kaiser just easily removes it. I say that, but you do invest a falling star for just a single unit,
Yeah,
so perhaps
I
not the
don't
best.
think you ever play that. And you will just wait for Stelicorn to get on a battlefield and just shoot it from there.
Yeah,
with,
just the ray, right?
Yeah, whatever you get. This, like putting the Swifties, gets her out of stuff like Exec Ray or Void Seeker, but
Going for the play we
but
mentioned before. He
okay,
values the
okay.
tempo. He's saying if you don't have any units on the board, I most likely will be able to hold. And oh, I like this play, Leroy, because the way it works, it now triggers Dreaming Tree. So you get the +1 for Kaiser as well. This is very good. I like the way he's playing so far.
Whoa, that was so well played. Guys, how many of you would have thought of this? I wouldn't have thought of this. I will remember this if one day I play Kesa, okay? But let's be honest.
Yeah, good lesson to take home, of course. No one most likely would have seen that, but taking full advantage of the Dreaming Tree that Aurelia brought, but the Fervent hitting the board has access to the Boost of Swiftness, the Aurelia Legend ability. That's going to be 2 power going back to the bottom of the rune deck, but you have to do what you have to do because now she's going to be going online, and a retreat on the activation might just be what the Kaiser has up her sleeve. You get another +1 draw, you get a channel rune, and actually goes ahead and says go for it. And Draven, it doesn't work the same way as Draven, so able to get the retreat nonetheless. You get the +1 draw and you keep your unit safe down the road. That's not too bad. You know, this Kaiser has been playing so well that they prioritize keeping their hand size healthy, and has been the name of the game. She's able to find all the answers she needs by the end of the turn, or the end of the game, I should say, when they need it most.
Yeah, and she's also having a good amount of runes being ready. We saw the time warp, so she might speed run that time warp right now. And see if it's a Zonia, the Thermobeam that she could have already looking quite good. Maybe you wait for like the potential GA to come online, but yeah, Aurelia, Kesa, not in a bad spot right now.
Yeah. I will add though, this is the longest the Fervent champion has stuck around in all this best of 3 matchup, right?
Yeah.
So if there's a world where Aurelia feels good about this, it's because your chosen champion isn't in the trash as it stands. So let's see if Kaiser can kind of change that around. But because you have the swiftness, because you have a hidden card, could be something like a fight or flight on your own unit, get the +1 draw, keep your Aurelia safe. I say safe, but you know, there is a lot of backline interaction, but it looks like tapping out of the range of Singularity. So I don't think she's going to be dealing with the Fervent just yet. And that's what Aurelia wants to see. She wants to be able to hold on to that champion unit for as long as possible because she just somehow always finds her way to the other side of the battlefield. Of course, the Boots of Swiftness enables that so easily. So I think this Fervent is going to be a key card to the victory path for Aurelia.
Yeah, and a draw and another draw and so many draw cards in Kesa's decks. Look at that. Already draw one from the battlefield, two from the Dreaming Tree, two from the Dreaming Tree, one that she's gonna draw from the Sentry, and then one from the Yordle. It's like every single card from Kesa helps her draw. It's crazy.
It is, right? Value after value is what the game plan is for Kaiser. I'm thoroughly impressed, but Aurelia still seems like she's in a great position given the fact that the boost of Swiftness making the double conquer so easily. One for the hold, one for the push, and Sentry. Even if you have a Hex Tech Ray, it doesn't feel good. You have to pay the deflect. On top of that, you wouldn't even get in the realm of getting it down. Do you go and just retreat to get more channeled runes or get
No,
more runes?
no, you don't retreat that Sentry. You also want to keep that retreat in case there's a charm for your Kesa or something like so.
Okay. And he
And
does
it's not
go up
like
to 3.
it was Draven, you know. Yeah, and now that there are two gears, Thermal starting to look not too bad.
There it is. We were wondering when it was coming down, saving it for that pivotal game number 3. And, you know, he hadn't seen it all game because it didn't even play out at all. He had it in hand. It wasn't new to us, but completely new to Aurelia. Perhaps wasn't playing around it. Even if you could play around it, there's not very much you can do. Not so fast as we mentioned before. Doesn't target it. It is out of Defy's reach as well. So Thermalbeam getting rid of the Hourglass, getting rid of the Swiftness, making it just that much harder for Fervent to find her way onto the other side of the battlefield. More importantly, though, is there a window of opportunity to take down the Fervent right here, right now, with something like at the top of the hand? Are we investing something like a Falling Star? And is that going to be eating a counter, it almost feels like?
Yeah, I think I've seen some not so fast into Aurelia's hand. Oh, that's Ride the Wind, right?
You
Yeah.
said it, Leroy. Ride the Wind looking like a great selection, but that is going to be tapping her out. So any spells that Kaiser plays, so one for the
No, she
Chosen.
still has 2 runes. She still has 2 runes up, right?
Oh yeah, they had way more than just 3. Okay, yeah. They paid the
Yeah, it's
2,
free.
recycle 1.
Yeah. Still have 3 runes up, which is enough to defy at this Get Excited and then another card. Yeah. The only good aspect for Kesa is that it was not used while on Dreaming Tree, so that you don't get an extra draw from it.
Right. So now let's see. Kaiser's not going to be swinging in for enough as that Ride the Wind readies and chooses. So +2. But the Hex Tech Ray trying to bring her into that mighty, or not the mighty, but bring her into the realm of where Kaiser can kind of deal with her with the remaining damage from the might. Is that going to be paying off? Or is it really going to might increase it like a on guard that we're seeing here? So back up 3 it goes. The Hextech Ray virtually did nothing there.
Yeah, but you still have that Get Excited, and weirdly enough, maybe you're happy to use some resources from Aurelia's hand, and even if you're paying some deflect cost.
Yeah, perhaps trying to bait out something like a Defy or not so fast earlier on before the bigger Get Excited play. The question is, what does he have in hand to pitch from the Get Excited? Does he have something big like a
Oh,
launcher?
he's dead. No, he's dead. Okay, he has the Time Warp. I think we saw the Time Warp. I'm not sure.
You know, he still had to pay the deflect cost for the Hextech Ray as well, so a bit expensive. But looking at Aurelia's hand, not the best. We're seeing a Siren, a Guardian Angel, On Guard, and a Charm. I mean, I say not the best, but those are pretty good cards in a world where Fairvent survives, because it looks like that's the world Aurelia is going to be living in. But as I say that, the get excited coming down. What is he going to be pitching? You said there was a time warp, right? That might just be the likely target.
Yeah, I think I saw time warp, which I mean you would like to keep, but you gotta do what you gotta do, um, and you need to be sure to remove Irelia. This being said, the good thing with Get Excited is that you can select the card after that on guard, so you know exactly how much you need to pay. And yeah, the time warp is going to go in the trash. Still killing that Irelia, still being worse, especially when we know Irelia's hand and he's got nothing right now.
Yeah, you said it best. She has absolutely nothing. What if the top deck is going to be another spell? She has great spells, but just ran out of units. Without anything like a Draven Audacious, what is she possibly going to do? This Yordle could slowly but surely run away with this game. Let's see what's off the top, Leroy. It's going to be a GA. Nothing but gear, nothing but spells. Is he just conceding? Oh, no, he plays it out. I thought he was showing his hand. I was like, I thought he was going to concede and be like, this is my hand, I can't do anything. But he actually played everything out.
Yeah, I was on the same thing as you. I was like, what was happening?
Yeah, for a second there, I'm like, wait a second. He's just showing in a sign of concession. But
Oh,
great pickup for
here.
Kaiser. We're seeing the Thunder Song, as you mentioned.
Yeah, and you can maybe like we see this Kai'Sa player being really careful with the way they play and not never overcommitting, but maybe right now would be a good time to actually accelerate that Kai'Sa. The only one time I see and I remember that Kai'Sa that we saw yesterday, and I was like, she never accelerated her Kai'Sa from the World Tournament, but now maybe it's a good spot.
Yeah, I agree there. It could be a good spot to kind of overextend, because in a world they pick up another gear, another spell that doesn't draw. This is looking good. You go up to 5 and he's looking like he's taking our advice, going for the accelerated Kaiser coming down, not only going up to 5, drawing a card at that, and that's gonna be a progress day as well. Not gonna be able to play out to the following turn, but this 5 could very quickly turn to 7, and then Aurelia forced to get 2 conquers. If not, that's a 7 to 8 hold. Kaiser, weirdly enough, has found herself in a very advantageous position, so much so that they can close it out in the next 2 turns.
Yeah, and not only this, but if there's no unit picked up,
Oh,
yeah,
it's a
down.
charm, Leroy. That is going to be
over.
the concession if I ever seen it. 3 to 7. That is not a situation you love as Aurelia. This is the tail, dilemma I like to call the Aurelia dilemma. She doesn't have so much units in the deck. And sometimes if you're able to clear out the only remaining units, the Audacious, the Stellacorn, the Fervents, they just end up top decking nothing but gear, nothing but spell, allowing your opponent to just climb back.
Now the spot is so good. You retreat all of your units. You cannot lose anything to a potential Draven. You just use the progress that you have so many cards in hand. It's the doomest game ever.
Yeah, this is Doom off the top. It's another spell. Aurelia sees the writing on the walls, and Kaiser is ecstatic about that win. We said on paper this was virtually the worst matchup for her, and look at what we're saying now. Kaiser's going to be progressing herself into top 8 in today's Nanjing Regional Open. Well played. No one here would have expected that. I definitely didn't.
No. It was a great game, honestly. I'm not good enough at Irelia to know if the playing naked your units was actually a good choice, but he probably knew what he was doing. But I'm pretty confident to say that on Kai'Sa's side, he did almost no mistake, and it was a great game.
Yeah, that was a Omega Zero caliber Kaiser player. So we have it seems to me all the Kaiser players are finding a lot of success because it's a lot of the high level players from set one that had so many reps on Kaiser. You know, Kaiser's been around for some time and reps matter in a deck. I'm willing to bet that player's been playing Kaiser for hundreds of times, hundreds of rounds of games. So it really pays off when it really matters as he moves on forward to top eight. That was a really good game. We were expecting a one-sided victory on Aurelia. You know, we were all talking about it early on. So that was a good little surprise. And if Kaiser could take down Aurelia, what's stopping her, Leroy? It almost seems to me she might get the back-to-back victory today.
Yeah, imagine like people complaining all the time about Draven only to see that the real threat of set 2 was still Kesa after all.
Yeah, imagine after everything shapes out, we still have Kaiser as the number one deck. That would be pretty hilarious. I'm kind of sold on the Get Excited. Yeah, Calzy, it looks like Get Excited pulled in work that matchup, discarding a Time Warp to deal 10 damage. What doesn't die from that? Like, we're talking about deal 10 damage. That is an impressive amount of might to take down. So yeah, I'm kind of sold on Get Excited. It really works out. I think those two is what separated this Kaiser from more of your traditional Kaiser. There was the Progress Day, more than one. Some people kind of tech Progress Day as a single one of. He played at least two, perhaps even playing all three, honestly. But Progress Day and Get Excited, I think those are the key components to the victory for her. But
Yeah.
we did finish that match somewhat in good time. I don't think it was approaching the hour mark, so we could be looking at a 30-minute break, Leroy. Let me know if you want to take a little bit of a rest. I know you just got on stream, but it's always
Yeah,
crazy
I'm
when we
good
have to
right
wait
now.
for 30
You can
minutes.
you can get a break.
I was just because we're right
Um
at that halfway point, you know, 3 rounds in and then 3 rounds left. I might go grab some food, but we do have
yeah,
one
grab some
caster
food.
joining us. I don't know how early, Dubby, if you're listening in, I'll write to you in a second if you're not, but if you're listening in, feel free to join in like 20 minutes unless you want to hang out, maybe talk to chat a little bit, maybe introduce yourself. You could do that. You can do that now if you want. If you want to wait a little bit, because as I said, there's gonna be at minimum a 30-minute break, unfortunately. I don't know if you guys were paying attention to the previous regionals before, but there's some big breaks in day two.
Yeah, if I could, because chat, I saw some people asking about that because I talked about it. If you think you could put this tier list up
Yeah.
on the chat so we can talk about it, that would be lovely.
Jack, can you guys see this? This is Leroy's tier list. Not just his own subjective opinion. This is the data tier list that he's gathered from the Chinese Spiritforged Regionals. So I'll let you explain it to players if you want.
Yeah, chat, this is literally only based on data, and this is the cumulative free first regional. And so the most important number is what we talked about, is the conversion, the field conversion from day one to day two. And like Raven was Z tier if you considered only the two first regionals, but went down a bit. And then there are some decks that you wouldn't expect to be that high, but that still have some amazing numbers. Annie as well are my pick because really few people play them, and yet they're amazing. Azir is also a really good surprise overall, I think, doing great. Ari and Leona were the underdogs that made it up with some, the big boys. Jax also kind of seemed like an underdog at first, but made it through. And yeah, now I'm going to check the questions quickly. I'd actually need Ezreal decks in the top tables, though not this time, but yeah, they were several times. we saw one in final with the pit crew. You can check the decks on Runes and Rift, plus shared it there. And there's also the Miracle as well, but we did not get to see it yet for reasons that I explained earlier. It's so hard to play that deck.
And guys, real
Um,
quick before I go grab some food, we do have our next caster coming in. He's actually new
oh,
to the Runes and Rift streams. It's gonna be Dubby King. Perhaps you guys know him from previous commentaries around games. I don't know perfectly what games he's casted before, but I'm sure we could pick his brain a bit in this intermission. So if W King, if you're listening in, if you want to go ahead and join the VC on Discord, I could bring you in and cast. Yeah, W. I mean, Bandit, you're the one that introduced me to W or recommended W. And mic check, W King, can you hear me?
Hello. I can hear you fine, buddy.
How's it going? Pleasure to have you on stream. I know we were trying to get you together the previous weekend, but didn't quite work out. But feeling good today, huh?
Feeling great, man. Excited to be here, and should be a fun show.
Nice. And since you're brand new to the streams or to the commentary booth here in Runes and Rift, if you want to go ahead and introduce yourself, kind of let these guys know what games you cast before, what games you play in general. Yeah, just things like that since you're just joining in.
Yeah, for sure. So, hey, everyone, I'm Dubby. I come mostly from the League of Legends casting scene, focusing on the UK area. And, yeah, I started off with doing some just co-streams coverage of the German Prime League as well as the English scene. Moved over to full-on casting, and here I am getting into Riftbound. My first TCG. I love it. It's my new Roman Empire, and I thought, hey, I like casting leagues, so let's go get into some Riftbound commentary.
Yeah, I heard. I think you casted a good amount with Bandit, right? Because Bandit has been with us
Yeah.
for quite some time. How has that been? Do you enjoy working with Bandit?
I remember the first time I worked with Bandit was for a stream for the, I believe, Norwegian League, and it was the first time ever working with this guy, and it was just such a fun show. And ever since then, anytime I'm paired with Bandit, I am just a smile on my face. This guy, so much fun to work with, and yeah, I was so happy to make that connection and get on the stream here today.
Yeah, I'm awesome. It's really awesome to have you. And you said Riftbound was your first TCG. Did you really not play anything before Riftbound in terms of like competitive card games or nothing like that?
No, I collected cards as a kid, like Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, those kind of things, but then just stopped, and then, I don't know, Riftbound came out in November. I got into it quite late, only in like the middle of November, so it took me some time, but I just had so much fun with it. It just scratched my brain perfectly, and ever since then, like, I can't get enough of this game. I don't know. I'm at Nexus Nights like 3 times a week. I was at 2 pre-Rift runs this weekend, like everything. Oh, this game.
I feel you.
It
I
is
feel
so
you so
good.
much.
It just hit me right. I don't know what about it, but
Yeah.
it's just so much fun.
Yeah.
Honestly, if it's the first one, it's a great hobby. It's a bit of addictive hobby at that, but it seems like you're having a good time. Before I head out, W King, I have to know, who is your legend of choice for Spiritforged? Who are you itching to play, if not already playing?
Yeah, I don't know. I've been jumping around a lot of different Spiritforged decks just to kind of get an idea. I started with Annie in Origins. I got really into her. But I think for this one, the one deck that seemed the most fun is a like Sivir Aurora style deck where you only run with 5 units. That one seems pretty fun. I've been playing Draven. I've been testing out Aurelia, but I don't know. Sivir is the one that kind of
Okay.
works for me right now.
Yeah.
I'm still not sure. I'm still not sold on anyone quite yet. So I need to just really play a lot to get an idea. But
Right.
honestly, Sivir is the one that's working the most for me.
Okay, gravitating to Sivir. So you were, if you caught the games from last week, perhaps you'd like to see
Oh.
what Randy was doing. Did you get to see any of those
Yeah.
Randy games?
Exactly. It was the Randy games I was following mostly. I just like those kind of strategies with using the treasure trove and everything. Like it's fun seeing these set 2 legends making use of set 1 cards that were just never really used. Kind of mixing them into the set 2 set to make them viable. So that's what I kind of like as the strategy. So it'd be
For
cool to see
sure.
more of that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
hopefully. I don't think any Sivirs are left. Is there, Leroy? I think they all fell today, but we still have some good legends still available.
Yeah. I don't know if it would be as crazy as the Lion, where we had 7 different legends in the top 8. Imagine 7 legends in top 8. That was so cool. It was the
Yeah.
best tournament ever. Let's see what we get here. Let's see if we still have Annie, if we still have Set, if we still have some other good legends. I'm curious.
Yeah, actually, I'll keep asking before I head out to get some food because I am getting a little bit hungry. But Since W, you just joined us, are
Mm.
you liking what you're seeing in terms of Kaiser in these tournaments? Does it look likely to you that she might just run it back one more time? Last week she took it all the
Oh
way.
gosh.
Is it feeling good for this time around as well, or do you see something that can upset her?
I mean, I'm getting a bit traumatized from seeing all these kaises because at my locals, last time we played at a skirmish, I think out of the 20 people there were 11 kaises, so I saw
Wow.
way too much of that. And now seeing that again here, it's just like, gosh, I thought this character was out of it. I do think it has promise, right? It's just being able to just not have to spend the power every turn just brings insane value. However, I think these newer legends do have a bit of other kind of just opportunity. We saw in the Irelia matchup, right, that in their game one, there really wasn't much that Kaisa could do. And then if we're talking about other colored decks with the new Camel, right, like that character really struggles against Kaisa. So situation area, yes, I believe Kaisa will struggle, but she just still has such amazing just potential. And like we saw there, the draws you get as well from Kaisa now can just really accelerate it. So I still put it up there as like the higher upper tier, but I don't think I'd consider it the best right now.
Okay. So, in your opinion, who's taking it today out of the remaining legends? And I'll
Oof.
pull up just for people that are wondering who are the top 16 legends remaining. Let me pull it up before I head out. Let's see.
Cut it. Cut it.
Cut it.
Yeah, because you can see I think on the screenshot that I sent, yeah, you can see us kind of.
No, it
um,
should be okay. You can still see the legends there. It's 5 Draven, 4 Kaiser, 3 Aurelia, 2 Sets. Chat, I'm leaning towards Set Azir. Set Azir, I feel like we're going to see him in one of those legends in the top 4 for the very first time. I just really like what they're dishing out today, or, throughout the whole tournament this weekend. But if I'm being realistic, Kai's looking pretty juicy, especially when we take into the simple fact is the national champion coming out to play. Omega Zero is in the house, and he never disappoints. And
I
last time
hope
we
I
saw,
hope we
he's
get to
still in the
see him.
tournament, so we'll see.
I just hope we get to
Yeah.
see him. I want to see my boy Omega Zero doing
All right,
on
chat.
those
I'm going to be stepping out for a quick 5 to 10 minutes just to make some food and eat. I'll leave you guys in good hands. Leroy and Dubby King, if you guys want to keep chat entertained. And chat, you guys actually keep these guys entertained. Ask them questions, what they got on their pre-release.
There are some questions that have been asked during
Right on.
yeah, so we'll pick up on that.
Okay, I'll take a quick leave, but guys, it won't be too long. Let me just get some food. As I said, it's 3 rounds in. We have basically 3 rounds remaining. So right in the middle is where I like to get a quick snack. But I'll let you guys in good hands. Like I said, W King and Leroy, take it away. Don't let these guys get too crazy now.
we'll watch over them. We're good.
Okay, be right back, guys.
Leroy, what questions
Okay.
did you found?
Yeah, wait, give me a second. I need to go back in chat. Will be in the chat. Leona above MF feels like Brewer's advantage. I mean, yeah, Leona above MF was just, it's just data, guys. So I can't, it's just, think of it as a snapshot. That not means, don't take it as a truth. It just shows how the meta is shaping right now. Do we have some deck list of the tier list deck? Yeah, you can find them on Runes and Rift. Everything was plus posts everything on the Discord, on Twitter. Check it out, guys. It's amazing all the work it does. Plus is the goat. Can someone explain why On is in fraud tier? Okay, On has had the worst numbers, and I made a new number kind of only for him, where it's like entry top ratio. You can check it. You can see it on my Twitter. But On number are the most horrendous thing I've seen ever. So many guys are picking up on, and it never has good result. It made only one top 64 out of all the picked. It's one of the most picked legend. It's yeah. What do you think about On, Debbie?
What do I think about Orin? I mean, from what I've seen, I think this guy trying to pilot him in person must be an absolute disaster because trying to track all those gears, all this might, everything at once is just, you need 2 D20s at some point. But I think he's fun. I would put him in the fun tier, right? You just slap out the
Exactly,
put a
and
lot
I
of
think
gear on it, and then yeah.
That's why so many people are picking him up. That's
Yeah.
because he's fun.
Yeah.
Is it good?
Is it good? I mean, if you can get everything on it, right? If you can get him to be 6 deflect, 20 might, all those kind of things, then yes. You know, because
Yeah.
trying to get rid of that, you know, if you're gonna use a rebuke, you're paying what, 8
You know,
power, and you're just
guys,
hitting yourself. But to get to that point, oof,
I'm just
yeah.
thinking.
Mhm.
There's a show match on Wednesday, France versus USA, and you know what? Horn has been picked. So if you want to see some good Horn, go support your team. Go check it out, guys. It's gonna be amazing. Yeah.
But no, I think Ord has like you gotta, you know, is this too much writing on just to setting him up? If you set him up into the point where he's at this like Exodia level power, then yeah. But to
Yeah.
get there, it's just not
It's hell.
reliable.
It's
Yeah,
hell.
and then
And
these other decks will just get too many points too
even
soon.
being there, like if you don't have Defy and your Horn is at 28 might, and yet then you just take a call of the week.
Yeah,
Wah, wah, wah. It's
yeah,
over.
that's what we saw in the what was that matchup? Yeah, the Spell Victor matchup, what, 2 games ago, right? Even they had 2 Call of the Weeks in hand, and even that wasn't enough to clear the board against the set. So like even that isn't a reliable source. So yeah, that's I see where you can put him in fraud tier. That makes sense. Well, why are you playing Volibear solo? That was my first legend. That was a buddy of mine actually built me a Volibear deck to get me into the game. And that guy is still one of my favorite legends to this day. I would love to be able to play more Volibear. So why do you have him that down low? I mean, I feel like he should be at least a bit higher.
I mean, it's just the numbers talking.
True, yeah, it's the
so,
numbers, yeah.
The reason why he would be that low is, again, there's this. I can. Plus, cannot show it. I can show it after, guys. There's a quick number that I made, especially to know which legend in the bottom tier were even more bottom than others. Don't take out of context. And yeah, I will explain. And this is the why on was solo and the measurement. I'll send it in the chat, and I will ask Plus to show it to you guys to explain why some legends are really, really low and why on is so bad. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting a bit of a spoiler of this master sheet you got right here.
Yeah,
poor Garrett,
I'll
man.
wait
Garrett
for
needs
the.
love. That guy is one of the best characters. Yeah.
Darius should be higher as it has potential, has been shown yesterday, right? Darius, okay. One thing fun about Darius was during set 1, Darius overall through all tournament had the 3rd best field conversion rate behind Kaisa and Yi for all the Chinese tournaments. Okay, not counting Houston because you could not even get the data from Houston. But that shows that Darius was probably the most underestimated legend from set 1. It seems to be struggling a lot more in set 2, but I still think it has potential. It's hard to pilot and so on. But yeah.
I wonder if that's just to do with the color combos, right? Because it's similar as Rek'Sai, which is a bit higher. Does Rek'Sai Legend just get you more than the Darius being able to get that extra 1 energy? I guess the card draw and just being able to play units out faster at the Rek'Sai gives it a bit of an edge advantage over it just with that combination.
Yeah, you can generate quickly a lot of card advantage from Rek'Sai.
Yeah. What else has changed?
Are there any other builds baited with Darius?
Yeah, exactly. That's the one they go to her.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that you can play something else than baited in Darius, and that makes it really not reliable, because if you don't hit your baited game is so hard to play.
Exactly. Played a game against
Yeah.
Hook Darius, and they drew their 5 cards, didn't even pull a single unit, and never then they just sacrificed their unit and got nothing, and it's just like it can accelerate your opponent. So very rare for that to happen, but the risk taking, right, it is potential. I still like it. I like how seeing the baited hooks has gone in popularity again with the Fiora. Fiora's kind of taken over that kind of mantle as a baited hook deck.
And
So if you want to, yeah.
yeah, and why Fiora was so good is that she is able to play without the baited hook.
Yeah.
She can use it really well, but she is able to play without it, and that make the deck really consistent, and that's why it got to the grand final.
To see which other I still need to play test a bunch of legends because like Plus asked before, I still have I don't know I haven't been sold on anything. Like when I started playing Origins, like the Annie playstyle I really got into. I like the speed, I like the readying the runes and stuff. But if I can still get a good deck together, I might even just play her continued throughout this next set because it was a fun playstyle. I've tested Draven, I tested Miracle Draven. That one was good fun. I think I managed to create 43 might in one turn once through just an absolute miracle run of 3 Rassas, 3 Nocturnes, 3 Battering Rams, and 2 Noxus Legions. So like, it's a fun one as well. But it's just...
and I don't know if you played Hearthstone, but every time I see this big board coming up in one turn, I have it's time to pay a line from the Gadget Zone auctioneer in my head. Yeah, it's crazy.
I miss the TCG or any kind of card game life. So
yeah,
I've always wanted to. I always liked cards. I like the concept, but just
it's my first physical TCG before I was only online. But I played a lot of Legends of Runeterra. But I heard you're from League of Legends.
Yeah, that's what I do most of my
Since how long have you been into League? Like, when did you start?
League? I started League in... Gosh, I'm gonna sound old now. Like 2013, 12, I think. So.
Yeah, same. I started in 2013.
A long time ago.
Yeah. I remember the first pro game that I watched was Fnatic versus Gambit Spring Grand Final of the... It was not LEC, it was LC League Europe at this time. But yeah. And yeah, I remember falling in love with the game when I watched that game. This is so cool.
I only got into esports later. I started off with just playing it mostly, and then I think the first main event I ever watched was the World's Final, which was the Sounds in White a long time ago, and then I got into watching it. Then I went to Worlds in Berlin once. I think that was in 2019, I believe. Watched a few games there, and then I got into esports much more about 2-3 years ago when I got into casting. And I'm curious about how it comes onto here because I do play-by-play in League of Legends. I'm all about that fast ramp up, the excitement, the energy. Whereas with this Riftbound, it's a bit different. The energy, you know,
it's a bit harder. You can be cheering a lot when one card is drawn. You can be cheering a lot when. This being said, Riftbound is complex enough so that sometimes there are plays that you did not think about, and you're like, it was so freaking smart, and that's not play by play, but there is a lot of hype that can come up.
Yeah. That's why I like this Bria game too, because there's just so much you can really... when I'm playing in person, I sometimes forget to really overthink. You have the time. It's good to take it. Sometimes people take too much time, but I'm not one to always necessarily take my time to really think out my moves, and because of that, I make a lot of mistakes. However, I think when I'm watching it, and I'm not playing, I don't have that urge to just throw my cards out. I just want to play cards when I'm playing in person, whereas here, hopefully... I'll just take a bit of a step back and really think out the turns, and maybe this will help me improve my own game in person, because watching this gameplay, you really get to see all these different strategies, right? Like the other day we saw the...
And I feel like I'm on my side. I feel like I'm getting better at knowing what they're going to do, watching these players do all these crazy plays, and I love to see players do things that I did not think about, just little things like the falling star on your own case just to get one more draw, and you're everything is so well thought. And I have a question for you.
Piercing Light Retreat, which was also just a really cool combo to get the damage on base and then save your own unit. But what was the question?
Because everyone asks this question, which is what do you... So you play which league champions do you want to see in entering the cast here?
As in for new legends.
As a legend, which champions would you like to see as a legend?
So I think a really fun one would be Karthus. I want to see a Death Knell focused legend, and if anyone's gonna do that, it's gonna be Karthus, especially with the card that already exists, which doubles your Death Knell, and like the color combination of being blue yellow or blue purple potential. That would be cool. I think that could be very creative. I don't know how they would balance it, or what concept they would
Yeah.
use in that, but yeah, a Karthus legend all around Death Knell. I think that could be really really fun.
Yeah.
Um,
Yorick could also be around Death Knell, but I'm not seeing anyone else. So yeah.
Then you
Cartus purple, yellow, easy. I don't think Cartus could be purple.
You have Cogmore in it, which has the Death Knell. I think there's a lot of cards involving around playing dead units in
Yeah.
purple too. So, and they did
I don't
say that they're gonna create a purple
I don't
yellow
think.
legend.
No, it's just I don't feel like Chaos is
Suits.
for
Yeah.
Cartus. I'm thinking mind, and I'm thinking yellow blue.
Yeah,
But
yeah, that's the other one. But for sure blue at least. But it could be both. But that would just be a Death Knell kind of focused character.
also they
would be
said that the numbers of cards that will be cross between the two colors, like purple, yellow, blue, orange, and green, red, they would be really limited. I think we're going to see the first one next set, and people were talking about Akali being that card.
Okay. Yeah.
In my mind, the perfect champ for Calm Fury would have been Kindred, because the wolf being the Fury, the lamb being Calm. But yeah, let's see.
I even saw people posting about the idea of the concept of having a dual legend between Kayle Morgana and with the Chaos and the
Oh yeah, okay.
Chaos Order combo. I don't know
Yeah.
how I like the concept of having a dual legend with two, but it would make sense with Order Kayle and Chaos Morgana. That'd be a fun concept for sure. So I'm excited. These guys really do. The devs of this game do keep us on the run with whatever they come up with, and I did see that they're already going to have to plan for something because someone's already found out you can do an infinite recruit repeat creation strat between Chaos Order, which looks kind of fun, but I don't think your opponent being able to create infinite recruits on their turn is a
Yeah, I mean, people already know that there will be some crack combos there, because they did not build the game around those probably mixed colors, so I don't know how much of them we'll see, and especially like purple, yellow seem way too strong right now when you see the potential things that can happen. At even small things like Rek'Sai Nocturne, you're guaranteed almost to have your Nocturne being shown at one point. And yeah.
Someone in chat mentioning the Braum legend with an old Paro deck.
We talked actually. I was at the pre-release event yesterday, and we talked about that with a player, and I was like, she asked me like, do you think that we'll see a Poro deck? I'm like, there is two things where we could see a Poro deck. The first one being Braum, but what I would really want to see is a champion sort of, which is not in League of Legends. It's champions in Legends of Runeterra. I don't know if you played it. It's the Poro King. It actually exists, guys. There is the Poro King. And if we get the Poro King as a card, I will be so happy. I swear I'm dropping everything. I don't care about it. I'm playing the Poro King.
Yeah, I like the idea too, especially because they would have to have some kind of text saying they can play a Paro no matter the color, because there's not enough Paros to really be able to make a Paro only deck with just two colors, so there would have to be some ruling just for this, on their legend can play a Paro. If it's a Paro or whatever this, then it's fine. But yeah, Poro King, Braum kind of concept. Why not? That would just be so much fun. That, like you said, I would play a few games of that just because you can't beat a guy playing Paros, like that's if you beat that, you're just mean. You're mean if you're playing beating someone with the Paro deck. So yeah.
Yeah, for those who played Rune King, I don't know if you remember, but Braum has this little ability where when you see a little hole somewhere that your champions cannot go through, you will just send up a row to get the item or the loot. And it's so cute, funny. This Braum design is amazing.
Yeah, yeah, I do like it. I mean, I don't have much to compare it off because I haven't been playing many before, but I can see why people are, from feedback I've heard from people playing other games, like I can see why they like this one so much because it's just different kind of way to balance the game out by limiting it, and just everything's working out, and it gives you a variety, right? You can always play different legends. You're gonna try different color combos, so that would be pretty cool. Nah, I like it, and
I
I
think
just want to
maybe
see what
Akali
else.
will be the purple yellow, but just guessing. The thing is, I've heard about Akali, and he's
Hmm.
probably one of the only champion in LoL where League of Legends where it can almost be any color. I don't think mine would suit her, but it
Mm.
could even. But like, she's pure chaos, but she's from the Kinku order, but she's like calm, but she's fury,
Yeah.
and she's body. And I mean, she uses kind of spell and so on. She on the way she could be mine, but I don't think so. So Kali can be fun because can literally be anything.
Do you think they would bring out a legend? I see people talking about Yumi in chat. Do you think they would bring out the Yumi legend and use it as like a only to be played in the 2v2 mode where it's fully as a kind of support your
That
teammate
would
rather
be
than playing on
so
your
much
own,
fun. Or
right? Because like yeah,
interactions like maybe if you play 2v2 like Xayah and
yeah,
Rakan having a little passive buff or something like that.
something like that too. Yeah, because right now this game really does seem like there you have these 2v2s, these 3v3s, these 1v1s in a round of 4, I believe. Like, but we don't see much of that. So I wonder if they're ever going to try and encourage that style of play by, like you said, like the Xayah Rakan. I didn't even think of that too. Great idea where you play these together and they have some kind of interaction. Yumi as the support token in the game as well. So that could be interesting. And I don't know. We'll see. Like, there's a lot of time. They're being very fast on these games, right? Because we're getting another 3 sets this year, if I'm check my timeline correctly. So we're gonna have a lot of legends out before the end of the year, and they're just gonna keep changing things up. I
I
also
know
want to know. Yeah.
my pick for the yellow purple potential combination was Viego because this is
Yeah.
how can you be more order and chaos than Viego overall?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. So let's see. I'm
He's
seeing,
also got his gear, right? That's already in the yellow, and then the purple cards work for it
yeah,
too.
what colors was Cass? So yeah, Cassadin B.
Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah. Um, mine. I'm going for mine because
Mine for sure.
it's mage and
Would they want to do something with him and scaling? That could be interesting because Castlevania's all about scaling in game. So would they want him
yeah.
to play around that concept where he's trying to scale up all their runes as well, and then do some kind of like mind
What
body
could it
combination?
be? Uh,
I don't like the rest of body. It just has those good scaling cards like Catalyst and
honestly, it's hard. You
yeah.
got me there. I don't know what colors. I think mine for Cassadin, and I don't know what else. To be honest. We have Blade of the Rune King. Yeah, we have Blade in the Rune King in yellow, which is also why I think like yellow purple could be Diego.
And guys, I'm back.
Yeah.
I'm back. Got some food. Feeling a bit more energized, and it looks like we're still on a break. Hopefully not too much longer. But hopefully chat was okay. Chat, any questions that I missed, or did you guys handle it all? Was it I think for the most part I overheard you guys answering some questions.
Yeah, I answered a lot. There was just one question that I could not answer with. Yeah, I sent the sheet on the casters because some people were asking why on was float tier, and it's hard to explain without the numbers.
I'll pull it up.
If you could pull it up quickly.
I only see one red color in that sheet. Not to be a spoiler alert, but
Let's see. This is a whole lot of numbers. Wait, chat. Can you guys see this? I might have to go to the full screen mode. Let me see. Chat, can you guys see this? Lyra, I'll let you break it down. So they can't see us right now.
Yeah.
But I can point at things if you want.
Yeah, but could you scroll down a bit?
They can
'Cause
see
I
the
need
whole
to see
thing. It's full screen. Oh, scroll down a bit. I see. Yeah.
Because the last two lines are important. Yeah. So you see a thing that is really, really red, which is the field conversion for on, which is the worst that I've ever seen, ever. Even Victor last set was not that bad. Uh, one on out of 49 made it, and I think there were 19 on entering this tournament, and 0 made it to the top 64. So it's gonna be even worse for next goal sheet. And then you see at the right bottom, there is this entry top ratio, which is a quite simple number. You have the best rank times the numbers of signed up decks divided by the total numbers of decks. The numbers is quite simple. Basically, it's just like how many decks entered and what was their best result. And if you check all the numbers, On is so far above everything except for Garen. But Garen is Garen. You know,
Yeah,
you know
Garen
already.
is another tier of itself. So the higher that entry to top ratio, the worse the legend is, right?
Yeah, exactly. And you see decks like Ezreal, Annie, Fiora being really, really low, above, like in the first row, like 0.21, 0.29, 0.23.
Yeah, Kai'Sa
Kai'Sa also.
0.23 is super low. That's
Yeah.
like the lowest I see. Or Ezreal 0.21. Yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
yeah. Ezreal was the lowest because not many Ezreal entered and he made it top 2. So, but yeah, that's why, guys, On is officially the only one in what I call the fraud tier from the tier list. That is,
I guess. Great explanation. So there we go, chat. You got it here. Ornn is a fun legend to play, but perhaps is not too competitive. He's missing something. Perhaps in set 3, maybe even future sets, he gets a little bit more support. But he kind of reminds me of like a Lee Sin. Lee Sin was okay. He's able to get carried away sometimes with all those buffs, but he has a hard time closing out games, I want to say. So he's kind of like the Lee Sin of set 2.
Yeah.
yeah. And you know, I still think maybe On hasn't been figured out and that we will see some unknown deck kind of rising up, maybe with the European or US tournaments.
Mhm.
But right now,
We'll
yeah,
see.
he's picked a lot, and
I honestly still think there's a bunch of legends exactly on that same boat. I think Fiora is still haven't figured out the best way of building her. Ezreal, I mean, everyone's super hype on Pit Crew, honestly. I don't know if that's
Yeah.
absolutely the 100% best way of playing him. Maybe so. What do I know? I haven't play tested enough. But W, any legends like that you think that are strong that probably just haven't had enough play testing yet?
I do like the Ezreal Pit Crew strategy, and it's a great way against Draven, I think, to be able to move around the board and avoid combat because you're safe in your base, so you don't give him that extra draw. But other things that I think that like we're not seeing as much, that just need a bit more play testing, are the things like Lucian, for example, getting all that assault bonuses on the gear. Like it's quite fun, and you can get a really good turn 2 by playing a gear first and then playing your Lucian from your chosen champion, equipping it right away, and then right then you have a very strong unit for a very cheap cost. So
Right.
that's definitely got some potential. But I don't know. I'm also very excited curious to see what we bring out on the Western side of things, because what we saw before was that Kai'Sa was incredibly popular in all these regionals, and then in the Houston tournament we saw the Aurora Yees come out, the Annie speed decks coming out. So there's probably a lot of other things that we just haven't quite seen yet that people have got planned, and I'm excited to see what people start playing in Bologna, if it's the thing where we'll copy the meta from here or moving things out. So I think I'm not the one to fully be able to play test things. I haven't gotten that creative brain just yet to really
Mm-hmm.
just come up with unique concepts. As a friend I have here who does amazing unique concepts, he built himself a challenge to make Albus Ferris viable in a deck and actually pulled it off. So if anyone that I know is going to come up with great and unique decks, it's him.
Wait,
So
what
I'll be
card? Let me
following
look it
along
up.
with
I
him.
don't think I know that card. What is it?
Albus Ferros, you don't know the legend of Albus Ferros? Come on, plus.
Wait,
Yeah,
you guys know I have very small League of Legends now. Wait. Are you
He's
guys?
not
Is it
even
a
League of
meme?
Legends character. He's just, yeah, Albus. He's not even like a League of Legends champion. So he's
No,
just this
but
unit.
he's a meme, and there's a guy collecting all the Albus
wait,
Ferros.
Pharaohs? Let me
Yeah.
look him up. I think I would know him by art. I think I know exactly what you guys are saying. Yeah, Albos, Pharaohs. I
Yep.
know exactly. I have like 100 of them in my binder. Or I don't even think
Yep.
they're in my binder. They're just in a box somewhere. The MVP of
shout-
Riftbound chat saying, okay, makes a lot of sense now.
Yeah, so shout out Kieran for figuring out how to make this guy actually work in the most theory crafted deck I've ever seen. That, you know, he played a best of 3 and he won 1 out of them, and I was, even at that point, I was just like, kudos to you. Go
Yeah.
for it. Like, I wasn't even mad. So if I'll be following along this guy to see if he comes up with any exciting Spiritforged decks.
Yeah, imagine. But let me read his ability real quick for those that don't know. When you play me, spend any number of buff. For each buff spent, you channel a rune exhausted. So it's a way of ramping. Perhaps there's some way of making it work in like Fiora decks. Or I don't even think Fiora needs a card like that. Honestly, it doesn't seem too good. I see why you guys are saying pretty much the best card in set 1, of course. Tyrone saying I use Abos Pharaohs as firewood. There you go. I mean, you and a lot of people in Set or Aurora. Okay, I think Set probably the best. What legend did he use, W, to make it work?
He only used Victor because he needed the blue, yellow, and didn't want to use Lux. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Makes sense. And, you know, trying to think ahead a little bit, you know, since your first time on, not the first time commentating at all, I know you've done quite a bit, but first time commentating Riftbound, is it?
Yes.
Nice. Where are you hoping to cast? Like, what would be your ideal first time casting Riftbound with us? Who would you want to see on the feature match?
Ooh, that'd be great. I would like to see. There is that one Azir still in, so it'd be exciting
Okay.
to see them before they potentially crash out.
Is it
But,
though?
you know,
Because
yeah.
we don't know exactly the top 8 right now.
Oh, is it okay? If they're not still in, then that could
was
be.
He
still
a
at
was
the
in
top
top
16.
16 though. Let me pull up the
Right.
top 16 for those that don't
We
that
don't
haven't
know.
seen it
We
yet.
don't know.
Yeah, if
if
they
he's
survive
still
another
here.
round, it'd be nice to
But
see them.
yeah, you can hope.
If not, it would still be. I would like to see the Draven or the Kai'Sa just because it'd be good for my own like learnings to see them, how their popularity, like how they're playing. The same goes for Irelia. As someone that's played a lot of Annie, I'd be very happy to see them play so I can get an idea of how they're working.
I want
next set.
to see the big gun Annie. Can I call it like that? Big gun Annie, where it's just.
Wait, what do you
I
mean
still-
Big Gun Annie? What card is it that gives her the Big Gun Annie?
No, I don't know. It was just the Annie that we saw that all the big gun cars. I mean, just
Oh
bringing up
yeah,
the
yeah.
Mm.
We were
the-
coining it
I
Annie
lo-
Good Stuff, Annie Big Stuff,
Yeah,
whatever it
Annie Good
was.
Stuff,
Yeah,
Annie Big
Annie
Stuff,
Good
yeah.
Stuff, because she just had everything. The Forerunners in there, the Mind Splitters in there.
Okay.
What else did she have? I mean, that Annie,
it
and
was
she
just-
got 5th place in the first regional.
Oh,
So
the-
maybe they're trying to take a page out of that initial one, or they're just trying to do Draven things with a little extra runes on the defense. But we'll see. We'll see. I mean, Annie's doing good this tournament. I don't know what's changed, but maybe Annie's just always been good, and it's a matter of who has
Maybe
it.
Annie. What?
Nepo baby Annie from Bandera.
Oh man, has all the expensive stuff without the hard work, right, Bandit? Exactly. So gets a little bit more efficient use out of his cards. So we'll see. That could be fun. I'm guessing because somehow I have some way of predicting things, because I said I wanted an Aurelia Kai'Sa, and somehow the previous match ended up being exactly that, Aurelia Kai'Sa. I think it's time we see a
What do you
Draven.
think?
I don't want to manifest it. I'm just being realistic. We haven't seen any Draven in Top Cut. It was a Victor versus, oh chat, what was it? Azir. No. Wait, we've done 3 matches. See, I'm already going crazy. What was the first match? It was me and Nene. So what was the first match? It was, oh chat, rewind the stream. What was the first one? Removal Victor. It was It was
That was the
Azir. It was
second game,
Azir
right?
versus something, and then we got a Victor versus something as well, and then the one we
was
just watched
Victor
with
Set.
Leroy. What was that, W?
It was Victor versus Set, wasn't it?
That's what it was. Victor versus Set, and then before
That
that
was
there
the
was
second.
a
Yeah,
Azir on stream.
Okay.
That was Nazir. That's cool. So maybe they won't try Azir. Maybe they'll try to go for
Azir
any.
versus Ezreal. That's what it was. Azir versus Ezreal. Ezreal got taken down. And then the next one was Victor versus Set. And then the one we just watched, Aurelia versus Kaiser. So I think, I don't want to speak it into existence, but I think we're going to get a Draven on one side. And then hopefully...
Azir won, no?
Yeah, Azir won.
because
Azir beat Ezreal.
Okay, yeah. I understood. Azir got taken down. My bad.
Yeah, it did get taken down. Draven Azir? That would be pretty hype. I've actually never seen that matchup before. Have any of you guys seen something like that?
I'm gonna go with no.
No, not that I could think of.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever seen it in the regionals as well. And someone chat saying the fair's for, and it has to be called Animatronics. Okay, that's a pretty good name. Animatronics. Maybe we see that one and Annie as well. But chat, let's look at the time. How much over are we on our expected schedule? W, let me know if it starts getting a little bit too late, because I know I had you down for 2 rounds. One with Leroy, one with someone in chat, a great procaster. He's actually right there, Connie. I hope I'm saying it right. I've been calling you Lionheart, but is it Conning Lionheart, I would imagine?
If it's the German, it might be König.
Kooning, okay.
König, yeah.
I
I
think
live in
he is
Germany,
from
so I've got my
EU.
German pronunciation on point.
I'll go with Lionheart for now until you hop on stream and you kind of correct me. But chat, it looks like we're moments away. As I alluded to, it's gonna be Leroy and Dubby taking it over for this round 4, aka the quarterfinals, aka the top 8 remaining decks. Who are we going to be seeing moving into the top 4? That's going to be the big question. And Bandit saying looks Dutch to me. And Omega Zero got eliminated, unfortunately. And Azir is still kicking, chat. Control is the Azir player. We have an Azir for the first time ever in top 8. And AIEDG holding it down for that team out there in China. A lot of great players. Who are we going to see? I would love to see Control go at it again.
Yeah, nice to see them while they're still in it, right? Like, I mean, I full on but completely believe they could pull through all the way, but you don't want to lose that chance to really see what this guy is really thinking, especially when he gets into these like matchups against the more.
And guys,
considered meta stuff.
take a screenshot real
have
quick.
any-
This is the top 8.
both
3
set, all the set
Draven.
died. All the set died. But we still have Annie
Unlucky.
and Azir.
Unlucky. Set's going down, but we still have quite the diverse top 8. Unlike what we saw in the Fuzhou
didn't
and the
have time.
Chengdu ones, it's not as crazy diverse as 7 unique legends. But what was that, Leroy? Was that 6 unique legends? That was Draven, Kaiser, Aurelia, Annie,
That
and
was
Azir.
3.
5.
5.
Yeah. I didn't have time to take a screenshot. Did one of you have the time?
I always try to take a screenshot, but it doesn't save on Discord. So chat, you might have to help us out here. Did anyone take a screenshot? If not, I'm sure we'll find it online after this.
Yeah. Send the numbers, chat, if someone has it.
Yeah, if anyone could
just
type it.
read
And Zinzari, you are the GOAT.
yeah,
There we
thank
go.
you.
Thank you, Zinzari.
Oh,
Oh,
this one,
content
this
no
one,
longer
okay.
available. Zinzari, good idea. But maybe I should check the stream before I open it. Maybe it's gonna be something like TOS. Open up just his. I don't even want to go there, but check Discord. Thank you, Bandit. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, looks like we got 5 unique legends right now, with only one. Yeah, but a lot of the Kaisers seem like they were eliminated, and same goes for the Draven. They were definitely struck down.
Yeah, it looks like the
The Kaiser's
strongest
going out.
Kaiser, the strongest Annie, and then the sleeper pick Azir. Chat, is Azir gonna take it all the way today? That would be a heck of a story. No one is thinking too highly of Azir. I want to say, even though they shown us on feature match already, just show us one more time for the first time in history and Azir makes it in top 8. It's only right? If you were in charge of the production team, W or Leroy, what are we thinking, right? We have to show that one.
It's-
Yeah, I think so. I think so. You're right.
It does depend because, like you said, we haven't seen some things tonight. But going into the presumption that you will see them later, it's nice to show things that you may not be able to show later. So, like the Azir, if it doesn't manage to go for another game, that would be exciting to show. And I think as a viewer, people want to see what this Azir guy is doing
Oh
again,
yeah.
and seeing how they play into the later rounds. So I know I would like to see it, but we'll
I'm
see what they
pretty
decide.
sure they too old the Ezreal, and that was the
Okay.
notorious pit crew Ezreal at that. So they're playing really well. But if we don't get the Azir, perhaps the Annie is the only other spicy matchup to see what she's working with today. Because Annies don't often make it this far, so I'm pretty impressed that she has. Because the other ones we've definitely seen before, but like I said before, we might just get a Draven again. But let's see what we have. And you know, as I said, usually when they show the casters on the screen, we're really close to getting things started. And if you guys, Dubby and Leroy, you guys are good to go for this next round, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, perfectly.
Awesome. So I'll let you guys take it away. It is top 8 time, guys. Let's get this started. Dubby and Leroy, it is in your hands. I'll go ahead and get a little background music here.
So thank you so much.
Oh, is it the same Annie? Is it the Nepo baby at Animatron Annie? Whatever big
Oh,
gun?
Draven.
That would be amazing. Yeah, it's GAI. So yeah, it's the same in GAI. Yeah, that would be
Okay.
amazing. I would love that.
Oh, is that a Draven mirror matchup?
Please don't tell me. No. What have we done? No. Come
Yeah, looks like we're getting
on.
a Draven mirror matchup here. So, you know what that does mean though? At least we won't have more than one Draven going into the. Well, no, we'll have one.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. I'll take the good side. And it's not even like it could have been, Miracle versus Standard, and no, it's two tempo Draven going against each other, and all right, guys, here we go. We're so happy to be here for this next round of Riftbound. It's Draven against Draven. For those who don't know the deck, you know it because it's everywhere. And yeah, I'm sorry that this is your first cast ever, but from there it can only go upwards. Let's be positive.
Exactly that. No, I don't mind it. Like I like the. It's gonna be fun just watching these guys play, right? Because Draven is gonna be popular. So now when we get to watch two people playing it, we gotta have an idea of just what kind of play tricks they're using.
I see. Yeah, I
just
see
what to look out for, especially when in mirror matches. I know personally, I don't enjoy playing mirror matchups. It's nice to be playing against other things. So that's the only necessarily downside from this. But just being able to see both the combat tricks from these guys and seeing every kind of different way they play it out will be quite interesting, especially Nick now. If we get a chance to see what cards they have in hand, what they decide to go against. We see, what was that, 2 fighter flights already pulled in that hand? I mean, that's already an interesting starting point if they want to keep it or not.
Yeah. Really curious to see if there will be any specific decks in these guide decks. I mean, at least in game 2, in the side deck. Are you overall? Would you say that you're a mirror enjoyer? I know that some people really like the mirror because they say it's actually often the best player that comes up on top.
Yeah.
But I've watched a lot of StarCraft back in my days, and I can say confidently I really didn't like the mirrors, and it's the same here.
I personally don't like playing them, but I do get the idea where you people say it's the skill thing, right? Because when you play the same, there's no you have the same cards, well, not the same cards, but you have the same kind of opportunities on hand. It's only a matter of card draw and what your deck is. However, if you know how to play your deck better, you should be able to beat someone out playing the same legend. So that's why I do see it as a skill matchup, and especially in these tournaments when ideally both players are playing the best decks possible for their legends. That's when we'll really see the value of choosing first, second, and such, as we see here. the Draven turn 2 play right there as soon as you have the 4 runes available, which could put some pressure on here. What do we still there? I saw a Darius, a Kaisa, and a Rebuke in hand, so
Yeah.
a lot of opportunities going
Now
forward.
he's going to conquer Targon, put the Draven to support the treasure hunter, and have some cards in the side to. I don't know. I don't know, guys. It's just I'm afraid that it's gonna be the same play on one side and then the other. Oh, sorry. The good thing is that the Draven that was on the play did not have any turn one, so that at least make things a bit more interesting. Now he has to catch up.
Opponent reminding him to take the point. Very nice of them. Got so excited to get their gold, they didn't even realize the point. Now they're debating, because they will get the 2 runes back awake now from that conquer. So,
Yeah.
playing out the Draven looks like they're going to look for some kind of hold strategy for now, and we'll see what they do now.
Exactly. Let's see. Oh, I see Brinier. I see Brinier. That could actually change a lot of things. What do you think about Brinier overall?
I like it a lot. I think it was a card that wasn't too played last set just because I don't know, like the more cards, the more sets that are released, the more spells are out there, the more opportunities you have for people to rotate the better spells in. So Brinier is a character that I think will just keep getting better as these sets develop, as these cards are released and you have more to play it. And it's something you wouldn't see this early necessarily, but when you're at a situation when you're at that 6 points and you want to close out in a turn, dropping the Brinier to really lock out your opponent or force them to play cards is just a great kind of play to do. And here, it's something that I don't imagine they'll play quite yet. But when the situation comes and they drop that card, it's going to be great.
Yeah, no, you have to play it when there are a lot of open runes for your opponents. That he's preparing a big counter turn, and you're just like, nope, not this time. But yeah, I mean, just as expected, play on the other battlefield and is ready. And now play the Darius, and now his opponent is going to play the Darius. And yeah, but the gold token given by the treasure hunter will maybe go a long way. I'm seeing Falling Star right now, right? So maybe not no Darius.
Yeah, you could definitely lock that out right away. It's kind of showing already the advantage of this in mirror matchups. Whoever gets to go first does just get that like point and tempo advantage, right? Being on 2 points here, and if you can conquer that out of the battlefield, getting up to 3 before your opponent's out like 1 is just a great situation to be in. So we'll have to see what they decide for. Folding Star, especially with that gold, wouldn't even be that expensive of a turn if they do have that opportunity. There's a Mind Splitter there too. Okay, if they feel like shredding out some of their opponent's cards.
Yeah.
Star there, you're right. Ooh, he looks like he wants to.
Oh,
Yep.
Instant Mind Splitter. Okay, sure. Good pick. And is he going to take out the Brinier actually? That seems like a really good option. The Fight or Flight seems cool too.
It depends how many spells you have. If you don't have spells that you need to play against Brinier, then there's no point getting rid of him. So it could be a situation where you want to think, what's your opponent going to play next turn, right? They go to 7. They could drop
and
a
if you don't take out Brinier, what do you take out? He's leaning toward Darius, right?
I'm thinking about, the next turn is what you're going to play against here. Because if you have 2 Dariuses awake, and you can play your Darius and drop another 2 thing. Like, not even that. You've got the Blood Rush right there. You could go in with a insane amount of might combo. But they're grabbing the Kaisa.
Oh, so the idea is probably I can beat you in terms of card advantage. On the long run, I will exhaust you. And so any draw that you get is a problem for me.
As you
I think that's the idea. Because why else would you take out a Kesa?
Yeah, coming down to that card draw. It'll cost the same as the Darius in the run, but if you're not too worried about the might, and now they know they can like want to retreat out of that battlefield, they know exactly what they're going to play against this turn. So if they leave their Draven in there, you can only presume that they have something to answer. But
Yeah, but they're tapped out, so
yeah, they're going to
there's
bring
no
it
way.
out. Yeah, makes sense. But getting that information from the Mind Splitter is just enough to really just know what you're coming up against, and then you can prepare an attack for the next turn. We saw those Falling Stars; those will come out great depending on what we see played in this turn.
Yeah.
Now if you're on this turn, you really have to think. They know what I've got. How am I gonna play around that? You've got the hold point there. Going to 3 is easy, because you've got the Darius ready. You could even try and move the Darius in, and then through your second card, ready him and move him back out, and just go to 3, but then your opponent's still on even tempo to get to 8 sooner. So you're gonna have to try and hold at least one battlefield this game.
Yeah, but I think overall moving out and make sure that you get as many resources as possible is a really good pick. One thing I'm thinking about a lot is that Treasure Hunter already generated 2 gold, and the fact that one Draven is not recycling while the other is can make a lot of difference in late game.
Yeah, just having those extra resources available do just bring so much value. And I mean, on the right side, we've only seen the one Fury having been recycled for that Darius, so they're not so far behind yet, but it really comes down to this turn, how they play it. If they conquer, they will ready 2 at the end of their turn at least, so they can have something for the defensive tricks if needed.
Yeah, and you know, I'm just thinking right now, maybe the reason why he did not play, he did take out the Kesa was so that his opponent could not play 2 cards easily and go on the Targon's peak and then go back with Darius and get a free pawn, basically. That might have been another reason.
Yeah, you would have had to use like your own fight or flight for that second card, and you don't want to use that on yourself if you can avoid it in here. Accelerated Kaisa coming out. I mean, that's 4 units all able to move in. And we will see that extra draw as well. And if they get both battlefields, they have a unofficial Sona at their battlefield, because they could ready 4 runes at the end of the turn. That is a lot to be able to play for.
Yeah. And for those who've played against Sona, you know that this card doesn't look that strong, but it's really good.
Yeah, getting the double draw.
They will have those 4 runes, just like you talked about. And by the way, draw 2, because why not?
Yeah, yeah. There we see the 5 open runes on their turn. Getting those, both the Conquerors, all units in the base as well. I mean, the pressure is now on to really try and not only have to conquer 2 here to try and match the score, but then having to hold as well against all this potential might. Stack deck coming out to dive into that deck to pull out a card they're gonna need. But what are we looking for in this situation here?
I think you would like a mind split. Yeah. I think you would like a mind splitter so that you know what your opponent has and that you can match him in terms of information. The only issue is that your opponent only paid 1. Could pay with 1 gold token while you can't, and again, it will slowly fly away with those runes.
You can't even play it on this turn either, so you're right. No,
Can
you just have enough.
Oh,
you just have enough.
You just have enough. Yeah.
You could move both Dariuses in. and then play that
Yeah.
Mind Splitter, and they're both ready and move them back out. But yeah,
Exactly.
I may see that.
That's what he's going to do. I think he's listening to you. He's cheating.
And you'll get the 4 already at the end of their turn. But I don't know. Draven doesn't necessarily need. Well, okay, you could use the runes to deny your opponent conquers through rebukes and fight or flights. When you see 4 units available, is it even worth denying any of those points via those spells? Because you won't get any of those extra draws. So it's an interesting spot they've put themselves in as they're even think about playing the unit into the battlefield here to try and hold. There we see it.
Ooh.
Okay.
Wait, that's an interesting choice. Because you're tapped out, so your opponent knows exactly.
You'll get 4. They'll get 4 back up from the Targon's Peaks.
And he's not even hiding the switcheroo or the Edge of Night. He will get 4, just like you said, but it's still a bit of a risky play because I don't.
Yeah, we see the opponent waiting to reveal those cards, seeing if they want to play any reactions on it now before they might be destroyed. The spinning axe, I think there. You could play the spinning axe right now, couldn't you? As a to like get it out on your hand before it's destroyed. That might be a good opportunity here. We're seeing it. Yep, there we go. They will play that. Giving that Kaisa up to 7 might, and now we'll reveal the hand and limit what we can destroy. Switcheroo is scary. With
I think I'm taking out the switcheroo.
Yeah, being able to just swap out the mites between the Mind Splitter or any of the other ones as well would be.
Yeah, especially since your opponent has a treasure hunter. You don't want to get that one mind. What? Sorry, a bit early. One might unit on your side of the board.
Yeah. The other opportunities are to ride the wind. Wouldn't necessarily. I mean, you could get a lot of extra card draw if they manage to pull off some big conquers with the Kaisa, but yeah, I'm leaning towards one of those spells. Right now, you're just looking at your own hands, seeing what opportunities you have to play against their next turn based on this, and if you can counter anything. Because if they did use that switcheroo and you're able to send it out of the battlefield, then you have managed to get your opponent to pay 2 power for a card they can't necessarily use, outside of the risk of losing your own might onto that one unit. So, could be an opportunity.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And okay.
Ride the Wind, okay. That's the second Ride the Wind now in the trash as well, so there's only one left.
And he knows where is the third one.
Third one's somewhere in their deck. I don't think they've pulled it yet, have they?
No, they have it. He had to Ride the Wind in his hand. He already drew his 3 Ride the Wind.
Okay.
And I think in this matchup is good, yet if you run the win out of a fight, that means that you lost a fight and that your opponent is drawing.
The Draven in as well.
Yeah. And the Edge of Night or the Switcheroo will be hidden. If I remember, he has both of them.
They also have a fight or flight as well, so we'll probably get our own little surprise in a minute once we see what's revealed. As we see the player untap to 8 runes, looks like. So a lot of possibility. 7 might on that Kaisa. Gonna be very, very strong. And And the 4 untapped runes on the right as well, allowing for a lot of play potential on the defense right here. Okay, they drew another spinning axe, so that's the one card that they don't know about.
Yeah. And so you might think that if your opponent did not take your switcheroo out, he also has one himself, and that he will counter switcheroo if you use the switcheroo.
Switch the switcheroo, yeah.
Oh, he's chilling. He's like, I got you.
That's a poker face. That's something I struggle with the events is, you know, keeping my poker face in control. Because being able to, like, not give your opponent any emotional tells on your hands, acting either too casual or too excited, could give stuff away.
Yeah,
Just
but the next level is
hard
to
Hmm?
pretend to have something with your facial expression while you have something else. You know, you're playing poker while
Yeah.
playing.
It's getting a bluff going.
Yeah. That's something I should work on, honestly. I'm starting to. Oh no, I had terrible draw, but actually
Mm-hmm.
was exactly what I needed.
No, we were talking about the game before where the opponent was still playing out of hand on a lost game. I personally enjoy doing that just to make my opponent feel a bit nervous, being like, what are they doing? What trick do they have? Even though I know I'm not going to win, but just having a bit of fun to finish off the
Getting the
game.
mental edge.
Yeah, exactly. That's-
It's not about the win, it's about sending a message.
Okay. Kaisa moves in. We'll get the point and the extra draw now. Very important.
Yeah, and he drew already so much. I think it's his
There's
third
a
card.
third draw from the Kaisa, yeah.
He's targeting 2 runes, which is not required no longer, I think, if I'm correct.
Yeah, so
But
someone
they
in
still
chat
do
talked
it.
about that. You know they definitely want to get onto that 6th point here. But that's a 7, 5, 4. It's a 16 might, possibly +2 from the Draven, another possible +2 for the Darius. I could go up to 20 very, very quickly.
Yeah, another possible +2 from the Age of Night. That could be the
Yeah.
end card.
Yeah.
And then switcheroo, Fight or Flight.
Yeah, exactly. They have
You're never
4
getting
cards.
on that battlefield. This being said, you need to get on the battlefield because you're right in terms of point. So if both players camp their battlefield, one will win before the other.
Yeah. Oh, he doesn't look happy about that.
And you're like, yeah, you can play Brinier. Good luck removing my budget on might.
Especially because you can still buff certain things, right? You can still give the Draven the +2 even when Brinier's played, and there's still other opportunities there.
Yeah.
So they've now gone in, playing a Darius in there as well.
Yeah, that's what I was like. You can just hold, right? And apparently that's what it's doing.
14.
Yeah, and it all comes down to not having turn 2 and your opponent having 1.
Yeah. They're going to consider hiding a card as well. I think that's 24 might now in that upper battlefield. I do notice though in this set, like the amount of mites you have in Battlefield just feel like it creeps up a lot faster than it did in Origins.
Yeah,
I
I've heard about that too. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Like, I
The
don't
amount of
remember
might that can be deployed is insane.
Like I just felt like we never saw these kind of situations when you had this much in one battlefield, and now all of a sudden we're seeing it multiple times. Is
Yeah.
good on the ref.
The only time we
Organized.
saw it was with Mundo going by
Yeah,
himself to 30 might. Good luck, have fun.
So they hold to 5 here. And then they have 4 ready runes. One of their cards is that spinning axe, so they've drawn again. So that's another spontaneous +3. They might have. I didn't catch what hidden card that was, but if they have this, that might have been the switcheroo. Then actually, I don't think they had a different card in their hand.
No, they did the switcheroo. I think we saw it.
Okay, okay.
And his opponent just saw the end, so he's probably thinking, yeah, that's most likely a switcheroo.
I think they're doing the maths here about how much might is total in this battlefield.
How much do I need to get rid of?
There's no unchecked power in these colors.
Do I need
Do
to?
down well though. I mean, that would be a wild top deck if you even have it run in. But
Yeah, I imagine a Draven playing down well. Did you see the Downwell Annie list?
no, I know I haven't.
It's the deck list was built by, I forgot his name, the Yasuo player that made it to the top 64 first time.
Mhm.
Galewing, something like that. I'm not sure. And he built a Downwell Annie playlist that is the most controlled toxic list this game has ever seen, and I loved it so much. I hope that we see one day, but I really don't think so.
I did see they had they had a blood rush and what looked to be 2 fighter flights. Now, this could be the situation where you might want to play the Brinier out because that would negate the hidden card, especially if it is a... Oh, they're playing the Mind Splitter. And they're moving it out, never mind, okay.
I mean, it is good right now.
Yeah.
The issue being, you did not have any card in base ready to conquer.
Finish their turn as well at that point. Yeah. Potentially setting up for that Brinier play on their next turn. See the overzealous fan now drawn.
I like how the judges keep putting the card back in place.
Clearing the tidying up the battlefields. No.
Yeah, and I know I'm like a super messy with this, and I think if they saw me, they would cry.
I have to keep my cards as neat as possible when I play. I don't know what's wrong with me, but even in my opponent's turn, I'm just there like perfectly aligning all my cards to the 90-degree angles.
That's good. That's good. I think it's better to have OCD if you play card games.
I haven't been diagnosed with it yet, but maybe Riftbound's brought it up for me without knowing. Now you're on 6. The question is, do you bring everything out and go for a double conquer in your next turn to win out the game?
No, I really think you're holding, and you want to deploy already a lot of might so that Brynja cannot do too much damage. I think you're fine holding it, right? I don't know.
But you know your opponent has that Brinier, so you're only gonna you would hold if you know you have the might to take over, but 2 Dariuses, that Mind Splitter now as well, right? So that's already at 21 between the 3 of them. You know your opponent has that Blood Rush, which gives you Assault 4, so that's 25, so you're quickly catching up.
Yeah. What do you have? I think did he have another spinning axe? I'm not sure.
On the left, yeah, they had the spinning axe.
Yeah. So that's 7, 11, 18, 19, 22, 26, 29 from the spinning axe.
Yeah. Another 2 for the Draven potentially as well, and Darius, so you can go to 34, 33.
I counted the Darius as 2.
They bring it.
And you're right. All right, he's going to listen to you. He knows better.
He's tapped into my mic. What can I say?
And it's like, I'm willing to lose that fight or flight. Find my me. And he will play the Draven Greatest Fan. Which, I mean, wasn't that the best card to hold the battlefield?
You do force the opponent to essentially you will guarantee yourself a card draw or force the opponent to waste a card through either fight or flighting it out or going in to force its
I
abilities.
mean, yeah,
So
your opponent has
they
Darius, so it
they
doesn't
dropped the
change.
Tide Turner as well. that is
Doesn't
I attack next turn. That's crazy. Okay, so
Yeah, it's gonna be charged for Frodo.
does he hold? Did he get a hold point this turn, or have I missed that? Oh no. I missed that. I thought on the right should be going to an extra point already.
By the way, one more card and the UI in the bottom is crashing.
Ah, yeah, okay, there we go. They went to 6 now. Yeah, I was worried there for a second, because now it's a matter of they can conquer go to 7, and then it's up to the left to be able to take over both battlefields. Shit, base right there.
Yeah, but I mean, they got so much in base they could conquer, and Brinier cannot be played from hand just like that. I mean, it can, but not. You need a range for that.
Yep, yep. So now you got to think, how can I conquer and try to hold at least one against all this? Fine. What's that again? 9, 16, 20, 21, 2 Kaisas. 32 is what I count, and that's not even including the bonuses from Darius and Draven potentially. Alright, now you have to commit to hold the whichever battlefield you want. They do have the Overzealous Fan in their hand, so they can use that defensive trick. Now they just need to decide which of these 2 battlefields they're going to play to hold, or if they want to spread it evenly between the 2. There's the Brinier. They do have already 2 at the end of the turn as well, so if they play this, they'll have to pay another 2. Could hide a card and then ready 2 to be able to play that 2 energy as well. Yeah, there it is. I see at least one fight or flight in their hand. They're gonna hide it, looks like. Reminding themselves what they hid. Okay, there we go. Now we see it.
Yeah, so the Brinier is literally just here to stack up might and try to hold at least one of the battlefield.
I like that
You
too,
have
revealing their hidden card as well.
3 runes ready. Do we know what he's got in hand?
I believe he's got. I think it's either a rebuke or a switcheroo, and then both those hidden cards are fight or flights. So they played their hidden, not their hidden blade, their Edge of Night to be able to free up that one hidden spot.
Yeah. So you would okay. You desperately need a switcheroo, Brinier on the other the Draven that has to conquer side. The Draven of
Yeah. If they have one
There
right
are-
now, I mean.
way too many cards to play around right now.
Looks like they're doing their own maths right now on how much might they have to conquer. And then even that, both Dariuses can benefit from these hidden cards if they're played. Just from at least getting the extra might out, but then again, if Brinier is played, you can't really utilize that. You can't even play them because you'll have to move with your own out. As here comes it. Wait,
I don't know what. Oh, we didn't see what he picked. I
It
didn't get to see it.
looked like a spell. My guess is it was the rebuke. Yeah.
Okay, that's not bad.
Mhm.
You got the spinning axe, the rebuke,
And the switcheroo.
and the switcheroo. So you might be able to win a fight on the upper battlefield to get yourself a draw and try to maybe pick up that Brynja to conquer the down battlefield.
Just notice on the bottom you still have that Draven as well. I didn't even see that hiding in the bottom of your screen. Like that bottom field's even very stacked in its own. Like
Yeah, now that the upper battlefield is really easier to conquer.
here we go. Spinning
Uh,
axe.
Spinning
for Darius.
axe. Darius. Makes sense.
8. The advantage of the spinning axes here is just being able to constantly re-equip them as well. Like you have all these runes up. So even if the Darius dies here, you give your opponent a card
Yeah.
draw. But you can just re-equip that axe on someone else.
Exactly. This is why the
Yeah.
weapons are. This is the main strength of the weapon. This is being able to re-equip. And I think this is why Fiora was doing so well. The BF sword that you can equip on a unit, die, equip on another unit, die, equip on a unit,
Yeah.
die, but have amazing trades all the time.
And is this Darius now ready in the battlefield? He should be exhausted, right? Because he's only played one card, which was that spinning axe. Because if you fight or flight the Darius out, you can play your second card and just ready it again. It's just I'm trying to understand what the player's done here, because he's changed the alignment of this card to make it look like it's ready.
I mean, I guess he played another card because
I don't.
there's the +2.
True. What did I miss? Stack deck. Thank you, chat. Yeah, he
Oh,
played the
yeah,
stack
yeah,
deck.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
You guys are
Okay, good.
amazing.
Yeah. There's the first. So the axe is still equipable. And that's the
Yeah.
first card played for the right, so the second, as soon as they play their second card, which will be one of these hidden, then both those Dariuses get another 2.
You cannot play Darius because you already played 2 cards, so it would be utterly useless.
Yeah.
Do you equip Kesa? I'm not sure that's useful.
You have to prepare to overcome 14 might. As soon as that hidden card's flipped, that Darius gets another +2. So yeah, they only go in with 7 here.
Yeah, and Kesa's at 7, so I think you want to trade it against another unit. It will get fight or flighted.
Yep. And now both their Dariuses get +2 and readied.
Yeah, and that's another reason why you don't want to attach the spinning axe.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to be stuck on that, because that spinning axe is essentially
Yeah.
stuck on that bottom Kaisa. I don't know how you're gonna get back in here. This is a great, defensive move from the player on the right here.
Yeah. Now you can attach the spinning axe on Kaisa, go trade one of the units,
Yeah,
then
reattach it.
attach it on
How do you
one
conquer this
of the
bottom map?
2 cost units. I want 2 might unit, then go with the 2 units, then trade again.
Yeah.
And treasure enter on the other battlefield, use it on the Darius or whatever. It's not to make it happen, but
You have to essentially try to conquer this upper battlefield with what you have on the table, and then using all your spells in hand, which is the switcheroo and the rebuke on the right side. because on the right they can no longer use their switcheroo. So you want to save one of your one might units potentially to use a switcheroo, unless they use it here instead. Okay.
I feel like you had to use the spinning
Right.
axe as many times as possible, but
They do manage to conquer there, no? Because they
yeah.
Yeah.
But I feel like you could have done almost the same without using the switcheroo. By using only Kaisa.
They got another one.
Yeah, my bad. Sorry. I should have.
They might have just pulled that from the
I should have known.
battle.
I should have known.
I think.
They are just better.
Yeah. I think they just top tech that as well, which makes it very, very good.
What do you fight or flight? I feel like Draven Grustis Fan is actually the best card to fight or flight, so that you can attack with spinning axe earlier and not be scared of being deflected, being sent back to base and not being able to use again that spinning axe.
Yeah.
He still has a lower cost card to play with the switcheroo. Two might card, sorry. I feel like he's got it, right? Not sure, but switcheroo Draven greatest fan. Then go in with whatever, it's about the same at gate, fight or flighted.
That overzealous
Rebuke.
fan. Okay, they've moved in just like that now. So that either these overzealous fans trade or okay, so they do trade.
Okay. Now you don't have a 2 might unit to
Switcheroo with, but
switcheroo with. That means he's going to use rebuke and fight or flight.
yeah. They have enough runes for it too.
And he's like, okay, GG, I win.
Yeah. Wow, what an attack. Okay.
Okay. I mean, there were several paths, and he chose one of the right one. So congrats to him. And yeah, I mean, the first game of this wonderful Draven Mirror game just passed like it was long. It was long. It was really long.
That comes with a question. Was it a matter of one Draven played better than the other, or do you think it comes down to I went first, therefore I win in the mirror matchup?
And he didn't go first, but he had the two drop, and his opponent did not.
Did he not go first?
No, his opponent went first, but couldn't play. He played Treasure Hunter. It wasn't a draw, but he played Treasure Hunter, and his opponent didn't have any 2 drop, which is why his opponent played Draven turn 2 with 4 runes, and then Draven, and then back and forth, except one had a third one, and the other did not. Does it come to that? I don't know, chat, you tell me. Kind of feels like so, to be honest.
But still, I mean, I like the going for the double hold there was pretty. It felt like the situation where you need to get to that 7 points to force that, and the attack was very smooth. Being able to use all the units in hand basically to be able to get that conquer. Not units, had units in base, and then having your combat tricks in your hand to conquer the other one was very, very nicely set up. And like you said, they definitely had multiple ways in. The way they used the switcheroo could have been used in other opportunities as well, but at the end, whatever they chose worked out for
And
them.
you know,
as well.
I think I know why they didn't want to keep the switcheroo, because if it was a switcheroo that was in it, then their switcheroo would have been reversed and then completely useless. Whereas
Right.
the 2 other cards, they were sure to be useful by using them.
a Swapo's turn, and I wonder if these guys will do anything in particular to swap out their strategy in this mirror matchup of this best of 3. You know, we have the sideboard available. Obviously, I don't necessarily know what they have, but is there anything you necessarily want to remove or put in when you know you got the Dravens? Because it really just does feel at this point like when it comes to these Draven mirror matchups, it's just whoever gets just movement first has just such an advantage, and that's what we just saw now.
Yeah, I hope there is more diverse plays in the next round, because it feels like when you're a kid playing chess and you don't know what to do and you're just mirroring what your opponent is playing.
Yeah.
It's not like they're playing bad or whatever. No, with all due respect to these guys, it's just this is the correct play, and the correct play is the same on both sides, because it's just those are the plays, and this is why Draven is so strong, that creates so much tempo. And if you don't do the same play as your opponent, then you're losing. It's what happened, because he didn't have any turn 1, so he couldn't do the same as his opponent, and he lost. Maybe there were some misplays. Maybe if someone really, really good at the game analyzes this, and it will spot some mistakes that have been made and could have been played differently.
Are you trying to say we're not really, really good at this game? Is that we're not the right people for it?
I'm saying we're not the best. I'm saying we're good enough to see some plays and some line, and to be decent casters. I'm saying I will check Alan ZQ stream to see if he talks about that game. That's all I'm saying,
Yeah. No, definitely. Yeah, being able to take that first win when your opponent had the first turn does give you a very just nice setup to be able to won't necessarily go first this turn, but then you have that first on the game 3 if it does go that far. And that
before it starts back, I'm going to leave you 2 seconds to grab a drink quickly. I'll leave you with chat. And guys, you're in good hands.
But getting that extra guaranteed.
I'll pop in here for the meantime while Leroy steps out. But it was a Draven mirror, but there was some decent, intricate, decision making, I want to say, because at the end there, where it almost looked like they were taking their time to try to figure out how to break through, it was a lot of math to do, right? I do not envy these players, because what were you saying, W? There was like 20 plus might, or how much might was on a single battlefield there?
It was like 24 at one point, then 29 with the potential of 33 with just the modifiers. So yeah, a lot. And that's what I think. There definitely has been almost like a might creep in this set.
Right.
That's what I've noticed.
It did go like toe to toe, as Leroy was saying. It almost looks like they were doing very similar things, very similar strategies on both sides. But there was almost that turning point, that setup to try to hold for both sides. That almost paid off so well, but he was playing it perfectly. I love the game plan of fighter flighting the equip units, because the equip units, they no longer could crash into and let go of the equipment. So he knew what he had to get done. It's just a rebuke in his own fighter flight to get over the final battlefield was a little bit too unfortunate for him. So well done. And real quick, W, I think the player that won, he opened Treasure Hunter, if you remember. I think he was on the play, the guy that won.
Yes,
no, it wasn't the draw, but he opened. His opponent could not open with Treasure Hunter, but his opponent did not have any turn 1.
Yeah.
So he was on the play, but was not able to play anything for turn 1. And this is why it looked like the other player was on the play, because he had a turn 1, even if it wasn't.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
Which just shows being able to get that first unit down and getting that first point in these mirror matchups can really make all that difference. And winning the coin toss or the dice roll, getting that turn 1 and not having a 2-drop, you saw on his face, he just smiled because he was like, well, crap. That's bad.
Yeah, now you just have to hope that you will get that your opponent won't get a turn 1 while being on the play. Let's see. I think it's gonna crash if
Okay. You got Reaver's Row and
it doesn't have any
Oh.
turn 1 again. Okay.
oh no, this time.
Not as good as Treasure Hunter, but you know, you take what you. That's good enough.
I remember someone ran the numbers past me of if you have what was it? If you have 9 2-drops in your deck, the like percent odds if you mulligan 2 and draw 1 to not get a 2-drop is in like the 20
12.5%.
Is it? Yeah, so going
But
losing a game throws off.
most likely they're running 8, which bring them to 18
Okay.
point at 17.5 or around 18%, if I'm correct.
All right.
But most of the time, these players, yeah, they run only one.
Slow game. Well, quick game in regards to turns, but slow in points as they opted in to not move in with the Overzealous Fantas. Here we get a sneak peek of
And
their
it
deck.
shows to be on the. Oh no, this is because of the Obelisk of Power. I messed up everything.
Yeah.
Okay. So does not want to get on the battlefield, which makes sense. Because your opponent can just.
Yeah, you wouldn't get that unless you play the
you.
Graven into it. Yeah.
But you could have. I mean, that's what his opponent did. You could have gone on the battlefield and played Raven to support the 2-drop. And then you're almost sure to win a combat if your
If they
opponent comes
decide
at
to go
you.
in. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. There was probably a good reason why he chose to not conquer, which I'm not sure I'm seeing right now.
Running through that stack deck option first. Yeah, I guess if you go into that battlefield and you hold it first, your opponent can just opt in to move into the other battlefield, so you get that point tempo, but then you might be at risk of losing out something, as here you see them go into the Reaver's Row, get their first point, ride the wind across,
Get the second point.
and be able to move it back into base without giving any kind of combat opportunity to your opponent.
Yeah. And Nox is hopeful to get all of them too. You would, of course, have preferred to be able to do that with a Treasure Hunter or a Kesa to generate even more value, but being up by 2 points is already good, especially when you're on the draw.
Yeah, definitely that. Having this advantage as well with the game win puts you in a very good spot. The Reaver's Row is an interesting one with this Draven because, as I'm sure lots of you know, ooh, Mind Splitter. Never mind that. Now we can have a look at seeing what they have. What's that? Is that against all odds, that second card there? I believe so.
Yeah. Which, funnily, I checked, the card is actually called Against the Odds.
The odds,
and
okay.
I keep getting Against All Odds, mostly because of the song from not the KDA, but the song from Battle Academia, whatever.
Okay.
And yeah, taking out, of course, the Mind Splitter, because now his opponent cannot get access to his own end.
And the
He
information.
did not hesitate much on this one.
Now it's a
It's
question
gonna
of
pass, right? Yeah.
Oh.
He's doing a Kesa. He's doing a thing that only the Kesa from yesterday did. He knows things that we don't know, guys.
So what's the idea of going behind to these points right now? Because you give I guess you want to be able to beat your opponent in combat next turn by making them play in, yeah.
The thing is, right now I'm not I don't conquer anything, but if you do conquer anything, I will get advantage. And now that I played my Mind Splitter, I know your hand, and now you can't play Mind Splitter. And so you have to play around everything.
Right. Okay. So
That's
wait,
the
they go
idea
into
behind it.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I see what you're saying now. Because if they go into Conquer, you know the combat tricks of your opponent in your next turn, and can therefore safely play around those cards. I like it.
Yeah. You play here the Noxus Hopeful Brinier, which is just this is you're not happy to play this Brinier. It achieves nothing. It's literally a 5 match unit that lost its effect. And you're already quite on the back foot. Getting a gold token, getting a draw.
Point.
And see, this is exactly what we were talking about.
Yep.
By his opponent conquered, and now he's getting 1 card advantage and 1 gold advantage.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's so ahead in terms of card. He got so much.
Let me see there.
Value.
Darius Akaisa. Another Mind Splitter. If you're. They could
He's
play
thinking
the
about it. He's
Yeah.
thinking about it. I think. He's going to mill his opponent. Do you know what mill means?
It's just remove all their cards, no?
Yeah, remove their cards from usually the deck or the hand. So basically, your opponent doesn't have anything to play anymore.
They're just only playing off their top deck, whatever they pull, right? Yeah. Yeah, if you get that with the Mind Splitters and Sabotages together, you can easily do that.
This is one of the most toxic way to play card games. And I love it. I'm gonna be honest. Let's see what he's got now.
I feel like they have to go for their second point here. Maybe not necessarily.
I know. I think they have to hold. I really think they have to hold. Let's see if they agree with you. I think he's thinking about conquering the other battlefield. But
because if he conquers the upper and then, oh, okay.
The thing is, by holding, if they conquer the other battlefield, they give a chance to their opponent to win a battle. And if they do, they're losing that card advantage and that they're building right now.
Gotcha. Yeah, it makes sense. So by moving the Mind Splitter on their own, you do risk that, and you don't want to. Okay.
Yeah. Well, if you move it on the reverse row, it gets even stronger, and you can move out everything next turn. But he's feeling confident enough that he can keep both battlefields probably. And
he's got his own.
He's going to. Yeah, he has also Noxus Hopeful to add to the mix. All right. He listened to you.
Those 4 runes open is essential here too, because that's 2 spells.
Yeah, you're right. And if he didn't have those 4 runes, he would not have conquered. But you're right. He felt confident enough to keep both battlefields probably, and so
give him the advantage as well. Going up to 4 if they manage to hold both. So I think as now on the left side, you have to take at least 1 this turn just to kind of keep things even.
Yeah, but
what cards do we have on the right? Do you remember?
We not exactly, no. I remembered Brinier, but it's gone. Is that a stack deck I see? Oh yeah, there was Against the Odds. So there's Against the Odds.
I believe both sides have Against the Odds. I think I saw one on the right as well, yeah.
Yeah, you will lose at least 1 battle, I think, because you have to go. I don't know. It's so hard for the Draven on the left. His opponent waited the perfect moment to conquer. I really liked his play in hindsight. And I think the fact that he saw like I'm going to call it the naked Brinier because he did not have any effect, the blank Brinier, told him that his opponent did not have anything better to play and that he was in a bad position. Okay, so Switcheroo, Falling Star, fight or flight, and against the odds.
Yeah.
4 spells, which means you have to value your unit so much. But if you go in, you will trade. It's
You don't want to lose any of these units.
mental FF.
What's the best way you could utilize this falling star?
Shoot Draven, probably.
Both on Draven?
That's what I'm thinking.
Then you have to move
not
2
sure.
units into the bottom, but even that might not be enough.
Might not, but not the worst. Because at least you win the combat. And you do not give any other advantage to your opponent.
Another way would be to use is against the
fight
odds
or
first,
flight.
followed by a fight or flight. Wouldn't you want to use it against the odds first to get yourself some extra money? Oh, no.
Okay. Let's see what it targets. Okay. 3 and 1.
Yeah. Okay. So that Draven's holding 3 damage. Just the 1 unit. You have to be careful here, because if it gets sent out, that Draven will heal from the combat as well. Basically negating that. You want to use more than 1 unit, surely. Oh, okay, unless they have their own trick writing up their sleeve, but...
Yeah, but now if the Draven uses his ability...
He still should die.
Yeah, he still
yeah.
die. Okay, so this is why he played that way, the Falling Star, which, yeah, that was a very good way to play it.
Yeah.
I may be too scared of Draven, which is why I was like, just shoot him down. Just kill him. But...
My worry here, though, is if they play anything to remove that Noxus Hopeful, then not only will they win that combat, but that Draven will heal back to 4 and negate the Falling Star from before as well.
Yeah. But yeah, which is why I was like, shoot him twice, because then you move with 3 units and you're sure to conquer and to not lose any unit. And as I said, it doesn't have any other units, so you want to value them. It's hard to tell. I feel like you take the trade because that way you do not lose the combat.
Yeah. You deny it from both sides.
Yeah.
Just depends how attached they are to this Draven or not.
There shouldn't be, because each card is much more valuable for their opponent than themselves.
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
Okay. He
Given
will elect to...
Ooh, okay.
Okay, he's going for it. Like, nope, I'm not losing that Draven. Now his opponent has to commit.
He's at a 9. So he needs 6 damage in total. There is a fight. There's a switcheroo available.
Yeah, switcheroo seems quite decent in this situation.
Yeah.
Is there a switcheroo on the other side to switch it back?
I see a rebuke.
Yeah, but the rebuke on... It was like, wait, how much is this?
Yeah.
Oh, but it dies instantly.
Ooh.
Yeah, wait, no. Okay, because it's that +2 from this and minus... 3 minus 5, but isn't it dead? Does it have enough?
It isn't it holding. Yeah, it's holding the damage from the
Yeah.
holding star.
So if
Shouldn't it be
it's
dead?
like a. Oh no, because there's the 4. We forgot the 4. So it's at 6 minus 5.
Oh,
Wait,
true.
no.
No, it's at 4 minus 3. So there's minus 5 might with 3 damage. But the rebuke came
Oh yeah,
through.
because the.
Which
Right.
yeah.
Oh, the battle axe is not accounted for.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean overall he should be at 4 minus 3 damage because his opponent is like, yeah.
Yeah. But now with that rebuke, that combat showdown should mean that they've gotten the gold there on their base. You can see from the Draven, and I believe that minus 3 should be removed now. They are, however, only at 4 might.
Yeah, but the battle axe is still active. I don't know.
It's still attached, but they should only be
Yeah.
at 4.
Yeah, they are still at 4 might. Okay.
Did they get the draw? I didn't catch on if they did. They've generated the gold, which makes me hope they got the go draw.
Okay, so the goal was
Oh, here they
generated
go.
from. Oh yeah, from the last turn. Okay.
Okay, so now it's so now that's
Yeah.
resolving, and now they're getting their draws. Okay.
Okay. The turn are taking so long that it's hard to follow.
Yeah, they have on the left. They do have a fight or flight, so maybe they were thinking about using that in the showdown to deny the combat.
Now they
healing.
cannot go on reverse rule, but Draven will just retreat instantly. But
Yeah.
they're choosing to go there and use the against the odds because they're like, oh, now we can remove more might and actually kill units.
Yeah. Oh, they opting in to let their Draven die.
Okay, why not? So of course you kill Draven so that your opponent cannot generate any gold, and Draven is way scarier than Brinier.
Going to 4 as well. That was quite the lengthy turn there, but they got it going in the end. And there's no units in base, and look at how many runes we have on the right. Like that was an expensive turn with everything with the rebuke. Only on 5, so
Yeah. So what did he hide? What did he have again? Against the other EU, switcheroo he used. Yeah, the fight or flight, right? So he could have
yeah,
fight or flight hidden, and there's one card left for him, right?
It looks like they actually hid the Edge of Night.
Okay. So they just drew Edge of Night because they didn't have it before. Now they got 1 unit, and they are such in a bad spot, aren't they?
Yeah, that's the fight or flight on the left there. Hiding a card as well.
Okay. And now you're just happy you developed Darius. You got your card advantage at turn after turn.
Yep.
Now you're just using it. You're gonna cash out on it in the following turns, basically. Is that another Brinian that they picked? Oh no, Rebuke, Fight or Flight. So you're right, they must have hidden Edge of Night. Which could bring Brinier to 7. Trade with Darius, potentially. Let's see.
Okay, where? How do you go about this turn? If you opt in to use your fight or flight on the lower Draven, that could potentially negate that hidden card, moving yourself to 6 if you conquer as well.
Yeah. It's like, do you hope that you will hold for 3 turns until 8 and manage to not lose that battle? I don't think so. So yeah, you have to try to make some plays.
They pass over the action to the defender here.
Now it's like, what do you want to do? Do you want to go back? Do you want to up Draven? Do you want to have a meal check? Something like that. Grab a drink together.
Yeah.
So many choices.
Yeah, the opportunities on the left is only that fight or flight or rebuke, so it comes to the point where if that hidden card is another fight or flight, then you put yourself in a situation where if you don't want to give your opponent that card draw and gold, you're going to have to play it. There we go. Yeah.
Okay. And fight or flight so that you do not lose the battle and your opponent still doesn't get any draw. And
Yeah.
congratulations, you only have rebuke in hand.
This is why I would have wanted to see it before, right? Because if you would have played it earlier, then that fight or flight would have been completely negated.
Yeah.
Hidden, and then you would have still, you wouldn't have gone. I think they went in there in the sense of the greedy play of trying to get that card draw through winning combat.
Yeah, you don't have choice. You need that card draw so bad. So
Yeah.
I get the idea.
Yeah. But now they don't get to their 6 points.
Now they have
which
to retreat. And
Yep.
oh my god, they're such in a bad spot, aren't they?
Mind Splitter runes are up on the right as well. I believe they still have that in their hand for a while now. Actually, I did not realize how time flies by in these games. We're at the 72-minute mark. The first game did not feel like it took that long, but here we are.
Oh, you didn't feel because it was your first casting. I swear to me, it felt really long.
I was enjoying the show, and now I'm like, what the? We've been here for an hour? Where did the time go?
Yeah. No, compared to the last game that was crazy.
Okay.
It
I'm
feels.
used to my.
Draven mirrors are like. Honestly, when we were with Plus already in the first tournament, it was just like praying before every game that it was not like Draven mirror because we knew we would get so many of them. And there was one where we were actually happy because it was Miracle Draven against Standard Draven. Okay, yeah. And now you get no card to play. Good
No
luck.
Top deck only.
Thank you for trying so hard.
And they can play the slow game here too. They just don't want to give their opponent any kind of like if they move the Darius on their own in the upper B of battlefield, they can give their opponent.
Yeah,
What was
and
that?
still have the must turn base to conquer the other battlefield next turn against this one card. Imagine Draven being at one card, guys. Do you realize what's happening? I'm miming and all, but the Draven from the right played this game really well.
Yeah.
His opponent did not win one single combat.
Yeah.
And because of this, is now with a single card in hand and cannot do anything about it. So,
and I believe their card they pulled was an overzealous fan from looking back, so can't really do much with it. Well, besides in the defense.
well,
I might have misseen it though.
So yeah, memes aside, it's a great display of skill. Okay. I do feel like I want to cry, but that's another debate. I think you're all in, and you just pray that your opponent drew all of his worst card and won't be able to hold, won't be able to conquer until you get to your
Yeah.
8th point. Yeah, exactly. See,
He just chucked it in there, being like, I got nothing better. This is a fun turn though. If you're playing right now, you know your opponent can do nothing, right? All they can do is what's
yeah,
on the
it's
cards.
just a puzzle at this point.
Yeah. It's only what's on the cards, which in this case is the Overzealous Fan. None of these other cards have any kind of actives. I think you would love to be able to kill the Brainier here, because that would then destroy the Spinning Axes. So that would be a great opportunity as well.
He's checking his bin, his trash, just to check if he doesn't, just to pretend that he has cards in hand, but it look, my hand is the same size as yours.
Hit a card? Making the
Okay, so that's
Ooh.
one card played.
If they can have another accelerated unit here to be able to crash into that battlefield.
Yeah. Because yeah, it's hard. We didn't see his hand at all. You want to remove that overzealous fan
Oh.
before you get in. Okay, so will be not
Not
accelerated.
accelerated.
Okay, and then you just go in.
But here, yeah, so now what you gotta do is trade out that Spinning Axe. Right? Even if you use a unit, you give your opponent that card draw. Oh, never mind.
Against the odds.
Full
And
trade?
yeah, trade everything, and you're really happy with that. Your opponent has
That was good.
an Edge of Night.
Yeah.
I mean, he can deflect the first spell.
What they gonna get? Fight or flight.
This is
So are we gonna pretend like we can do anything here? No.
this is
No,
the
he's
saddest.
he's laughing. Getting a card draw now from that Kaisa as well on 7. What
You know,
do
he's
top
laughing,
deck
but
here?
it's the
He's in
meme.
pain.
It's the meme where the guy has the smiling face and he's crying behind.
Yeah, you know, he's in pain right now.
Yeah, it's like all the pain I rolled.
Is there anything you could top deck on the left? No, I don't.
Brinier, this Brinier is just BM at this point.
Oh, okay, you got the Darius out, but no, he tapped his deck. GG's. Game 3 incoming.
Wait. Darius into remove what's on one battlefield into, you can't get the other one.
Yeah. I wonder if the against the odds was something that they sided in, because we didn't see those in game 1, and we saw both playing them in game 2. Is that something that is particularly favored in Darius Mirror? Could be it.
I'll hop in here in between rounds. I do think that was a sideboard card. I think you made a good observation there, because against the odds, it looks like there was nowhere to be seen in game number 1, and then both players ended up having it in game number 2. And that game number 1 came down to who had the most units on the board, right? And excuse me real quick.
Yep.
So yeah, I think against the odds, in a moment where you have to take care or take into account so many units on a battlefield, you're getting +2, +2, +2. So I think it actually is the perfect sideboard piece for both of these decks. But going into a pivotal game 3, was it the Draven on the... Wait. Game 1, what did we end up finalizing? The Draven on the draw ended up winning?
Other way around, I believe.
No, the Draven the play ended up winning.
And then this time around, the Draven on the play...
No, okay. No, on the first game, on the first game, the Draven on the draw won. On this game, the Draven the play won.
Yeah, because you guys told me he missed the 2-drop, right? So the player, the red Draven on the right, he missed the 2-drop, and then blue Draven hit the treasure hunter. So he was on the draw, but ended up winning because he was essentially pseudo on the play. But then because the Blue Draven won, Red Draven went first this game, and then he ended up winning. So 1-1 on the draw, 1-1 on the play. So more likely, I think blue side might be going on the play, and we see that is a big advantage. Though
Yeah.
it does seem to be coming down to skill. To me, I don't know. What do you guys feel? Is there one player that's kind of outplaying the other, or are they pretty close in terms of competitive skill?
They're both playing well. Like I haven't seen anything yet where the only like mistake wasn't even a mistake. It was just a bit of desperation trying to get an extra bit of card draw. So it was more of a risk rather than a like, you know, and because the risk didn't pan out, you could classify it as a mistake. But I still don't see it like what you said there too, Leora. Like, you know, they needed to do that just to try and get the card draw. So I feel like both are playing very, very well, and it's just a matter of coming down to just the card draw. And you know, here we saw the mind splitters coming out earlier on one side denying the cards, and you got to the point where one player had 4 cards in hand, one had none, and that's really all it takes sometimes.
Yeah, those mind splitters come in incredibly clutch. So yeah, I think if he ends up drawing a couple more mind splitters, it could favor the player that does so. But it is kind of a very intricate match. I feel like any mistake, any slight misplay, and the favor is going to be going on the other player course. So this is a type of high-level match. Of course, it might not be everyone's cup of tea being the dreaded Draven Mirror match, but I think there's definitely something to be learned here. I think it's one of those matches you're probably going to see at a competitive level come Bologna, come Vegas. They might be on the top tables because Draven is still going to be not absolutely everywhere, but still we're going to see a handful of Draven. If not the #1 most played deck is going to be Draven most likely. So it is something we have to expect if you guys are trying to play at the competitive level.
Yeah, definitely. Which is why like I was miming, and also because the turns were taking a lot of time, but
it is.
The
time really fly, because that was like a 75 minutes for 2 games. Is definitely going to go into that hour-and-a-half mark, 90-minute mark at the minimum. Hopefully we're holding up good, because it does take a while. I don't know if you guys were expecting that.
I'm enjoying it. I don't know. I mean, I'm used to best of 3s with ours, which are limited to 60 minutes and 5 turns of overtime or something. So this is a different world for me. I understand both sides of like these top 8 cuts wanting to be unlimited time to really give these players just a lot of opportunities. But yeah, they do go on. But it's fun.
Yeah.
I like getting
No,
inside these
I
players.
agree with the no time limit rule, but
And all right, guys, it is time. I'll leave it to you. It is the final game of the top 8. We're going to have one guaranteed Draven moving on forward. Perhaps the other Draven facing off against one of the other top 8 legends maybe fall short, and there might just be a single legend remaining in top 4. But first things first, let's see how this final game 3 is going to be shaping out. Leroy and W King, I'll leave it up to you guys to close out this game.
Oh. And we'll see.
yeah. Here we go. Let's see who's got their 2 drops, who's got a good mulligan. It seems to be already struggling. The game hasn't started, and my guy here is already dead.
Yeah. As long as whoever goes first gets that card play is what we're seeing. I mean, so far it really has been a matter of whoever's going to unit out first has taken the win. But let's see if we can get a shock in this one.
You know, I still think like the way the Red Draven played was really good. It took more time and he controlled the game perfectly, like the Kaisa from yesterday did.
Yeah.
Which his opponent did not do during game 1. And I'm curious to see how it's going to turn out now that if they both have a decent turn 1.
I think that was the double spinning act mind splitter right there.
That's
Not
not
the best
that's a
stack deck.
yeah, that's a bad stack deck because you
Yeah.
don't want to see. That's a really good turn 1 though.
I also like seeing how both Dravens here are playing the same battlefield strategies of if you know you're going second to play the Obelisk, and if you know you're going first, playing the Reaver's Row in this situation
Yeah.
as well.
And we've seen that already. Some people choosing to let the Draven player be on the place so that he could not get the advantage from his Draven, basically, and not being able to play it on turn 1.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so that's interesting.
They're taking the Draven to their base.
So 2 things here. One is saying, if you conquer, I will still have another gold. And I'm fine with you having a gold and a draw. But also it could be saying, I will conquer again next turn. So I dare you to come here.
Yeah, yeah. Give me those free resources. Here, I haven't had a chance to really look at these cards. I mean, he's got a lot there. It was at 7 cards in hand already, so nothing in the graveyards yet. Is that Darius, I believe, on the left? And a lot of 2-drops as well. A lot of spells. 1 Brainier, Spinning Axe. I believe a Switcheroo and a good Rebuke.
Yeah.
I like what the opponent on the left is doing, just putting your cards face down, just leaning back, having a sip of water. I got nothing I could do this turn. I got 1 rune up. They're just waiting for their opponent to finish up. What do you play here in this situation? We're gonna... So you ride the wind, okay.
Okay, sure. And then take it back. And you're denying that combat phase to your opponent. Then play just an Noxus of Fool. And yeah, you're good to go.
Yep. That works out. You get that power back essentially next turn through that gold you created on that 1 combat, so you're only missing out on 1 more rune, but... Oh wow, look at that. We got so the Kaisa, the Mind Splitter as well.
Yeah, and he has Darius in hand, so it's really much easier to enable the Darius if you're at 7 runes than at 6 runes.
So 2 gold as well to keep that rune tempo up, and now we get all that information. Write down all the cards real quick.
Yeah, and now it's the opposite. Mind Splitter takes Mind Splitter.
Yep.
It's like, no.
Yeah, goes for the Mind Splitter. Which, I mean, last game we saw that pay off absolute dividends, right? You got rid of that card. You also managed to deny your opponent that play, and then they slowly burned their opponent out of cards, so it worked out.
Guys, get your Mind Splitter right now.
Yeah. I got 4 in my in my set ready for next.
GG. Yeah, and it's not the only one. Like we saw the Nepo Baby Animatron playing free Mind Splitter too.
I need to see that deck list at some point. I'm curious about it.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, I couldn't send it to you. I need to make a video about the coolest deck that I've seen during all 4 regionals, and I know it's one of them.
Oh, awesome, man. Yeah.
I'll send you the deck list while I'm at it.
Okay, now you know your opponent's tapped out here. You can take over both really easily. They'll force the retreat, getting the gold and the draw.
It would have been so funny if it was a Mind Splitter, you know, like.
That's another drawer on the right.
Searching for a Mind Splitter, no. Now you need to like secure a battlefield.
Mm-mm. Plays the Darius. Use one of
Okay.
their gold.
Played in base.
I feel like you can keep your Draven in the top one safe due to that Reaper's Row, and then you're on even points here, which is essential, right? You just want to go from 4, 6, and 8. So you have that. That's the kind of lead you want to play for. You don't mind if your opponent conquers twice here, as long as you conquer twice in your turn and you match that tempo. So that's what they might aim to do here if they don't play anything else. And they have the 2 ruins up for anything they plan on using, the Fight or Flight, the Rebuke.
And you completely drop the line of play where you try to exhaust your opponent out of cards.
Yeah. Well, that Mind Splitter's already didn't even work out because they lost their own Mind Splitter, but they drew 3 cards since then in like 1 draw and then 2 combat draws. So like sure, you don't have that Mind Splitter and you don't have that information, but the opponent is now missing 4 cards of knowledge.
Yeah, and we were talking about Plus was asking about display of skill. Maybe the way the Red Draven played. I mean, if he wins this game, I will tend to say that would be because he actually played better around his opponent decks and he knew how to play while being on the play and while being on the draw. Let's see. I'm really curious about that.
Now it's all about holding this right battlefield, this lower battlefield. If they could hold that.
You're just happy with Fight or Flight something, and yeah,
because then they do have enough for the Darius or the Kaisa if they have it in hand. I haven't had a chance to see that yet. I don't think I see anyone there.
Rebuke could also work, but rebuking Mind Splitter that hurts so much.
I was thinking about that too, and at least you force your opponent to use up all their resources again, but at the sacrifice of one of your own cards. Might not be worth it.
I've won, but at what cost?
Yeah.
No, okay, you had the Fight or Flight, so now your opponent has to do some resources just to remove that Noxus of Fool if he doesn't want you to get another draw.
Yeah.
So yeah, he planned that line and it's really good and playing out.
They have 2 rebukes. Oh, do they only have the rebukes there?
Yeah.
Rebuting a Noxus does not feel good.
Not at all.
I mean, they have 1 gold at least, so it's not the worst. But no, I guess they get the draw from winning that combat.
Give me that other draw. Just one more card. He's like addicted to this crack. Like just one more. Just let me get another draw.
Do feel good. They do feel good. That's what it's all about. I mean, yeah. If this was an example right here, like you were talking about, of the Draven playing better. How many draws have the player on the right gotten? I think that's his 4th or potential combat draw this game, and that is what you need to be doing as this Draven player, getting as many combat draws over and over again. The Reaver's Row has worked for both of these. We didn't see much of that last game using the retreat to win a draw, but here we've seen it from both sides. And
yeah.
And
again, it all comes down to the way the Red Draven played last time, where he did not let any winning combat to his opponent. So now let's see what he's got. Okay, Kaisa.
Yeah.
Accelerated. Which I mean is good, but now you need something else. And now you use a rebuke.
Why would you? If you're gonna rebuke anyways, why did they give the opponent the chance to draw even?
Because they want to draw themselves. Now they're drawing 2. Now they're drawing 2.
True. That is true.
Uh,
What do
I
we-
mean, yeah, it's just, do you prefer your opponent to draw and you to draw, or do you both draw, or does no one draw?
Yeah, exactly. You guarantee yourself 2 rather than giving them 1. So, which I guess when you're in this situation, getting the 2 yourself is okay. Your opponent's
Yeah.
drawn so many cards at this point, like they've got like
Now-
yeah. Look at
Now
that.
he can conquer both battlefields because he's tapped out, and it's
Mm.
going really well for the red Draven.
Yeah.
So plus I think I've got your answer. Even if he loses, I will say the red Draven is better.
Well, that's so now he just needs to move into that upper battlefield. I think the tempo he's gotten here is great by being on
Yeah.
the even, right? Like he
he can.
yeah.
Yeah, sorry, go.
No, he can easily get to 6 here, and he'll force his opponent to try and conquer both to 7, and then play in the hold, and we'll get like a repeat of game 1, where it was that 6 to 7 situation where all you have to do is get that 2 conquers
can-
to win.
Even better, he can retreat Darius and
Yeah,
still have it ready
True.
for next turn to conquer again.
needs to yeah. He
Yeah,
has to play 2 cards here to ready that Darius, right?
he's got a penthouse in his opponent's hand.
He's got a Noxus Hopeful, so yeah. He just needs to play anything and then can get that one out for 2, retreat the Darius, and then Draven should be safe from that Reaver's Row.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure with the 15 cards he has in hand, he's got something to play, right? Even if it's not the best. Oh yeah, well that's the
Ooh,
best.
There we go.
And now if there's take out Brynja. Brynja is useless. Wait. Okay, so to me, it's Rebuke or Draven, but I'm not sure. Because you want to ensure the fact that you will conquer
Yeah.
both battlefield next turn. And in order to do so, the best cards to remove are probably Rebuke and Draven Greatest Fan. Because now you will just be tapped out anyway, and so you do not care about Brynja that much. Let's see.
It'd be the Rebuke here because like the Overzealous Fan is at least like it's coming, right? You know where it is, you can plan around it. Whereas with the Rebuke, you have to like always acknowledge that on your turn. Like yes.
Yeah. I was
why.
starting to think the same. So you're making a really good point, and I'm going to totally agree with you on this one.
If they play the Kaisa, they get that extra draw. But okay, they're going against us. Never mind. I see both sides make sense though. Like now they can't play that to deny you an entry. And the Rebuke, I guess, is an expensive card. They're gonna have to now make sure they save that too.
Oh, but wait, because we don't know his end. But if he has Brynja, you can't even play Rebuke. So maybe that's the idea. Noxus. Right? Right, guys? Yeah.
There you go. Gets it ready. Retreats it out.
Yeah, you called it best. And yeah, if he has Brynja next turn, I'm not going to say it's over, but it's looking really good.
They will also they'll have 10 runes as well for their attacking phase. Like that gives them a lot of opportunity. You Kaisa accelerated in to get that extra draw here.
Okay. Wait. He rebukes the only card where he could have won a combat. I mean, the combat does not matter much anymore.
The draw would have been if he moved in with the Dre. Well, then okay,
He moves in with the
Wouldn't-
Mind Splitter.
but wouldn't the opponent be able to retreat their card
Yeah, but
anyways? So they would have
yeah,
dodged
but
the.
you get a draw, and
But you don't get to rebuke it then.
yeah, okay, yeah, and if okay, the Mind Splitter is bad to rebuke. The Darius is bad to rebuke because it can be
Yeah.
not accelerated but readied. So okay, yeah, no, I understand.
But also, if they moved into the Reaver's Row, wouldn't the Draven be able to retreat it before you can rebuke it? Because what was it like you play your action, then your
yeah,
opponent
you're
ends,
right.
and that comes first. So even then, you wouldn't get it.
Oh yeah. You know what? I forgot for a moment that rebuke
Yeah.
was only on battlefield. I completely messed up.
They do get that extra draw from the Kai'Sa. As yes, we
Yeah.
have reached that 100-minute mark, 101 minutes. We're getting close to this game. I feel like there will likely only be one more turn left on the red side now, as they have to play now, move their units appropriately to where they want to hold. Go to 7.
This is the longest game that we've ever casted. The longest best of 3. It's nothing to wonder.
So what you're saying is I got lucky with my start today. Very, very nice.
Yeah, you have no idea how lucky. Now you have to be really careful in the way that you count everything.
Yep.
There's what's right, the win in hand. This can be so many things, and I don't know. I'm thinking fight or flight, but right now you have to be super scared of the Brunier, because yeah, you're just praying that your opponent doesn't have Brunier. If he does, it's over. Oh, what did I just see? I cursed him. I cursed
What did
him,
you
guys.
I just checked back. I think they hit a tide turner there.
Yeah, but they have Brunier.
Oh.
Yeah, the first
Well-
card instantly, no thinking.
Yeah. He stopped shuffling on the left. He knows. He's like, oh no. I believe
You
that was
do
a tide
not
turner.
have any reaction. I mean, you have this hidden card, but if it's fight or flight, it's utterly useless. So it needs to be Edge of Night. Could be. And that doesn't change much.
Yeah. See that? There you go, the tide turner. Yep.
Oh, you said you called it. Yeah, sorry. I thought you meant
Yeah.
for the other one. Okay, my bad.
Got it. So now they can swap the Draven in at least to try and reinforce
Yeah.
that.
But they won't.
They opted not to though. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, Darius.
He pays the 1 to make it up. Yep. He's
Rebuke.
just- Oh, you're
The Mind
rebuking
Splitter.
the Mind Split. Yeah.
Very good. Now you get rid of 2 cards for 1.
Darius is at 7.
Get ready. You can fight or flight your own Darius. Use it to get back on the other battlefield.
Yeah. Do you even need to though? I mean, there's only
You
one.
don't even need to. It's over.
10 might. Yeah. That top deck on the Brinier, amazing.
Was it top deck? You sure?
Didn't you say that? I think you said that. I thought that's what I understood.
No, I said he has Brunier, but I didn't know because yeah, he had so many cards in hand, so I didn't see it before.
To be fair,
GG.
he did have all the cards needed, and right there, you said it. They win.
Yeah, and he had a perfect plan.
Yeah.
For game 2, he had a perfect plan for game 3. Those were not the same, and although I don't like Driven Mirrors, I said it already, but there was so much to learn from this game. And if you guys play Draven, you should check it out definitely.
Especially the mirror matchup. I think that's where we saw a lot of how to approach playing against the same deck.
Yeah.
It is probably going to be coming up a lot for a lot of players, especially the players that are taking Draven to these major events. And I agree with you, Leroy. I think we did finally get our answer. Which Draven was slightly more skilled than the other? I think it was the red side. He did a great job despite being on the draw, funny enough, that game 3. So yeah, because I see chat saying first is too OP, but Hamilton, it looks like the guy going second ended up winning. Because what was the moment there? If you guys could pinpoint anything in that matchup, where did things go wrong for the blue side? Is there anything, or was it just a collective kind of thing throughout the game?
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to call the first conquer. The first conquer with uh, the treasure hunter, which gave instantly a gold and a draw for his opponent.
Yeah.
Made it so that the lines that his opponent took of not giving one battle to, like the Red Raven during game 2, the line that he took of not giving one battle, and so not one single card draw to his opponent, and have the first mind splitter to get the total card advantage. His opponent chose to do differently by using the Conqueror on the first turn. He was like,
Yeah.
I can save my card, but by that, he completely deleted any option of doing the same. So I'm gonna go with this first Conqueror was maybe the pinning point, the
Okay.
point yet.
So as early as that very beginning, I see. But you know, the one upside of having 105, was it 101 or 105-minute match, whatever, over 100-minute match, is that had to hands down be the last remaining players battling out in the top 8. So which means this break shouldn't be that much longer. Sooner than later, we will be progressing our way into the top 4. As I said before, with a Draven mirror match and only 3 remaining, that means there's one guaranteed in top 4. Of course, it would be kind of picture perfect if that was the only Draven. One Draven, an Aurelia, a Kaiser, and a Zir. Is the dream alive, guys? Is that what we're rooting for?
That would be awesome. Like, variation is, I think, like, from both players and just, watching perspective, it's just nice because you can see different play styles, different cards, different opportunities. It's not always like, it's not fun playing against the same thing over and over again. So if we could get 4 different legends here in this top 4, that would definitely make for some absolute content.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. And real quick, Leroy, I know we committed for 2 rounds. I know it's creeping up. What time is it now in France?
It's 11:20.
Okay, approaching noon was my best guess. Like we've done before, you feel free to hang out during the intermission, but I know for casting, we did commit to 2. So let me know if you do want to sign off or if you want to hang out for the rest. But up to you, totally. I know we just said the 2 rounds.
No, I can hang out, no problem. I will go quickly go shopping, grab some food during your cast, and I will be back for the next intercast.
Okay, sounds good. I'll hide your camera for now. And W King, let me know
I can
as
be
well,
there. I can be there right now. Just I will leave while you guys.
Okay. I'll bring your camera back. And W King, let me know if you need any kind of break, because that was an impressive long length of a game. And I'm looking now as a 104-minute game. So if you need to grab some water, grab some bathroom break before we get started on this next one, which seems to perhaps be starting shortly. As we do that, we will bring a new commentator, as same thing, same story as W King. This is going to be his first time ever on the Runes and Rift channel. However, he's no stranger to TCGs. I mean, if you guys remember, if you guys were on their stream, it was someone in chat saying, hey, I'm a pro caster, can I join? And then I wasn't memeing. I'm like, wait, you're a pro caster and you in a cast? But I believe he's been in the Yu-Gi-Oh realm for a whole lot of years, and I've seen some content from him, so I am actually super honored that he wanted to join the commentary team today. And W King, it looks like you're gonna have a great time casting with him as well. It is his name, we told us to call him Leo, but I'll let him introduce himself, and I'll bring in your camera now. But Lionheart, are you in the VC? Or if you're listening, join the VC now, and I'll bring in your video.
Hello.
Hey, Lionheart, how's it going? Welcome on in.
Ah, dude, it's going fantastic. I've been up for, I mean, it's also 11 a.m. here. I've been up for 5 hours now, watching the stream, watching you guys cast, and there's been quite some games so far. It's looking fun.
Right, we're down to the final 2 games. I say that, but that could be almost 3 more hours. Hopefully not. Let's not jinx it. Let's
Yeah.
not jinx it, because I'm right there with you, Leo. And did you want us to call you Leo or Lionheart?
Go for Leo. Do whatever you like. Honestly, after plenty of years of broadcasting in non-German language, I'm used to people calling me whatever.
Oh, whatever you feel comfortable with. If you want, okay, we'll go with Leo. We'll go for Leo to keep it simple.
All right.
But Leo, since this is your first time on the stream, if you want to go ahead and introduce yourself to everyone at home, maybe what you've played, how'd you got into Riftbound, what's your main game, things like that. Go ahead and be my guest.
All right, sure. My name is Leonhard König. I'm from Germany. I'm a professional caster for Yu-Gi-Oh! And for Pokemon. Do official casts over there, ICs, Yu-Gi-Oh! Worlds last year, amazing experience and whatnot. I've been playing League basically since it came out. I've never been good. That's a whole different story, but I was very much inspired to start casting by, watching the likes of Kobe and Quickshot. Those are my 2 heroes. Watching League Worlds every single year. We've had League Worlds parties at my place, even when they were in China and we were watching them at night. I have a long history with the game. Obviously, I love card games. I've played competitive Hearthstone, Legends of Runeterra. I've played a little bit of Magic the Gathering, but basically every single TCG there is, or card game, digital card game. I've played major events. And yeah, Riftbound is amazing. I've been hooked from the start. I'm a little bit intimidated of how fast the pace changed from set 1 to set 2, and I felt I had the grip going on in set 1. I realized how incredible of a change the equipments are. But yeah, I love League. Very hyped they have a card game. It's fun, and I'm looking forward to cast it.
Oh, we're looking forward to having you. And I know I asked W the same question. What was your go-to legend in set 1? And then we'll talk about set 2. But what were you maining in set 1?
Dude, I started with Victor,
Okay.
because I bought the champion deck, but I felt like it was most of the time in the end you draw your seals or you lose. There were some builds without seals that weren't playing Grand Stratagem that made top 64 at Houston. I felt like this was lacking a little bit of an oomph, And then I shifted to the evil side. I played Teemo for a long while.
Nice.
And I love that deck, but I've also been playing Kaiser ever since I got my hand on one.
There we go. I mean, you can never go wrong with Kaiser. But now for set 2, what legend are you really looking forward to play? Is there anyone that has caught your eye so far?
Oh, that's my purse is already so scared of Spiritforged coming out because I watched those streams, for the last couple of weeks every weekend when I could, or I watched them the week after. And first I was like, dude, Draven actually does look like a lot of fun. I know it's the deck to beat, but that doesn't mean the deck can't be amazing. And then all of those other decks came, and I was like, dude, Fiora looks kind of fun. Ezreal, I had my eye out on from the beginning because it's, the Teemo colors. And I was like, dude, Jax looks fun as well. So eventually, I don't know. I'm going to play everything.
Right. Might as well try everything once. Have you managed to get into any pre-release events just yet? I know you told me a couple got canceled. Do you know why they got canceled? That's so strange that some pre-release just get canceled out of nowhere.
Yeah, it was some supply mistakes. I think mistakes were made. They're all gonna happen at some point, but they just couldn't do it yesterday. But I met up with a couple of people I know from locals, and we actually still got to play, a standard tournament. So that was still fun. It was not the Riftbound experience I was hoping for yesterday, but it was a good one.
Yeah. Hopefully you get into a couple more. There's still one more day, right? I mean, for you guys, because you guys are all EU, right? W King, are you EU as well?
Yeah, I also live in Germany, so.
Oh, nice, nice. Wait, Leo, you're from Germany as well?
Yeah, I live in North Rhine-Westphalia. I live in
Nice. You
Bochum,
guys
which is quite close to Dortmund.
Yeah, and maybe not too far away. And then Leroy from France, so I'm the only one NA. But what I was getting at,
Well, I am American. I just live in Germany, so.
Oh, that
I'm a mix.
That makes sense. I could tell. I was like, man, your English is perfect. But what made you move out there?
I was born and raised in Germany, so I've lived here my whole life,
Okay.
basically.
Nice. So you went there like super young or something? Like you were born in America, but then your parents took you over to Germany
No, I was
super early?
born in Germany, raised in
Oh,
Germany, school in
okay.
Germany.
You were
Yeah.
born
I've never
there.
lived in the States. Yeah.
Okay, that's super cool. Super cool. But all right, guys, we have a four-way team, 4 cameras on the screen. Chat, let us know if you guys have any questions going forward. We are minutes away, ideally, minutes away from getting into that top 4 match. Leroy and Dubby King held it down for top 8. It's going to be Leo and Dubby taking us forward into top 4. And then Leo and myself will be closing out the show for the grand finals. You know, that Draven player was playing so well. Is he perhaps just gonna take it all the way, or are the other legends gunning for him? Because that one was impressive for sure. What do one of you guys think?
I think if he plays another mirror, he's definitely got a shot. That was
Yeah.
so impressive to watch. I mean, game 1, if you miss, like, if you're already 1 rune behind because you're starting, but if you also miss your first drop, it's really tough to come back from it. But the way he played game 2 and 3 differently was so impressive. He played so well around the Mind Splitter in game 3 by just immediately opening Hell's Gates, right? Usually in those Draven Mirror matches, you try to avoid combat as much as you like. You see like players piling onto both battlefields. But in that game, he was like, okay, my opponent has information about my hand early. He used a lot of tempo to just develop a Mind Splitter. I'm going all in. We're going to draw some more cards. You're going to lose the information that you've gotten earlier. And then later on, when the combat's dialed down a little bit, dropped his own Mind Splitter. That was chef's kiss. I love that.
There we go.
Yeah, I
Get
mean,
some excitement in there. What about you, Dubby? Do you see another legend taking it down, or is that Draven just coming in to win it? Because he might be the lone Draven in top 4, and he looked good, and we all know how strong Dravens can be, of course.
So my take is that this Draven, he played excellently, but this game, just like, I mean, for me, it was my first card game, but it does always inevitably come down to what you draw, right? And we saw in the game 1, he couldn't manage to climb back because he didn't get those early units. So as you can be the best person out there, if you don't necessarily get the cards you need at the time, you will struggle. So I do see them, especially like Leo just said in the mirror matchup, pulling through. But if they come into the matchup and they don't get the cards they need, they may struggle. But that goes for everyone. However, I would not be surprised if we see them in the final. I mean, from watching that performance, I liked seeing how they adjusted from game 1 to 2 and 3 with the changing of their cards, presuming as much with what they sideboarded in. So they clearly know their matchups. They know what they need to swap out.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
yeah,
Well,
see them
seeing
again, I'm sure.
as we were speculating a bit, since that game went into the deep end game kind of time limits, it looks like we are right around the corner. First things first, we're gonna find out who the final 4 legends remaining. Control moved on forward. That is the Azir player, chat.
Okay.
He is still alive. AIADG as well. So 2 players we've known from the past, and just a single Draven, an Aurelia, Annie, and an Azir. We kind of called it. The only difference was Kaiser for Annie. I can't believe Kaiser got eliminated, but this is an awesome top 4.
You know, maybe maybe the case I faced 1 year earlier managed to beat it only to face another Irelia. So
Right, maybe unfavorable matchup, but guys, are Dubby and Leo, are you guys hoping to cast the Azir matchup, or which one would you guys like?
I would
wanna
love to
see
see
the Azir.
Azir.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I hope you guys get it. At the very minimum, maybe we get an Azir for the first time. I mean, we're making history here in the Nanjing Regional Open. First time ever Azir in the top 8. First time ever Azir, and this is definitely the AIEDG of before. I'll go ahead and go to the feature match. Leo and W, if you guys are ready, I'll let you guys handle this as we enter the final 4 players. Top 4 round starts now, it looks like.
let's go, Annie.
Let's get it. All right, Leo, welcome, man. I'm excited to be here with you.
Dude, likewise. You said you cast a League before, right? How different does it feel to cast a TCG?
Honestly, it's. I mean, time flies by. First of all, we got Annie. I like it. It's different. You know, it's a bit slower, and it's just lots of thinking and lots of very intense kind of just presumption kind of work and trying to get into these players' heads rather than like reactive and saying what's happening in the moment. So it's a different Switch, but it's good fun. I'm really enjoying it.
Doing play-by-play casting is so much different from digital
Yeah.
titles where a lot is happening all the time. You have to work a lot more in card games to do proper play-by-playing. I like doing this hybrid style things. I like to just have a little chat with a buddy when I'm watching card games. It's my favorite
Right.
style of casting. All right, that's
Like
the
we got
obelisk of
Irelia
power.
too. Or it's just, yeah, obelisk in the power too. Irelia into Annie,
Oh.
and I think we're gonna have a. Yeah, it was the
They're
Irelia.
showing
Okay.
Yazir.
Now we gotta hope for them to get into the final then, and then we can see that would be awesome for an Azir to get into the final of this tournament as well. It's getting that top 2.
I was a little bit confused about how Annie performs well in this tournament since it has Draven colors but not the Draven legend ability. But then I figured the decks are built to beat Draven by not really going into combat a lot. And now Annie can really profit very, very hard from that, forcing out more combats and just running over your opponent when they try to avoid combats. I'm quite curious as to how this is going to go.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, what I was told, we're talking to I believe this might be what they were calling the Nepo baby Annie, which is playing these different kind of units. So I'm, as someone that's played a lot of Annie, and I really enjoy the play style. I may even be paying a bit of extra attention to this deck to see how they pull it off, as they got a good amount of 2-drops in this. So I wonder if they're going to even risk mulliganing one of those just to try and get more of a mid-range unit already.
Yeah, I think we can get rid of the Tide Turner. The other ones I do quite like. I mean, if you're playing versus Irelia, Fight or Flight is not always the greatest card to have, I think, in the end game, perhaps, but it costs you a deflect, and you'd rather try to remove the Irelia, right?
Yeah.
Instead of just postponing the problems of getting a point. Also, Fight or Flight in Annie just does not give you the draw like in Draven when you're in combat. So I think Tide Turner and Fight or Flight, yeah, they're going down. Also, you only need 1 2-drop. Quite curious what we're gonna see on the Irelia side there. Dude, Stellarcorn Herder is such a crazy card. I have expected the Irelia deck to be much more, I want to say, funky, where you're getting like 20 draws in a turn with Stellarcorn Herder.
Yeah.
Also a bit intrigued as to the playstyle that the deck actually has right now, which is just chilling on a Draven.
Exactly. I mean, being able to just move multiple units using that legend, using the Stellarcorn as well to just get those draws. You can quickly generate a lot of card draws. It can be a bit of expensive if you have to use a lot of powers and using cards to target that Stellarcorn if you really want to be greedy. As that mulligan seems to have paid off because they got that rebuke, which you were talking about. It was great to remove the Irelia back into the hand. Also getting rid of all the gear.
By the way, I am not the biggest fan of calling Annie a Nepo baby because Annie is OG. Annie was there before all of these other fancy champions. Annie is the one who makes nepotism possible.
Definitely.
All right, we're starting off with the merchant. No Zaun's Warrants. That was always the coolest way of building a deck, and also sideboarding in set 1, you know, having like those scrap heaps in your deck. Herder immediately. By the way, this is the showcase of the Irelia Fervent, right? I think the basic artwork is by far the best. 100%.
I might have to agree. I might have to agree with you on that. I think. I mean, they both look very nice, but you are right in saying they look different. I mean, sometimes it is like that. That the different artworks aren't always the most snazzy. It's not like Ezreal in a suit versus Ezreal, as they discard their rebuke. Interestingly enough, I guess they don't want to risk that. You know, essentially 3 power costs with the deflect on the Irelia later. That can get expensive really, really quickly.
Imagine your cards have more power cost than energy cost.
Yeah.
Just like the shot from Chaos. But we're gonna get our first point immediately on the bot. That's so funny to see that as soon as there is no Draven in the game, it just feels like a completely different card game, right? Immediately everyone starts conquering on the first turn, not even caring about what could happen next.
Yeah. Well, no Draven, but we got the Draven unit in base, so you don't have to use the legend, but the unit is still that good. I mean, that gold generation and the extra might he can get brings so much value that I can see that one wanting to be played either way.
Now you can also immediately see how powerful any feels in the early game when you can actually just drop the best turn 2 play in the game, the Draven, and then you just leave with 3 open runes for your first combat. So Annie is really, again, trying to run away as fast as possible with a game. Stellar Converter. Now, the first interesting thing now is what is going to happen in this combat. Are we going to... Oh, wow. Okay. We're flashing.
Yeah, so they'll get the card draw from the battlefield, and that does mean that unit lives. So now it's just a matter of what they want to discard from the fish moving, which will be the other one, yeah.
And you cycle through your deck even more. Do we have Scrap Heap in the deck? I think not, otherwise we would have probably had Azon's Warrens open.
Yeah. They're debating what they want to get rid of here, though. I did notice that they pulled a sneaky deckhand of the Aurelia, so they should be able to throw that in for another quick pickup of points, getting them the lead.
Very nice. Then also still keep up some rooms open for possible combat tricks. Hard bargain picked up, so that is potentially rather big. All right, what are we going in here? You called it, the deckhand going in immediately. That's also, Irelia plays so funny, man. It feels like a control deck, but in the early game, you sometimes, wow, the double draw.
Yeah, getting that is great. And I mean, it's also like the Annie's perspective there too. If they had Fight or Flight, you don't want to use it on the Stellarcorn to survive that, because you're giving your opponent a draw essentially. So using the flash to protect your unit, and then the opponent conquers and still gets double draws, that's so many cards in hand for this Irelia. They're probably... And no risk of losing units either.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to see from Irelia all along. Just Stellar Converter getting the profits in there with the Dreaming Trees of our both players, making good use out of that battlefield, while the Obelisk of Power only really benefits the Irelia player. What was your favorite battlefield so far to use?
Ooh, I like as someone that enjoys Scrap Heat, I was a big Zom Warrens enjoyer. Yeah, getting that out early to be able to guarantee yourself some extra draws, and the hope of your opponent having to cycling out good cards always felt good.
Okay. I figured we were still discarding something, but we discarded the deckhand, so I was really confused as to why we would try to discard the Forest Forerunner, but perhaps that is just a big unit that we're trying to develop.
Yeah, getting it out now while you can, I think makes sense, because you know you're ready your 2 runes to potentially protect the Draven, and then what you can do is play the Forest Forerunner in the upper battlefield, and then even if it destroys, you'll get those 2 tokens back, bringing its might anyways. So
the big question here is, does Annie even have something to protect the Draven in hand? I mean, of course, you have its own ability.
Yeah.
But that doesn't really look like you have the Cleave, but Cleave is only offensive, gives you Assault 3. That really doesn't do too much. I mean, you get a draw off of it if you want, because of the Dreaming Tree. You can use that card whenever you want as an action, of course. But
yeah, they may have to even try and but they only have the 1 Fury rune as well, so either way, they can only buff it once, regardless.
Yeah, I mean, we have Annie in the end, right? So Annie is going to untap 2 runes.
But the ability of the Draven's only on the power cost of the Fury.
Ooh, true. Yeah.
They have the hard bargain, so that's basically their only spell they could use in this situation. Can only repeat it once as well as... okay.
Yeah, I think, by the way, wrong sequencing. I think we should have definitely played that on the Traveling Merchant before we commit to the Ferris Forerunner, in case we pick up something that could be a better play, even though dropping it on a 7 rune turn is pretty strong.
Yeah.
Now the question is that you're almost untapped. What could happen that disturbs you here? Because the Stellar Converter and Sneaky Deckhand, great cards, but they do not really put a lot of pressure on you. It's a lot of cards that you're getting for free, but they don't really put up a lot of tempo. And if you want to develop your big units that can threaten those battlefields, you'd have to pay a ton of runes.
Switcheroo actually is one of their cards.
Oh, yes, you're right.
They do have that, which I feel like you'd opt in to hide if you can, just to try and
Yeah.
save a bit of power. You do limit yourself of obviously which battlefield you can play it in, but at least you save some of its power costs, and then you still have the 2 open for a hard bargain in case they try to play anything to counter it. But no, they'll just ready to and move on from there.
The thing is, you have your Draven and the Ferris Forerunner in the other battlefield. If you lose out on your Traveling Merchant, so be it. But I think the switcheroo in this position, when you have the mightier units, doesn't really do too much. So you would rather probably try to keep this. Maybe this is even a possible discard target later on for a Traveling Merchant effect.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cetacorn move in. They'll get a draw. They have a lot of buffs here. I saw at least 1 on guard, fight or flight there.
Yep. Irelia is eating good right now. Fight or flight onto the Ferris Forerunner will make for a positive trade. And even if that gets denied somehow, you are not as threatened by losing this combat just as you were versus Draven, getting like giving another draw to your opponent. Takes out the Traveling Merchant. That was a really nice trade. Got the draw as well. And for later turns, you now have a Stellar Conherder in your Dreaming Tree. So when your opponent wants to push and you have Flash again, you can just get 2 more draws.
Exactly. That double draw on that Flash is such a great way to move it. And even anything else in a combination of playing some kind of defensive summoner as well gives them opportunities. We'll see what they do with their sneaky here. They have the Defiant stance. That's what they've just recently gotten, which would almost... That would be enough to even trade with the Draven.
Yeah.
And that's
I
not
mean,
even
there's-
considering the other buffs they have, so yeah.
There's still 2 runes open, but I guess that does make sense. You also have, I think it's on guard in hand, that could already potentially force your opponent to pay the power cost for the Draven effect. I think you want to give them as...
They have to pay it now.
Little-
Before...
Yeah. I
If they
mean,
want
right
to,
now
but-
they could just go, they could just start chilling, right? Right now
Yeah,
you're
but
not supposed to do. Okay.
Yeah, but if he doesn't do it now, he can't do it on reaction to the thing. So he pays that cost now. Which now means he can play the on guard or something. Plays Defiant Dance instead.
Very nice. All right, so we have 4 versus 4, so that would be an even trade. I think even as the Irelia player, you would be happy to see that.
Question is, do you want to play the on guard just to guarantee, guarantee the win, kill the unit as well? Hard bargain is available, but or switcheroo. But even that feels a bit risky.
And that's true. How does switcheroo even work here? I mean, it just takes the current already calculated mites of those units, right, and swaps them.
Exactly. So it does allow the Irelia player to rebuff if they want to, if they have it. But the question is, you see there Irelia, they still have 4 runes open. That's a lot of potential buffs they could play.
Yeah, and hard bargain really doesn't do too much there, right? If you are lower on runes than your opponent.
The spell's resolved as well, so I think he's just deciding on the switcheroo now. Which, I believe would almost work. I don't remember fully what Irelia has in their hand, but I don't think they have what it takes to buff up anymore. They'd have to at least give it a +3 to even manage to conquer.
The thing is, we're still in the early to mid game, rather still early game. So Irelia has time. I think they have a flash in hand. So if you use the switcheroo, no, we don't commit to it. Draven or any rather would go down to having only 3 runes up, while Irelia just goes, flash. I'm gonna just draw 2 cards and chill.
Yeah, being able to do that flash, getting those extra draws, it's just too good here. Like, you protect both your units. You don't necessarily... Yeah, exactly that.
See, we're gonna do that anyways. That one didn't even need a combo trick on the other side to do the Dreaming Tree and the Stellar Conherder. This is so incredibly good for no power cost as well. Look at that, it's just ramping.
I haven't seen that yet, but I like that. That's something to really keep in mind. Just being able to move your Telecorn out, getting the extra draw, like that right there it's like stupefying your own unit on the Dreaming Tree as well, but in a different color right here. And now we'll have to see what they can do. They have the unit there. They can get at least one more point, drawing it up to 4. But what do they do about trying to get it even?
And he is also really behind right now in
Yeah.
points. So that's also so difficult. Even if you conquer one battlefield, your opponent is just going to take another one, draw one for free with the Stellar Corn Herder, unless you have something that can enter ready or get ready like a Darius. But even if you have a Darius now, you would have to not only commit power, but also almost all of your energy.
Yep, exactly. And they have... Oh gosh, this is a rough spot for them to be into. You know they're going to conquer for 1. They have the sneaky. Okay, so they can get at least that 2
Okay,
points.
that's good. Yeah.
They're going to throw it in. I like to personally always actually throw my sneaky deckhand into the battlefield for a bit of more flair. I feel like it's only a bit more appropriate if you do so, but that does give them that point. And
You
now they
really
can try
gotta
and...
pop it out to the board. I think with Ferris, there is no way you don't conquer here, right? There's what are the reasons you could have for not taking that field? Yeah, all right.
Yeah. Unless you prefer playing on even tempo, I don't I don't see a reason not to. You kind of have to, at least because you know a streaming tree, you have opportunities to try and buff him up, especially with that opportunity now. If they don't play any more units, they'll have 6 up, and they can even repeat their hard bargain and use the switcheroo. So then they'll have a very, good opportunity to make this Aurelius play a lot of runes for their turn. They do
I
have
can
the
see
stack
that.
deck. I'm not sure if they want to use it or not.
Yeah, I think we're even contemplating to drop another Draven. This should be the showcase Draven in hand, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that would completely exhaust all of our runes. We get 2 back, of course, in the end. But that leaves so little room for combo tricks. On the other hand, you are behind in cards. You can't be behind on units on the battlefield in this matchup. Because you're Annie. You want to rush this. You want to get the game to be over very fast.
And the opponent here, they have more than enough rooms to play out their champion unit Irelia right there and ready it through the legend to be able to get even more units in play. So just that alone gives them way too many opportunities.
Yeah.
So we'll see what
But
they
also,
hold to.
what would scare me the most is just leaving that sneaky deckhand versus the Stellar Con Herder.
Yeah.
Getting negative traits versus a Herder that draws cards is so painful. Yep. Develops the Draven, immediately will have only 2 runes left. I think we're just preparing for a possible endgame here, trying to take the last straw and somehow sneak a win. Let's see if we are... Wait.
That's the hidden switcheroo. Yeah.
But why are we readying the Fury runes? If we're forced to use our Draven before we... Oh no, we can just float it, of course. It's my bad.
No, yeah,
Oh
to be
my
fair, I get that confusion too. So it feels bad floating a rune on your opponent's turn.
Yeah.
It doesn't in the end actually make any difference, if I'm not mistaken. But it does. It's just a bit annoying. So yeah.
Definitely. We picked up a Rebuke that is huge for the Ferris Forerunner. That is incredible tempo, because Ferris Forerunner is one of the strongest unit when it comes to just might developed for its cost.
Yeah.
But
12
just
for
Rebuking
6. Yeah.
crazy. Question is, do you just start hardcast it? Because if there is something like a hard bargain, you're of course always going to be able to just react to it. What are you having here? Is that a charm? What would we try to charm? Is it a Draven to base?
We could
Yeah.
also try and move a unit away, but he's gonna go for that.
Oh.
And
Yeah, I
now that's
love
great.
that.
Because the switcheroo does nothing here, and he loses both. Fantastic.
Oh my days, that is so painful to watch. You can conquer on both sides. I don't think we're gonna do that. I think... Okay, wait. So Draven is still in base. We have, let me count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 runes. Oh, we're going to the first Forerunner battlefield. All right.
But playing out
Not
the rebuke.
bothering.
Yeah.
Oh, we're just happily paying here, right?
Yeah. It almost like makes you not want to play that hard bargain because you know he'll just play it. Okay, this does limit him not being able to get out the Irelia and get a second point here, maybe. Unless there's like a Ride the Wind, which would get so much draw.
But there is still a Draven in base for your opponent that is going to be ready next turn. So I think you're never going to tap out here to play out the Irelia. Because that would it's just too risky. Your opponent is going to be able to too easily take advantage of your tapped out situation. Oh, we're developing a sneaky deckhand, perhaps?
I like that, though. Because you go to 6, Draven ideally can only conquer 1 battlefield here. So now you're at 6, your opponent conquers 1, and now you have enough with the Irelia champion unit or any other unit to try and get the other one to win the game. Like, this puts immense pressure on Annie to try and conquer both.
Yeah, but Annie has runes that can ready, units that can ready themselves, right? You play most likely Kaiser, you can have Ride the Winds, you can have Darius. I think that might be a little bit of a risky scenario. What are you realistically doing with
They did pull a Kaiser. Yeah, they did pull a Kaiser. So you're right there.
What are you doing with 1 rune on the Irelia side? I feel like Irelia is a deck that it can seem incredibly dominant in a matchup, but you have to be so incredibly risk averse. I don't know if that only works in German, but every single time I've seen an Irelia player go for a play like, I think this is a little bit of a greedy play, but I think I can get enough advantage of that to win the game. Hard punish.
But in this situation here, is you've gone to 6 now, which means even if your opponent has to spend a lot to try and get to 7 points, and then you just if you can manage to conquer both in your turn, you'll win. So getting to this point means your opponent has to play a bit aggressively. They float the Fury rune to make the Draven even go up to 6 there.
But do they need to invest a lot? There's only 1 rune open, Stellar Corrada. While it's a great card that gives you infinite value, basically, it's not known for its might, you know?
Defiant Dance would lower the Draven down to 4 and the Stellacorn up to 5, and give another draw.
Oh, right, Defiant Dance is 1 energy.
Yeah. That's what makes it so good. It's so cheap. And it's, on guard, but better. Here we go. They use it right away. And this makes me think saving the hard bargain would have been better. Because then, well, they could have used it there, but let's see what combos they have.
True. Let's see what's coming there. But you're now completely tapped out. All stack deck is being used. We're looking for an answer. Oh, that is
don't have it.
punishing. Oh yeah, we are realizing. It's like, whoops, that didn't go the way I wanted it to.
I feel like you take the you have to take the Noxus Hopeful. I think that's the only one you'd be able to play out this turn.
I would agree with that. I think you still need to kind of accelerate the Kaiser, otherwise you just
you
lose on the spot. So I also don't think you can play out that. No, we have 7. Okay, we could play out that, then we're tapped out, get 2 back.
Yeah. It's essentially the accelerated Kaiser against the Sneaky to at least win that battlefield. Or you could actually, no, it will have enough might. No, the Stellacorn holds too, so no, you have to go against the Sneaky.
Yeah.
You have no more spells left, so you play the Noxus Hopeful. And if I'm not mistaken, the opponent should know every card in hand, because they know they rebuke the Ferris Forerunner, so if they see the Kaiser in there, then they see the Noxus Hopeful. They know exactly that they have the only card left, if they're paying attention. Well, they get the 1 draw there, so my mistake.
Okay, so we're dead on hand. We're committing to holding. I understand that fully, because if you can't hold this, you have just lost instantly. But then again, I mean, your opponent can just pass or develop a bigger Dreaming Tree.
What was that? 7 runes available. We got a Fight or Flight and a Discipline.
You need to target your own Irelia to get it ready with your Legend Irelia. So that would be a lot of... I think, wait, you have 6? That's 7.
Yeah.
That's not enough.
So they could play... Well, you have the 5 for the Irelia and then 2 for Discipline. Would put that Irelia up to a 8.
Yeah, but that's just an even trade.
Yeah.
You want to fight
but you deny all the units.
That's true. That's true. Then you're chilling on your Stellar Conherder. hoping
Yeah.
that but if then your opponent top decks a Darius,
Yeah.
and you trade Irelia after a big investment, you're fully tapped out, your opponent does a Darius, runs over the Stellar Conherder, all of a sudden they have the battlefield and they are at 7. So I think it's more safe in a way to play out, to just stack something on top of the Dreaming Tree, unless you find something crazy here.
They got 2 draws now. Ride the Wind was one of them.
All right, the Wind with Discipline. I think we have it in hand. If our opponent, you still need to account that there might be some combat tricks, but Ride the Wind plus Fight or Flight would do the trick.
Yeah. We'll get to see if the Annie top decked anything from that Kaisa Conquer to help them.
I think
They got another draw.
Sneaky.
And
Oh
another
my
draw for the
goodness.
movement. It's only a
Oh
tight
my
turn, it looks
goodness.
like. Oh no, Fight or Flight.
Oh, and that's the fist
Okay,
bump.
that's it.
All right.
That's the game. Wow.
Irelia is big here. Very, very strong. It's still animated super close in the end game there, but sometimes I feel like games that go to 6, 7, 7 to 8 points or something, they are not as close as they look on paper.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you're committing to plays, you're grasping for straws, and your opponent can just afford to go like, yeah, you can conquer that stuff, you can get points, but I will get the game in the end.
Definitely. I mean, the amount of games I've lost where I've been on 7 points has been so painful because you do have to, like you said,
Yeah.
a lot of times put so many commitments to get to that 7 points, and then you're just not in a situation to hold both battlefields. So it's like I almost feel more comfortable putting myself in a situation where I know I'm going to be at 4 points to get to 6 and then win on 8, because trying to get that hold in certain decks, especially as Annie, you're not the kind of deck that wants to hold to win. You need to try and conquer both, and in that situation, we just saw exactly how quick that can, go against you.
The question is, how did the Annie builds change, right? Do you still have this cool Vi combination of Ride the Wind Vi that is really has been super strong in Set 1 in Origins? I haven't seen a Vi at all. I think people have just shifted to replacing it with Draven, having a little bit of a higher curve. But do you lose some of this explosiveness?
I've only seen Vi's so far in the Draven decks who are taking it to really when they recycle, and they only have one, and they save that for like a late game big combo. But like you said, I don't see Annie's running it. I do believe this Annie deck list is slightly different because you see the situation where they had the Ferris Forerunners, that one you don't see normally. Other than that, it was fairly standard, so I'd be curious to see what other kind of tools they have to try and get to this late game win, because the early game wasn't even there for them either. The tempo just fell off for them, and could have been just a matter of not getting the draws they wanted, but very, very nicely played from the Irelia. The Stellarcon draws were just way too good. I mean, that single Stellarcon unit, how many draws? I got at least more than 5 draws, I think, on its own.
Oh, definitely. I think we're actually all the cards in hand were in the end game for Irelia were the amount of cards that Stellar Conherder drew. So it just carried the game entirely. Yeah. And just immediately after, I was complaining that I don't see too many Stellar Conherder plays from Irelia players, and they're just sitting on Draven Audacious, which wasn't even played. Not even Irelia or Audacious. We just won with only a Stellar Conherder and one sneaky deckhand. That's incredible.
Yeah, the highest might they played was 3, right? They just had so many spells, 2 Defiant Dances, the Disciplines, the On Guards, everything to just buff up their units. And it makes this deck so cheap because those spells don't cost much. Those units don't cost more than 4. Yes, if you get that Irelia out, you can stack her up as your late game unit if you need to. But Annie didn't have any big units, so you didn't need to match that tempo, and we're able to just play it out through that.
And I like I've seen on Twitch that people saying Obelisk of Power Game 1 is insanity. I kind of dig it, because we don't play a 2-drop. So, or at least in the main deck, we don't play a 2-drop. So we start with Obelisk of Power, so that if we need to, we can start with a sneaky deckhand. But I want to know if we're siding in some 2-drops for other games. Maybe siding in a Lonely Poro, but even you want your side deck to have more of an impact in some problematic matchups. Sometimes you're doing it to fix your curve, of course. But I feel like siding in a 2-drop and then only having 3 2-drops in your deck at max, that doesn't cut it if you don't draw it. It's horrible, no?
Yeah, exactly. And it will be interesting if now that they know their matchups, right? The Irelia knows they're playing against the Annie. If they opt in to choose any kind of more anti-spells, themselves, they also have the potential to run hard bargains, the not so fast, the defies. We didn't see any drawn. They may have them in their deck, but if they don't, we may see those kind of being brought in, because especially against Annie, who has a lot of spells that they want to play on their defensive turn, you don't want to necessarily let them get away with it, and we might see them being played in.
I was earlier thinking, I was watching this matchup of Kai'Sa versus Irelia.
Mhm.
Is it perhaps time for Irelia players to side Windwall against all of those progression days and the time warps, cards like those?
Yep.
I mean, I think there is a world in which players are playing high cost spells, and then it's worthwhile to maybe have one of those Windwalls in there. Also, Victor has not performed too bad in this
Yeah.
tournament, so Grand Stratagem, if you Windwall that, you can basically shake their hand.
Definitely. As we now get into this game too, and then I want to see which battlefields they choose out. Then I'll have
Yo.
to just quickly drop out. What the? That's a unit heavy first hand. Rengar as well. Haven't seen that before.
I don't even know what Rengar does.
Rengar is a reaction style unit that has Assault 2, I believe,
Yeah.
or maybe
Yeah.
even Assault 3. It's something quite exciting. I saw in the in one of my pre-Rift events, they use that as their champion unit, which was quite exciting because they can then, at any point in the combat, they can just play that
God.
champion unit as a spell almost. So,
Exciting is a good word for that. It's
Yep.
just being terrified all the time, knowing that your opponent has a hilarious combat trick. Oh my. I'm quite curious to see. I think Annie wants to go first. Of course, you want to have this tempo, especially in your aggressive decks. But if you're missing out on a 2-drop, and I think that was the hand after Mulligan, no?
Yeah,
I think,
that
that might as well be the fist bump for GG's, but we're drawing, of course, for turn.
as we get a
Oh, we start
Another
with our
obelisk?
own Obelisk of Power, and that changes things drastically.
sneaky for start right there. Why not? I will be back in just a second. One sec.
Of course. So now Annie is looking quite strong here. We don't have an immediate answer to this on the hand of Decade. It's also nice to see some of some names that I can actually pronounce on stream there, because I feel bad for only always saying the Irelia, the Annie, the player on the left side, on the right side. Unfortunately, Chinese letters, I'm not educated enough for this.
Right, and I'll hop in here until W comes back. But yeah, I am impressed so far. What we've seen from Aurelia coming out to play, EDG has to do some other kind of strategies approaching this matchup. I'm curious to see what he did indeed, as you were kind of hinting at. What kind of cards perhaps did he side in to better his matchup? Because so far it looked like Aurelia had firm control of the game. But it is a different story. Obelisk of Power, sneaky deckhand opening, and then you conquer, and now it looks like you hold up to 2. So a stronger start than the game 1. So maybe he just needed that stronger start to get things rolling, perhaps?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, leading 2-0 with the Annie deck when your opponent has only developed a Tide Turner, that is a massive tempo, and it's really hard to come back against decks like this, especially since you can just start to, okay, we're stacking a tower here with the Dragon onto the Obelisk of Power.
Yeah, this is going to be tricky because let's see how many runes Aurelia has available. That's 2, 4, 6. So that leaves enough for a Fervent. And then you have the Chosen ability. Actually, no. Siren on that gear is only from battlefield to base, so you can't actually choose it. I was thinking of something like the Heart of the Dark Eyes, but just a nice little simple conquer coming in from the Tide Turner. We're calling it back from the Siren. And Fervent is going to be hitting the board, but isn't going to be going on the offense. So that should be one more point up for the Annie. She's feeling good. She's kind of separating distance between these guys. And as W's come back, I'll go ahead and hang out in the back end.
Thank you so much for jumping in there. No, I like what's different here. What have we seen right away? Irelia being played out. This time we should see a bit more of the tracking of the might, because this unit is crazy, right? When you ready it or when you choose it, give it a +1, and it's just, it can quickly creep up with a lot of might through all these buffs.
Yeah, and keep in mind, when you're ready at the start of the turn, you will also definitely get this additional bonus. So you are mighty, and you can trigger the Sunken Temple, which is definitely not the battlefield that EDG is stacking his cards in, which I find interesting. I think that the Obelisk of Power is not necessarily the battlefield you really want to play in when your opponent is one of the few players who can profit from conquering the other battlefield.
But in the same sense, if you do that, then you force your opponent to decide on either stopping me from getting points or getting card draws themselves. Because if they go into the other battlefield, they'll get the point, they'll get the draw, but then you'll also hold the point. So by going into the opposite battlefield, you kind of force your opponent to making a decision of what they prioritize more. Whereas if you went into the bottom one, then they easily decide, okay, I can get both with this.
You know what? I agree. 100%. Especially with a unit-heavy hand like this, you know you're not going to win any combats with when your opponent starts throwing those combat tricks at you. Now with the information, that does help quite a bit. And look at that. We're retreating out of the Obelisk of Power. And we're ready to combat in the Sunken Temple to get some additional card draw. And he wants to play a little bit more like Draven, so we're going on the offense next turn, perhaps to conquer the Sunken Temple with the Mind Splitter. Now, Aurelia, you are behind 2 points. Decade, what are you gonna do to get out of this situation? I think we're gonna get a little drawsies here, yeah.
Yeah, and they've got that GA, which I think, honestly, I would equip that very, very soon. Yes, Annie is a big rebuke enjoyer, which will, in a sense, counter that GA, but it's still something that forces them to use that card at some point. And it guarantees that she stays alive.
Does it counter GA? Because GA just sticks on the field, right? You can just equip it the next turn.
Yeah, exactly. But so the GA doesn't go away, but it also does mean that it still doesn't give any value outside of just being played, rather than if them committing the might to try and killing the unit, then they're not dying. So
yeah, definitely helps for trying to run away with points.
Yep.
But I mean, Aurelia is a unit that can come from hand, become ready incredibly fast, especially with the GA on the field. So even versus that, keep in mind also deflect is a thing. So you would pay 3 power but already behind on runes. I think that would be such a costly situation. But I think ETG has done a good job at developing those powerful units in the base, setting up a little bit of an advantage in terms of victory points. I'm quite curious to see, are we going to see a Conqueror with the Tide Turner and then the Siren pull back the Tide Turner? Because that, I think that's a very, very reasonable line of play here. Oh, we're just retreating the Aurelia. I can also see that.
That way you could in theory sacrifice your Tide Turner here if you don't necessarily want to risk him dying. So you could move him in there, get that point, and then now you have the GA on the board, which he hands over the turn. I like not equipping it either, because you can use that equip to choose the Aurelia in your next turn, to use that as an opportunity to ready her. And she's not exactly at risk of dying now, as we have all the units. Has Annie pulled a single spell this game? I don't think so.
Sorry.
They have 5 units in hand, 3 in base, and none in the grave or trash. So this is a unit-heavy Annie game.
Yeah, that Defy in the end of Decade is not really working over hours exactly right now, but I think the EDG found a very nice top deck with the Darius and the Traveling Merchant that is at least some proactive plays that is not just developing big boys. Also, if you don't want to go for that because you're exactly on 7 runes, you can just put the Mind Splitter in the Sunken Temple, see what happens.
Yeah, exactly. You'll get that guaranteed draw. And then you can just maybe take an opportunity here to just move up the sneaky as well. Sacrifice it to get those extra points. Move yourself up to 5 so you're getting to that mark where you're happy enough. Yeah, they go for that first.
That sneaky deckhand has gotten 3 points already on its own.
Insane value for that. 1 point for each cost. But I do like what you said here. Moving that Mind Splitter to get that draw, to just try and get yourself a spell.
I think at this point, when we're looking at the hand of Decade, you don't even want a spell anymore, because if you have 1 spell, it's going to get defied.
Yeah.
This is also some of the beauty of the Riftbound TCG, right? that
Yeah.
your decks, depending on your draws, the way you play the game changes just so much. Sometimes you have spell heavy hands, so you're really trying to force combat with your opponent to get ahead with the combat tricks. Sometimes you only draw units, so you prioritize just setting up a board state, threatening your opponent with those good units. Maybe the cards in hand they don't know, and then going for mind games with that. We haven't even conquered the Sunken Temple, right? So you just, first of all, we didn't have a room left open. Second
Yeah.
of all, you don't want your opponent to be able to just trade it away when you don't have a combat trick. So you're just staring at them going, hey, I dare you to just take that Sunken Temple because I will come for you, even though there is a Siren and then technically Irelia can pull ahead here.
Yeah. And just putting yourself at 5 points isn't like that 5th point is only going to help you if you're playing to try and hold both battlefields, which that's what they struggled with last game, right? They got to that point where they had to hold both, and it's just not the deck to necessarily do that. So by instead getting that 1 point, putting them back to like an even path allows them to get there now to go to 6 and just try to beat out every time with all these units, with the Rengar especially. They are just here for those assault combat tricks.
True. The Rengar is a combo trick they have, and that is unplayable right now. Do you know if there's open deck lists in Top Cut?
Not that I know of. So, I've been told. But to be fair, Rengar could be played. You could still. I mean, you don't have enough to play it, but you could play it on defense. It doesn't get the value because it's got assault on it. So you'd rather play it on attack. So that's the only thing to keep in mind. But I still like the opportunity here. Having the Swifties as well on the Irelia. You also paid both to ready it so it can swing it across.
Yeah. I mean, we have more than enough runes basically, so we can afford to get rid of 2. And then later on, you use a Siren, take the Irelia back. But I mean, if you're going for those kinds of sneaky plays where you're catching up in points, still you need to find a way to get ahead somehow. If you have plenty of combo tricks in your deck, those are only useful if you go into combat. By the way, many people don't know that.
No, definitely. And they're at the point too where they go to, I believe they should be at
A lot.
5 here after that Conqueror, if I miscounted. But either way, like it just means that this Annie player, they just need to keep on getting their 2 points per turn, especially if that bottom battlefield is open. They can easily do that, and we'll see how much. Then again, I know that they have at least 2 unguards in hand, which will give the Irelia what +3 each. So that's 6 right there. And with both the gears attached, she's already at +3, so that's 7. The Irelia
I really like not sirening back the Irelia here, just because you need to get some value out of your combat tricks in hand. And the way your opponent is playing, you're not going to get that offensively. Your opponent still has another 2-drop in base that they can use to just sack it off. It's not a lot of value. You just get your point with your Traveling Merchant, you refresh your hand, and then you're chilling. But now, actually, EDG has to invest some to get into this battlefield with the Obelisk of Power.
The cleave is good.
Yeah. Needless to say, there is a lot of big units on that field, so I don't know.
Really, so if there's a card that they don't like here, they can recycle that out with the Traveling Merchant.
Yeah.
Which might just be either at the Noxus Hopeful or the Draven, unless they're feeling confident enough that they can go with the attack already.
So far, I haven't been too impressed with the Annie deck. I feel like the same deck could just be a Draven leader and we would be in a better spot, but I think in this situation, Annie is just really shining because the cleave, you're never going to get that defied. Defying a cleave, of course, in some situations you have to, but it just feels so incredibly bad. And the Rengar as well can't be defied. So I think this could be the turn where you're really overpowering your opponent, unless there's another thing like a fight or flight in hand to just push back your own Irelia. I mean, you have Guardian Angel.
And it's another unit. Wow. It's another unit going into the hand of the Annie. They do have just enough to... I believe Rengar is a 3 cost, so they can't play too much here. Let me actually check, but still, in that case, will be interesting. Yeah, exactly. Rengar is a 3 and 1 power and has Assault 2, so he will go up to a 5 might unit on attack if they do choose to go into this battlefield with everyone.
But I mean, the GA is making it really tough. Like, you need to overpower this Irelia, which already won't be too easy. You said it earlier.
Yeah.
With the on guards, Irelia goes up to crazy many points. Super mighty unit. And then if it
Removal
just
3.
retreats next turn with the Swifties on the field, you know, Irelia could just take away everything you have. Actually, Irelia, insane deck. What the hell?
So they go in with 3, drop out the Draven for another draw, which gets their own Mind Splitter, which I'm sure they'd love to play if they could, but now they're already in the showdown, so they'll have to decide what they want
Right.
to do. They
Draven.
pay the Draven, okay. So this Aurelia's currently at 7. I want to say. My maths reminds me.
I think we have
That
6
moves it
open,
up to
right?
10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude,
So
10
that's
is already so much. We have 13, 15 on the side of Draven.
Yeah. Have to do it again.
Wait, is that already enough?
It's 10 to 15, right? So they're gonna have to I think they have to they have to use a lot here.
Wait,
They
it
might
was-
have undercounted it. I don't think. Do they have enough cards in hand? They have one more discipline, and then they have. What else are they gonna play here? I feel like they might have miscounted. No, that looks okay. No, they have it. Is that? What do they have here?
It's a rebuke.
Okay, that's a rebuke. Okay, so with the rebuke, they should be able to
I
at
don't
least
think they-
feel confident enough to hold. But they don't. You know,
Yeah.
that's still the cleave and the Rengar.
I don't think they even need to hold. In
Yeah.
the situation, they need their opponent, because they have the Guardian Angel, they just need their opponent to completely overcommit to the situation. You're putting out this massive Irelia here and threatening to take out 2 huge units in, wait,
Yep.
7 and 6 is 13.
It's 15.
But you could just, like, right now, the trade would be only leaving up the Traveling Merchant while Irelia goes to base. If you go for card advantage, that is a positive trade for Decade. So you want your opponent to massively overcommit here. Perhaps maybe use a rebuke if there is even more that your opponent is throwing at you. But I think this trade kind of favors Decade. Even though 6 points for any is dangerous.
Yeah, and they go for that. Completely right what you said. The Traveling Merchant being the only one left alive. This does mean that they have enough for that. Okay, so they're able to play out their big kicker right there, showing what they have left. Go for the rebuke, I think. Tide Turner and Defy. You have no spells, so you don't need Defy.
How much can Tide Turner do in the next turn? Irelia goes into the Obelisk of Power. Tide Turner played, pulls the Irelia back. Irelia goes to 6. You have Defy. That
you already have
nothing.
that chip, though. You already have that little gear and base to move it back, so.
Yeah.
I feel like you have to. Yeah.
I think Rebuke is very.
Rebuke is
instant pick.
Yeah.
EDG, please save us 2 minutes or so.
There we go.
Yeah.
Rebuke has been chosen.
The Dreaming Tree is very important for Irelia, as you can see in this matchup. I think the Dreaming Tree game is the one that you definitely need to win.
Yeah.
In best of 3 scenarios, because not being really favored here with 20 draws that you would get off of that battlefield.
What did they
my
draw
goodness,
there?
another
Another
Defy.
Defy. Wow. Yeah, before I was talking about citing in these counter spells against Annie, which they might have done, but then Annie just hasn't used any spells this game.
I think Annie might have just sided out spells, right? I think Rengar is a crazy card to side in, actually, against Irelia, now that I think of it, because not so fast, Defy, maybe even a Wind Wall. I don't think in that matchup that would make too much sense, because you want your spells to just cost 2 tops. I think just siding out spells against this deck is insane. It's great.
One thing to know with Rengar, though, it does say that he can only be played to a battlefield you're attacking, or at least he can be played. So it's either you can't use it on a defensive move. So that's just something to keep in mind, as in it's not a +3, but not that you would want to play it ideally in a defensive move, but that does limit. I mean, essentially the anti here doesn't have anything to do, so we'll have to see what situation they're in.
I enjoy the flavor on these cards so much when you're looking at how the League of Legends champions play.
Yeah.
You know, Annie getting mana back in League of Legends and Rengar basically having no defensive capabilities whatsoever except for the
Yeah.
AP one that was played years ago.
You remember AP Rengar? Yep.
It was as much fun as AP Master Yi. But we're getting into the decisive moments of Game 2. And EDG is saying, hey, I'll happily take that trade. I have a Darius in the Sunken Temple, which I will most likely hold. And Darius, when you have it exhausted on the battlefield and you're holding, it is still going to be an offensive threat. Next turn, you can just pull it back to base, play 2 cards, and then boom, you have a 7 might attacker, which is currently something Decade can't even deal with.
Yep. That too, and he has to get to the point right now where you cannot let this player, you do not want to let this Annie hold, right? However, we only have Defies and Tide Turners, so I think what we're thinking right now is, can I even get this Irelia strong enough to take this battlefield? And I'm pretty sure the answer is no. They've used up all their buffs already to trade before, and with that, they may even just have to hand over turn like that, and that's an overall. I think Annie may just be able to bring this one in.
I mean, now he loses on board. I think this is purely mind games.
Yep.
You want to use up your opponent's capabilities of thinking, right? You want to let the fatigue kick in, so your opponent EDG now thinks, oh, why is he playing it like this? He's dead on board. What can he possibly have? Oh my goodness, trying to scratch your brains. But in reality, it's just this simple.
Yep. Because Irelia is just at 6, and there's nothing they can play to target it. So yeah, this is just have the poker face and let your opponent take as much time as possible to try and think it out. And go from there.
Irelia is such an amazing deck. I think I've maybe settled on Irelia for the next set. I mean, I'm gonna play almost every deck probably, but Irelia it's the playstyle does something to me, even though it's losing right now.
It's yeah, I see that. And the colors are nice, right? You have both the calm and the chaos. Like, those are quite fun overall. I mean, honestly, chaos is one of the most fun cards in the game with all the opportunities.
Yeah, it's this bunch of moving stuff around that really also synergizes so well with the Stellarchon Herder. You have the best pseudo removal in the game by far. The other colors really can't match the offensive and defensive capabilities of Fight or Flight. Might be the best card in Riftbound, in my opinion.
It's being taken out. Honestly, what do you do here? Accelerate the Kaisa with the Darius and a cleave and go in with, what, 14 might?
Yeah, that sounds like a possible. Okay.
They have 2 cleaves, actually, I just noticed. So,
yeah. I mean, you could play 2 cleaves, but I don't think that's too smart, because if there was a Rebuke top deck of your opponent, then you lose against that. So I think accelerating the Kaisa and then playing 1 cleave to make your Darius live is the correct play, because even if that gets rebuked, you just... Wait, the Darius still triggers if your cleave gets defied, right? Shouldn't be.
No, because I believe the card isn't played. So that's actually a good point right there. He plays this. Oh, he's going to defy it, yeah. Oh, he's playing a bit too fast there. His opponent plays the second one. He has the second defy, though. Okay. That does negate the Darius getting readied. That's really big.
Wow. And now the Kaiser is just chilling there.
Yeah.
And is doing nothing. Okay, play this resolve. Thank you.
Yeah.
That kind of cheated out a turn.
Yeah. He's looking at his deck like, what the heck just happened?
I mean, the next thing is you still need to... Oh, Stellarchon Herder. Wait, Stellarchon Herder, you play it into the Obelisk of Power. You use the Siren, and then you're almost out of energy, so that's an issue, but you can get a draw.
I wonder if it would have been better there to try and play one of those cleaves on the Darius before the Kaisa, because you're kind of giving away your plan with that second card. Maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's also like, hindsight is king. But then again, you knew that there was a Defy.
Yeah, yeah. But you didn't know there were 2 Defies.
Yes, that's true. But you gotta play around everything, even though you can't
Yeah.
sometimes. But okay, what are we going for? All right, Herda, are we pushing it
Yeah.
back with the Siren? Yeah, we're trying to find something that can get us 1 point in the end there.
Not even a point, but just something to keep that Aurelia alive. They have to play that, yeah. Which is also showing the opponent a bit of desperation. Ooh.
The way he bent his cards like that. Wait, can you actually ride the wind into an opposing battlefield there and just? No, you have to score twice. Yeah, okay.
The only thing you could maybe try to do is if your opponent moves into the empty battlefield, you could ride the wind to try and conquer that, to get a card draw, and then your opponent's forced to try and take that one again, and if you hold that, you win. So there's that. They also pulled the Charm, which they could have maybe played to...
I don't think you get your... I don't think you get your Irelia big enough to profit off a Charm in this turn. But maybe...
Play that... How did that... Oh, no, Tide Turner was on... Yeah, the Tide Turner was on base. Now I was trying to fully play the Tide Turner from hand into that battlefield.
I think that was the...
Yeah.
Turn 1 Turner.
Yeah. Turn 1 Turner, exactly. Alright, we're getting Annie out to bring one of our spells back.
Hey. I remember in set 1, I don't remember which pro player that was, but someone said the best way to use any chosen champion is to not use it at all, ever. But
it is just to bring back the spell card, so
yeah. It can come up.
Sleeve.
That's 2 draws. I mean, it was a miracle that Aurelia got another draw in that game.
Yeah.
But
so what's the Ride the Wind gonna do here? Okay. Nothing. Yeah. He rides the winds out.
You get a draw, exactly. And now Annie actually got the game back.
Yep.
1 turn later than we all thought it would happen, but that was a fantastic play of Annie, just pressuring with units, showing, hey, I mean, you're playing your Defies, and I'm only playing spells in my deck that actually do not care about Defies. Like, if you defy my cleave, go ahead.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, it was definitely the double defy there on both the cleaves was essential to buy yourself some more time, because if you get something good out of the top deck, then you're in a situation where, gosh, my hair. You go into a situation where you can't necessarily, if you get a good top deck, you'll be in the place where you can get a card that will hopefully win you the game, but that didn't happen there. But it gave you that extra 1 turn of hope, and that's sometimes all it takes. So yeah, I like it.
So how much swag does the middle caster have? It's insane. That is the most dripped up caster outfit I've seen in a while. So cool.
I don't know. You should have seen some of my outfits I've done on stream. I mean, there was the Fisherman W once, which got very popular. So
I will definitely Google that right now.
Yeah, don't look up my Pool Party Lulu cosplay. I'll tell you that right now.
Oh my goodness! You know what? I don't want to.
Yeah, I like.
You're gonna have to send me pictures later.
You can. Nah, it's interesting. People in chat are also talking about different ways of using the Stella with Aurelia to like get some extra draws to be able to hold. I think there was something to use the Charm with, because the Ride the Wind, they would have had to use the Ride a Wind when they went for that first Conquer to deny that Conquer, but as soon as they get that first Conquer, Ride the Wind does nothing. So maybe either utilizing that better or you picking the Charm and using that might have done something better.
I think maybe it was the play to just Ride the Wind the Aurelia over into the Kaiser challenge.
Yeah.
So that you can deny the double draw in that scenario. But then again, I think, I don't know, your Aurelia is at 6 then. Your sneaky deck and gets taken, or your Titan.
I don't think though, because you chose and readied her, right? Yeah, I believe she would have been at 8. So potentially.
Yeah, good point. But still, I think
it's a lot of hindsight, right? Yeah.
No, I think I think that would have been the correct play. That
Yeah.
would have been a better
Because
play
even
than
with
just
the cleave,
yeah.
because even with the cleave that they had from the trash, they would have had 10 events, 7. So that could have potentially done something even more.
No, I
But
think
yeah,
that was over. It was all over. Even if you buy another turn, I think it's gonna be borderline impossible to get back from that situation. But I wonder how the next game is gonna go. If we are this time around, we can't have an Obelisk of Power. So far, everyone has started with 3 runes and then 4 on the draw. Even though I think on the draw doesn't work for Riftbound because both players draw on the first turn, right? So I think saying that we need to stop saying on the draw because it just does not work that way.
that did confuse me because I mean, okay, from here, I mean, both players, because I think under draw comes
Yeah.
from other games where you only get
Yeah.
draw if you go second, right? Whereas here you get it no matter what, right? Okay. But I
Exactly.
think, you know, some terms you just carry over from other games, right? On the play versus on the draw.
Yeah.
Doesn't exactly make sense, but it works out.
You know what confuses me the most? Why the runes, it's like energy and power cost. Why isn't it mana? We have mana in League of Legends. It's mana in almost every
Not
other game.
blue. It's not only blue. That's why.
Oh, mana is
I
always
don't know.
blue. Oh, that makes sense.
I guess you mind rune. You mind runes are blue, but with all the color, you gotta call it something else.
But I mean, in Magic the
And-
Gathering, you know, it's all different colors.
And some people call it mana. I think I've still heard it called mana. So if you,
Oh.
I don't think anyone will get like not understand what you mean by if you do, but
That is
sure it
true.
is. As for the question in chat, someone asked me, yeah, I am. I do speak German fluently, but I went to an international school in Germany, so my accent came from that.
So where are you from in Germany? If you want to say, you don't have to talk.
No, that's fine. No, I'm in München, in Munich. So
Oh,
yeah.
Nice. That's a little bit prettier than where I live.
It's in good old Bavaria. Oh yeah, happy place over here. But yeah, no. So I do speak. I work in German as well, so I've got the business side of it too. Oh yeah.
Then we can just start talking in German and exclude all of the viewers, right? Wie geht's dir so? No, but
Get a bit of confusion, yeah.
we have no updates, no possible way of getting updates about the second game, right? The Draven versus Azir. I think everyone is just really rooting for Azir to take down a whole tournament out of nowhere. Okay, what do we have? Round 3. That is peak. Target's peak.
Mm-hmm.
And a Dreaming Tree. No. Huh? Oh, the first Dreaming Tree was from Annie. Oh my days.
Yeah. They use it for. We've seen a lot of dreaming trees actually tonight. I mean, it didn't even seem that much dreaming tree in Origins. I feel like some people chose it, but not everyone, and it's gotten a lot more popular. So it almost feels like this is more of an energy, powerful, hungry set now.
I just feel like Dreaming Tree is so broken in the top decks, or also was so broken in the top decks, that the other decks decided not to run it, to not give the opponent more of an edge
Yeah.
in set 1, and now just everything targets everything. So I think you want to have Dreaming Tree in your deck no matter what. But I mean, if it goes like the first game of Annie versus Aurelia, you're just gonna play your own Dreaming Tree and your opponent draws 8 cards off of it.
All right, what do we have here? Is that even? Okay, I have a Stenicorn Herder there with a bunch of gears, and on the left side, it wasn't much either.
Wait, I'll have to check back what Targon's Peak does.
That's if you conquer, you ready to at the end of your turn, isn't it?
Started.
Ah, okay, that's the one.
Ah, yeah, okay. That's
There we go. So when you
good.
Yeah, so basically, it also almost encourages your opponent to let you, you know. Oh wait, no, sorry, it's not the new one. Yeah, there's the new battlefield where you hold each player channels to. This is the one where it only applies to yourself. Okay, yeah. That right there, giving you some kind of.
Oh my goodness.
What? This player is in desperation right there that they don't have a unit, I'm guessing. They've only played the gear, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
When you've had to play the.
Are we not going to see a 2-drop here from EDG? Did the praying help? Oh no,
That's what he wanted, right?
No, it's the hopeful in hand. That's really nice after a stack deck. That's a good turn 2 play, or turn 1 play, basically, dude.
Even that's not a 2-drop. You can tell his opponent, I'm not playing a 2-drop here, don't worry. I'm playing a 4-drop. 4-2.
Yeah, but the difficult thing now is, I mean, the good thing is there's no sneaky deckhand. That's good for Decade, because that would start running away immediately. the funniest thing is if you have the Noxus helpful, it is at 4 might, right? So if you play your Stellar Conherder, equip it with the Guardian Angel, you go to 4, you push it into the battlefield, both units die, GA recalls. That's not a move, right? You don't get a draw, right? Wait.
You do know, yeah, it's not a standard move, it's a recall, so therefore you wouldn't get that draw.
Oh, we got the foil Stellar Conherder as well.
Gotta keep it shiny, but that's right there. I mean, they get that out. And if they really wanted to try and play some tempo, they could have equipped it and then used the Irelia, but that would have set them so far back. I can see why they didn't want to do that. But yeah.
Do you also find it so... I get crazy FOMO from watching these regionals because, you know, we've been watching those matchups for a month now. The cards aren't even out yet. I want to play with these cards.
I have a few on me from the pre-reference, but yeah, as you said, we don't have them yet. But hopefully soon we'll be getting them. I mean, they release Friday here for most of us. As we do move into that battlefield, so we will get a point. Now, what I like here, I believe it's a Darius, but I like it because you can play the Darius, right? Have it ready for your next turn, and then you have 2 runes ready, and you have the flash available. So you can trade the flash for a draw, similar to what we saw the Irelia do in game 1. Not quite 2 draws, because it's not the Celicorn, but it's still a nice situation where you get that. At least one card to replace it.
A bigger field. We have On Guard on the side of the Stellar Conherder, so that's possibly some good combo tricks here, but Guardian Angel is also very tempting to put on the Stellar Conherder, right? You won the first game completely off of the Stellar Conherder. We do not use the Guardian Angel on it, and I kind of like that because the combo tricks that you have are mostly countered by something like a Rebuke or Fight or Flight, and then you don't want to waste your Guardian Angel, so I like this, and we get to draw 20,000 cards again.
Yeah, those 2 draws with the battlefield, very, very nice.
Oh, Fight or Flighting this is so painful. Wait, are we Fight or Flighting ourselves?
Yeah,
yeah, good.
Well, he's deciding which one he wants to do, I believe.
I mean, he put the top card of his deck already into
down
almost
in case
draw position, right?
Yeah, he's doing it because if you don't want to choose the Stellar Coin, I just wonder why he didn't use Flash instead, because he does have a Flash, if I'm not mistaken, and ideally saving it for later. But yeah, if you use it on the Stellar Coin there, they can just equip the the GA, and then replay it through the thing. I mean, that makes sense. Yeah,
that costs 2 power. That's quite the big thing to do, but you also draw a bunch of cards. However, I think very, very interesting. Against this current game state, Fight or Flight is a card that only takes back your own units. You never want to target the Stellar Conherder. So I guess Flash a lot better because you can later on put 2 units back.
Yeah, that's true. Ooh, using Charm. Yep. Don't have anything now to move it back. Oh wait, no. Where did that Charm go?
Yeah, we used the Charm. We pulled in the Darius.
The Darius went away. Yep.
Yeah, used the On Guard before. We don't equip the Guardian Angel, so we don't want to pay the power cost, which is a good signal that we have something like a Fight or Flight or our own Flash in hand, which is, I think, actually very much reasonable against this deck because there is not too many cards that really stop you from doing that, right? There is no Hextech, Hextech Ray that deals 3 damage.
Yep.
I mean, against that, even a Fight or Flight would really rather help. Oh, we're going to the star-tipped peak. Any player wants to profit from holding there, since there is not a lot on the base of Decade. Damn! We get our Flash, we use the 2 runes, we draw 2 cards again, and now we set up our Stellar Conherder to deal some meaningful damage next turn, prevent a hold.
Yeah, exactly. You don't necessarily have to hold in these situations, and if you can react on your opponent moving to the battlefield, get those 2 draws, and then you can move it in next turn, get another draw, and just put yourself in a great situation. They will invest a lot to get that Ferris Forerunner out this time, but honestly, the card draw they're getting after the Stellarcorn, we're getting a repeat of game 1 where we saw this all, and yeah, very, very nice.
Stellar Corn and Dreaming Tree is insane. I think if you know that you're playing versus Irelia, you really have to predict when they are going to play out their Dreaming Tree.
Yep.
You want a Dreaming Tree mirror, you don't want to give them 2 turns. Oh my goodness, ripping Rebuke off the top to take out the Ferris Forerunner immediately if you want. That is insanity. I know it's a huge power cost, but oh my days, is that worth it together with the On Guard as well for a positive trade into the Hopeful. My goodness.
Yep, that is a fantastic situation. You just don't want to kill this unit because you give them 2 units, each 3 might. Those little mechs, sure, they're only 3, but 2 of them making this Ferris Forerunner give you essentially 12 might, and you're trading power for power because they have to pay that second Fury to play the card anyway, so you're not setting yourselves that far behind. And if there's one unit right now you want to get rid of, you may as well be that. Going for the Conquer. Yes, the Annie does have those 2 runes available, but what are they going to use it for? You know, we haven't seen any Mind Splitters thrown out yet, so these opponents don't know each other's cards in hand. But still, very, very nice.
That Rebuke rip is possibly the game-changing moment. I think this is the point where Decade might be running away from this. So goes into the Dreaming Tree first. Very interesting. Picks up a Fight or Flight. Okay, maybe we are either going to go for some crazy plays where we ready our unit or push it back or something and then ready it again. Oh, we're developing an Irelia. Okay, that's a slower approach.
Because it still works though. They can use that. They can make a very power hungry turn here. Could try and play still the Rebuke and move the Irelia in if they so choose. But they'll just pass, give it some time, and yeah, they can use these 2 spells. Yeah, I like it.
You can rebuke the Ferris Forerunner basically anytime you want, right? So
yeah, there's no rush.
Not an issue. I think I also like this a lot. You're preparing for bigger turns when it's more relevant to get the victory points, right? Because now you're at 2-3. Doesn't really matter if you're pulling a few points ahead and your opponent loses a lot of tempo. You want to do that when it's gonna hurt them the most, and that is in the end game. Question is now if EDG is gonna drop a Mind Splitter now to, you know, see what's up.
Though the one thing that is very important here, thank you for someone in chat pointing that out, is the flash, right? Or the hidden fight or flight. That reaction speed can dodge the rebukes. And that's going to be absolutely essential, right? If you play that rebuke down and then you have the flash available, you will be able to dodge it, which we might just see here. Tide Turn are used to play it around, so now it's moved in there. If they opt in for the rebuke here, that's just going to cost so much. We'll go for the fight or flight instead. But good respect there.
Solid defense from Decade.
Yeah, I like that. Because, you know, Annie's one of the decks that enjoy playing that. Ooh, on the... Okay, here we go. This is the Rengar. On the attack, as a reaction to the fight or flight, they're playing the Rengar because it's at reaction speed, so you can play it on top of the action. Gets in there, kills the Stellacorn, and gets the Conquer. That is a nice way to see that Rengar played. I like it a lot.
Yeah, that is absolutely huge. You're getting rid of the Stellacorn. Now, EDG is all immediately completely developed on the field. Decade has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, are there some? It's too fast for me to count. But I think we need a big Irelia turn here.
Yep. They're going to have to try and... They need to get 2, right? You do not want to get in a situation where this Annie can just keep getting 4 points. But they have Flash available. Both these units can easily be saved with the Flash. So, oh, Annie is looking to maybe even do the comeback here from the 0-1 start. That could be a great play. Yeah, there's a lot of opportunities. They'll get the draw as well from Dreaming Tree. Will not have the opportunity to dodge their rebuke later unless they draw another Flash, but we'll have to see what they go for.
I was just thinking, how important is it going to be to save the Rengar? But then I remembered it has Assault too, so saving this with a Flash would be really worthwhile. But I think that Irelia it's a very easy turn to just take some points here. Your Tide Turner is not gonna combat this exactly. The flash comes down. You're gonna draw a card for any. And I think what you can just do is stack deck.
Well, he has to wait till the flash
Yeah,
resolves
it's an action.
before.
Yeah.
So probably should have played that. If he was hoping to get a charm of sort, not a charm of defy, then he would have to play that before. So yeah, the flash resolves, has all those units in base, and can now opt in to play that stack deck if they choose. But yeah,
Where is
They get the
Raven
point.
Audacious, by the way, for Decade? I think that's a card when you're behind on points. That's one that can really get you back into the game, even though I also wouldn't know when we could develop it.
They're in a rough spot right here. Look at all those units in base. They have to now start holding, right? When you're behind on this tempo, you have to somehow get to the 4th point here and try to hold to be able to climb your way back into this. You can give yourself another development turn, right? Wait till the opponent is at 6 and then try to hold them to stop them from winning, but giving them that chance to also develop is scary.
I mean, it's relatively easy Tide Turner, I like that. To just get another point by using the Boots of Swiftness in hand. But instead, we don't want to develop the Boots of Swiftness, but we bring our Irelia in ready position in base.
Yeah.
Okay,
Using
still
the
costs us a
legend to
power.
Yeah, they use the legend to choose it and then ready it, so there's another way. There's a lot of different ways and unique ways of moving this Irelia around, right? You don't always need ganking, and that's an example of how to use Tide Turner to move it around.
Yep. Well, is Decade having a question to the judges about a card they have, or is he just pointing at his own cards? Oh, he's one of those tappers, isn't he? Yeah. Couldn't have happened at a better spot. Yes, those big turns, sometimes they really do force you to just go into the big math in your head. And then you gotta tap on your own playmat for a little bit.
It's equipping that. I like that. Just pay. You've got that one paid anyways. You may as well equip it because you're in a point where you need to try and keep this one alive. You don't want to let it die. So.
Do you charm in the Rengar now? I think you're not gonna get a much better charm off. Even though it's such a low cost unit, right?
It's low cost, but you know it's the second strongest unit on his board right now in attacking, right behind the Ferris Forerunner. So getting rid of that right away does give you a lot of opportunities, and they still have what looks to be 6 runes open for lots of different power moves as well. So they hand over the turn, and now they're forced. They need to try and hold one. Let's see what they can do.
Does Decade still have the Flash in hand? Because that would be a phenomenal card, I think. If you flash, I think we might have had 2 in hand over the course of.
Oh, they just have one there. Yeah, you can see
turns. There's one. Okay, wait. Am I again looking at the plus stream? No, I'm looking at. Am I behind?
I'm just at 75 minutes now. It's just hit it.
Okay, yeah. All right. I think I.
Up deck flash according to chat. So that right there is essential because they used the flash before to move both out, and now they have another flash, giving them that reaction speed to counter that rebuke. So yeah. As we see a wall of cards being shown to hide the runes. No. Okay, here it comes. Yep.
Mind Splitter is such a crazy card all of a sudden. And set 1, it barely got any attention. It was in some crazy misfortune lists. Some Timo lists played it a little bit. But this card is massive in this set. I mean, with so many good action and reaction cards that we have right now, information is more important than ever. And with ever, I mean 3 months ago, max. But this is...
exactly.
Can't even rebuke here.
No, so they're gonna have to. They're currently deciding to play which reactions they want first, right? Because you can play your reactions now before the Mind Splitter can destroy them. So if they want to, let's say, overbuff the Irelia or something, or at least buff up the Tide Turner to force a bit more of a stronger attack, they do have that opportunity. So similar to Brynjar, like you forced your opponent to play a lot of moves out right away. As here we'll see them draw 2 from that cast for the discipline and the spell.
Okay, do you agree with the discipline preemptively? Because, okay, if you're using all of our buffs, it does make a lot of sense
Yeah.
to use that now. But I think if you're playing draw cards, if you get bad draws, your opponent's not going to discard them. If you get fantastic draws, then your opponent knows about them and can discard them even. So I think using the draw cards before, I don't think the disciple would have been the discipline would have been the card that EDG is going to target necessarily with the Mind Splitter.
It did give him an opportunity to like now we see AI here. He has more to choose from, right? So that's gonna make it harder. And it did give them that second rebuke, which they would have drawn anyway through the discipline if they played it on that. But it does also just mean that okay, now there's less for what they can choose from. There's more opportunities for them to decide yet, and it's just it also forces the opponent here to just. I mean, I feel like they would have disciplined the Irelia anyways in this turn. So by doing it, then you keep it safe, and then you get the +2. So
But
I don't hate
more
it.
cards in the hand that your opponent doesn't know about.
Yeah, that's true. You do keep the information to yourself. It works both ways, and I think it might have just been a bit of a I want to play something just before they destroy it. But yeah, as chat's pointing out, the second rebuke is a very, very true point.
Yeah, that's a. I mean, imagine how hard the second rebuke would have hit if your opponent played into it
Didn't
fully,
know about
knowing there is not another one. Now they have the option to just say, okay, my opponent is going to rebuke me no matter what. I'm taking away another card. And if my opponent wants to rebuke me twice, they're going to have to use 4 power, which is then going to make it really tougher for Decade to recover from this, because they are only at 6 runes. So if you double rebuke this turn, you're at basically nothing. You can have how many ever cards you want in hand if you don't have the runes to play it. I really do not love the decision to use the Disciple before Mind Splitter resolves.
Yeah. Like now that I've had the time to put a bit more thought into it, you do deny yourself the you deny your opponent information, right? By doing that. Now they're going to choose what I'm presuming is okay. They don't even choose the rebuke, so now they're playing around this 2 rebukes. But it forces you to play these expensive cards now instead of a Defy. Yeah.
Exactly. If you know that there is going to be rebukes, you can handle them. You take the favorable trade. You don't go in there with too many units at once. You try to poke. You force out rebukes, and then you try to commit later on something else. You're now forcing into the Targon's. No, Targon's Peak is the Runeterra card. Star-tipped Peak. You're pushing there. You know that there is going to be on guard, so okay. You can have the 1-for-1 trade, and then I'm gonna push a 2 might unit in there. But you're just getting the point here, and now you can you use the Ferris Forerunner. I think you're just gonna leave the Irelia be, honestly.
You could even try and move something in to bait the rebuke, play the flash, and then waste some of their resources. They'll move.
Yeah, but what do you pull in that baits a rebuke?
Yeah, you have to use them both. So even that you can't do it. They discard the Draven. Clearly didn't want that card.
Because if you just move in Ferris Forerunner, Tide Turner, and the Merchant, all the available units, you go up to 10 might. Irelia is currently at 8, so if the on guard hits, you just lose everything.
Yep. So I'll have to see what they plan here. They will go into there as well, yeah.
Irelia is so crazy explosive. I love this deck. The more I watch it, the more I enjoy seeing it, even though I think it's incredibly frustrating to play against this when you have your 20 units and it's just one 4 might Irelia looking at you like, I'm gonna explode. If you try to attack this battlefield, I'm gonna go nuts.
Alright, and he hands over the turn, moves the 5 points to each, and now Annie, fully knowing what card has except that draw, which is their own flash, okay. So we'll have to see what they opt in for that. I would imagine it's going to be starting off with that stack deck, so just find another card that your opponent won't know, and then using that to your advantage.
I would also really like to see the stack deck first. You have so many ways to play this turn. You also have a GA already on the Irelia, so you can play a little bit more risky because you also have another GA in hand. Oh my god, I love this game, dude. It's this is amazing. Okay, so we go down to 7 runes if we stack the deck.
Yeah.
What are we trying to find in that scenario? Because Rebuke is very, very costly if we want to take the star-tipped peak. We don't want our opponent necessarily to hold in that field either. So it's gonna have to come down to using that. What are we looking for? A fight or flight? Does that help us in this scenario? Because we I think so,
Something
right?
to buff up the Aurelia, I feel, because you can then play the Swifties there, exactly, to give the Aurelia ganking. And then with that, if you can buff her up in a way to the point where she could just overmight this battlefield, it really, really helps you out. But
Swifties.
we'll have to see what they do. Yes, they equip it as well, so it gets even more +2. Yeah, 1 for ready, 1 for chosen. With that, puts it up to 9 at this
Do
point.
we just run over the Ferris Forerunner? Do we
I feel
just?
like that might be the play.
I don't think we need to force a Rebuke. We're so tunnel visioning on the idea of using Rebuke on this thing.
Yeah. Maybe you just don't need to.
Maybe you just kill it and then it gets you the 2 max. Oh no, okay, alright, we go with the Rebuke. Yep, alrighty then.
Never mind that. Flash Blade pulls out both the Noxus and the Forerunner, so they will still get that Conqueror. Actually puts the Irelia at even tempo, so now the pressure's on the Annie. Try and hold, which is interesting. Annie knows there's a second Rebuke they're going to have to account for.
Yeah.
But Irelia only has 3 runes left open. I believe they still have 2 Chaos. They can still play for the Rebuke. But it's going to be an expensive one to hold. They have essentially Rebuke and the On Guard.
Those full art Khan runes are phenomenal.
Yeah.
3. Just want to quickly mention that. I think they are by far the coolest runes from all of them.
How do they plan on holding this? They have to think.
Do you need to hold? When your opponent is at 5.
Yeah. They can't win, but you
6.
need something safe. You have Flash. They do have the Flash available, actually. So they could opt in to keep their Irelia alive here, or even do something. They have a GA. Yeah, GA as well. I'd like to see them to keep the Flash.
I think you want your opponent to go for trades.
Yeah.
And then you want to double conquer next turn.
Yeah.
Oh, right, the wind. Oh, those cards would be better in hand together, honestly.
You don't necessarily need the Ride the Wind. You have ganking, and you can choose the Irelia to ready her. So by taking Defiant Dance,
yeah,
you have 4 different things. Oh, he's nervous. He's shaking. Yeah, Defiant Dance is what you want.
I would be shaking too, dude.
Yeah.
100%. But
this is semi-finals. Big situation.
On 2 runes, having Defiant Dance and the On Guard with your Aurelia is diabolical, dude.
Oh, but I wouldn't even... If your opponent has a Rebuke, it's just over at that point. I mean, it's not over, because you have to play everything out, but I'd rather flash it out and then use those to kind of keep it alive. We'll have to see how they play it out, because look at all these 4 units in base. I don't believe Annie has many cards, though. They only have 2 cards now. Ooh, another Mind Splitter, yep.
I think the Rebuke is the bigger one of those 2. This is looking insane, but also, I mean, he has enough runes for Mind Splitter plus Rebuke. That couldn't be better for Annie this turn. It was certainly a huge pickup.
Here's what you do. Hear me out. You Rebuke it, and then Mind Splitter. Am I crazy? Can you not just Rebuke the Irelia and then Mind Splitter it into the track?
If you Rebuke now, it's gonna get flashed.
True. Yeah, that is fair.
So I think what you want to do is force a combat.
They can still flash out, though. In the combat. They would still be able to flash out of the combat, though, right?
Yeah, that's correct. But then I think you just Mind Splitter whatever is in hand.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going up to 6. Another splitter. All right. I also dig looking at the hand. I kind of like that.
Now you deny the flash so that you.
No, I think you force the flash. I think Decade. if Decade is in the position that he thinks, okay, I need this Irelia, I need to play around Rebuke,
Yeah.
and after I flash, I have enough to get 2 battlefields next turn, then he just lets it go. But no, I also think that in this position, it's more sensible to say, hey, there's only 1 card left in hand. If they have it, they have it.
Yeah.
Paw. That is tough, mate.
Yeah, last time they played that reaction a bit too quick on that discipline, and it didn't really do too much for them. So here they were a bit hesitant to do so. Like, it's easy for us to say what the right play is because we know all the cards from everybody, but from his perspective, to think that they top decked that Rebuke in this situation to be able to remove this Irelia back into hand, just would not consider that.
I mean, we see all the cards, we keep naming bad plays as well. So
Yeah, true.
But I mean, be easy on commentators sometimes, guys, because there's so many different possibilities. We're just trying to take you through all of them. What else do you have? What do you even pick as EDG? You can force the flash. I think you flash every time, right?
Yeah.
In which world do you not take flash? What is the possible punish for this? Because your opponent is only at 5 runes, means 7 runes next time. Developing an Irelia is almost your entire turn.
So the only downside of it is that how many runes will they have on their next turn? Because they'll have 7, so that allows them to play 5 for the Aurelia, and then you can constantly equip the gear to ready her and move her around, right? So between those 2 gear, and then the On Guard and the Defiant Dance, you will be able to ready her 4 times, if I'm not mistaken. So you do have a lot of opportunities to play it around. So right now, he will get rebuked back into the hand. They move in to get 7, and now it's just a matter of if the Irelia can use everything to do it. You exhaust ready exactly that, so you're going to have to also do combat tricks to be able to win a combat to re-ready it. So
you can move as much as you want. If there is with 14, 20 something might, 24 might on the Dreaming Tree, it's going to be a tough nut to crack. Oh, Decade, you played this phenomenally. All of those games, but maybe this is the point where you break, and you're keeping up the pressure the entire time, bluffing some combat tricks that were just simply not there. There was one moment where you could have had a phenomenal turn, could have gone unanswered. Actually, there was a flash, so maybe not even that. There's so many possibilities to play. EDG has been putting up a lot of pressure, especially in game 2 and 3, just basically saying, hey, you know what? I know that this deck lives off of combat tricks that I get with my cheated out runes from my Annie, but I can also just throw so many units at you, so many units that are also combat tricks, that you're going to be completely overwhelmed with your 1 or 2 units that you get per game. The Rengar really cracked the field. The Stellarcorn Herder pushing the advantage in game 1, winning the game. In game 3, it got surprised by Rengar, and who hasn't been surprise killed by a Rengar yet?
Exactly. Well, I can say that I haven't, because I haven't had the terror of playing against it yet, but it's only a matter of time before I see that in my own event.
In League.
So,
In League, I think
League
you might have
League,
been
plenty of times. Oh yeah. Oh no, that's true. That's true.
jump scared by the kitty cat.
How are they gonna try and get into this? I think they're doing all the math in their head, but how often can they choose and play around this Aurelia? I think they're gonna hand it over there, and that is the game where AI from EDG with a big smile takes the win right there and moves on to the final, winning a 2-1 and comeback as well after losing that first game. Very, very nicely.
Bro is just emoting on him. I can't believe it.
Yeah, I'll come back in here as well. What a great matchup. That was a awesome semifinal matchup. I could have sworn Aurelia was going to be the one moving forward and get into the grand finals, but I guess AI EDG is just built a bit different, bringing Annie into the forefront. Everyone's saying, no, how does Annie hold up? Draven is just a better Chaos Fury deck. EDG's out to prove Annie is still able to play with the best out there. And give me a second.
No.
There we go. I think I've been up one too many hours, but man, you know, the word on the street, I don't know if you guys heard, apparently Azir has taken down the Draven. Apparently,
Wow.
rumored.
Okay.
And
Rumored.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
and real quick, I don't know, Leroy, if you're listening in, did you want to hop in real quick for the intermission, or are we still on a break? If you're not
Yeah,
listening,
sure.
you do.
Yeah,
Okay,
sure.
okay. Just wondering. I'll pop you in here as well. Oh, you don't even have your camera. All right, let me know when you have your camera. I'll pop you in here.
What? I have a what? It says that
You
I
do?
haven't.
Let me see. Oh, I think you left it and then joined it, but I'll get it in the meantime. But guys, what are we looking forward to? Is it really, do you guys honestly believe, because Leroy said that's what the players were saying on the Chinese text chat, or you know, if you translate the
Okay.
text on the Chinese stream, they were saying Azir won, and he didn't just win. Apparently he 2-0'd the Draven,
2-0'd.
which is crazy.
And that Draven was good. I mean, we watched him play. He had a fantastic game. So it could be one of those situations when this guy is just so not used to playing against characters like Azir. He just gets caught off guard, being like, what is this Azir guy doing in this top 4, right? And then those kind of just new plays can catch players off guard, and then that's what it will do. So
It also, in
be
my
bad.
head, the Azir versus Draven matchup is not the greatest, because what you want to do, I mean, I've never played the deck, but what you want to do is you get your sand troopers out, you equip them with gear, and then you poke with every single one of them, right? They have Weapon Master, so every time they come in, they have Weapon Master with your Azir champion, so every time they come in, they just equip for free, and you poke a lot of times, but that also means you lose a lot of combats, which give Dravens a million draws, right?
yeah.
Yeah, on paper, it seems like a decently bad matchup. You're totally right, because of those combat wins, because he doesn't really have a way. And, you know, the more I'm playing it out in my head, there is a card called Emperor's Divide, is the green flash. So perhaps siding in
Yep.
all three and trying to get your units back before Draven gets those wins. But maybe, just maybe, he just overwhelmed them with all those Sand Soldiers, a Rise signature spell. I am excited. You know, I'm not gonna completely believe it until I see it, because Draven is Draven for a reason. But Leroy was the one that put it in Twitch chat. Leroy, what did you read?
I read it was super hard to translate, but they said that basically Azir, and I think what was the translation of the Emperor, won against Draven 2-0.
Okay.
So yeah, that's what I read. But
And
let's
also,
wait.
someone said
Let's hope.
they posted it on Twitter as well. Someone, I don't know what channel did, but they also confirmed that. So I'm leaning like 90% sure Azir is going to be in the finals, which means,
That's
guys, history will be made. Annie has never won. I mean, they won
He does.
Houston. They won
He
Houston, of
was.
course.
We
But
could still have no new champion apart from Draven in set 2.
True. But what I was getting at, in the Chinese regional circuit, there's only ever been there's only ever been 3 champions. There's been a Kaiser was the first one, Master Yi was the second, and of course in this new Spiritforged meta has been Draven. So this is going to be the first time ever a 4th new legend will be crowned in this final Nanjing Regional. What a way to close out the circuit for season 2. I am beyond excited. But real quick, W, I know we committed with just 2 rounds, that a little bit longer than what you were expecting, or right around what you expected.
No, it was a good amount of time, and I had so much fun being here, so worked out perfectly.
There we go. We really do appreciate you coming on. Let me know. Like I asked Leroy, you could hang out here, but I know if you have things to do, of course, don't feel bad heading out of here. If you do, just let me know, because I always want to give you the time to get any little shout outs in here before we get the next round started, because I think the Azir and Draven match been finished.
Yeah. No, I'll jump off here. So I just want to say thanks so much for having me on. It's been so much fun. Hoping and looking forward to being on here again in the future. And yeah, thanks everyone for having me on the stream. Hope you enjoyed the show, and I will definitely be tuning in for the chat to watch this. I got a few things before the rest of the day I need to get done. So yeah, thanks so much for having me on again. It's been
Thank you,
absolute
W.
pleasure. Appreciate it.
For sure. I think everyone enjoyed your commentary. I am looking forward to seeing more of you in the future. I know you were saying you're definitely in it to win it for Riftbound, so I would love to have you in a future cast. So we'll be in touch. I know you're in the caster chat. I will post it when things are up. And guys, I posted W King's Twitter in chat for those that are for those on that have a Twitter. Go ahead and show him some love on that account. And all right,
man.
W, we'll go ahead and let you go. It is time sooner than later for these
See you guys.
finals, but we'll keep in touch. All right.
Awesome. Have a good day, everyone. Ciao.
See you.
All right, was a
Yep.
pleasure. I will go
Yeah,
for a quick
amazing
bathroom
casting
break, and
with you.
I'll be back.
Okay, Leo, we'll see you. All right, Leroy, I really hope you read it right. I hope the rumors are true, chat. Can you believe it? We are right inches away from having a non-Draven, non-Kaiser, non-Master Yi finals. Who would have thought the double A, Annie, Azir, that is what we're having ourselves in a very, hopefully sooner than later. Because like I said, I think the Azir matchup finished quick. And you know, I will point out, Leroy, this might be the first non-13-hour day 2. They've been pretty good on pace today.
Honestly, I lost track of time over the weeks. I'm gonna be honest. The first one I fell asleep, so I was on the floor. So I'm like,
I
I don't
know.
count
I
time
know.
anymore. But maybe, yeah, it feels like, although the Draven Mirror was so long, I think it was the longest match I ever casted. I don't know, but it felt like really, really long.
And Erva, are you saying you don't have a Discord whatsoever? Because you could join the tournaments, but we run them from the Discord because we like to have the players in a VC so they can talk to each other. And then we have a tournament bot that tells people when the rounds start and take time into consideration. Like it tells you when time is up. Are you saying you're just not a fan of Discord? Because I could respect that, but it makes it really tricky. It makes it really tricky because you could sign up, you could get your event ticket, but we run we get the pairing, or we don't actually. Maybe there is a world without Discord. You just have to do everything on Battlefy. But we tag you, we do the judge calls on Discord. So if you have any dispute, you have no judge to contact. So it is trickier, but I would imagine it makes it a whole lot easier to do it. It's not impossible, but you're going to be the only one, like the odd man out. You're the only one not on the Discord. So I think if you do want to play in our events, you're kind of not forced to join, but it just makes it a whole lot simpler.
Hello.
And Leo's back.
Friend.
And by the way, Leo, someone recognized you in YouTube. I don't know if even you're seeing the YouTube chat, but someone said your name. They said, "Is this Conan Leonhardt?"
Oh, that's cool. Hi. Also, I got a message from someone that I wanted to mention earlier, but then the game concluded, so I didn't want to take that situation away. We saw a game won by a Rengar, and a friend of mine who's also attending in Bologna, he's a very good player, forced to be reckoned with. He named his cat Rengar, and his cat really looks like Rengar as well.
Oh, okay, that's pretty cool. Did he message you during that game? And like that was the winning play almost, right? The Rengar coming down, surprising the Stellacorn. That was cool.
I'm very sure that he's gonna try and play Rengar somehow in Bologna, but maybe also not. I don't want to give anything away.
Maybe as Annie, she looks to be the deck to play Rengar because you're ready to. If you leave one open, that's rating 3 or having 3, I should say.
Yeah, you can't use it defensively though. It's reaction assault, and you can only use that when you're attacking.
It's reaction period, so you don't get the +2 from the assault, but
really?
it's reaction.
Yeah, you can use it defensively. It's not as good, of course, but you can use it defensively.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So you can still get it on a battlefield, but you're just gonna be doing the net 3 damage. You're not gonna be doing the 5 damage like you would on attack.
Yeah, it's not as good as Jen or Janna in defense, but yeah.
Oh yeah, true. I can be played to a battlefield you're attacking, and then I got confused. But of course, you can play to a battlefield you already have
control.
captured,
As long as you control that battlefield, that's the caveat there. And Bandit saying, "Is Azir yet? Have we seen it?" It looks. We did see, I believe, in the round of top 64, maybe top 32. But apparently, Bandit, the word on the street is that Azir has made it to the finals. We have no full confirmation just yet, but I want to believe it. I want to believe it's true. Imagine if Azir goes from never making the top 8, never making the top 4 to being crowned the final regional stop champion. That's what dreams are made of, because no one is thinking like, I'm going to win Bologna or I'm going to win Vegas with Azir, right? I don't think anyone has thought about that. Well, maybe.
I think people just rather want to go for the best of cards, right? I think that we're going to see a big amount of diversity in these tournaments just because people say, hey, I'm a good rogue player. I want the best off card. I'm not going to shoot my shot with a Draven or Ezreal or Aurelia, but I would rather go for the much higher chance of getting the best off card with a Jax, for example, or Azir. And then if you even go further because nobody knows what the heck you are doing, then
Yeah, you
that's
make a
kinda
good
huge.
point. Half of this competitive environment is understanding each matchup, right? So if you go up against an Azir or a Jax that you don't have too many reps against, you don't feel too comfortable, that makes a big difference, and perhaps is what caught Draven off guard, because he was ready for those Draven mirror matches. He was ready for the Draven v Kaisers v Aurelia, but was he ready for the Draven versus Azir in a semifinals position? I don't think he was.
I will say though, with the lifting of the time limit in Top Cut, rogue strategies get significantly worse because there is a good amount of win condition in pressuring your opponent to play faster when they don't know what you can have. But if they have like talked to people, the longer the Azir deck is around in this tournament, the more friends of the player are going to tell them, hey, those are some power cards of the deck. We have seen in a previous stream match that they played X, Y, and Z card, and this is something you will have to look out for. And in those pressure moments, whereas in Swiss you would be like, oh my goodness, what am I doing? You can just breathe through, take your 20 minutes for a turn, and then play around every single card that you would have never considered in Swiss.
I think it's open deck list though, so
You
Really?
think so,
Okay,
Leroy?
okay.
How do we
Uh,
know? Actually,
heard
maybe
something.
finals is open deck list, because the deck lists are released right before the finals match. They show the both
the
finals
finals, I'm
deck
sure
lists.
they are, but I feel like at least some of the games should be in open deck list, because if you get on stream, it's you're at disadvantage in
Yeah.
Top Cut if you go on stream. So I would think it's open deck list, and I think overall open deck list, because of that streaming aspect, particularly, is more competitive than than closed deck list. And I think Riot, being Riot and always aiming for the most competitive thing possible, would tend toward open deck list. Maybe not yet, but overall, yeah. Let's, I don't know, but for the finals,
Maybe.
we're sure that they are, because they released the deck list. And
It does make sense, right? The only exception if they sit down the competitors first, take their phones away, tell them don't look at the big screen that's probably over there in China, and then they show the deck list. But that seems a little unrealistic, so I'm right there with you. It's probably going to be open deck list, which changes everything unless it's been open
Yeah.
deck list this entire top cut. If anyone in chat is friends with anyone in China that's played in these regionals, I could probably find out, but I just don't have the answer
Actually, we
at this
could.
very moment.
Oh, we could ask Randy. I'm gonna ask Randy.
Oh yeah, ask Randy. That's a good idea. He made
Also-
it all the way to the semifinals last week, no?
Yeah, with Sivir.
Yeah, I think so.
If anyone in chat speaks Chinese and can tell me what the heck is happening in these ads, please let me
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, if
Those
it's your
are
first
a-
time
we
seeing
call
those
it a
ads,
fever
they are
dream.
crazy.
Yeah, I mean this ad, because it's literally the same again and again and again and again. And I loved it at first. Now I don't
You
know.
still
I still
love it,
love it.
Leroy. Don't even say it.
I still love it.
I'm
I still love
playing.
it. It's just maybe just another one time, one little time, another one. But yeah, no,
Another
I still
ad. I
love it.
see you.
I just
It
didn't.
is
I just didn't see
Ezreal.
it coming. That this guy was so ripped with the abs when Ezreal was like whatever Ezreal was doing there. I didn't see it coming.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but
it
I
is
dig
a
it.
funny commercial. I think what it is actually revealing the ranking system. Because if you notice, he's coming in with the
Yes.
challenger icon above. He's kind of flexing that he's a challenger. And then the two people are idolizing him. So I think it's the announcement of them having like a Riftbound ladder with icon placements and stuff like that, on top of being a bit of a Spirit Forged message as well. I think that's my understanding from the commercial. I don't
Which
know what
would
you
make
guys got
sense.
out of it.
Yeah. Yeah, you're totally right because he arrives, he flexes his I don't know if it's diamond and challenger thingy, and then the barman is Jackie Love, so he's basically one of the best player in China. So it's like flexing, and then he's like, "You're nothing before me," and yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I
So
could
that would
imagine.
make a lot.
But as I said before, that Draven and Azir matchup probably finished a good amount before the Annie and Aurelia, and I still can't get over that one. That was a really great semifinals, probably up there, maybe best to second best. I mean, I'm gonna have to look back on some of the VODs to see what beat that, because that was really impressive. I can't believe Annie made it. I think last week, Leroy would have the numbers. How was Annie represented just last week? I feel like she didn't do too good.
No, she didn't do too good. Give me a second because I need last week. I sent the accumulated data, so I need just last week. So the lion, da da dee, da da da. Annie did not even make it to top cut.
That's what I thought, right? We were going from an Annie that didn't even make day 2 to an Annie finding yourselves in grand finals. And EDG, I mean, AI is sponsored by EDG. He's not to be messed around or underestimated. I feel like he might have a slight upper hand since he's been in a similar position, because I believe this is going to be his second or even third time within the top 8, because he got 5th place in the Fuzhou, the first regional opening, and now he's in the grand final. So he's been here before. I feel like he's a very experienced player, but I think chat, maybe people, maybe Leo, maybe Leroy, are we rooting for Azir collectively? What do we think?
We have to have someone who roots for Annie, right?
Yeah, true.
Because we can't
I mean,
be too biased, but Azir is
I'm
crazy cakes.
I'm happy with both.
I am happy with both. I'm right there with you. I think it's impossible not to be excited about this matchup. We've never had an Annie in the Chinese finals. I keep saying that because Annie did win Houston, right? So Annie does have a major regional win under her belt, but never so much in the Chinese meta, right? So it is a big deal out there. And maybe her time is overdue. Maybe today will be the day. But I would love to see a Nazir, the first ever actually Draven is Spirit Forged, but the second ever Spirit Forged champion to do it. So that'll be fun too. I think we're in store for a big
Okay,
one.
so maybe not the final, but all the top cut else is in closed deck list.
Oh, Randy
Close.
said that?
Yeah.
So everything's closed deck list except the finals, he said?
I don't know. No, he didn't tell me. I asked him if Top Cut was, and he told me it was closed. I mean, he didn't go to the final, so maybe he didn't know. And we see the deck on the screen, so maybe the finals, but else everything is closed list at least.
Okay.
Yeah, but we can. He didn't precise for the finals, so I can imagine it's the finals is also closed deck list, even if they show it. I don't know exactly.
It seems reasonable to me that all the top cut, if you're not going to do open deck list throughout, the first couple rounds, might as well keep it closed deck list for the entire thing. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, same.
And hopefully we're just moments away. Leo, I was telling Leroy while you were on the bathroom break, this is going to be the first one that's not going to be going into that 12-hour range, because it looks like we're I say simply, but 10 hours is still a good amount, but we're right around heading into that 10-hour mark for the whole event. There's no way an aggressive deck like Azir, a mid-range deck like Annie, there's no way they go into like a 2-hour game. I would be surprised to see it go into the 90-minute range. So maybe we get it nice and done in an hour, but we'll see. These players are in the finals. They're probably going to think through all of the permutations, all the lines they can do. So I'm excited. I wish we could just get the finals right now.
I think that aggressive decks, they take a lot longer when they are playing versus other aggressive decks, because then it's from the beginning out on everything goes all out, especially if we're not seeing Dravens. Actually, I think in Ravens it's way worse in the mirror match because people are very combat shy. But there is a lot going on in aggressive mirror matches, like a lot of points denying in the very early turns. So I think this could take a while. But then again, I have never seen Azir play, and I've already opened up like all of those cards in the background because I'm not too sure
Yeah.
what the strategy is, except for spamming those tokens. So if we say completely wrong stuff, bear with us.
No, we could talk about it a little bit while we have some time. There's some key cards,
Yeah.
of course, the whole entire game plan for Azir, that all the cards built in the deck are, brought in the deck for a reason, is built around equipment. So those key equipments we've seen from the Azir so far, we saw the simple ones like Doran's Shield. We saw simple ones like Eye of the Herald. We even saw BF Sword. But one of the spicier ones, Leroy, you might have to help me with the name. I believe it's a scissor one. It's something. Let me find it for you guys. It's
Oh yeah, the Gwen Caesar. I don't remember
silver, something along that line. Let me see if I can find it.
the one that is Death Knell.
Death Knell. Yeah. What is that
Go
one called?
I know it's Gwen Caesars, but
Silver Shears. Thank you, chat. Yeah, sacred shears. Okay, not silver shears, but we got it together. So yeah, it's when it dies, you draw one, and Azir has a tougher time keeping up on card advantage. So that card, the shears, could be another key equipment to keep in mind. So yeah, as we said, the equipments are a big crucial point of a big critical piece of the Azir puzzle. So we'll see how he ends up playing out. But you play equipment, you get your Sand Soldier, and then you try to protect it with a couple spells, as we saw, is Emperor's Divide, which is the green splash. There's things that make more Sand Soldiers called Desert Call. And then I think there's one that is a hidden card that makes a Sand Soldier called Guard. So we didn't see too much outside of that.
So we have seen those silver shears in the earlier rounds. I did not see the other Azir match. I was still asleep back then.
It was. We know for 100% he has it in deck.
Okay, Emperor's Divide too, because in the last best off from the Fuso Regional, from the Azir, the 18th place, did not play either of those.
And in chat, real quick, it is 100% confirmed. Control has stayed in control this entire day too. And from the time we saw him in the round of top 64, he's been cool, calm, collected every round after round. And he's finding himself in that grand finals, Azir versus Annie. This is going to be a heck of a grand finals. Leo, are you excited to cast this one?
Dude, I can't wait that it starts. I mean, this time in between, it's always so teasing. They're just like showing you all that cool stuff with Riftbound, and you do just want to see those players go at it. I want to see how. I would have loved to see Azir versus Draven even more than versus Annie, because I want to know what the counter mechanic of the deck is versus that. But I'm just happy enough to see what Azir can do.
Yeah, like you bring up an excellent point. How did a deck that's more in the middle of the tier range, or the middle of the tier list, beat the top dog? And not just beat, but in a dominant performance. A lot of people have said it was a 2-0. Maybe the Cyborg didn't do anything for Draven. Perhaps that is all the Azir has been running. He has been practicing nonstop to take down Draven, and that he did. That does bring up another point. He's so experienced against the Draven matchup. Does he feel that Annie is pretty similar to Draven? How do you guys think about that? Is there anything that really separates Annie with Draven, or vice versa?
I think that Annie has less. I'm trying to wrap my mind around why Annie. There we have the deck list. Is the stronger choice over Draven in the mind of AI. I can only
the two runes. It's got so many 2-cost spells that can be used.
Yeah, of course.
Flash, Rebuke, Fight or Flight, Switcheroo. Even the half bargain.
Units, yeah. You can play them on curve and then still have responses on the opposing turn, so you can pressure earlier. I think that might be it. But other than that, I think that the biggest thing about Draven is that you're forcing your opponent to play the game. poorly, right? It forces you to never take battlefields. Oftentimes, the Annie just really doesn't do that.
Oh, and guys, a card we didn't get to see anything in that top 64 match is Death Grip. I love that card, especially in equipment builds. You stack up your Sand Soldiers with some equipment, and then Death Grip takes that snapshot of the overall might and gives it over to another Sand Soldier that's going to be making a push on that same turn. I think that is a key card to pay attention to in this best of 3 series, in this grand finals. I cannot wait. I can't believe we're talking about, I woke up today and the last thing on mine, I did not expect an Azir to make such a deep run today. I can't stop being excited about this matchup because what is going down that Azir is able to do this? I'm even more excited. I was excited for top 64 seeing him, but the fact that he made it all the way to grand finals, what has he really been doing?
I'm a big fan of Brutalizer. Ever since I've seen the first successful Jax build last week or 2 weeks ago with Brutalizer in it, I was like, this card needs to see more play. I think this is what Azir also excels at, to just pump out those Sand Soldiers and they get Weapon Master, they steal the Brutalizer off each other, they're immediately powerful units. So I think Brutalizer decks, they're on the rise.
Very true. I think so as well. And Leo, if you're ready, it looks like the grand finals feature match is getting set up. So we'll catch up with Leroy after the break. But Control, we saw him before. It looks like he's kind of entering a bit of a meditative state. EDG for sure is going into meditation. And you notice, Leo, he took off the jacket. Is he revealing his true power?
That's the final form of AI EDG here. Just flexing this so impressive sponsor, this League of Legends worldwide known team. It's a heavy flex. I'd be shaking a little bit if I was playing against a player and they pull out this shirt.
Yeah, especially as early as the history of Riftbound right now. Not a lot of big teams are invested in Riftbound, but I think China has realized that Riftbound is huge out there, so might as well invest into it. And yeah, EDG, as you mentioned, is one of the most prominent teams out there, and that is a flex. Look at the team jersey coming in. He looks poised. He looks like he wants to win for sure, but he has a big problem in front of him, and that's gonna be in Control because he looks subtle, right? He looks like he's devious, like he has something in mind. I don't know what it is about him.
I think it's just knowing that he has the advantage of knowledge over this game, right? He just knows, okay, nobody really knows what Azir does. My opponent has less hours in testing versus my colors than I have versus his, even though I probably don't think that Control has had the most hours versus any per se. But and then on the other hand, maybe there is no mind games at all. Maybe they're just sitting there like, let's play a little bit
let's
of
swing
Riftbound.
swords and see who comes out ahead is most likely what these guys have in mind. And isn't it a little bit crazy? Actually, you're coming from Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Don't they do dice rolls in Top Cut as well?
Yeah, it's no Swiss advantage that you get in Top Cut where you decide to go first. No, dice roll all the way, and I like that.
Yeah, how do you feel that they ended up taking that away? Because now it's gone to higher seed for Bologna and Vegas.
In the end, the players still gotta play Riftbound. It's either fine both ways. Honestly, it's nice that people who did well in Swiss have a little bit of an advantage then, but then again, also just randomizing it until the end, it's also fine.
I think so. I don't think Riftbound is at that point where being on the play is like the best thing ever, right? So maybe in a couple of sets it gets a little bit out of control, but as it stands, I don't think there's a huge difference between on the play and on the draw. But there we have it. It looks like EDG getting a little bit cold in the situation, but grand finals is here. A grand finals no one could have predicted going at the start of this day. Azir versus Annie. Let's see what's going down and who's going to be on the play, because that's going to be big. It looks like it's going to be Annie starting things off for us.
That was such a nice shot with the zoomed in fist bump. Really like the production value of these events.
They do a great job for sure.
So Orn's Forge is if you control this battlefield, your first gear that is not a token costs 1 energy less.
Yeah, so it does make a whole lot of sense with the Azir's strategy revolving around those equipments. BF Sword is simply going to cost 3 energy. A Brutalizer will be just costing 1 energy. But Azir starting things off as they tend to do, developing out a Sand Soldier with the eye at the Herald. So could get carried away with more and more recruits if they're able to keep that Sand Soldier alive. But of course, Annie doing what she does, just gets out a nice little Kaiser Survivor to start off her turn as well.
You know, that's already a very interesting game here. You don't have this moment where you're so afraid of getting into combat with your opponent that you can just take this battlefield to just play something out with more energy efficiency. The question is, how do you follow it up?
Yeah,
Okay, so
you
we're
bring up
going
a
in-
really good point because you're so used to not trying to push and conquer so nilly-willy, right? Because you're like, oh, Draven's going to get the free draw, but Annie is a different legend. She gets her value in her runes, of course. So I wonder if Azir's going to try to adapt and change the game plan, or perhaps just the game plan he has going in this tournament has paid off so well. Might as well keep doing what's working. So he does choose to conquer the Orange Forge. And let's see if he's going to be huge.
Bro, Cull the Weak is such an insane card, especially if it's like this. This is exactly what I mean. I mean, maybe there was no other play for EDG, but if you do not really have this card in the meta too much, if you do not see it coming all the time, Cull the Weak just takes you out.
And you know, now we get a little bit of a glimpse how he was able to take down a Draven chosen champion, because Annie did the exact same play a lot of Dravens tend to do. They go ahead and tap out on turn 2 to develop out their 4-cost champion, right? So I think a Call of the Week is exactly, as I said, a little glimpse of how he was able to overcome the Draven problem. And so far, so good. Going up to 2, most likely going to be conquering Dreaming Tree as well. Able to get up to 3 nice and early. Azir is off to the races, I want to say.
Yep, I was thinking earlier if it made sense to take away the Eye of the Herald for the Sand Soldier that you played in base, because Weapon Master can also steal from your own units that are equipped, right?
Right, it definitely can.
But I think just not sacking that unit is maybe perhaps a little bit better. Do you go into the Dreaming Tree just for the points? Or do you want to race Annie, or do you want to outgrind Annie?
I'm thinking you want to race. You want to just put as much points on the board. The only time you don't is against Draven, but you can play a bit more aggressively since you won't be punished in terms of giving your opponent more draws. So I like this decision on going up to 3, and EDG looks like he's not having a grand old time.
Yeah, I mean, because Control is actually in control of the game. Has 3 units, or is it already 4? No, it's 3 units. He sacked 1. 3 units on the field. None of them were cards from the hand. He's so flexible already, has a dominant board state. Look at how much is going on over there on Control side. This is looking so funny right now. Annie is really on the back foot. You have this Forerunner, but maybe the Forerunner can be removed really easily as well. However, this is not a Chaos deck. So there could be a possible situation where this card never gets rebuked, and then there's a lot of value from this Ferris Forerunner.
I think that's the most likely situation, right? It's inevitable to get those 2/3 might tokens, because as you mentioned, there's no such thing as a fight or flight or rebuke. I can't think of any cards, so you're just gonna have to do like raw kill spells, like we saw the Call of the Week, or just have enough might damage, of course. But let's see what Annie has to try to control a bit of the board presence that Azir has been able to establish so far. You have the Forerunner, but that's just one card. Oh, you know, opposite of the semifinals where EDG had everything but units, it looks like he has everything, or, you know, the other way around. It looks like he only has spells currently.
Oh, that's Desert's Call. No, it's not.
Guards.
This? Guards. All right. Let me give this one a
Very
quick read
similar,
as well.
though. Very similar.
Oh, yeah.
Just makes a Sand Soldier from the hidden zone.
Oh, and it takes away the Brutalizer, going up so much already. All right, this is a situation very easily handled by EDG, but that's such a good hide with the Brutalizer on the field. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
That's
we're
just a
seeing the
hidden solid
plays
five.
coming out from Azir.
That is massive.
Unfortunately, it's still going to equate in the same thing of the Forerunner getting the first point on the board for Annie. Thanks to the cleave. On top of that, you do have the Dreaming Tree value. So feeling good as they're getting a little bit of momentum back in their court. Let's see, though. Do you have anything to possibly follow it up? Because to me, it looks like they only have perhaps a Pouty Poro. I think it is in the back of the hand.
I think he might be considering actually just playing the Annie from the champion zone.
Okay,
It's,
what's in
something
the
we don't-
discard? I mean, at the very
That's
minimum, you get...
cleave.
What was it?
There's a cleave.
True. I guess cleave is better than picking up 0, but no, I think you want to save the Annie for something a little bit higher value, perhaps something like those rebukes later on. But as I say that, maybe rebuking these small little tokens don't make too much sense, but we'll see what he picks.
Yeah.
But cleave might not be the biggest value.
The thing is, if you only play the Pouty, I mean, you have another Ferris Forerunner. I mean, this does not really play into Cull the Weak, just because Forerunner is just so good if it's handled with normal game mechanics like killing and not bouncing. But I mean, I like the setup of double Ferris Forerunner with Flash in hand, because you can just act like you're trying to sit on the Dreaming Tree, and when your opponent tries to develop something in the other field, you can just flash back both, put them into your base, draw a card, and then start pushing again with the Ferris Forerunners. And since you have multiple flashes, you can actually do that a couple of times.
Yeah, and each time you are going to be drawing one for that Dreaming Tree, but I like what Annie is putting on the board so far. He's saying 2 can play at the token game, but I do think you want to preserve that full 6 might as you can, because it looks like it will be paying off at least for this next turn, as Control looking to have a tough time because we're trying to take over 12 total might on that Dreaming Tree. You know, Azir can go wide, but I think it will struggle to go tall. So I really like what Annie's setting up. The only problem is she's going to have a hard time moving those units up to the other side of the battlefield, and Control already up to 4 points. So things are starting to slip away for Annie, it feels like.
I think you can just, on your turn, if there's nothing you want to react to, you can just drop a flash, right?
True.
Just drop a flash after your opponent did not conquer the Dreaming Tree, so you hold, you push back your units, and then you start taking away the Orange Forge.
Yeah, I love it. You take the Orange Forge for yourself. You dwindle down those units on that battlefield. And then it looks like Control is only going to be having some backline pressure with the champion, with the recruit, and just a single Sand Soldier. So it doesn't feel the greatest about that, as I'm seeing just 2 cards in hand. Make that 1 card, but the Arise, the signature spell from Azir getting deployed out. And that's going to be an impressive 1, 2, 3 total Sand Soldiers getting online. And 2 of them will enter ready. Is there a world double Brutalizer plus the champion? Wait a minute. How much total might is going to potentially be able to swing in with?
Oh boy, that looks massive. It's really solo leveling up right there. With the good old Rise spell. But wait, so our Sand Soldiers go up to 5, unfortunately, only, right? With a Brutalizer.
So that's 10 alone. That's pretty close to the 12.
Yeah. If you shove in another one of those Sand Soldiers, we have a bunch of them ready. I don't know if that's the correct amount of readied Sand Soldiers. We have the Azir champion as well, right? Doesn't he give them ready or something?
He brings them in on the attack. As long as you attack with the chosen champion, you could decide to bring in as many of recruit tokens, or as many, I think it reads, as many Sand Soldiers or as many tokens as you want to the same battlefield. But wow, Leo, he's playing patiently. I thought he would try to be a bit more aggressive and try to take those out. But I guess in hindsight, you're talking about giving them 4 might or 4 3 might mech tokens the next turn. So that's tricky.
Also, if you're just ramming in all of your Sand Soldiers, what's left?
Yeah. The only thing I do want to add, though, is because the Brutalizers were online, I guess if you have another Sand Soldier, Weapon Master, move those things around, but you had to take advantage that you had an impressive amount of 10 might and just 2 Sand Soldiers alone. And as we pointed out before, he has to deal with the Forerunners one way or the other. He has to crash into them eventually, because I don't see a world where you're going to have an easy time taking them down. So perhaps right there was a good time. But we'll see. Of course, Control's here for a reason, so he knows a whole lot better than I do.
We're seeing the flash, so the aggressive redistribution of units on the field of AI. Oh, we defy that, and that is actually huge. I mean, there is another flash, but then you kind of need your flashes in this situation. I think there is very little combat tricks, no rebukes, stuff like that from the side of Control. So you want your flashes to be used more aggressively, I would say.
Yeah, I believe so. Luckily for him, I believe the Dreaming Tree trigger will still indeed draw. I didn't actually see did he draw, Leo? I didn't see it.
I also didn't. Sometimes
Let us know in chat if you guys saw he drew, because I think he was just so focused on getting the flash resolve. As soon as he saw the defy, he completely tunnel vision, because you do indeed still get the Dreaming Tree trigger. At the minimum, if he didn't get it then, he's most likely going to get it either way with this second follow-up flash. But then you're going to be only stuck with, I believe, 4 runes remaining. 4 runes. What are you left to do? Because it looks like these Ferris Forerunners might just be the best play. I mean, with the flash, you push one up, take the Ornn. Okay, there's some play potential, I want to say, for this turn.
I like fight or flight to push one back and then take Ornn. That's a very solid line, but I also like just developing your Annie and getting back the flash from the discard.
Okay.
Okay, we take the Traveling Merchant there. We want to keep one Ferris Forerunner in the Dreaming Tree. I like that. We want to force our opponent into trading, because now that the Brutalizers are already in use, they're not going to get as much value. Traveling Merchant gives you a draw. Not the card you necessarily wanted to find, I want to say. I'd rather keep Draven over... Okay, and this is the funniest thing against those token decks. Usually every time you try to conquer a battlefield, it's 5 minutes of discussion. People thinking about their units, like, oh, man, do I have a combat trick? Do I use this or in 5 turns? And every token players like Azir and Victor is just like, yeah, you got it.
Yep, you got it. Don't have to think too hard about it. But it looks like off the top will be a Hidden Blade. And unfortunate for Azir, we were mentioning it during the intermission break, Azir actually has a very tough time keeping a healthy hand size, as is actually coming into play here. Just a single card from this predicament. You're probably more well off trying to kill one of your own Sand Soldiers with the Hidden Blade, just for the simple +2 draw, because you need to have some answers down the line, because little by little, I'm sensing that momentum favoring Annie ever so slightly at each and every turn.
Yeah, I like that idea. Also, it's just pushing your soldier, your regular soldier, into the Dreaming Tree and then Hidden Blading it, so you get 3 draws off of it. It's like a whole new hand there.
Yeah, so Forerunner number 1 getting taken out, those mech tokens hitting the back line. I don't see a world with the Forerunner number 2 is going to be taken out, but for the time being, Control does go up to 5. I mean, that is the name of the game for him. He's not really looking to fully take both battlefields. He just wants to have enough back line to when it matters, he wants to get from 6 up to 8 in a single turn. Or I guess in this position, since he's on odd tempo, probably more likely going from 7 to 8, but this is tricky. I feel like just the simple fact that Azir is running so low on card economy, how does he really close things out? He doesn't have might buffs. He doesn't have defensive options to save his units for holds. This is getting rough for him, I want to say.
The good thing about those token decks is if you have Grand Stratagem at some point in your hand and you are at 6 points, it's a rather easy conquer. Or fight or flight, forcing out a fight or flight onto the Ferris Forerunner, or maybe even, yeah, it was onto the Ferris Forerunner, to get a draw. You get a draw a card. AI, have you drawn a card? Maybe we just didn't see it.
He most likely did, right? Maybe the camera shot away at something, but he had to get the draw because of that Dreaming Tree trigger. Each and every draw is going to be super impactful, especially when we take into account the lack of draw coming from Azir's side. And now Control, thinking carefully, he has both of his units exposed on both of these battlefields, and he only has 3 units in the back line. This is a tough position to be in. I mean, granted, he's at 6 points, feels good about that, but the board state's kind of painting a different picture, doesn't it?
I think you have to Hidden Blade your own unit in the Dreaming Tree here. You have just now seen that your opponent is tapped out. And that is, yep, that is going to give you a secured draw 3.
Yeah,
And
I
that-
love it. Who doesn't love to draw 3 cards, right?
Yeah. For 2 runes as well, that's fine. All right, you get the first draw off immediately. You find more and more equipments. The thing is, with the amount of cards, amount of units on the side of AI, how good are these equipments when you're pushing through a field? Is that a Charm and a Cull the Week?
Not
Develop
too
a BF
bad off
sword.
the top of the deck, right? Those are some good pickups. I do like the BF sword since you were already floating a rune. More importantly, it brings your Azir Legend online to get another Sand Soldier with Weapon Master clicking on that equipment. So I think I like
Yeah.
this play for the most part. He will lose the one battlefield, but it looks like he might just have enough board presence to try to push things out. But we saw how impressive of a defensive front Annie can put up. So let's see what they have, because they're trying to go ahead and hold for dear life. If not, Azir might be getting this game number 1.
I mean, AI has Fight or Flight, which in the current board state is probably the best card he could get. What I think Control wants to push for the next turn is to just equip the equipments to a unit and then try to push with every single unit once, so you get the maximum out of your equipments. That's maybe one of those turns where you completely ramp away your entire, or de-ramp your entire runes, just to get the maximum out of your push, so you end the game with nothing. And Fight or Flight just counterplays that completely.
Yeah, I love what you're saying, but it does bring up the good point of fight or flight, right? We saw it be so pivotal in that one game. I believe it was the Draven mirror match where the red Draven kept fight or flighting the units that had the equipment, not allowing them to get reattached. So you want to tread very carefully. You don't want to like super commit to a single unit. Maybe 2 equipments to a single unit if worse comes to worse. But I do like exactly what you're saying. If you kind of selectively attack one by one, get full double dip, triple dip use out of these equipments, that could be very well the best path to close this game number 1. But it still looks rather tough, funny enough, because as we said, he doesn't have the most amount of cards. What were the other ones? It was a Call of the Week, and there was one more he picked up.
Charm.
Charm.
I think it was
okay.
Charm, and Charm is I don't know if I love it too much in this situation. You'd rather have something to target your own units at the Dreaming Tree, some combat tricks perhaps. It's an interesting stage right now for Control.
I will
Again,
add.
found it funny that he just gave away the battlefield, the Onslaught. It's just like, yep, you got it, just a bunch of tokens. Take it.
Yeah. But you know, actually thinking about it a little bit more, Charm kind of works like a pseudo fight or flight, right? If you're not trying to bring a unit towards you, at the very minimum, you're trying to push a unit back the same way fight or flight
Yeah.
works. So perhaps
yeah.
Charm could actually be pretty big here.
Yeah, you're right. 100%. The charming a Ferris Forerunner into the backline is insane. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Good
it
job.
could be actually exactly what he needs, because I don't think he's going to be able to put too much might, because that's 3 in the back, that's 6, plus the 2 is 8, plus the merchant. But I guess he's thinking, where do I want to stack everything? If he commits to the Orange Forge, yes, that's more might, but as the play we just discussed, the Charm pushing one of those units back, there's not enough might. Did we just see an Azir perhaps take down EDG? But of course, it's not over till it's officially over. But I don't see a world. I mean, those are some good cards. Rebuke, Fight or Flight, a Rain Guard. And now 2, 3 more options. I don't think any of those are going to be too impactful.
Hiding a Tideturner can sometimes really catch people off guard.
True.
But I also like what someone said in chat, just finish with Azir GG. This was something that I also forgot about the deck, that you just try to poke for one field and then you push the Azir into the other field, and then you just double dip onto all of your Sand Soldiers. That's also really, really nice. Also, we have 2 unequipped Brutalizers, so I think that's going to be a huge turn. A Draven is hard played into the Dreaming Tree. AI really needs to somehow prevent your opponent from conquering. That's so much might already, but it's not big units. For big units, you always have the advantage if your opponent tries to poke with some smaller units, it doesn't work because you have one big unit. But here, you just shove some sand soldiers in, and then immediately you get a good trade off of it.
Right, we were mentioning Annie's trying to hold for dear life, and this is the best they have. They're Draven, 2 merchants, and 2 mechs. It looks like perhaps the Tide Turner and the Fight or Flight will be hidden on both sides. He's saying this is the best defensive front I'm going to be able to put up. Do your worst, Azir. Let's see what you got. Is there any world where I'm just going to be able to hold? But funny enough, even if you do hold, you're only going up to 7. So this isn't like the game decisive victory for Annie, but it actually could very well be for Azir. Let's see what he picks up. The Defy could be good for one of those hidden cards.
Yeah. I mean, also Call the Weak can lower your opponent's defenses, but I think Defy is a way better pickup. Also, if the Fight or Flight is hidden in the field of the Ferris Forerunner, this charm is gonna annihilate AI.
I could only imagine he doesn't really expect it, but EDG not having the best of time. He's trying to think, what are my outs here? What more importantly does Azir have? Because I have some good cards. I have 2 hidden cards that he has no idea what can be around the corner. Of course, we know most likely the Titan and the Fight or Flight that he had in the hand, but the bigger question is, where did he hide them? Because it almost seems to me Tide Turner would be nice on Dreaming Tree to bring in the mech over to them when you least expect it. But I don't know. That one's tricky to call.
Okay, so we're not starting with the charm. We currently have one BF sword, and the other one is also a BF sword.
They give us a little UI indication if you take a slight look, but I'm actually not even seeing the UI, so it might be an Eye of the Herald because of that recruit token. So it's probably the BF sword and the Eye of the Herald.
I thought so too. It just looked like a +3 on down there for me, but now this is already 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 might. 9 might is really. I think if it's a Titan, you can't even defy a Titan. Of course, it's a unit. Titan get over the Ferris Forerunner is maybe exactly what. Oh, it's the Fight or Flight.
And doesn't even think about defying it, just going ahead and pushing that unit back. But I love this, just as we said before, Fight or Flying the unit, not allowing him to crash and get the equipment back is essential for the hold the battlefield strategy. So I think a defy is almost needed. But off the top, the math on the right, what was that? You said 5. I had the Herald 0, so that's 7. Plus the 1 is 8. That's still a little bit less, but I guess you take some units with you.
It's 16 on the other side of AI, right? So, okay, let's do the math.
Quick maths in the grand finals. It was 16, right? The Draven's at 6, the 2 merchants at 10, and then 3-3 is exactly 16 as you mentioned. So just a bit short. Actually, not just a bit short, definitely incredibly short. And actually chooses to forego the defy. What does he have in mind? This is gonna be interesting. We thought Control would try to close things out. Perhaps we're mistaken. Maybe Annie actually is gonna be able to hold off. This is gonna be huge for Annie if she's able to hold off this turn.
I think Control is probably aware that he's still in a decent position, even if he doesn't defy, so he can still make a push this turn. If there's something else in hand, you could defy it, but with what are you going to push this turn? You have another Sand Soldier that you can equip with 2 gears, with 2 brutalizers, so you would go to 8. And that's that, basically. You have 6, 8, 10, 13 still on the Dreaming Tree. I would have liked to see a defy.
Right, I think it almost had to be the defy of the game, but something tells me this is why AI hid 2 cards, not just one of them. He's kind of telling Azir, I have another good spell on this right hand battlefield. You probably want to save your counters for this, but little does he know it's actually a Tide Turner, which is undefiable, of course. I think that's the only thing Control would have thought. He's like, you know what? I'm not going to defy this Fight or Flight, but the Orange Forge Fight or Flight, I'm going to save the defy for that opportunity. That's probably what he has in mind.
Yeah, the Titurner really plays well around the charm. If you push back the Ferris Forerunner, you just get it back immediately, and your Defy doesn't do anything. But since it's a normal spell, you use it before combat, so that surprise factor would at least not disturb you from getting a decent trade. You could just choose to ignore that field then.
And Leo,
How
is
many
this a
cards
little
does-
bit of BM? Look at AI closing his
He's
eyes,
sleeping,
kind of
yeah.
resident sleeper saying you were playing too slow. A little friendly BMer. Is BM ever friendly, truly?
Always. I think BM is. Many people get incredibly pressed about BM, but I think it's a very fun thing to do. I think it's even part of good sportsmanship.
Right, I can
a
see it.
little bit of
It
banter.
does depend on the culture, because I can see people
Yeah.
seeing it as extremely disrespectful. But I'm right there with you. I think honestly he's genuinely tired. We are talking about a 10-hour and 30-minute tournament, and he's been grinding, winning this entire series long. So you have to give it to him. He's probably just exhausted mentally. He just doesn't want to be here, but he's in it to win it. He wants to get crowned the first ever Chinese Annie champion. So he's still trying his very best, but maybe trying to get some mental effort back with the little eye rest.
So how does this work now exactly when it comes to timing? You charm the Ferris Forerunner into the base, then you get a window to activate your Titurner, no?
Yeah, I
you
will.
have to
Charm goes on the
decipher that now?
stack, so Tide Turner has to react to the charm. So the charm actually hasn't pushed back the Tide Turner yet, or the Forerunner just
Okay.
yet, because Tide Turner is gonna resolve. So most likely gonna be bringing one of the units on Dreaming Tree first.
Okay, because at locals, I think someone explained this to me in a wrong way. That if your only unit at a battlefield leaves and you have a card hidden there, that you then become a window to activate that card. But I think that just now thinking about how reactions work,
Yeah, I think when
doesn't
you
make
just
too much sense.
think about the simple ruling, like last in first out, right? So charm was the first card played. If you let the charm resolve, you lose the card. I mean, I see the logic that your friend was telling you, but I'm pretty sure Tide Turner has to be as a reaction to the charm, or you lose it. I'm pretty sure, but we'll let chat let us know. Tide has to resolve for exactly what we were thinking. My initial exactly.
Yeah, I also agree with you guys. But always discussing things with judges doesn't always get you anywhere.
Right.
But we get a back over. So that's actually a very good point for control to get to 7. But getting to 7 just feels so, I don't want to say useless. But you're not going to hold in a token deck. Never. Are you able to actually wait a second? How many cards do you have ready? If you now attach the Brutalizer to the Sand Soldier, you get the Orange Forge. It is at 5, and then you have 2, 8, 10, 12 on the other side. So if you then push your Azir, after you have taken the Orange Forge, if you push your Azir into the Dreaming Tree, all of your also exhausted units follow you, right? And that
all
is
of
one
them.
with the BF sword as well.
And what he can do as well, and actually that is a good observation. Excuse me. He has no green runes for the brutalizers. That's going to be so impactful, because brutalizers is actually a way you win the game right here, right now, but the lack of calm runes is a big detriment to closing it out. We weren't even taking that into consideration. That's maybe why Control is taking his time, because he can't even do the plays we're thinking so far.
You can't even defy anything if it happens.
Right. Maybe
that's why he didn't defy the fight or flight, yeah.
Saving his only calm rune for the charm.
Sometimes it's that easy, right? Why doesn't he play the card? Because he can't.
Exactly. Sometimes it's as straightforward as he can. Luckily, he does have some order runes for those Eye of the Heralds, but that's a 0 might increase. Yes, they do have Recruit coming in, but Recruits alone is not going to be enough for what we said is now, I believe, 15 total might defending. And is Draven's ability every time he defends? or is it just the first time? I have to look back at the card, because if not, he's able to get another +2 with another push-up. But he looks like he's going for the easier route, trying to get up to 7 and perhaps do the hold for dear life strategy like Annie did this turn, but maybe on his turn, because there's only a 6 might unit to push against that battlefield. But that's tricky though, as we're seeing the rebuke coming down, taking down the Sand Soldier. So, oh man, is Control losing control as this end game is trying to kind of play itself out. This is looking crazy so far.
Now, looking at the runes he has, I disagree heavily with the decision to really commit a lot into this turn. If you know that you can't use any of your cards and you basically just have some 2 might vanillas on the field, I don't think using the charm and everything was the correct choice. I think that's then another setup turn, because that charm is going to be only relevant for 1 turn. It's only going to be good once. And if you use it in the turn when you can't get anything done, that ain't it.
Yeah, and it all goes back to honestly having lack of draws right now. He has the Call of the Week, but what good is that? He could simply take out the Tide Turner on one of those battlefields. The Azir Sovereign is going to be able to go up to 7, but how is he going to be able to hold? He has the Brutalizers. They don't really work on defense, even if he had the Calm runes to use. But Control looking to have a tough time. He does have at least one little bit of wiggle room, as AI is not going to be able to win out this very turn. But is Forerunner enough?
Wait. He needs a top deck. Wait. He's on 7 points. Wait. Why is this looking good?
What a top deck.
Wait, what did he draw? I was just slowly realizing
the cleave, the +3, +3 might cleave.
But that's just enough for a tie, right? We have 5 and 4. Azir is 4, no?
What is that? The BF sword in there? That's 4. Azir's 4. The Sand Soldier's 2. The BF sword is up to 5, so that's up to 9. So yeah, that's enough for a tie. But then you have all the units on the board.
Yeah.
You go up to 7, or no, you go up to hold 7. So this is tricky, but I believe you have to trade 1 for 1, because you're going to get the mech tokens for your troubles anyways.
You have any. You can just chill. You can you can just play the any and get a rebuke back, or a flash and then use that offensively. Yeah, you have all the plays in the world with a champion zone.
Right, of course. And you draw such an awesome card.
You know, in most decks, the champion unit is like used immediately. I think we see in chat, this is why you don't charm back to base. I think it is very reasonable to sometimes charm units back to base, but it's on the turn you win the game.
Right. And I mean, granted, he was thinking that was the turn to win the game. There was the only window of opportunity to do so. But it looks like Annie just having the outs, not allowing him to do that. And I'm loving these plays. The Annie champion coming down, getting the flash, getting the draw, getting the Draven back to base, and enabling him to push forward on this Orange Forge, going up to most likely that 7 point. He just needs to hold, and this is an Azir with no units in the back line. I almost want to call it right here. This might just very well be a GG game 1 victory for Annie, unless you see it any other way, Leo.
I mean, I don't see it in another way, but I don't understand why we don't use the cleave. It's completely useless on the opposing turn. I mean, you get a draw if you want, but you could just use the Ferris Forerunner, cleave it, clear out both, get 2 tokens, and then push the Draven in. Your opponent is sure as I mean, it doesn't matter at this point, right? Control has nothing, like nothing.
Yeah, he literally has a Defy and a Call of the Week, no units. He has the top deck and Arise, but I don't even think an Arise is going to get there, as it costs 6. Yeah, he can't even play it. We're talking about all these cards, but he can't even get there, and that's the most likely. I mean, that's just granted 2 Sand Soldiers going at these battlefields. You're not going to be able to conquer both of them. You know, AI EDG having a rough start, but keeping composed throughout the entire game 1, and he found the outs, he found the play lines, and he's finding himself in that game 1 victory, going in this grand finals match, he played really well. It's almost, I don't want to say he like outclassed his opponent, but I was impressed. I didn't see this coming out this way if you told me the first opening turns, because I thought Azir was playing really well as well.
I mean, he just pretended to be sleepy, right? It's he looked like he was not gonna be in perfect form for this, but he's just been killing it this entire tournament. I mean, the games that I have seen so far, fair enough. Most of the things happened when I was fast asleep, but that was impressive. Also, just keeping composure until the very end game. And for some, Draven is so crazy with gaining card advantage. But just these 2 runes that Annie readies at every end of the turn, it's so frustrating to play against because these big units like the Ferris Forerunner, it has been going out of Draven list with like the miracle stuff and everything, but just being able to drop this on your 6 rune turn and then still being able to use combat tricks is mad.
Huge, right? Especially when we're talking about the best combat tricks pretty much in the game, being rebuke, being fight or flight. You have the perfect 2 energy to do so. So maybe there is something to Annie that does outvalue the likes of Draven, because a lot of people have considered Draven being the more consistent deck, because when you see more card draw, you see the cards you need in certain situations. But I think AI is showing us the value of having defensive options with your big units, as you mentioned, getting the Forerunner out. And man, let's try to think a little bit ahead. Annie has 1 game up, does have access to Fury cards. Do you think there's a world that a Thermal Beam is in the sideboard for Annie? Because that would be devastating for Azir.
I thought about that too when I saw the field. Defy can't negate that, definitely. But I mean, Annie just really plays for tempo and big units, right? I don't think that versus most of the decks, you're never specifically siding for Azir, right?
Never.
I think that against no deck it is worth it to side deck a 5 energy cost spell that just moves gear.
Especially when they were a bit more invested on units. And granted, funny enough, we saw the deck list. I should know the answer. I just didn't screenshot the deck list. I think someone in chat let us know. Thankfully, no Thermal Beams. Now, on Azir's side, there are a couple good cards I feel that would be pretty beneficial. I'm liking Twonk. I know I'm saying that wrong. Chat goes crazy every time I say it, but I think Twonk. I hope.
Twonk, yeah.
How do you say that, Leo?
Twonk.
Twonk, right? Twonk. I think I'm somewhere close. But yeah, Twonk seems to be a decent card. You're able to stun. And, Annie's always going to be pushing the pace and coming in on the conquer, right? So I think Twonk, but yet again, Azir's not too much of a defending style deck as well. So maybe are there other cards you could probably consider for like a sideboard? I wish I could pull up the deck list.
I think Twonk is, it's funny to say. I think Twonk is actually phenomenal in that just taking a turn away from your opponent. I mean, you don't have to necessarily look at it as a defensive tool, but if your opponent spends an entire turn just setting up a Ferris Forerunner or another big unit, wants to take out your field that is just held by 1 measly token, and you thwonk it, they lose an entire turn.
Yeah, is the advantage of the surprise attack. And guys, I'm seeing in chat you guys are saying, where the deck list, where the deck list. Guys, for those on YouTube, it's super simple. Rewind right before the final start. Those are the deck lists. If I wasn't online, I would have posted the deck list, but we are live right now. So
Can anyone screenshot?
What happened?
Can anyone screenshot that? Like go back in YouTube and then screenshot it in chat or something so we can look at them?
Yeah, if anyone could screenshot it, that would be awesome. Either or, we'll be able to find out, but it could be nice to see as we're talking about it in this intermission, how to rewind. On Twitch is difficult because you have to go into the VOD, but YouTube makes it super easy. You just kind of scroll down. And Hamilton, you got the screenshots. If you could somehow link it in chat, or if you're on the Discord, post it in the comp chat. I could get it from there, because then that will give us some more insight of what are potential sideboard options for Azir. Because we saw, I believe, if memory serves me right, there was a not so fast because they're worried about the rebukes, but I might have saw that in the main board. But if they didn't have it in the main board, it was maybe in the sideboard.
Yeah, not so fast doesn't protect your gears. That is an issue.
True.
So like cards like Factory Recall can really hit you hard if you hit a BF sword with Factory Recall. Oh my days! But I've I've looked at the Fuzu top 32 decklist, and Noxian Drummer is being cited there.
Okay.
I think that's
And chat helping us out. I think Not So Fast does work on your gear. No, J Voltage. It says if it targets a friendly unit or if it targets a friendly spell. And here's the screens. Okay. Hey, plus, did we have some Master Yi streaming today? Ren, we unfortunately did not have any Master Yi. That was yesterday, Master Yi, and it was very disappointing, I will add. But hopefully a Master Yi comes and does some work. But the sideboard is 2 face breakers. That is what we were needing. The face breaker is essentially a twonk, but able to be in the hidden zone. So you're catching your opponent even more off guard. Oh, and 2 wind walls. Okay, that's interesting. I wasn't expecting that from Azir.
No, I like that. There is a bunch of big powerhouse spells in the game recently that you might want to. So first of all, Kaiser has picked up again, right? So you want to be very prepared for a Cathian Rain, if that is still a card people are playing, because with Not So Fast, etc., I don't even know if I would risk it to deramp myself for an infinite amount of runes. But cards like Progression Day, or what other big spells are there?
You know, I'm seeing the sideboard of Annie. It's a 3 Mind Splitters, 2 Dariuses, 2 Rain Guards, and a Factory Recall.
Yeah.
Wait, 3, 5, 7, 8. Okay, yeah. So it doesn't have any Mind Splitters in the main board, and it simply has 1 Factory Recall. So we might not be able to see it in one of these games. But all the Rain Guards, actually, there's 1 Rain Guard in the main, and then 2 in the side. I don't think that's a terrible card. But honestly, I think Annie could just keep it straightforward and just keep the main board. Perhaps the Darius feels good, because I remember when I used to play against Victor decks in those tokens, as we mentioned, they're just not too efficient at defending battlefields. So Darius able to push the pace as soon as he comes out might be worthwhile investing into the main board. I think that's probably the only thing coming in. Because what are Mind Splitters going to be able to do? Do you think it's worth taking the equipments, or are they a little bit too slow against Azir?
Mind Splitter, the last time it really looked like the deck was just playing off top decks.
True.
So the chance of you hitting something very important with Mind Splitter is very low, right?
Yeah, I agree. I don't like it. I think it's a little bit too slow for that aggressive nature coming out from Azir. So I think you forego the Mind Splitters, bring in the Dariuses. And Hamilton saying you take the charms, take the rises. True. I mean, of course, Mind Splitter is a heck of a card, right? It's been one of the most game-deciding cards that came from set 1, being shown off in set 2. But I don't know. I think it's not necessary. As Leo said, Azir has no cards by the end. By the time it's time to play something like a Mind Splitter, but I don't know. We'll see though. These players know a whole lot more than myself, so perhaps there's a world where you bring them in.
Yeah, but then again, you know, the side deck for Annie is not really built for Azir, so maybe you're grasping some straws. The more important question, like there is applications for Mind Splitter versus Azir, 100%. Because yes, sometimes those charms and the rises, they will be held for the right moment. But what are cards that you would want to side out? Do you side out for curve when you know that you're gonna be going second? So
the first card that comes to mind are switcheroos, right? I feel like you're always gonna have the taller units. Yeah. And the Sand Soldiers, there's moments with those brutalizers, with those BFSOs, but for the most part, I don't think Switcheroo is going to be giving you too much value in most situations. So yeah, Hamilton's agreeing. He's thinking side out the Switcheroos. And these guys are saying, when's the next round? There is no next round. This is the grand finals. We just got done with game number 1. This is typical for grand finals. They take really long to sideboard. I don't know exactly why, but the judges allow like 10 minutes for sideboarding. At least it feels that way.
I was just gonna say, I mean, in this specific scenario, I can at least understand it a little bit, because who knows how to side versus Azir. but people should have, like, at this high level of competition, they should have side decking patterns, no? They
Yeah,
should
they definitely
be
do.
very,
Especially when we think about it, it's just 8 cards. Your sideboard isn't like
yeah.
12 or 15. You only have 8 cards to consider to swap in and out. So it honestly shouldn't take this long. I think there's something else going on in the background. Perhaps one of the players had to go to a bathroom break, but it's been pretty consistent. In the grand finals, the sideboarding between game 1 and game 2 has always taken a bit of time. I don't know exactly why, but you know, something I do like about the grand finals, when we do end up joining them for game number 2, they show a graphic and show us exactly what did get sided in and sided out and
Nice.
sided in, which is really cool.
True, I remember that, seeing that last time.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm quite curious as to if the Mind Splitter comes in. Maybe it's preferred over other cards, but there should be some gear hate for any that should be prioritized. But I was just thinking earlier, having that Rengar in any is a fantastic way to play around cards like Defy, and then I was like, why is Draven doing stuff like that? But Draven has
Yeah.
these spinning axes. Any can't play spinning axe, and that is, I feel like, the best card in
Draven, right?
the color combination, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in Draven decks, you're totally right. That is a signature spell only allowed to play in Draven. So perhaps Renguard is your pseudo spinning axe, right? So maybe that's why he seems so strong, because he's doing very similar things. At the very minimum, you are getting 3 might at reaction speed onto one of your units. Not onto literally one of your units, but to join the combat on one of your units, which is effectively what spinning axe is enabling too. So it's a bit more expensive, just 1 more energy, but you do get a unit instead of having to commit and fully go in on a single one. So there's places where Rengar is actually better, and you do get the assault 2 on offense as well. So I'm curious to see, is there a world where a Draven could run Rengar? That's what you're saying, right, Leo? Do you think it's a valuable thing?
I mean, Rengar is kind of good, and but do the Dravens typically have so many units on the field that I think Draven has plenty of units, right? So you can capitalize on getting out those spinning axes multiple times,
Yeah.
double dipping. Other than that, I think Rengar actually makes more sense. But also the any deck is playing Flash, which makes Rengar infinite times better. You know, retreating the Rengar back to the base and then just assaulting again for 5 is huge.
Very true. And by the way, this dude, good morning. Good morning. This is the final round. You're joining us at the perfect time. It looks like all sneaky deck hands getting replaced. Inverted timeline. There is no hand to invert. The switcheroo does go out. Now let's see what the additions coming into the board. And it looks like it's going to be all the Mind Splitters, Leo. The rest of the Renguard package and the Darius is coming in. I love this sideboard thinking about it now. That is impressive. You took out the bad matchup, or you took out the bad cards for this matchup, and you put up some really good ones.
I mean, getting rid of the sneaky deck hands, even though you are on the... I mean, you're not on the draw. Everyone is on the draw, but you're on 3 runes. It makes sense because they just trade so poorly into Sand Soldiers. So I do kind of like... I mean, last game you were basically... Azir was running away with points, right? So Annie is kind of comfortable in the position where you are having less points than Azir. So you can essentially play more valuable units. I like that.
You know, funny enough, there is an Obelisk of Power. I believe that is the battlefield for any, though. So that is surprising that you kind of tech out all your sneaky deck hands, knowing that your secondary battlefield was something like Obelisk of Power. And AI EDG, I said it before, he is in it to win it. Every time he has the opportunity to lock in, get into that Zen zone, he takes it, right? We don't see the other player doing that. And sometimes just being that collected and being in the moment makes a bit of a difference, because every little play matters. You don't want to make any mistakes in this grand finals position. So I'm impressed by him keeping so composed, because a lot of people would be a bit shaky in grand finals.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's used to stressful situations, right? If you're a player sponsored by EDG, you've definitely been in big tournaments before. And we have a quite fast start from both sides, right? Plenty of cards being played immediately. The Azir is again starting with the Eye of the Herald Sand Soldier combination, which is huge. And now the Cull the Weak is really not as effective as in the last game. That's already a big plus for AI.
Right, it looks like he's already adapting the strategy, foregoing something like a Kaiser Survivor to just get 2 units online because of that Call of the Week. But very similarly, how Control did it in game number 1, does get first to the punch, does get first to conquer, bringing in the recruit token on top of that. But okay, just gonna establish the BF sword for now. And it looks like the Sand Soldier should be coming in with that Weapon Master to connect it as well. So not too bad, as these guys are just curving out nice and early, trying to do the most they can with their runes.
I was gonna say, Control is really curving out well. The second turn, developing ABF with the Sand Soldier token feels strong.
Mm-hmm.
That's basically that's basically a 5. It's just a 5 might unit, but you have a BF developed. That's big, actually.
Yeah, the longer it stays on the board, the more and more value you're able to get out of it throughout this game. But let's see what Annie has. He pushes simply with the Pouty Pour. He's saying, I'm going to be able to, at the minimum, take down that Sand Soldier. The Eye of the Herald Core is going to be retreated back to base. And now that does leave the Merchant able to take down the Recruit and, of course, get their first point on the board. But we saw something as early as that turn 6 rune coming down with the Ferris Forerunner. Do we see it again, or does he want to play the bigger play next turn, something like a Mind Splitter? We just haven't seen her hand just yet, so I'm just guessing.
I think against this deck, after seeing how much Control struggled with it, I think Ferris Forerunner will be dropped when it's in hand. The only question for ETG right now is, or AI right now is, do you want to, if you have the Ferris Forerunner and you want to develop it, do you want to take the battlefield and then play into Cull the Weak?
Right,
So
I
if you're
see what
using
you're
a traveling
saying.
merchant, yeah.
It makes sense to me. Push in with Merchant. Your opponent's completely tapped out. You know there's no kind of counterplay capability. So push in, play the Forerunner on the battlefield, making it just that much tougher to continue the Conquer game plan as we saw in game number 1. So I think he might have in mind going to be discarding Tide Turner. Picks up the Draven Sovereign, or actually Draven typical chosen champ. What is his name? Do you know off the top of your head?
No, I know the audacious one for Irelia, but the other one just escaped my.
Just the red one. We'll call him the red one. And exactly what you had in mind, Leo. The Forerunner coming directly onto the battlefield, making it a whole lot more difficult, as we mentioned, for Control, because it's a tad bit too early to take down, what, 8 total might on a battlefield?
And also playing it into the battlefield perfectly plays around Cull the Weak immediately, because you have to trade into it if you want to get rid of the Merchant. Also, with what you have on the field right now on the side of Control, you don't necessarily want to Cull the Weak. You would have to try and take the Vilmore's Lair, get another token from the Eye of the Herald, and then Cull the Weak hit away, but that would mean that it would just take away a traveling Merchant. So I think Control is already having some issues immediately in the beginning of this game, because Ferris Forerunner is just the GOAT. I don't know.
Oh yeah, doing a whole lot of heavy lifting in this matchup for sure. Could be the MVP of this match. Could be one of the MVPs of Spiritforged in general, honestly. He does so much work every time he comes out. I don't know of a time where he doesn't really impact the board state. Perhaps in situation against other Chaos decks with rebukes and stuff, but in a non-Chaos deck, he seems like he goes off each and every time. And at the minimum, he's posing a problem in the simple state of how are you getting over 8 might, right? Yes, you could conquer 1. You only go up to 2, but on the hold, you're also going to be going up to 2. So kind of keeping 1-to-1 on points, as we, you know, Azir didn't do that. He was ahead the whole time, and Annie still won. If Annie's able to control the board state as she's kind of doing, or not control it, but slow the game plan down, it's only going to be favoring her the longer this game plays out, I feel like.
100%. Also, the name is Draven Vanquisher.
There we go. Vanquisher, we'll remember for the future.
Okay, that is interesting. We push into Vilmore's Lair, which is the battlefield that we have chosen for this game as Control. However, it does not feel that it's really benefiting him at all right now. Pushing your own units into Vilmore's Lair never really feels good.
And we finally get a little peek at the hand. That is a Vanquisher, a Rain Guard, a Flash, and I missed the other one. It was a spell, I want to say.
Traveling Merchant. I think
That's
there's
what it
another
was.
merchant. And I think now your Call of the Week completely gets. And this is the moment where it could be irrelevant for the rest of the game because you have big units on the side of any already, but you just got a free turn with the Traveling Merchant in the battlefield, so you could now retreat it, and for the rest of this game, Call of the Week does nothing versus you.
Mm-hmm. I love that, right? Because that is such a key card for Azir. But if you have one too many units, it's virtually not going to be able to do anything. It's more impactful when you play early against those Vanquishers, against those chosen champions that get played out turn 2. But in this situation, retreating that Traveling Merchant feels like the perfect moment in this match. And make it worse, get 2 Traveling Merchants, so you can't even double Call the Week if you were fortunate enough to draw one of those. But passes it back. Does very little with his turn, but does enough, it does look like.
I'm a bit afraid this is the same phenomenon that Annie has also done with Kaiser in set 1, where Kaisers were incredibly sought after people started to play Annie and have 3 Kaisers in the main deck. And now I thought maybe getting my hands on a Draven Vanquisher to play Draven wouldn't be so hard, but if now everyone needs 3 to play Annie.
Right. Right. And wait, what are you saying? The way they approach the Kaiser matchup, or?
No, it was in Kaiser, you always played like 1 or 2 Kaisers, so it was not too hard to get one of those. But as soon as Annie started seeing play, people needed 3 Kaisers for the deck.
I know what you mean. Yeah, just to have that accelerated pressure throughout the whole game. So yeah, I could definitely see that. But let's see what Azir has in mind, because he definitely feels a bit on the back foot. Has great units, or I should say great equipment established, but lacking a bit on the unit department. He does have the champ still in the champ zone, of course. And funny enough, Leo, it looks like he does have 2 Call of the Week. So those 2 Traveling Merchants indirectly putting in a bit of work.
Yeah, those... Call of the Week is such a phenomenal card, but it can sometimes be so bad as well. It just sits there. You could use it to remove something, but that costs you a lot of tempo as well. And also, you don't want to deramp yourself just to get rid of a Traveling Merchant. Now we throw in a Sand Soldier that has 10,000 items.
Oh, yeah.
Get 2... Wait, it's the BF Sword, it's the Herald, so we're at 5. We're at 6 together with the Silver Scissors. No, Sacred Shifts.
Shears, I think. Sacred Shears.
And the defensive Rengar, tank Rengar, is striking again. I mean, you can't trade off the Ferris Forerunner, but yeah, that would be my face as well in that situation. It's just okay.
Look, he wants to give a little smirk. He's dying on the inside. Who would have expected the Rengar, a beautiful sideboard addition to this deck? He just has 1 in the main and 2 in the side, and he brought in all 3, shaking his head. He's like, this is not what I expected. This is not what I wanted to see, because now AI is going to be holding up to 3 points. He has some units in the back line, most likely going to be able to conquer up to 4, taking the point advantage towards his favor. Are we going to see the first ever 2-0 sweep in these grand finals? Because I'm pretty sure it's gone to game 3 out of the 3 regional stops so far every time.
I think yes. It does not look like Control has anything going on for them. Oh, it takes... Wow, hidden blading a Ferris Forerunner is... I mean, that's good tempo in this situation, but it's just...
I know what you mean. It is a feels a bad situation. You do trade with the Rengar. More importantly, you get the Conquer, so you're keeping EDG off the 4-point lead, of course. So you do go up to 3. Actually, I say keeping him off the 4 points. He still has plenty of units to push on forward because of the Death Nail from Forerunner. So that might have not been too ideal. On top of giving your opponent 2 draws, it was almost a play out of desperation.
Yeah, this now might force AI a little bit to play with the Traveling Merchants, because if you don't trade away and use everything you got, there might be a chance that you are falling behind too far on points. But, I mean, wait, is there 2 BF swords developed?
I don't believe so. I just see 1, unless I'm going crazy. No, you're totally right. There is 2. There's 1 on the Valmon's layer, and then there's 1 on the Obelisk of Power unit.
So this is 5, 6. This is just a 6-drop token. and on the other side you have a 5-drop token. So I mean that's decent board, but there aren't too many cards in hand for Azir. He has DRAM'd so much. Look at this, not even a single yellow rune. I forgot the name. It's not
Order.
mine.
We could call it
Order, right.
yellow. But yeah,
Not a
totally
single
different from
order.
game one. It was on the opposite
Yeah.
side. He ran out of green runes, and now he's running out of yellow runes after playing that hidden blade.
Dude, and now just going in with the Draven floating 1 energy. Just do you just get a gold token immediately? Not even a single thought here being done by control about this.
Yeah,
just
no
giving it
poker
up
face.
immediately. Oh my goodness! Not even acting like there was going to be. I mean, what could there be with? There's plenty of green cards actually that can be used with 1 rune, but it wouldn't even have mattered. There's a cleave on the side of Draven. Cleave is going to be so good trading. Oh my goodness, another Draven! I can't. Oh, this is so tough. This is destruction. This
Oh,
is
yeah.
dominance from AI.
I couldn't agree
Wow.
more. This is a massacre getting displayed from the likes of Annie, and is all off the back of a double Rengar. We see why he brought it out of the sideboard, because 2 Rengars put in a good amount of work, allowing him to get the conquer nice and easy. 1 with the Draven, 1 with the Rengar, and the Traveling Merchant push, so tying things up to 4. But more importantly, there is a bigger picture being painted. Azir, no units online, has plenty equipment, has a chosen champion that does have accelerate, but you're not backing it up with anything. This is looking like it's going from bad to worse from Azir, and I think I'm starting to agree with you, Leo. We might see our very first 2-0 in the Spiritforged Regional circuit.
And do you remember how it went last game? As soon as Azir started to fall behind just a little bit, it was at 6 points, very close to 7. It was a huge turn almost that stopped it from like growing away from winning the game. But now you're at 4 points. You're so far behind. You have very little ability to ready your units immediately just from base. You can play an Arise here, but Arise DRAMs you for 2. I don't even think you can. Oh my god, top decking the Arise. That's perfect storytelling right
Wait
there,
a
everyone.
minute. Is there a world that makes sense? Arise is going to be playing out for 6. That's completely exhausting out any other option. 2 inner readied, making 2 get the BF sword. So you're swinging in for an impressive 10 might. That's only going to be able to take down 1 of these battlefields, though.
Yeah, and then you are dry as a bone. There is nothing you have anymore. You're now at 6 runes, which is not too impressive given how many turns. Oh my goodness, did we hard bargain that? From all the runes used on the Arise hard bargain, handshake immediately. AI takes this with the hard bargain, driving it here 2 6s. Wow, oh my days.
Oh yeah, incredible performance. The most dominant performance we've seen in the grand finals from the Spiritforged so far, and getting the job done with Annie, the first Annie of this Chinese regional series, even from set 1 and set 2. Well done. It looks like EDG chose a perfect player to sponsor, because he gets the results and had control the entire top cut. But he didn't really put the performance a lot of people were expecting in this grand finals. We were extremely hyped to see him for the first. I mean, we saw him earlier, but he did good early on. It just didn't seem like he could get too much rolling in this grand finals. Did Annie just have cards that Azir had no idea what to work around?
Yeah, I mean, he just got so stumped. I don't know. It's so hard for me to find an explanation on why this deck just runs over Azir while Draven actually gets 2-0 in the semifinals. But look at AI. He is so happy.
There we
It's
go.
So well. Give away the jacket.
Throw the jacket. He is so ecstatic. And Chad, give a round of applause. We have our final regional stop, the Nanjing champion, and it is going to be AI EDG with the Annie getting the crown. Well played, well done. That was a heck of a way to close things out for this regional circuit, and I was impressed. I was pleasantly I was happy to see a whole lot of the matchups. There was only one little bit of a trickier one there with the Draven Mirror match, but that was still pretty exciting to see, even though it went up to like an hour, or not an hour, 105 minutes.
Yeah, that was a crazy long game there, but honestly, watching these events is really, really cool. I love the production value. When the stage they set up is insane. The games are insane. Riftbound is very complicated, but not too complicated, you know? So
Right.
you at all points you really understand what is going on in the games, but the decision trees, they are so wide, and it's really tough to say, even in hindsight, what would have been the right play in some situations.
Yeah, just a single play can change every outcome in the end game. So yeah, that was amazing to see. Incredible performance from AI, as we said before, but nothing to take away from Control as well. He got
Yeah.
there, even though he didn't put on the best performance in the grand finals. He kind of showed that Azir is a legend and not underestimate. Azir managed to defeat a lot of great players, a lot of great legends today. So perhaps we're going to be seeing him a bit more in Bologna and perhaps a bit more in Vegas. Speaking of those next regionals, Leo, are you going to be going to any of those like Bologna?
Oh, you can count me in for Bologna. I was gonna go regardless, and a few days ago I got actually my waitlist ticket. So
Nice.
Bologna is gonna. I was gonna go anyways, but now I'm pretty hyped to be there. So looking forward to that. Let's see if I can find room in my schedule for the other events. But hell yeah, dude!
Oh yeah, I'm excited for you. But I know you're busy. I am honored to have you on the stream. I know you hit me up on Twitch chat and we're like, okay, that sounds like a plan to me. So thank you so much for coming on.
Dude,
We'll
thank
go
you.
ahead and start closing out today's show. But like I said, Leo, it is my pleasure to have you on. If you want to let these guys know, I'm pretty sure a lot of these guys already recognize you from other things you cast. But if you want to let these guys know that haven't necessarily heard of you just yet, where they could find you online, I think now would be a perfect time.
Oh yeah, I'm on TikTok and on YouTube sometimes as Coning Lionheart. I do Twitch streams for multiple different games. I've done some Riftbound streams already as well, but those are sometimes hard to set up with the physical cards. But yeah, my online name is Coning Lionheart, so feel free to follow me on X or whatever you like, really. But after all, I'm not chasing that cloud. I'm just happy to talk a little bit about card games.
Yeah, and I'm happy to have you on. Hopefully, we could do something again, something similar in the future. But I know
Oh,
you stay
same.
pretty busy yourself. But anytime there's a little downtime in that casting season, because we do have a little bit of where we have, because I know you're going to be in Bologna, but if you're not going to anything on the Vegas, we're doing like a little bit of a watch party, similar to what we're doing here for the Chinese regionals. But maybe we'll do it for the English regionals. But we'll see. We'll keep in touch, of course.
100%. Thank you for having me.
All right, guys, we're going to be calling a show. It was an 11-hour stream. I'm actually happy about that. The last weekend was a 13-hour stream, so saving 2 hours of my sleep schedule. And call me Nike. Why do you want to know this girl's name? All right, chat, we're going to be calling it a day. Thank you, Leo, so very much. I'll catch you around. And chat, thank you for everyone that tuned in today. Hope you guys had a grand time seeing a non-Draven, non-Kaiser take it all the way with Annie. I know we're going to be hearing about it all week long. Look forward for the top 8 list getting posted on our X account. And look forward for the best of legends getting posted on Discord on top of that. But till then, I'll catch you guys on the next event. We do have a $1,000 tournament. I should say a 1K minimum, because the pricing can scale next Saturday. So if you guys want to tune in for that, it should be a whole lot of great competition as people are preparing for this regional series on the west side of things. Bologna and Vegas, of course, those are right around the corner. But for now, everyone take care, and we'll see you next time. Okay, Leo, we're off. Yeah, that was awesome. A good matches to cast as well.